Hey, this is Tom Matthews, and you're watching the Slash Track Network.
Hey
Stay
everybody,
tuned.
it's CJ Graham, Jason, Friday the 13th, Part 6, Hell Coppin', Highway to Hell. Hey, I just want to make sure you guys know you're listening to the 80s slasher librarian.
Hi, this is Kane Hodder, better known as Jason from Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley from Hatchet. I've also played BTK, Ed Gein. Let's just say I've murdered a lot of people. In fact, I've murdered more people on film than any actor in history. So just keep that in mind. You are listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep listening, or I'll kill you.
I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fray. Narration so ignited, Josh keeps me up all night. Lies and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way in the spine-chilling fray. Out of breath but not out of light. Horror digs, don't look behind. Feel the terror cry. Will you dare to slay? I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night.
Friday the 13th, Part 4, the final chapter. A fan novelization by Landon Turner, based on the screenplay by Barney Cohen. Prologue. It was 1984 in the town of Crystal Lake, New Jersey, a small, bucolic New England-style town just on the edge of Pinehurst County. Crystal Lake was the sort of town where you could walk alone down in the streets in the late hours of the night and not be afraid. The sort of town where you could leave your doors unlocked and never fear the sort of things that happened in the bigger cities. The sort of town where you could turn on the 10 o'clock news and cringe at all the terrifying stories and then sigh with relief as you realized that what you were hearing about had happened over 1,000 miles away. It was just that sort of small, sleepy town that everyone dreamed about. Sure, you had the few ambitious folks who had their hearts set on the toils of a big city like Manhattan or Chicago, but deep down in their hearts, some of them would long to eventually settle down in a picturesque frame house on a quiet, tree-lined residential street somewhere in a North American suburb. Crystal Lake was that sort of town. Until the summer of 1984 came. What happened that summer rocked the small town and everyone living in it. Nobody wanted to believe it. They wanted to put it aside and erase it from the town's history. They wanted to pretend that it never even happened. Unfortunately, it wasn't the first time that tragedy befell that small town. The horror started in 1957 at a local summer camp for kids, Camp Crystal Lake. Camp Crystal Lake was an idyllic summer getaway for parents to get their kids out of their hair for cheap. It was owned by the Christie family, and on a shoestring budget and staff. All you had to do was hire a few teenagers to arrive early, get the place in shape, and have a relaxing weekend in the woods for a few bucks an hour. Picture a few cozy log cabins on the shore of a serene lake surrounded by pine trees in the northeastern wilderness, a whitewashed dock sticking out into the water beside a row of canoes. It was just off the highway down a winding dirt road on the outskirts of town. The peace of solitude and freedom from their youngsters attracted the adults. The mischievous summer hijinks attracted the teenage counselors, and the thrilling outdoor experience attracted mostly inner-city children. The serenity of the campgrounds would be shattered that summer when one of the campers drowned in the lake. The Voorhees boy, Jason Voorhees. It was a name that the residents of Crystal Lake had come to know. Some were afraid to utter it out loud. Jason was an odd child, very quiet, and he never played with the other children. Depending on who you talked to in town, he had been mentally impaired and somewhat deformed from a birth defect. The drowning almost got Camp Crystal Lake shut down. No one cared enough about the Voorhees boy to go to such drastic measures. But, actually, someone did. Someone cared about Jason a little too much. That someone was his own mother, Pamela Voorhees, who worked as a cook at the camp. Some said that she went mad. Others said that she was just a mother doing what she thought was best for her son. Some locals said she had watched her son screaming for help from the mess hall, his tiny body thrashing around in the murky water of the lake helplessly, and no one had even tried to help him. None of the counselors had heard his cries, and the counselors who were supposed to have been watching Jason had been off fooling around. It was business as usual the rest of the summer, and the usual variation of the story was that every single day Pamela thought about her son's lifeless corpse, rotting away at the bottom of that lake. The more she made meals for all the little children, the more she began to miss Jason. In some variations of the legend from the locals in town, Pamela's mind had started to lose its grips with reality. She would hear Jason calling out to her from the lake, and his puny, helpless voice would reach her through the wind, and she'd stand at the edge of Crystal Lake and call back out to him. His voice was telling her to seek vengeance for him, to kill them all. She hadn't wanted to listen at first, but the more that she heard her son's helpless cries, the more she began to succumb to his wishes. So when Camp Crystal Lake went into business the next summer, so did Pamela. She waited for the darkest night to come, the darkest, quietest night. On Friday the 13th, her son's birthday, and she took a knife from the kitchen, and she watched two camp counselors fondling each other on the second floor of an old barn. The same two counselors who should have been watching Jason when he drowned. With each kiss that they gave each other, and each caress and each passionate moan, Pamela grew hotter with rage. She had felt it well up inside of her until it was unbearable, and finally she couldn't handle it anymore. She hacked away at their bodies until their screams stopped, and as soon as their agonizing cries ceased, so did the rage inside of her. A temporary alleviation to the madness and the suffering she had been through ever since her sweet Jason was left to die. Pamela disappeared into the night, leaving a grisly scene for the rest of the camp to discover. After the murders of the two camp counselors in the summer of '58, the camp was officially shut down, and the locals deemed the place Camp Blood. The campgrounds were opened again in the early '60s, but someone burned down the cabins and later poisoned the lake. Mrs. Voorhees wouldn't stop until it was closed down for good. She almost got her wish, because for the next 20 or so years, the camp lay dormant, rotting away until it was only a shell of what it once was. A man by the name of Steve Christie made the fatal mistake of opening the camp again in the summer of '79. He signed a few papers, hired a few counselors, and after some negotiating and patience, and a little luck, the campgrounds that had once belonged to his father belonged to him. It had only been open a month. The kids were arriving in 2 short weeks. Disaster would strike again at Camp Crystal Lake. The group of counselors that Steve had hired for the summer were brutally slaughtered in one night. Pamela also left her calling card. It was Friday the 13th. Old man Christie didn't survive her bloody rampage either. The officials found him hanging upside down from a tree, like an animal in a slaughterhouse, the blade of a hunting knife driven through his heart. Only one of his counselors survived that night. 19-year-old Alice Hardy fought Pamela to the death, finally gaining the upper hand and decapitating her with her own machete. Alice was severely traumatized, and who could blame her? She had seen all of her new friends butchered in one night, and had seen Pamela Voorhees coming at her with a machete, swinging at her, calling out her son's name. Alice saw something else that night, though, something in the water. She swore that she saw him in the water, Jason Voorhees. She had screamed hysterically at the police officers when they arrived, tried to make them listen, tried to make them understand, but their tiny minds couldn't wrap around the idea that Jason Voorhees was alive. They couldn't comprehend that a boy who drowned 20 years prior could actually be alive. But Alice swore she had saw him. She saw him rise up from the murky depths of the lake and grab her, his skin so cold and grimy, his eyes bugging from his skull, the putrid smell of decaying flesh pervading her nostrils. Nobody believed her, and when a team of divers scoured the lake, they didn't find any sign of a boy. After all, it was absurd. Jason Voorhees was dead. He had drowned 20 years ago. There was no way he could have been alive. If Jason were alive, he would have been full grown. It seemed to the police that there really was no Jason, and the Crystal Lake slayings had come to an end. It wasn't until a few months later that the police force in Crystal Lake would realize how wrong they were. Alice went missing that fall. The fall after that awful summer at Camp Blood, as it came to be called. They never found her body. All they found was an empty one-bedroom apartment. Blood was all over the walls, the floor, and the bedsheets, everywhere. Almost like some kind of a sign, a warning, a preview of years to come. Could it have been Jason back from the dead to finish what he started? The locals seemed to think so. Everyone in town knew that it was Jason. They said that Jason never truly drowned in that lake. He survived and sought shelter in the wilderness, feeding off of the land, they would say. They say that he became some sort of monster, some sort of demented creature that could barely be thought of as human. The locals also said that Jason saw his mother beheaded that night. He saw his mother being murdered. True, it was in self-defense, but Jason didn't know. His mind had already become unhinged. All he had now in his mind was an unstoppable lust to annihilate the girl who killed his mother. The locals say Jason killed Alice. They say that he waited a few months, growing stronger, the rage pent up inside of him ready to burst, waiting patiently until the time was right. And he tracked Alice down to the tiny apartment that she had rented in Crystal Lake, and he murdered her. What he did with the body also varied with whoever you talked to in town. Some say he brought her back to the old abandoned Camp Crystal Lake and hid her inside one of the cabins. Some say that he ate her remains like a wild animal. Whatever way the story ended, the locals all believed in the same legend. The terrifying legend of Jason Voorhees, avenging his mother's death, patrolling Camp Crystal Lake, ready to slaughter any helpless victim who crossed his path. Was he still out there? Was there any truth to the legend? Could Jason really be alive? Could he have survived his drowning back in '57? And could he have witnessed his own mother's death 20 years later? 5 years had passed since Alice went missing. No more bodies, no more bloodshed. The town of Crystal Lake had returned to its peaceful self. The terror and the paranoia that plagued the town for 20 years was over. Mrs. Voorhees was dead. No more murders. But there were still very important questions to be answered. Was Jason alive? Did he survive his drowning? Was the legend real? One girl knew the answer to that question. "19-year-old Chris Higgins knew all too well that the legend of Jason was too horrifyingly real. Jason was alive. He had gone on a 2-day killing spree across Crystal Lake, first at a local counselor training center on the shore of the same lake he had allegedly died in. His next stop had been Higgins Haven, where Chris and her friends mistakenly decided to spend their summer vacation. Chris had watched the property on Crystal Lake, where she had spent the majority of her childhood, turn into the scene of a massacre. Her friends had also all been savagely murdered. Debbie, a knife through her throat, and Rick, his head crushed by the monster's bare hands, and his body thrown through the living room window at her, covered in blood. Now she was staring headlong at the masked killer as he cornered her in her family's barn. She scrabbled backwards across the hay-covered floor, shaking her head, screaming hysterically and hyperventilating. His demented eyes bored into hers through the eye-holes of the hockey mask he had taken from the body of one of her slaughtered friends. She saw the gleaming machete, streaked with crimson, streaked with her friend's blood in his hand. "No!" she shrieked, grasping around her for a weapon, searching for an escape. But she was cornered and helpless. Her parents' barn had now become a cage, trapping her with a mad killer. He advanced towards Chris, his imposing figure towering over her, dried blood caked around the wound where she had stabbed him earlier that night. She had tried stabbing him, hitting him, even hanging him from the barn loft, but nothing could stop this killing machine. She was going to die in her family's barn for the police to find along with all of her friends. Poor Andy and Debbie. Dear God, he had killed them all, and now he was going to kill her. When it seemed that all hope was lost, a figure suddenly lunged out of one of the stalls, throwing his shoulder into the crazed killer's midsection. Jason staggered backwards, hardly fazed by the blow. It was a young black man, dazed and bloody from an oozing gash on his forehead. He wasn't even anyone that Chris even recognized, just another one of his victims that Jason had neglected to finish off. The young man threw himself at Jason again, but Jason took him down with one swing of his machete, and the man's arm was lopped off at the elbow. Blood spurted from the bloody stump as Chris screamed in sheer horror. The man let out an agonizing scream, incredulous at the blood spewing from the stump where his arm had been. Jason took another swing with his machete, slashing the young man across his midsection and bringing him down to the ground. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Jason hacked at him mercilessly with the machete until his pain groans finally ceased. And just as he turned around to finish Chris off, an axe was swung at his forehead. He let out an animalistic growl of agony as the steel blade cut through the hard plastic of the hockey mask and sliced into his skull. Chris released her grip on the axe handle, shocked at what she had done. She was relieved, however, that he was soon going to die. But somehow she was astounded that she had actually been the one to kill him. But her relief was short-lived because he wasn't dead. Jason came at her again, his arms outstretched, his gnarled, bony fingers grabbing at her in a blind, desperate attempt to end her life as he felt his body going numb. "No! No!" Chris shrieked, stumbling backwards into the clutter at the back of the barn. He couldn't be alive. He just couldn't be alive. There was no way in hell that this monster could be alive after an axe was sent hurtling into his skull, could he? Chris's hyperventilating slowly began to slow down as Jason finally staggered and collapsed onto the floor of the barn like a fallen tree. Chris Higgins' night of terror was over. But the Crystal Lake Massacre had just begun. Chapter 1. Murders in the Morgue. What the hell is going on? Thought 48-year-old Tracy Jarvis as she quietly crept down the staircase into the living room. She glanced behind her, making sure that the ruckus hadn't stirred her two kids sound asleep in their beds. The whirring of helicopter blades had jolted her awake, and glancing out her bedroom window, she had seen red and blue flashing lights flying down the country road past her cabin on Crystal Lake. Something big had to be going on. Nothing like this typically happened in Crystal Lake. The only other time that something like this had happened that Mrs. Jarvis could remember was 5 years ago when that Voorhees woman hacked up all those kids at the campgrounds. She remembered that like it was yesterday. It had been all over the news. The town of Crystal Lake, which had always been a quiet and safe community, was crawling with reporters for months and months afterwards. Every time she drove into town to go to the grocery store, there were people huddled in groups of twos or threes at the checkout line, whispering excitedly about the murders, all talking about Camp Blood and how it was all the fault of the family who reopened the death trap in the first place. When she had lived in the city, she had never seen anything like that. Everyone that lived in the city mostly kept to their own. Mrs. Jarvis almost liked it better that way. Not that she didn't admire the way that everyone in Crystal Lake seemed to know each other, and the quaint and quirky atmosphere. It was just the fact that she felt a little left out. When she first got here, she never got a warm welcome, and the locals seemed to be able to detect the urban aura that she had around her, because all she got were dirty looks and groups of people whispering about her. At least in the city, it wasn't just her that was left out. Everyone kept to their own, never singling out any other person. Everyone minded their own business. She wondered why she even decided to move out to the country. Then she remembered why. There was a shooting right down the street from the Jarvis apartment, and with that, Mrs. Jarvis took her two kids and left. There was no way she was keeping her kids around that sort of thing. They could grow up traumatized, start getting bad grades in school, get into drugs and other awful things that the kids got into nowadays. The proverbial straw that broke the camel's back was when she found out her husband was in love with someone else, with his young, sexy co-worker. They had been married for almost 20 years. They had 2 kids together. How could he just throw it away like that? 20 years of marriage. Trish's first steps, Tommy's first words, all of it evidently meant nothing. What really bothered her was that she hadn't noticed the signs, the distant look in his eye, the weak smiling, the forced conversations. Her woman's intuition had failed her. Or maybe she just wasn't listening. She felt like it was something she had done, but then again, feelings sometimes just go away. And you can't control how you feel towards someone. How could she blame him? They were both getting middle-aged and were going through their own personal crises, while at the same time raising 2 teenagers. Falling out of love happens. People leave. People can start to feel differently about things. Yes, she was hurt, but she knew what she had to do. The only thing she could do was leave. Besides, the marriage wasn't doing so well before he set her down at the kitchen table and slapped the divorce papers down in front of her. They all knew it. Trish and Tommy both knew it. They all knew that they were just staying together for the sake of the kids. It was all they could do. She worried about her children enough as it was, with growing up in the city and being exposed to God knows what, but it would be even harder on them without a father. So she stayed with him as long as she could. But eventually, things just get too hard to manage, and so you have to leave. But why did she have to pick a hick town like Crystal Lake? And now, all these murders? She left the city to get away from that sort of thing, and only a few months after they moved in, the Voorhees woman went insane and killed a bunch of kids at a campground just a few miles up the dirt road from where they were nestled on the shore of the lake. And now this? God, what was next? She shot another nervous glance out the big picture window, blew a strand of wispy blonde hair out of her face, and then crossed the living room to the television set and turned it on. A male newscaster was seated at his desk, staring solemnly into the camera, reading off of a teleprompter. The Crystal Lake Massacre is indeed not entirely over, as authorities have recently found more mutilated bodies left behind by the masked maniac who has left a trail of corpses all over the 20-acre campground and the surrounding area. A lone survivor, a young girl whose name has not yet been released, managed to put a stop to the murderer's crime spree, and the man who has terrorized the small community for the last 2 days is now believed to be dead. My God, Mrs. Jarvis thought to herself. An image of a large 2-story log cabin in the middle of an isolated clearing was superimposed onto the screen, where gurneys piled high with blood-soaked corpses were being wheeled down the front steps. Police cars and ambulances were scattered across the front yard of the house. The camera panned over to a large red barn where another body was being wheeled out into the back of an ambulance. A police helicopter hovered over the scene, shining a giant spotlight around the perimeter of the property, searching for more bodies. Jesus, she muttered to herself. More murders and another young girl left traumatized. She couldn't imagine what the poor thing had been through. To see all of her friends getting killed, and then to watch helplessly as her life turns into a nightmare before her eyes. My God, who was it this time? Who did this to her? Pamela Voorhees? But the Voorhees woman was dead, wasn't she? She had to be. Mrs. Jarvis had heard something about her head being lopped off. She grimaced thinking about it. No, this was someone else. The newscaster had described a man. Another maniac just like the Voorhees woman. Jesus! There has to be something in the water here, she thought. She felt a chill run up her arm, and she moved to the front door to make sure it was locked. She didn't exactly know why she was insisting on the door being locked. The newscaster said that the guy was dead, after all, but something was bothering her. A pang of dread hit her in the gut, and she instinctively checked anyway. She turned her attention back to the television, where paramedics were loading another body into the back of an ambulance. The newscaster appeared on screen again. Sources have informed us that the man responsible for the killings is being taken to the Wessex County Medical Center, where further examination is to be made. Wessex County was only the neighboring county. It wasn't very far from the lake. Mrs. Jarvis stared grimly out into the night. She couldn't help but feel paranoid with all the murders happening. She felt another shiver up her spine as she tried to block the ghastly images from her mind. Crystal Lake was going to become the murder capital of the United States pretty soon, Mrs. Jarvis thought, sitting on the sofa. She jerked her head towards the door. Was that a noise? Was it? No, it had to be the wind or something. Mrs. Jarvis silently scolded herself. She was just scaring herself silly. After all, it was foolish to sit at home and be afraid of a dead man. It was foolish, right? He was dead. The maniac was dead. It was a dark and wet night, still soaked from the drizzling rain and the thunderstorm that had been brewing on and off for the last 2 hours. Storm clouds rolled across the night sky, not managing to obscure the silvery outline of the full moon. It had been a rainy summer, even for the Northeast. The trees swayed gently in the night breeze. It was all peaceful and quiet, save for the circling police helicopters, bright searchlights, and about a dozen police cars and ambulances scattered around an isolated farmhouse and redwood barn nestled in a clearing by the lake. The two bright headlight beams and flashing sirens cut through the darkness, illuminating a wooden sign that read Higgins Haven in scrawled letters. Wessex County Medical Center was emblazoned on the side of the medical transport vehicle that was driving tediously down the uneven, partially flooded dirt road. The trees cleared, and near a small stand of trees, the two-story farmhouse stood on the shore of the lake, the red and white lights shimmering on the glassy, smooth surface. The headlights of the ambulance hit the police officer directing traffic in the face, and he waved his arms in the air, signaling for the caravan to stop. The passenger, a tired-looking male paramedic in his 40s, rolled down his window. The traffic cop approached, sloshing through a mud puddle and squinting through the sprinkling rain. "What do you need, and where do you need it?" the male medic asked. The cop pointed towards the open barn doors. "We got a body over there in the barn. It's been a busy night. We got 10 bodies. You got the last one," the cop said. It was clear in the tone of his voice that he had seen more than enough carnage for the night, and was thankful to have been given the mundane task of directing traffic. Stress was written all over his face. "What's wrong with him?" the medic asked. "He's dead," the cop said grimly. "Yeah, they're all dead." He looked like he had seen a ghost. The paramedic turned to the driver of the ambulance, a young, slim black woman in her late 20s. "Some emergency, they're all dead," he said. She made a wry face and drove through the wooden gate into the property, veering the ambulance sharply towards the front of the barn and parking. The two medics stepped out onto the muddy ground and ran through the rain towards the back doors of the ambulance. They both heaved the heavy doors open and lifted a gurney out of the back compartment and began rolling it inside the barn. The young black medic scrunched up her nose in disgust as the smell of fresh hay and manure mingled with the stench of death. She stopped short and stared down in disbelief at the enormous man sprawled across the barn floor, an axe protruding from his skull. A hockey mask was pulled over his face. The blade of the axe had broken through the thin plastic and embedded itself in his forehead. The tall, portly mustached police chief, his uniform obscured by the thick sheen of a rain poncho, was hovering over the body. Next to him, a forensic technician was snapping photos with his camera, and another technician was dusting for fingerprints. "Is this the guy who's been leaving the wet stuff?" the male medic asked. "Yep, he got 7 kids and 3 bikers, but this time they got him," the police chief said, staring down grimly at the axe firmly lodged in the masked man's cranium. The female medic watched as the body of a young biker chick clad in leather was being rolled out of the barn on a gurney, her dead eyes gazing up at the ceiling. 5 bloody puncture wounds forming a second mouth across her throat. The medic shivered down to her soul. She had never seen anything like this in her entire life. My God, she thought, this was him? She stared down at the body of the masked man in a mix of horrified fascination and bewilderment. His skin was deformed and graying, his nails black and broken, his hands covered in blood. The olive-green tattered work suit and slacks he was wearing were also caked with dried blood. He really killed them all? She thought to herself. Those poor kids. The thought of what they had experienced in their last hours was getting to her. The man didn't even look human. She silently prayed to herself that she wouldn't have to see what was underneath that mask. She couldn't believe people actually went out and put on masks and just started killing innocent people. But it was right before her eyes. She had already seen what he had done at the counselor training center on the opposite side of the lake. A kid in a wheelchair with a machete driven through his skull. 2 kids impaled on a spear. The sick shit you see in those cheap slasher flicks. He must have been absolutely insane. She couldn't even begin to process it. She was completely tuning out the inane dialogue between the police chief and the ambulance driver. She couldn't tear her eyes away from him. "All right, let's belt him," said the male medic, snapping his female companion out of her trance. One of the crime scene investigators reached down with gloved hands and yanked the axe free from the man's skull with a sickening pop. The female medic struggled to stifle her own grimacing. She was already being leered at by all those homicide detectives, and she didn't want them chortling to themselves about her being a rookie. The investigator slid the blood-stained axe down into a clear evidence baggie and sealed it. It took 4 men to heave Jason Voorhees' lifeless body onto the stretcher. The female medic then placed the sheet over him hurriedly, as if she were ripping off a Band-Aid, and stepped away as the male medic strapped him in. The woman took one side of the metal stretcher and started to walk with her partner out of the barn. As they began to roll him out of the barn, Jason's grimy, blood-caked hand slipped out from underneath the sheets, and his fingertips brushed the female medic's thigh. She leapt out of her skin, letting out a startled yelp. Several of the men laughed. "What's the matter with you?" the male medic asked, grinning from ear to ear. "He's dead!" "Christ, this place is a pile of shit," said 38-year-old Axel Burns, watching a light fixture flicker and buzz out. It was no secret that the Wessex County Medical Center morgue wasn't the best-kept facility. The hallways were narrow and dimly lit. The wallpaper was peeling. Most of the bulbs in the overhead ceiling lights had blown years ago. There had been some seedy going-ons with upper-level management at the hospital, and Axel got to hear the juicy bits from one of his security guard buddies. It turned out that one of the corporate representatives was dealing coke, and then some more shit happened, and long story short, nobody gave a fuck about the morgue. It was all he could do to alleviate his boredom, but gossip about just what juicy happenings were going on at this place of employment. They were always understaffed. Axel had to work nights and clean up the leftovers from the day shift. Bodies were constantly getting switched, lost, and there were constant complaints against Axel for what they said was unprofessionalism. He didn't know that you had to be professional to work in a dump like this. He was a morgue attendant, not a doctor. He wasn't even the one that helped with autopsies. He just made sure bodies came in and out and got where they needed to go. He ran his thumb along the wall and grimaced as he stared at the filth that came off onto his rubber glove. "I've worked in this shithole for way too long," he thought to himself. Being a morgue attendant sounded sort of exciting when he had read about it in the classifieds about 5 years ago. Sounded easy, too. He tried taking a job working with people, but he quickly discovered he didn't have the patience. So why not take a job where the only people you'd really have to work with are dead as a doornail? And it was a fairly easy job, even if he did work the night shift. The first few weeks it had been a piece of cake. But 5 long years of taking corpses into the cold room, sticking them in the freezer like a slab of meat, signing paperwork after paperwork, and doing coffee runs wasn't what Axel had imagined. He bit into his tomato and mayo sandwich, licked his fingers, and reached over to turn on the tiny television set that he had set up to stimulate himself for the mind-numbing lull of the night shift. He sat down on the edge of a folded gurney and took another bite. He hit the channel button on the remote, and a group of women in tight black leotards doing aerobics flashed onto the screen. Some sort of late-night raunchy workout tape. Alex grinned. The girl in the middle had a huge rack, and Axel felt himself getting a stiffy. "Hi, girls," he said to himself, staring lewdly at the screen. Could you blame a guy? Nothing to do around this dump but get your rocks off, he thought. Just as he caught a glimpse down the front of the blonde chick's leotard, he heard the doors leading to the morgue bang open. He groaned in annoyance. Great, another body. Another one of those kids that got killed up at Crystal Lake, he thought. Axel walked out into the dimly lit hallway. The body was coming towards him, a huge mass on a gurney covered with a white sheet that was being pushed by a tough-looking medic and a young black woman, her naturally frizzy hair wet from the rain, with a grim expression. Axel waited as they rolled the stretcher towards him and handed him a clipboard. Axel laid his sandwich down on the body and took the clipboard, hastily and illegibly scribbling his signature at the bottom of the page. The male medic gave him a frown. "This is your last?" the medic asked. "Nah, I got one more in there," Axel said, pointing to the cold room. "She's a real cute girl." "Was," the medic corrected him. Axel shrugged and glanced back at the cold room. She still is." The medic's jaw tightened. The young black woman's tightly pursed lips screwed into a disapproving grimace. "All you gotta do is go over there and, Axel made an obscene gesture, a grin spreading across his face. The female medic let out a cry of disgust and yanked the clipboard out of Axel's hand. "Nice talk, real nice talk," the male medic said, mortified. "I get the top copy." Axel held his hands up in the air defensively, ripped off the first page of the clipboard and handed it to the medic, and they both made their way back down the hallway, shaking their heads. "What?" Axel thought. "Does nobody have a sense of humor anymore?" He pulled back the sheets on the stretcher and he grimaced. A blood-stained hockey mask stared back at him. This must be the guy who killed all those kids, he thought. Why did people keep going up to those goddamn campgrounds? Hadn't they learned by now? That place was a death trap. 5 years ago, he remembered another series of murders at the old camp. He had heard the girl who survived went missing a few months later. Then again, he probably knew most of it was just an exaggerated legend spread by the locals, and Axel certainly made his contribution. After all, he got to see the injuries working in the morgue during these last murders. The guy really did a number on him. You had to be crazy to do something like that to a human being, he thought. Bodies literally found hanging from blood-stained bedsheets like sick pieces of artwork. A guy split in half down the middle like something out of a splatter film. Another girl with a spear lodged in her eye. And now, he had to be in the same room with the dead psychopath all night. Just great. Axel threw the sheet back over the body and pushed it into the cold room. Nurse Robbie Morgan hated going down to the basement. She didn't know why exactly. Maybe it was the fact that the basement was where the morgue was. And where there's a morgue, there are dead bodies, and despite her job, she hated the thought of death. She grimaced just at the thought of dying. She imagined the pain that those poor kids at Crystal Lake went through. How awful it must be to be murdered. The realization right before it happens, the adrenaline pumping through your veins, the sheer shock and agony as the knife plunges into your body, as hands wrap around your throat, as you stare into the deranged eyes of your killer. Nothing you can say or do to stop it from happening. She shuddered. It had been a hell of a night at Wessex County Medical Center. The night shift was never this hectic. They were the only medical facility big enough to hold all of the bodies within 30 miles of Crystal Lake. They had still been recuperating from the night before when another group of kids, mostly college age, were murdered by apparently the same psycho. Nurse Morgan liked the job that she had, but sometimes it took an emotional toll on her. She had seen far too many sobbing parents tonight, too many mangled bodies being wheeled around on gurneys. It was all too much for her to take in at once. She could stomach the gore, but it was the reactions of the family members that really got to her. There was something about seeing the look of sheer despair on a parent's face at the prospect of never seeing their child again that chilled her to the bone. She just had to choose this as her profession, right? In this town, during a killing spree. Just my fucking luck, she thought. It made her almost not want to be a parent. She would constantly be worried about where their child was at every second of every day, just out of sheer fear of becoming a bereaved parent. Yeah, fucking parenting. She'd just keep using condoms and taking the pill. Besides, she was a young woman in med school. She didn't have time for kids. She didn't have much time to breathe, now that she was thinking about it. Could I really do this for the next 3 years, possibly more, she thought? Could she bear seeing the horrified faces of grieving mothers and fathers, and watch women faint in their family members' arms after learning their child was horribly murdered? But what can I do, she thought. Throw in the towel? Call it quits? She did have bills to pay. No, not now. She was already in her 3rd semester, working to be a registered nurse, and so much money and time was already invested. But if one more thing went wrong tonight, she might just finally do it. She was at her wit's end, back and forth from her station to patients' rooms, constantly hearing code blue or code red being called over the intercom system. Then she would have to run upstairs to hold down a patient in cardiac arrest, or run downstairs to meet with the doctor to take crying parents to identify their child's mangled bodies. She felt like she was going to break any second. At the end of the day, she had to remember why she had wanted to be a nurse in the first place. To help people. To be that friendly face that a grieving parent needs to see. To be the help in that kind of situation. But tonight was almost too much. She stopped to catch her breath and clear her thoughts in the stairwell. God, I need a smoke break, she thought. She probably looked like hell. No time to worry about that now. She had to go down to inventory. She collected herself for a moment and then climbed the rest of the stairs down to the morgue and walked down the narrow hallway. A single light flickered unsteadily up ahead. The rest of the hallway was shrouded in shadows. The walls creaked and the pipes in the wall groaned. She turned the corner, coming to a stop at the reception desk. Where the hell was everyone? They had bodies coming in one after the other, and the morgue looked like a ghost town. She shrugged, glancing down at the clipboard. She jumped as two hands suddenly clamped down on her shoulders. She whirled around to face the morgue attendant, Axel, staring at her with lustful eyes. Oh, perfect, she thought. It's the other reason I hate going to the basement. I'm free, doll, Axel said. Yeah, at a bargain and twice the price, Nurse Morgan snapped, turning her back to him. Hey, what's the matter? Axel questioned, placing his hand on the small of her back. Nurse Morgan let out a heavy sigh. I have a headache, Axel. For you, I always have a headache. I can fix that, Axel said, stroking her hair. Why don't you come in the cold room with me? I'm closing up for the night. What do you say? Axel, I'm not faking any more orgasms for you, Nurse Morgan quipped, pretending to write something down on her clipboard, hoping he would take the hint and leave her alone. You got the curse? Axel asked. If I do, you're it, Nurse Morgan said, forcing a smile. She pushed past him back down the hallway towards the staircase, forgetting what she came down there to do in the first place. Since the day she started working at Wessex County Medical Center, Axel had been giving her dirty looks and using every dim-witted, cliché pickup line in the book. What a pig, Nurse Morgan thought to herself. What happened to common courtesy? Chivalry really was dead. She had always thought that when you liked someone, you actually went up and talked to them like a civilized human being, not spew out sexual innuendos and blatantly look down their blouse. She couldn't believe how outright disgusting he was. How had someone not reported his sleazy ass? How has he not been fired already? She hated him with a passion. There was no way in hell she was going to meet him in the cold room. Nurse Morgan stepped through the double doors into the cold room and stopped short. The room was pitch black dark. The light from a tiny television set illuminated a huge mass underneath a white sheet lying on a gurney. Was that him? The guy who killed all those kids? My God, she thought. Nurse Morgan craned her neck to see what was on the TV, and she smirked. Of course, she thought wryly. It was a woman's workout video, and the women might as well have been naked in their skimpy black leotards. Nurse Morgan shook her head and glanced around the room. Where the hell was he? Axel! Axel! She called. No answer. The only sound was the soft music coming from the workout video, and the humming from the freezers in the back. Axel! She turned back to the television, grimacing in disgust at the workout tape. All three women were bent over in exaggerated sexual positions, moving from side to side, their assets in full view. Unbelievable, she thought to herself. How could anyone watch this shit? It was so demeaning to women. Who was she kidding? This was Axel she was talking about. She reached down to turn the channel when two hands wrapped around her waist and she let out a shrill cry. Axel stood there, a dumb grin on his face. So glad you could come, he said, trying to kiss her on the hand. Nurse Morgan angrily pulled her hand away. God, Axel, you are the Super Bowl of self-abuse, she exclaimed. I just want to watch the news. Nurse Morgan leaned down and turned the channel on the tiny television set, and a news broadcast flashed onto the screen. And now back to the tragic story of the mass slayings at Crystal Lake, the voice said. Nurse Morgan sat down on the edge of the folded gurney and stared intently at the screen. Axel plopped down next to her glumly. He looked over at her, his big brown eyes racked with guilt. He put on his best puppy dog eyes and scooted closer. Nurse Morgan glanced over at him and scoffed. And so begins another chapter of the story that most residents of Crystal Lake had prayed was over. A trail of mangled bodies has led authorities to conclude that... The announcer's voice was interrupted by a pulsing disco beat, and the ladies in the black leotards popped back onto the screen. Nurse Morgan looked at the remote in Axel's hand and frowned. As she opened her mouth to speak, she felt Axel's lips brush her neck. He nuzzled her hair, and his hand began to move up her back towards the zipper of her crisp white nurse's top. I came to watch the news, she said firmly, pushing him away. She leaned forward and switched the channel back to the news station. Authorities are still awaiting the identification of the perpetrator's body, which is currently being held at the Wessex County Medical Center morgue. Nurse Morgan glanced back nervously at the body on the gurney behind her. "That's you they're talking about," Axel said, patting the huge mass behind him. Nurse Morgan's eyes widened, and she swatted at him. "I don't believe you." "Then shut my mouth," Axel said coyly, wrapping his arms around her and sliding her over to him. His lips pressed against hers, and his hand slipped inside of her uniform. Reluctantly, she kissed him back, running her hands through his hair. She finally succumbed, and she gently pushed him back onto the gurney. She straddled him, her hands sliding inside his lab coat, as his hands did the same with her nurse's top. She kissed him passionately. His hand found the zipper in the back, unzipped it, and he began fumbling with the clasp of her bra. In the midst of the hormone-induced rendezvous, they had no inkling of knowledge about the other presence in the room, a presence of stewing anger and deep hatred. They didn't see the large mass on the gurney behind them move ever so slightly, its chest rising and falling. Just as her bra was coming off in his hand, the white sheet behind them moved ever so slightly. A hand fell out from underneath the sheet. A scarred, deformed hand. The nails were blackened and filthy. It brushed Nurse Morgan's bare thigh. She shrieked and sprang to her feet, bringing Axel up with her. "Jesus Christmas, holy Jesus, God damn it, holy Jesus, jumping Christmas shit!" Axel cursed loudly, staring down at the unsightly hand dangling from underneath the white sheet. Nurse Morgan shrunk back into the corner, her chest heaving and her heart pounding. Her fear quickly turned into anger, and she pointed a finger at Axel. "You'd better get that sucker in the icebox. I must be going nuts. I must—" She stopped her furious diatribe when she noticed Axel's eyes directed at her unzipped blouse. She zipped it back up angrily, staring daggers at him. "Good night, Axel," she said, making a beeline for the doors. "Where you going?" Axel protested. "I'm going crazy," she screamed back at him, and she disappeared down the hallway. "I'm an idiot," Nurse Morgan scolded herself. Why did she always have to give in to him? They had fooled around a few times before, and she immediately regretted it every time. Axel Burns was nothing but a quick fix, someone you did it with once and never thought about it or talked about it ever again. She was single, so it wasn't like she was doing anything she shouldn't be, but it still felt so wrong. She was leading the bastard on. There was no way in hell she was getting in a relationship with him. Maybe a quick make-out session to break the tension at work, but that was it. Axel was one of those guys that sits at every seedy dive bar and leers at you over a glass of beer, making kissy faces and being an overall creep. The guy that gets kicked out before the night is over because he won't stop harassing the women, or because he won't go home when the lights are being turned on and everyone is being sent out. This was the last time, she told herself, the absolute last time this was happening. She couldn't do it anymore. It wasn't fair to Axel, even if he was a complete idiot. She shoved open the door to hospital inventory and leaned against the shelf, regaining her composure. What was wrong with her? Was it the stress, the murders? That had to be it. That had to be it. With the sudden late-night rush of bodies, the stress was getting to her. She shouldn't have gone down there in the first place, but then again, she had hoped that she could just go in and have a place to relax and watch the news, without any of the people she worked with. And maybe if Axel wasn't such a pervert, they could have just talked and had some coffee, and it could have made for a pleasant experience in the midst of the chaos. She surmised that's what she deserved for giving him that much credit. She looked at her watch. It was almost midnight. Her shift was almost over, and she hadn't done a bit of inventory like she was supposed to do every night. "Damn you, Axel," she muttered under her breath. "Guys are just pigs," she thought. She flipped through a few pages in her clipboard, scanning the inventory list and then glancing up at the rows of shelves stocked with tiny glass vials in front of her. "Jesus, Axel," she wondered, "what made you like that? Just because your father was a slimeball doesn't mean you have to follow in his footsteps. Have some respect for yourself." Her thoughts began to trail off. She walked down the last aisle of shelves, standing on her toes to reach the top shelf. And just as her fingers grasped at the tiny jar above her head, the thought of Axel's sleazy hands crossed her mind again, and she didn't notice another vial sitting a little too close to the edge. Her clipboard bumped it as she stumbled forward, and it fell and shattered, spilling the biohazardous fluid on the floor. "Shit! Shit!" she swore through clenched teeth. What else could go wrong? It had to be the curse of Crystal Lake, she thought miserably, and the curse is Axel fucking Burns. Axel lifted up the sheet and stared in disgust at the masked man lying on the slab. Jesus, he thought. No wonder he wore that mask around. He dropped the sheet, rolled the masked man's corpse into the freezer, and slammed the door shut, not bothering to latch it. God, that bastard was heavy, Axel thought. Who'd have thought he'd be looking over a mass murderer? At least his job was a little bit more exciting now. He grabbed his cup of coffee off of the counter and sat back down on the folded gurney, his eyes glued to the TV screen, where the chicks in leotards were still bouncing and gyrating to the pulse of the synth beat. He grinned. "Hi, girls. Thanks for waiting," he said, softly chewing his bottom lip. He gave the blonde in the middle a dirty look. She'd act right, thought Axel. She'd be willing to do anything to him. She wouldn't leave him horny and run off like a crazy person. Look at yourself, he chided himself, sitting here staring perversely at these total strangers. You didn't even know their names. What else could he do but stare at them? That's all there was to do in this dump. That's all he ever did anyways. Stare at chicks, stare at complete strangers, even the dead ones. He'd never had a steady relationship, never even been married. There was no way he was getting tied down to one broad. Women were far too complicated to be around for that long. He didn't know what the hell had just happened with Nurse Morgan. Usually she would have happily complied to fooling around before closing up. Not this time. What the hell was her problem? What had he done wrong? She was acting like she had never seen a dead guy before. That was the problem with broads, acting on their emotions and always blowing things out of proportion. You work as a nurse in a hospital, he thought, and you get spooked by a body? Women, Axel scoffed under his breath. They needed to lighten up and learn to just have some fun. What else was there to do besides screw around at this job? He had so much downtime, that was the only thing to do besides sit in front of the TV, drink coffee, and get your rocks off. He took another sip of his coffee and cursed under his breath as a huge drop splattered onto his white lab coat. "Damn it!" he said, and reached to set his coffee on top of the TV. He didn't notice that the icebox behind him was empty, and the door was standing wide open. He didn't notice that a surgical hacksaw was missing from the table. As he sat back on the folded gurney, an immensely powerful hand clamped down his forehead, yanking him backwards. Axel had no time to scream or fight back. He didn't have time to process that he was actually being murdered. He saw the blade of the hacksaw move past him in a blur, and he felt a searing white-hot pain stronger than anything he had ever felt before. Warm blood began to flow down the front of his lab coat, and he realized that his throat had been slashed. The blade had sliced through his carotid artery, resulting in a brilliant geyser of blood that sprayed all over the television screen in front of him. Blood began to gurgle up in his throat, pouring from his mouth as he choked and gagged for air. White streaks of pain flashed in front of his eyes, and he felt his entire body going numb as he choked on his own blood bubbling up and cascading from his severed neck. Just as his life was being drained out of him, two hands grabbed him on either side of his head and twisted 180 degrees. He didn't feel a thing. There was the sickening sound of his neck snapping, and the last thing Axel saw before life became nothing but a blur was a man wearing a hockey mask standing over him, admiring his handiwork. Chapter 2. Nurse Morgan didn't hear the door to the inventory room slowly swing open and the slow, laborious breathing, steady at first and then growing with intensity. She swept up the last few pieces of broken glass into the plastic biohazard bag, shaking her head miserably. What a night, she thought sourly. What a hell of a night. She knew what she was doing the minute she got home. Get a hot shower, take some sleeping pills, and hit the sack. She could still feel Axel's hands all over her. He was a total pig. Why did she keep falling for him? He was inconsiderate, he was rude, he was crude, he was everything that girls hated in a guy. But yet she still found herself sneaking down to the morgue every now and then to see him. And that wasn't even the worst of it. He'd get inside your mind. Now she was dropping things everywhere and being a total klutz. What a sleaze. Her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps behind her. "Get lost, Axel, I'm busy," she yelled over her shoulder, not bothering to turn around. "I've had more than enough of you for one night." The footsteps kept coming closer and closer. The breathing grew louder. A huge shadow fell over her. Nurse Morgan felt her face growing hot with anger. "Read my lips! Leave me alone!" she shrieked and spun around. A hockey mask was staring right back at her. Before she could react, Jason Voorhees' powerful hand clamped around her neck and slammed her back against the wall. She let out a blood-curdling shriek as Jason lifted her into the air, her feet dangling in mid-air, his grimy hand in a vice-like grip around her throat. She reached out, clawing and scratching at her assailant, seeing the utter hatred in his eyes through the 2 holes in the blood-stained hockey mask. It was him, the guy who killed all the kids at Crystal Lake, and he was killing her. She barely had time to process the realization. All she could do was continue to scream hysterically at the top of her lungs and try with every ounce of her strength to pry the maniac's hands from her throat. It was all in vain. There was suddenly a flash of silver and a scalpel was plunged into her midsection. She let out a guttural gurgling noise, blood bubbling up in her throat, and her vision faded to red and then to black. All she could hear next was the sound of her own flesh ripping as the scalpel sliced down through her torso. For a split second, she felt the most agonizing pain she had ever felt, and then everything went dark. Her limp body collapsed in a pool of blood and entrails, and Jason let the scalpel fall from his hand. He felt the seething rage inside of him slowly subside, but it would soon come back. It always did. Whenever he killed, he felt the rage dissipate, and an unbelievable sensation of satisfaction washed over him. But it was only a matter of minutes before he felt it again. Whenever he saw young people doing filthy things to each other, it brought the feeling back, each time stronger than the last. He had heard them on the gurney in front of him, climbing all over each other, kissing, moaning with passion, and all he could feel was an overwhelming lust to eradicate them both, to watch their blood flow between his fingers, to feel a blade slice into their flesh, to watch all of the life drain from their worthless bodies. They were all the same, just like the blonde girl, the one who took his mother's life. He felt the same insatiable fury when he had killed all of them. He didn't feel the bloody gash above his left eye where she had struck him with the axe. He hardly felt anything when it happened. All he felt was the anger and hatred towards her, towards them, towards all the young careless people who ran around and did filthy obscene things to each other in the dark. The ones who weren't watching him, the ones who had killed the only one who loved him, drove her crazy mad with grief and then killed her right in front of him. For 20 long years, he survived lost in the woods, unable to find his mother, feeding off the wilderness, and then, after what seemed like forever to his unhinged mind, he watched from the shadows of the trees as his mother was killed on the shore of the lake, watched her head be sliced clean from her body and roll off into the water. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. All he could understand was that they hurt him, and hurt his mother. They let him die. Nobody had cared. He remembered 20 long years ago as if it had happened yesterday, a vivid fragment of blurred and distant memories. His whole life had been a blur, trapped in his silent world, living on his own out in the woods of Crystal Lake. But now, he saw what the world was like and he despised it. They hadn't been watching him. They only cared about pleasuring themselves, like his mother had always said. He remembered his mother had brought him to the edge of a field where the counselors had been hanging out one night and told him how the youth were all engaged in drugs and making love and how disgusting it was, and that they would all pay for their sins. And she was right. Every time he saw them out here, every time he saw young people at Camp Crystal Lake, they were all acting the same, just like his mother had said. Getting nude and running into the woods to touch each other and pleasure each other, heedless of any worries or cares. They all had to pay. Wherever they went, they spread obscenities in their disgusting ways. Time and time again, he would spy on the counselors back at Camp Crystal Lake, and just as his mother had said, they would all be engaging in drugs and making love like feral animals. like the disgusting, abhorrent, worthless pieces of flesh that his mother had told him that they were. He remembered how all the kids had ostracized him until he was walking out alone by the lake while the other kids were playing soccer and had fallen in, and no one had heard him scream. The counselors hadn't heard him scream. No one had heard his screams. The rage grew. He had woken up, not remembering how long he had been underwater. The only thing that had helped him survive was the thought of his mother. He remembered floating with the current until after what seemed like forever, and then he found himself somewhere on the lake shore, far away from his mother and from Camp Crystal Lake. He had survived for weeks that turned into months and years, hiding out in some abandoned cabins and surviving off canned foods and berries and any fish or small rodents he could catch. After what seemed like eternity of rote survival in the wilderness, after nights of dreaming of his mother, he had gotten back to Camp Crystal Lake, but found his mother gone and the cabins vacated and condemned by the authorities. There he stayed, hiding out in the cabins and running into the woods whenever a Crystal Lake deputy would come to make his rounds and make sure no one was trespassing on the campgrounds. And it was there that he had seen them, counselors, and Steve Christie disturbing his home, turning it back into a place where teenagers, young people, happy, normal people, the ones who fit in, could go to make love and ruin his safe and peaceful hideout he had for himself. He had run into the woods terrified of them, still feral and out of his mind, but one night he heard his mother calling for him. "Kill her, Mommy! Kill her! Kill her!" He had heard her cry. He was watching from the shadows as the young, pretty blonde woman had fought his crazed mother on the shore of the lake and decapitated her. The rage grew. She hadn't forgotten about him. His animalistic mind had thought. She had been screaming his name, killing for him and seeking vengeance. And now the only rational position in his mind was to finish the job for her, to kill Alice and anyone who came back to his woods, to his lake. He managed to take his mother's head before the police started crawling all over the camp, and built a crude shack in the woods with some spare supplies he had stolen, where he lay in wait, dormant, not bathing or grooming, growing even more into some kind of uncivilized animal, surviving in the woods, waiting until the time was right. Jason would hear his mother's voice calling to him as he would kneel down to her by her decomposing severed head in the back of that dilapidated shack. "Kill her, Jason. Kill them all. Kill them all. Do you know what they did to me? What they did to you? They weren't watching you, Jason. They're very bad. They do very bad things with each other. Very bad, selfish, disgusting things. You must kill them. They can't hurt you. Kill for me, Jason." How could Jason let his mother's killer live, knowing she had only been loving him so much and avenging him? He couldn't let her live. She had to die. He didn't remember tracking her down. He didn't remember climbing into her apartment through an open window with his mother's severed head. But he remembered her scream as she saw the head sitting on the top shelf of the refrigerator where he had placed it on display, as a morbid reminder of what she had done. Her death happened in a wild blur. He had stopped her screams with one hand and held her as she struggled in his grasp like a fish on a hook. And then he had plunged the ice pick deep into her skull and into her brain. He didn't remember plunging it in, but he could remember the satisfaction from hearing her dying screams, and that he had to kill again and again. They all had to die, every last one of them. The counselors, selfish, careless teenagers, and all young people. They were all responsible. They would come back again and again to fulfill their selfish and abhorrent desires in his woods. It was what his mother wanted, and now he had to finish what she started. Jason was going back to Crystal Lake. Welcome to Crystal Lake. It was morning in Crystal Lake. The golden rays of the sun had just begun to peek over and paint the tops of the tall pine trees that surrounded the lake. An old weathered dock stuck out into the middle of the water next to a rickety sign that read Crystal Point. A beaver poked his head out of the water, scanning the surroundings for any sign of incoming danger, and then dashed back underneath the surface, seeing the two blonde women jogging down the trail near the lake shore. 17-year-old Trish Jarvis used to hate the idea of living out in the middle of nowhere. She had begged her mom not to whisk her away to a town out in the country, out to Crystal Lake. and take her away from her school. But it was no use. She was firmly set on the idea. She had also hated the idea of being homeschooled, but that was her mother's idea as well. It's much safer than public school, her mother would say. You won't have any bad influences like the kids in public school. Over the last few years, she had gotten used to the peace and quiet of the country, so she didn't complain much about it. After all, she could wake up in the morning to the sounds of birds chirping in the trees, instead of brakes screeching and cars honking and pedestrians hollering for a taxi. And since they moved out to the country and her mother began homeschooling them, she did have so much more time to spend with her family. They were able to go on an early morning or even a late-night jog around the lake without worrying about getting mugged. It was almost a picturesque scene. The shimmering lake could be seen through the tall trees from the porch of their 2-story cabin, and they had the quiet woods virtually to themselves except for a mostly vacant rental home on the opposite side of the heavily wooded clearing. Fallen pine boughs and dead leaves littered the grounds, and a twin set of mailboxes, one unused and rusted shut, marked the road that led into town. She had grown fond of it over the years. Besides, you could do anything you wanted out in the country. And yet her mother still worried, constantly worried, about every little thing. It was why they were out here in the middle of nowhere.
Don't stay out too late. Don't go into the woods alone. Don't wear short skirts. Don't talk to strangers,
she would say. What could happen out in the middle of the woods? There weren't any bears in this part of the country, and they didn't have anybody living around them. Their closest neighbor was several miles up the narrow dirt road leading into town. The only company they ever had was when a family would occasionally occupy the rental home next to them, and they had never had any trouble with them. They were the only people Trish had ever actually talked to in this town. God, I'm wasting my life in Crystal Lake, she thought. She was only 17, but she would be graduating soon. After this summer, she would be in her last year of homeschool. What was she going to do with her life? Maybe she could go off to college somewhere or get a job in another town and rent an apartment for cheap. Maybe get a job as a waitress or a bank teller and save up enough money to take some classes. Maybe something easy like accounting or being a secretary. Then, once she had saved up enough money, she could go to something like nursing school and have a career for herself. She enjoyed the thought of getting to help people, and after all, her mother had worked as a nurse in the city for a short time. She knew one thing for sure. She didn't want to do it in Crystal Lake. It was nice and all, and quiet, sure, but she had to get away. There was nobody she really connected to in this town. All of her friends were back home in the city. At this point, it was more about trying to make a living and getting away from this place and her family, but it seemed so horrible to think about things like that. It was just that her family was just starting to wear her. She saw them every day. All day. She loved them, of course, but my God, 24 hours a day with your family could really start to take a toll on you. You couldn't be cooped up with your family for too long or you start to go crazy. She never talked to anyone else except for them, except maybe the clerk at the grocery store or the hairdresser sometimes, and when a family would rent the house next door, she would almost knock their door down trying to meet them. Maybe she was just getting cabin fever. Maybe she was just lonely. Maybe she just needed a break or a change of scene. She didn't know for sure, but the Crystal Lake scene was getting old. Her dad would have loved it out in the country, she thought as they kept jogging. He would have loved the fresh air and the atmosphere. They separated 7 years ago, 2 years before they left for Crystal Lake. Trish always thought that it hurt her and her younger brother Tommy more than it hurt her mother. Their dad had always been there for them to get them out of any tough situations and taught them how to be adults, and how to apply for jobs, and how to fix cars and anything else they needed to know how to do. Even though her dad had fallen out of love with her mom, Trish still loved him more than anyone in the world. She had been the apple of her father's eye, and she had known he was seeing someone else before her mom knew. It was so obvious in the way he would stay in his room for hours, or by the telltale forced smiles and kisses, or staying out all night at the office until 3 a.m. in the morning. He had always bought her anything she wanted and let her do anything she wanted, and her mother was always the strict one, always the one to say no. The one thing he wouldn't do for her was give her an explanation. What had happened? She had asked them. Why can't you guys work this out? Her mom had reminded her that you couldn't possibly ask for an explanation of why you didn't love someone. There weren't any words for that, and she had been right. She really didn't see her father that much anymore. Ever since they moved out here, she didn't really see anyone. She mostly spent her days with Tommy or with Mom. Of course, she loved them, but that didn't mean she wanted to always spend every moment with them. Her only saving grace was that she was 17, and that meant she could drive. But they only had one car. Her mother would reluctantly let her drive into town on occasion, but it was always just to the grocery store or the comic book store with Tommy. Still, it did allow her some freedom. But who could she visit? She didn't know anyone in this town, not even any kids from the high school. What was the use of a car without people to go see? She was probably just being dramatic. After all, she had her whole life to escape and see the world. It had only been 6 years in this town. It wasn't like she'd spent her whole life here, but still something had to give. Trish snapped out of her thoughts and realized that her and her mother had been jogging in silence for the last quarter of a mile. She remembered that her father had called only a few days ago. "I talked to Dad," Trish said.
How is he?
Miss Jarvis asked hesitantly. "He asked me to come out and see him."
Did he tell you to take a number?
Miss Jarvis said. "No, but he asked about you."
Did he? Well, on second thought, maybe we should go out and see him.
Miss Jarvis said.
I bet he could stand a visit. What do you think?
Trish grinned slyly. "I think you're just getting horny." Miss Jarvis blushed and rolled her eyes, and they went back to jogging in silence. "Come on, Mom," Trish thought. It was a joke. You don't have to get so worked up. She stared out at the shimmering lake as they kept jogging down the trail. As she squinted through the trees, she thought she could see a dark figure in a small stand of trees on the opposite side of the lake. Or maybe not. As she slowed her jogging and squinted harder at the stand of trees in the distance, the figure vanished. God, Trish thought sheepishly. Who would be all the way out here in Crystal Lake? It was probably nothing, or a hunter, or just her imagination. Her mother was starting to wear on her, she thought. Pretty soon she was going to start liking the isolation. But for now she just wanted to have a little fun and meet someone new. What was so wrong with that? She was actually starting to hallucinate people in the woods. She was becoming her mother. Maybe it was that it was Friday the 13th tomorrow. People always said that bad things happened to you on Friday the 13th. But Friday the 13th was just another day out of the year, she thought. Just a silly superstition, right? Trish and Mrs. Jarvis stepped through the door of their wood-framed two-story cabin to the sound of masked gunfire and digital explosions. Miss Jarvis's 12-year-old son, Tommy, sat at the computer desk in the living room, a grotesque rubber mask pulled over his face, his fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard as he blasted his way through a row of enemies. Miss Jarvis frowned. She would never understand why kids these days were so enraptured by video games. Tommy would sit at the desk, his eyes glued to the screen, playing computer games for hours on end. How could a computer game be so much fun? All there was to it was to fly around in some sort of craft and blow everything in your path up. It was nothing but mindless violence, but still it kept him occupied. After all, when they moved to the country, Tommy didn't have much to do, especially during the summer. He had begged for a new computer the Christmas before and the Christmas before that, but she didn't have the funds. He also wanted a computer game, something called Zaxxon, and she didn't have the money for that either. He already had a computer up in his room, but he claimed that it was too old and too outdated to play the games that he wanted to play. So on Christmas morning a few months ago, she scraped up enough money and she surprised him with a brand new computer and Zaxxon to go with it. Now, she almost regretted it, considering it was all he ever did besides make those horrid-looking masks. Not that he didn't do a good job on them, but they gave her the willies, especially when he'd leave them sitting on her dresser to give her a good scare.
Tommy, would you turn it down?
She called into the living room. Trish chuckled to herself and walked up the staircase to change out of her sweaty clothes. Tommy turned away from his game of Zaxxon and sighed, looking at her through the eye holes in his mask. "But I got 98,000, he protested. Miss Jarvis shivered as she saw the hideous features of the mask on her son's head. It looked like something from that sci-fi movie she had seen when she was a teen. It came from outer space. It was a grayish color and the eyes were huge and oval-shaped. It wasn't even his scariest mask. He had over a dozen upstairs, all ones that made her skin crawl. But they looked good, so realistic, she often wondered how he did it. He would sit up in his room with his kit with the door closed for hours working on them.
How many robots is that?
She asked, playing along. 35, Tommy replied, turning back to the screen just in time to watch his player die in a pixelated explosion. "You lose," and big flashing letters flashed across the screen. Mrs. Jarvis crossed the front hall into the kitchen and reached for a rag on the counter, mopping her sweaty brow. This house was nothing like their apartment back in the city, she thought. Their apartment was squeezed into the back corner of a huge apartment complex, and from the inside you would have thought they lived in a normal one-story house in the suburbs. It was modern and comfortable. This house looked like a flashback to the early 1900s. It was a log cabin that looked like it was designed by Lincoln himself. All of the walls were made of wooden planks, and the railings that surrounded the front and the back porch were made of sturdy wooden logs. The inside wasn't much different than the outside. The ceiling was high and pointed and long, sturdy wooden beams stretched across from one wall to the other. The walls, too, were made of wood, and the rooms were adorned with Dutch doors and ancient oil paintings and wooden countertops. There were even an antique iron gas furnace in the dining room. Of course, it didn't work anymore. It was just a relic from the past. She didn't mind all of the antique furniture. It made it feel cozier. The inside of their apartment in the city felt like a doctor's office waiting room, but this house felt more like a home.
Hey, Tommy, why don't you try killing some robots up in your room?
Mrs. Jarvis called into the living room. I can't. I need a bypass patch cord, Tommy said, walking into the kitchen and peeling the mask off his face. The mask came off to reveal the young, naive face of a preteen boy. His shaggy brown hair was disheveled by the mask, and he reached into his pocket, pulling out a pair of wire-rimmed glasses and putting them on. Tommy sat down on a wooden bar stool as Mrs. Jarvis crossed the kitchen to the sink and began pouring herself a glass of water.
Maybe you can get one in town. Trish will drive you. Hey, while you're there, please, get a haircut.
Mrs. Jarvis said. Tommy groaned in response. "Ah, Mom!" he sighed. Mrs. Jarvis took a sip from the glass of water and looked down at the rubber mask lying on the counter.
That's a nice mask.
"Do I have to get a haircut?" Tommy moaned, not even registering the compliment. Mrs. Jarvis laughed and changed the subject.
You're getting really terrific in making those things.
"Thanks, I just customized it," Tommy said, admiring his work.
Hey, where's Gordon?
She asked him, looking around for their pet golden retriever. "He went out," Tommy replied, not looking up from his mask. Mrs. Jarvis looked into the hall and saw the back door standing wide open.
Oh, someone left the door open again.
She quickly moved towards it and closed it. "We're in the country," Tommy said. Mrs. Jarvis walked back towards the kitchen counter, her eyes wide with uneasiness.
What if a psycho walks in?
She immediately remembered last night, that news report about all those kids getting killed. She had meant to tell Tommy and Trish. She had wanted to tell them to be careful for the next few weeks until it all blew over. But she didn't want to frighten them, so she decided to just keep quiet. Just as her mind came back to reality, Trish came strolling into the kitchen, freshly changed into a white blouse and a comfortable-looking pair of shorts. "He'd probably challenge him to a game of Zaxxon," Trish joked. She opened the refrigerator and grabbed a pitcher of lemonade and a glass from the cupboard. "Hey, Mom, did you hear anything about the place next door?" Trish asked, pouring the lemonade into her glass.
Uh-huh. It's been rented by some kids,"
Mrs. Jarvis said, looking out the window at the two-story rental house beside them. "Great!" Trish exclaimed. "How many?" Tommy asked.
6.
"Well, it would be nice to have some company around here," Trish said, sipping her lemonade. Finally, some people her age were renting that house. I could actually make some friends, Trish thought to herself. She had had lots of friends in the city, but now that her mother was homeschooling her out in the middle of nowhere, it was almost impossible to meet anyone. The only kinds of people who ever rented that old house were elderly couples. Maybe she'd meet a friend, or even better, a boy. This might be the escape she needed. None of them had any idea that the company they would soon receive would be more terrifying than any of them could ever imagine. Chapter 3. Country boy, sitting in the grass, along came a prairie dog and crawled right up his ask-me-no-more questions. The 1973 gold Chevrolet Capri, crammed with 6 teenagers, flew down the narrow dirt road. 18-year-old Sarah Williams sat quietly in the back seat and watched the trees fly by her window, as she listened to the rest of her friends chant some old folk song that she had never heard before. They had all been singing for the past quarter of a mile, but it didn't bother her much. They all liked to cut up and have a good time, and she was used to it by now. Besides, they had a reason to be singing. The 6 of them had just graduated from their senior year at Springview High and felt like their young lives were just beginning. They had wanted to go to the beach for their big summer trip before they started college, but none of them had saved up enough money, so they all settled for a few days in the woods instead. After all, it would be much cheaper to rent a cabin in the woods, bring some drugs and booze, spend a few bucks in gas to drive about an hour outside of their town to Crystal Lake, and just relax in the great outdoors. Sarah glanced over at her best friend Samantha, a 17-year-old beautiful and vivacious brunette who was singing along with the two guys sitting up front. Sam's boyfriend Paul sat in the driver's seat, his trademark blue baseball cap pulled over his dark hair. Sarah's boyfriend Doug sat in the passenger seat. Sarah had been a little hesitant when Doug first asked her if she wanted to come out into the country with him and his friends for a graduation get-together. She'd lived in this area all of her life and had never even been in the woods. She also didn't know some of these people. Paul and Sam had been dating for several months now, but Sarah just wasn't all that close to him. The only time she had ever interacted with Paul while hanging out with Sam was when they wanted to screw around, which was usually whenever they were together. And then there was Ted, one of Paul's friends, who had brought along his friend Jimmy, and she hardly knew them at all. But surely they would all get to know each other a little bit and the tension would ease. Sarah stared out into the thick woods that lined the road. She had heard all sorts of horror stories, especially around this town. Stories of kids going off into the woods around Crystal Lake and never coming back again. She remembered from when she was a kid, and her parents would tell her about a little boy who once drowned there in the lake. It was a tale they would always tell her to try to make sure she didn't swim off where she couldn't reach. It was one of those small-town things. There were legends that got passed around and often got passed around so often that they became watered-down versions of what actually happened. But from what she had heard, some stuff did happen at Crystal Lake. Maybe a boy did drown. Maybe some kids did go out in the woods and get involved in a really bad accident. But Sarah was sure that most of it was just talk to try to scare you. After all, if all these old people knew how many kids around here used the woods to have sex and smoke grass, she would understand why they would make these things up. Sarah knew all too well about how small-town people can be. Her parents were a prime example of conservative, small-town narrow-mindedness. They couldn't stand her being with Doug and couldn't stand Sam. She had had so many long nights with them about it, even right before she decided to go on this trip. You shouldn't be going out in the woods for a weekend with those dope smokers. Sarah, you have a future. She had heard it all before. They were good friends. They just didn't know them like she did, and sure, they liked to party and get high every now and then, but who was she to judge? Who were they to judge? It wasn't a big deal. They had a really good time together. She wasn't that worried about her folks, though. They'd get over it, even though she probably wouldn't ever hear the end of it. She was more worried about being alone out in a cabin at Crystal Lake, but after all, she was with friends. And Doug told her that they would have some neighbors next door to the cabin they rented, a family with kids. It made her feel a bit safer that they wouldn't all be completely isolated. But she couldn't shake the knot forming in her gut as she stared out at the lonely wilderness on either side of the car. She hadn't seen a house or a store for miles. She wasn't necessarily a city girl by any means, but she wasn't fit for the woods either. Maybe she could smoke some grass to ease her anxiety, but she always tended to pass on it. Sarah didn't really like doing any of that. Even at all the parties that Sam always dragged her along to, Sarah always passed on the weed and the booze. She didn't do that stuff. It just made her so uncomfortable. Sarah hated feeling out of control. It was part of the reason why she also hadn't had sex. That and her parents constantly lecturing her about it. Sarah, you need to save it for marriage. Good girls always save it for marriage. That's what she was really worried about, she thought. Not only her parents, but everyone else, too. Not that it really mattered, but Sam was always talking about her sexual encounters, and Sarah always never had anything to say. She made it so awkward. They would all be sitting around getting high and hooking up while she just sat there with Doug, not knowing how to make a move and being terrified to do anything about it. Sam had always said that it's okay to be a virgin. Save it for when you're ready. But Sarah still felt so self-conscious about it. Maybe it's because she really wanted to do it, but just didn't know how. She couldn't initiate. Well, she thought maybe this weekend she was finally ready to do it with Doug. After all, they had been dating for 3 months, and it had gotten hot and heavy at one point. This weekend may finally be the chance to do it. It was now or never, because they were graduating and would likely be going off to different schools. As the thought of sex raced through her mind, she chewed her lip anxiously. Doug had always been understanding about the sex stuff and never pressured her, but she had also never been alone with him in a romantic way except for one other time. And now they definitely had the place and the time to be alone, out in the woods, at night, What would happen if everyone was out screwing and Sarah was left alone with him? What would happen then? Just do it when it feels right, she told herself. If it's not right, then Doug would understand. If she was just going to worry herself to death if she thought about sex, she decided to shift her mindset to the scenery flying by the car window. Her mind began to drift away from her worries, and she began to hear bits and pieces of Jimmy and Ted's conversation behind her. You broke up with B.J. Betty? Ted asked, dumbfounded. Both he and Jimmy were crammed in the open hatchback with the luggage. Jimmy ran his hands anxiously through his sandy, wind-blown hair. So to speak, he said, sighing. And would you lighten up on her? She's all right. Ted chuckled, adjusting his sunglasses. I'll say she's all right, he said, grinning. You should have treated her right. That girl wanted to be treated right. I did. I treated her right, Jimmy protested indignantly. That's what's driving me so crazy. Did I? Jimmy thought to himself. Maybe Ted was right. Maybe there was something he had done wrong. Why did he always have to screw it up every time a girl liked him? He'd only been dating this chick for a week and a half, and she totally blew him off. Same with the lass. Jimmy and Ted had been best friends since middle school, and Ted was always the guy that got all the girls. Who could blame the girls? He was one of the coolest guys in school, but more in that bad boy wannabe kind of deal. All the girls loved it. He was all right looking, decent head of hair, nice smile. Jimmy never understood how he did it, but that's how it was. Ted getting the girls, Jimmy's relationships never seeming to work out, and Jimmy crying to Ted for advice. This time, things weren't any different. I mean, first I would call her and she would take my calls, and then she would have something to do, and then she wouldn't even take my calls. Can you figure that? What the fuck happened? Jimmy exclaimed, running his hands through his hair again. Ted shook his head. Here, let me put it in the old computer. He rubbed his hands together and Jimmy rolled his eyes. Come on, I'm being serious about this. Hey, the computer don't lie, Ted said. Let's see. Ted held up both his hands, pretending to type on an imaginary keyboard. Jimmy let his head rest on the seat behind him, sighing with exasperation. Ted's computer had been a running joke throughout their friendship, but now Jimmy didn't find it very funny. Many times Jimmy had sat and watched Ted bring up results on the computer, only for them to be one of two things, hurtful insults or a piece of advice that never worked out in the end. Jimmy watched painfully, waiting to hear the results. Ted finished typing and stifled a laugh. He buried his face in his hands. What? Jimmy asked. Ted glanced over at his friend with apologetic eyes, shaking his head. It says you're a dead fuck, he said, holding in his laughter. What? Jimmy asked in disbelief. A dead fuck? A lousy lay? Ted explained. You know? Ted held his arms out, his hand dangling suggestively. Oh, don't hold back, Doc. Just give it to me straight, Jimmy exclaimed sarcastically. Hey, I didn't say it. The computer did, Ted said defensively. Yeah, well, there's no computer, Jimmy retorted. Ah, and there's no Betty either, Ted said matter-of-factly. Jimmy sighed, defeated. There was no winning with Ted. So I'm a dead fuck, he said miserably. Ted shrugged matter-of-factly. Jimmy flopped back on the headrest and buried his face in his hands. God, I'm horny. The Chevrolet Capri pulled over to the side of the road and came to a stop. Doug fished a map out of his back pocket and started scanning it carefully. Samantha leaned over the seat over Paul's shoulder, her eyes wide with concern. Where are we? We're lost, Paul admitted, forcing a weak smile. Sarah looked out the window and saw that they had come to a stop right beside an old, dilapidated cemetery. A weed-choked iron gate surrounded the perimeter of the cemetery, and all of the tombstones were weathered and faded. She felt a chill run down the length of her spine. She'd always hated cemeteries, ever since she was a kid. Just the fact that she was walking directly over dead bodies gave her goosebumps. She could read the name on one of the newer gravestones. It read, Pamela Voorhees, 1930 to 1979. Why did that name sound so familiar? The last name Voorhees. She remembered Doug mentioning something about the name Voorhees when he was asking her to come to Crystal Lake with him. It was probably nothing. Still, she felt the knot forming in her stomach again, and another chill ran up her arm. "Stop spooking yourself, Sarah," she told herself. Samantha turned her head and noticed the cemetery. "Pretty creepy," Sam said.
Yeah.
Sarah said, her voice trailing off. Okay, I think we keep going straight for 2 miles and then hang a right," Doug said, pointing at the map. "I hope you're right," Paul said, and pulled onto the road. Sarah slowly watched the cemetery disappear from view. She couldn't take her eyes off of that one gravestone. It looked newer than the others. They must have died within the last few years. Voorhees. What was it about that name? Voorhees. Pamela Voorhees. She repeated the name in her mind, trying to remember why that name gave her such an awful feeling. What had Doug said about the name Voorhees? Oh well, she wasn't paying attention when he had said it, and she shouldn't be worried about it now. It was probably just another Crystal Lake legend that their parents had always talked about and always warned them about. It was part of why her folks had been so adamant about them not going up to Crystal Lake. They said something about a campground where bad things happened. But if anything did happen, it was years ago. All of those things were just exaggerations. She was just letting her imagination run wild. Nothing would go wrong if they were all out there together. Sarah was starting to feel like her life was just beginning. She had had her best friend, her boyfriend, and they were going to enjoy a peaceful weekend in the country, and nothing, and nobody was going to stop them. There was nothing to be afraid of. Patty Cunningham let out an exhausted sigh. If someone had told her before she decided to go on a weekend camping trip for some peace and relaxation, that she would end up broken down on the side of the road and forced to hitchhike in unbearable heat covered in mosquito bites from head to toe, she never would have gone in the first place. Go to Crystal Lake, they said. Take some time off, they said. Take a vacation, they said. They had all told her it was just what she needed, and not to blame them. They were right. With her husband running off on her and getting laid off from her job, it had been a stressful 2 months, and finally, when she had almost reached her breaking point, her best friend Linda grabbed her by the shoulders and told her to take a vacation. But she had no idea that her car would stall. Of course, she wanted to blame Linda, but it wasn't her fault. Nobody could have predicted that she would have had to hitchhike all the way to Crystal Lake while carrying her suitcase and knapsack in 98-degree weather. And the worst part of it was she hadn't seen a single car since she started walking. No one lived out here. Ever since she left the town of Crystal Lake, she hadn't seen a single sign of civilization. It was hopeless. She would be forced to walk the next 10 miles to the spot by Crystal Lake that she had mapped out back home. She looked both ways down the desolate road. There was no sign of life anywhere. I'm fucked, she thought miserably. She saw an old tree stump not too far from the side of the road, and she tossed her stuff down and sat. It could be worse, Patty thought to herself. She could have gotten into a wreck and be injured. She definitely didn't need to be hitchhiking down the road in the heat with a broken leg. It'll be all right. Someone has got to come by eventually, she thought. She was fortunate that she found some old Save the Trees picket signs in her trunk from her tree hugger days in college. They were bright and colorful and were sure to attract a passing motorist. She had all her things. There was food and a sleeping bag in her suitcase. She could even camp out under the stars if it came to it. Maybe this wouldn't be such a ruined vacation after all. Just then, her thought was confirmed when she saw the front end of a 1973 Chevy Capri coming toward her down the country road. She grabbed her brightest sign and sprang to her feet, holding up the sign and waving her arms frantically. It was her big chance. Patty's shoulders slumped as she watched the Chevy fly right by, and she let her arms fall to her side, defeated. You have got to be shitting me, Patty thought to herself. The one car that passes by is full of a bunch of damn kids, a bunch of spoiled teens. She had seen the smirk on the face of the dark-haired boy wearing sunglasses in the back. Damn kids, she thought sourly. Just as the car began to disappear around the corner, the dark-haired kid in the sunglasses leaned out of the open hatchback. Hey, honey, you got a sister? He yelled out to her. He let out a guffaw of laughter. She heard the rest of the teens cackle with laughter as well. Patty couldn't believe it. She was speechless. But then she remembered that during her protesting days in college, there were more than a few people that didn't take too kindly to them parading around with their rainbow-colored signs, so her group had painted "Fuck You" on the back of the signs in black spray paint. She knew it would come in handy. She flipped around the sign and gave him the middle finger for good measure, but he didn't see it. The car was far down the country road. What was this world coming to? A world where people just pay no attention to someone who needs help. A world where people drive right by a woman on the side of the road just wanting a ride. Of course, she had heard all the horror stories about murderous hitchhikers, so she kinda didn't blame them. But still, there was no need to say things like that. What kind of parents would raise a child like that? That little prick needed to have the shit beaten out of him. That's what was wrong with this generation. Nobody hit their kids anymore. They were raising goddamn nightmares. She knew she was overweight, and she knew she wasn't all that attractive, but these disrespectful bastards just didn't know when to keep their mouths shut. Was she like that when she was younger? Surely not. Was she an awful, immature person who would have done something like that? No, it was different in her day. They would learn. It would come back to bite them in the ass. Maybe a few days from now, or maybe a few years. Patty threw her hands in the air and plopped back down on the tree stump, realizing that she hadn't eaten since she left home. Her stomach was grumbling loudly. She reached down into the side pocket of her suitcase and pulled out a ripe banana, and peeled it, biting into the soft fruit. She was too busy munching loudly on her banana to hear the footsteps behind her, slow and steady at first, then growing quicker and agitated. Then she heard the leaves crunching behind her, light footfalls. Someone was behind her, but Patty didn't have time to see who it was. A hand grabbed her by the hair in a fierce talon-like grip, and another hand shoved a hunting knife into the back of her neck. She vomited up a hideous mixture of blood and banana, horrified at the sight of the bloody tip of the knife protruding from the front of her throat. In the throes of death, Patty's right hand clenched, squeezing the banana into mush, and she felt life ebb quickly. Jason Voorhees stood over her lifeless corpse, once again feeling the boiling rage inside of him subside. He stared down the road at the Chevrolet Capri becoming tiny in the distance, and he clenched his fist. He had watched them drive by and heard their laughter. Young teenage laughter. None of them deserved that happiness. They all deserved nothing short of unadulterated annihilation and pure loathing. This Friday the 13th weekend they would all pay. For so long he waited for them to return so he could kill once again. And now it would all be worth it. He would be doing just what his mother had wanted, to end the lives of the counselors and any other abhorrent teenagers who decided to come to his home, his hunting grounds. He hid out in that shack in the woods undetected by law enforcement, and anyone who did find his shack was easily dispatched. Then he saw them, walking through the woods in scantily clad clothing, laughing, fondling, and groping each other. Counselors, the ones his mother had tried to kill. Back on his land. At his camp in his woods. He couldn't let them get away with it. He couldn't let them get away with engaging in those filthy acts at his lake. They would all see why nobody returns to Crystal Lake to do disgusting and sick things to each other on his property, Jason's campgrounds. And he felt the rage return, and it burned even more intensely than the last time, threatening to consume him. Jason was back. The nightmare at Crystal Lake was far from over. The birds and the bees. Night had fallen, and the lights in the Jarvis house glowed brightly. The moon shimmered on the surface of the lake, and the waves softly crashed against the sandy shore, pushed by the cool night breeze. The symphony of all the nocturnal animals coming out to make their calls was in full swing. Mrs. Jarvis stared nervously out the kitchen window above the sink, looking out into the pitch-black darkness. She couldn't stop thinking of the news report. She couldn't stop thinking about the murders. 10 bodies, they had said on the news, and there were even more bodies that had been found across the lake. Of course, The lake was big and stretched across many miles, and although it was on the same lake, it was probably pretty far away. But not far enough, she thought. Not far enough to put her mind at ease. She was nearly missing the tomato she was trying to slice, and had almost nicked herself with the large butcher knife. Her knuckles were curled tightly around the handle. She kept getting distracted from looking down at the cutting board and glancing at the doors and the windows. She had been paranoid all night. The last 3 times she had peeked out the kitchen window, she could have sworn she saw something move. Was it just the way the tree branches were casting shadows, or just her imagination? Tommy and Trish had no idea that the last 2 days there had been a maniac running amok across Crystal Lake. But she just couldn't bring herself to tell them. Even though Tommy loved making those terrifying masks and played all those violent games, he could still get scared. She faintly remembered their apartment in the city getting robbed, and Tommy couldn't sleep for weeks afterwards. She had come home to the door jimmied open in a ransacked office and kitchen, and Tommy standing there frozen with terror, his eyes glassed over, almost in a trance. For the next 2 or 3 months he would cry out in the middle of the night, prompting her to have to run in and rock him back to sleep. She couldn't imagine how he would react if she told him there had been a killer on the loose. After all, the killer was dead, wasn't he? The guy was dead. But somehow her mind wouldn't let her believe it. She hadn't turned on the television all morning. She didn't want them to see anything about it, and it wouldn't do her any good to watch it either. She looked over at Tommy, who was setting the table for dinner. Should she tell him about it, she thought, just so he would be careful? She was about to open her mouth when Trish walked into the kitchen, eyeing the casserole dish of tuna salad on the stove that Mrs. Jarvis was preparing. "Ah, Mom, I thought we were having pizza for dinner," Trish said.
I thought so too, but the refrigerator is full of leftovers,
Mrs. Jarvis said, cleaning her hands with the dish rack. Trish frowned.
You're not smiling. You aren't in the mood for tuna salad?
Mrs. Jarvis asked. Well, Trish sighed, disappointed. She glanced over at Tommy, who walked over towards the counter to grab another plate. Mrs. Jarvis and her daughter gave each other a knowing look. They both began to sneak towards Tommy, who looked on with displeasure, shaking his head and backing away. Trish came up from behind him, and they sandwiched him in.
I know what I'm in the mood for,
Mrs. Jarvis said, grinning deviously. No, no, Tommy protested, but it was too late. They both wrapped their arms around him and pinned him in between the both of them.
A Jarvis sandwich!
Trish and her mother cried, mock laughing maniacally and squeezing the struggling Tommy as tight as they could. Wait, I heard something at the door, Tommy exclaimed.
Oh no, I'm not falling for that,
Mrs. Jarvis said, hugging him tighter as he wriggled free from her grasp. Tommy broke free and moved towards the door. No, I heard that too, Trish said. He was right. Something was scratching wildly on the door. Tommy swung open the door and was greeted by a large, shaggy golden retriever leaping up on him and licking the side of his face. Hey, boy! Hey, Gordon! Tommy greeted the excited family dog, tousling his silky fur. Where you been, Gordon? You been sneaking around? You got a girlfriend or something? Tommy cooed playfully, as Gordon unfurled his tongue and pawed at him in response. Gordon hopped down and trotted happily into the kitchen, where Mrs. Jarvis and Trish both petted him affectionately. Gordon was a stray they had found a few months after moving to Crystal Lake. He was wandering around their property for about a week, and he eventually became the family pet. Mrs. Jarvis had gone and put up flyers around town, but nobody claimed him, so they gave him a name, and he had been with them ever since. Tommy began to close the front door when he got a glimpse of 2 headlights coming down the country road, cutting through the inky black darkness. A 1973 Chevrolet came to a stop in front of the rental house next door, and there was a loud clamor as the 6 teenagers piled out of the car. Hey, I think those kids that rented the house next door are here, Tommy said, stepping out onto the front porch and eyeing the 2 slender, dark-haired girls that climbed out of the back. His eyes grew wide. He had been homeschooled for as long as he could remember, and he had never seen a girl so pretty. They were both gorgeous, especially the girl with the darkest hair. He felt a tingling sensation in his stomach. What was happening, he thought to himself. It was just a girl. Why did he feel so weird? She wasn't that attractive. Oh, who was he kidding? She was the most beautiful girl he had ever laid his eyes on. and she was going to be living next door to him for the next few days, maybe even for an entire week. Trish stepped out beside him, calling back inside to her mother. "We're going to go say hi," Trish said, and closed the door. Trish and Tommy climbed down the rickety porch steps and walked down the path towards the rental house. The rental house was a Victorian-style clapboard two-story bungalow with a balcony and a sprawling porch. A big, octagonal picture window overlooked the front yard. The two slender, dark-haired girls getting out of the back seat of the car noticed them and waved. Gordon came bounding up behind Trish and Tommy and leapt up on the prettier of the two girls, licking her enthusiastically. "Oh!" Samantha cried, giggling. "Hey, boy!" "Gordon, bad dog!" Trish exclaimed and swatted him away. "Oh, he's all right," Sam said. "I'm Samantha." Sam shook Trish's hand. "Hi, I'm Trish, and this is Tommy. We're the Jarvises. We live next door." Trish introduced herself amicably. The girl with the lighter hair extended her hand.
I'm Sarah.
She said, shaking Trish's hand.
Nice to meet you both.
Tommy stood, frozen with fascination. The prettier of the two girls, Samantha, was wearing a low-cut top, and her cleavage was almost too much to handle. He had never seen a pair of breasts before. He knew girls had them, but he had never actually seen this much of them before. His hands were beginning to sweat, and his heart was racing. Sam bent down to pet Gordon, and his eyes fell right down her blouse. "What a handsome mutt you are," Samantha said, laughing, her breasts practically falling out of her top. "His name is Gordon," Trish said, noticing Tommy's blank expression. She followed his gaze to Samantha's well-endowed assets. Trish gave him a dirty look and swatted him, but honestly, she was checking out a few of the guys herself. Two of them were standing at the trunk, heaving suitcases out of the back and pulling them into a pile. One was really good-looking, and the other was decent, she decided. The good-looking one was tall and lanky, with a head of thick black hair that reminded her of Elvis, wearing a pair of sunglasses. They both wore straight-leg jeans that made the muscles in their legs show, and wore stylish dress shirts and slick black hair. She saw some of them were carrying graduation caps and surmised they had all dressed up for the ceremony. Another suave-looking guy in a blue baseball cap called out to an attractive dark-haired guy to throw him a beer. The dark-haired guy tossed him a can of beer and carried the rest of the case into the house. The guy in the baseball cap popped the lid, took a swig, and cheered. Samantha giggled and rolled her eyes. "That's Paul acting like an idiot," she said. "And that's Jimmy and Ted." She pointed to the two guys standing at the trunk, unloading the luggage.
Hey, Doug, come meet our neighbors.
Sarah called to the dark-haired guy coming out of the house. It wasn't the guy with the baseball cap or the guy who looked like Elvis, but he was attractive too. He almost bore resemblance to a young Sean Cassidy. Trish's hands were beginning to sweat as well. She wasn't keeping up with their names. She just smiled lightly and tried not to stare. She wanted to say something, anything. Nothing came out, but just more standing and smiling. Doug, as Sarah had called him, came running over to meet them, shaking Trish's hand with a firm grasp. His wavy dark hair fell over his sparkling green eyes.
This is my boyfriend, Doug,
Sarah said, smiling. Trish felt a slight disappointment that he and Sarah were together, but she smiled anyway. I'm Trish, and this is my brother Tommy. You guys live around here? Asked Sam. Yeah, right there, Trish said, pointing back towards the house. Cool. Looks like we're going to be neighbors, for the next 3 days anyway, Doug said, smiling. He was gorgeous, Trish thought. He was tanned and muscular, and his teeth were perfectly straight. But who was she kidding? She certainly didn't have the body of Samantha or Sarah. Well, if you guys need anything, we're right next door, Trish said, figuring they would take the hint and offer an invitation. Sure thing, Samantha said with a cheerful grin, tossing her jet-black hair behind her shoulders. She was drop-dead beautiful, thought Trish. There was no way she wasn't hooked up with one of these guys, if not 2 or 3 of them. Her perfect olive complexion and hourglass figure were to die for. Well, see you around, Trish said. Let's go back to the house, Tommy. She tugged him gently on the arm, but he was still mesmerized by Samantha. Trish yanked on his sleeve more firmly, and he finally succumbed, following her back to the house. As they climbed the porch steps to their house, Trish took one last glance back at the rental home. The guy that looked like Elvis was leaning against the porch railing, sipping a can of beer and talking to Paul. Samantha ran up beside Paul and pressed her body against his, and Paul lifted her up into her arms and spun her around. Samantha guffawed with laughter, swatting at him. "Put me down!" she cried playfully. Trish sighed, watching as the handsome guy in the cap set Samantha on the ground and kissed her passionately, his hand groping her buttocks. Trish smiled weakly and shook her head wistfully. For the longest time she had been so lonely. Living out in the middle of the woods never brought her any friends, much less a boyfriend. The last boyfriend she had was in the 6th grade that she was forced to part with when her mother pulled them out of the city and dragged them out to the middle of nowhere in a hick town called Crystal Lake, away from civilization. She tried going to the local high school, but it had been a disaster. The whole school treated her like an outcast because she was from the city. They called her names, and she sat by herself at lunch. Much to her chagrin, Mrs. Jarvis pulled Trish out of that terrible influence and settled in at home where she had been homeschooled up until now. Now she almost wished she had just begged her mom to let her stay, that she could handle being bullied, but she had just gone along with it. She didn't like not having many friends. All she had were the ones that she kept in touch with back in the city, and her mother was in no way interested in moving back to the bustle of the city. She was dying to meet someone. She hoped that she could wait until she moved off to college to some prestigious university in a big city, but she didn't know if she could handle the cabin fever much longer. How much longer did she have before she would totally lose it? She was probably just being dramatic. After all, what was so wrong with going over and asking if they wanted to hang out? Why didn't anybody do that anymore? Why couldn't anyone just be honest and forthright with each other and explain your intentions clearly? Maybe she should just go over there and tell them all her family was driving her crazy and just come out right with it. But then, would they take her seriously or just rebuff her like the kids at school did? Well, there was only one way to find out. Just be nice, she thought, and be cool. Just go over and talk to them and let them get to know you. Maybe she could go over and visit them before they left, but she wasn't sure if her mother would be all too pleased at Trish going over to party with a bunch of teenagers she had never met before tonight. They were drinking and looked way too rowdy for Tracy Jarvis's standards. No, she would have to sneak over there when her mom went out jogging later, or when she went to bed before the weekend was over. What would be the harm in that? It would be good to socialize. She may even meet a foxy guy and start something, or just have a few drinks and maybe smoke a joint or two. My God, Trish thought. She imagined the look on her mother's face if she had ever said the word marijuana around her. She could hear her disapproving tone in her head. She hadn't tried grass before, but lots of her friends back home did it, and she didn't see the big deal. After all, she knew all about how marijuana was stigmatized in this country from reading books at the local library in town. She had read about how lots of anti-pot propaganda gave it a bad rep, and how a campaign mostly steered by Ronald Reagan started the war on drugs, and now weed was becoming one of the most frequently used illicit substances, when in reality it was a lot more comparable to alcohol than, say, heroin. It was one of the safest drugs, and she had always been eager to try it, but she worried about her mother smelling it on her if she were to come home in the middle of the night. She would have to sneak out, she thought, and take a quick shower or something. She wondered how long they were going to stay. Don't get your hopes up, she told herself. They could be gone tomorrow. It was just a rental house. She may as well just forget it had even happened, but she still felt a tinge of excitement as she stepped through the side door of the house, just feet away from the huge figure bathed in black standing behind a tree. Jason tightened his grip on the brown leather handle of the hunting knife, the blade still coated with the blood from the fat hitchhiker. Jason hadn't intended on killing her, but still he felt no regret. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Jason walked around the side of the Jarvis house, seeing Mrs. Jarvis staring wearily out the kitchen window at the rental house. Jason followed her gaze to the group of teenagers carrying luggage through the front door of the house, laughing and chatting, sounding so young and careless and joyous, it sickened him. Jason felt the rage swell, and he took a heavy breath, struggling to contain the white streaks of fury and rage that flashed before his eyes, desperate to quell the burning lust that was a powder keg within him, ready to ignite. They were all the same. Just look at them, touching each other intimately and enjoying themselves while doing it. They were touching each other the same way that those two counselors who should have been watching him were touching each other. Those two mindless teenagers who cared nothing about satisfying their selfish needs, heedless of the life that had been entrusted to them. They were all the same. Now he knew they had to die. They all had to die. Eventually, they all proved they were just as repugnant as the rest of them. He pictured his knife piercing the girl with the dark hair, soft flesh. The blade penetrating the flesh between her two ample breasts, penetrating her heart. He pictured the blade slicing through the boy's toned body, ripping through tendons and ligaments until he stopped screaming, hacking away at his remains until there was nothing left. The visions he would have were so vivid and salient that they made his mouth water and his heart race. Visions of blood, of screaming and entrails pouring out of wounds, and of eviscerated corpses. Every time he killed and saw the glaring red of the blood spilling out of their worthless bodies, it soothed the tightness in his chest and the pounding in his head. Everything felt right again, but then, when he saw them touching each other and enjoying themselves, everything got loud again, and he had to kill. There was no other way. He had no other options. The voice of his mother guided him. The real-life manifestation of the deep pain that he felt ever since he watched his mother die as she fought for her life was more than enough to satisfy him, but only for a short time. They all deserved punishment. His mother had been right. He had to finish what she had started 26 years ago. This Friday the 13th, they would all pay. Chapter 4. Samantha opened the door to the bedroom at the end of the hall and grinned at the side of the queen-size bed. "Looks like Paul and I are going to be having a lot of fun here for the next few days." Samantha laughed mischievously and turned back to Sarah, who stood in the doorway smiling weakly. Sam threw her luggage onto the mattress, unzipped it, and took out a large vanity purse and headed for the bathroom. "I need to freshen up," she said, taking out her ponytail and letting her jet-black hair fall down on her shoulders. Sarah sighed and followed her into the bathroom, leaning on the doorframe. Sam noticed Sarah's subtle uneasiness in the mirror. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" Sam asked, taking out a brush and combing it through her long silky hair. Sarah sighed. "I don't know how you do it," Sarah said. "Do what?" "You know," Sarah said, gesturing to the bed. Sam laughed. "Have sex? I don't know how you don't." "You do it with everybody," Sarah said, more to herself. "I do not," Sam protested, spraying a dab of perfume down her cleavage. "I do it with Paul." "Really?" Sarah said, skeptical. Sarah had heard all the rumors at school about Sam's sexual escapades. She worried about her sometimes. What if she got a disease from some guy? What if she got pregnant? She would never forgive herself if she let her best friend ruin her life because she didn't say anything about her many lovers and sexual happenings. "Come on, Sarah. You know how guys are. They lie about that all the time. They say that about every girl." "They don't say anything about me," Sarah said. "That's because you don't have a reputation," Sam replied. "I mean, you and Doug have been dating for months, and you've barely kissed him." "I have too," Sarah said indignantly. "Look, Sarah, I got my reputation in the 6th grade. Don't you think it's time you and Doug—" Sam gave Sarah a knowing look. "I don't know," Sarah said, clearly uncomfortable about the subject. "I mean, what does Paul think about you having sex with a bunch of guys?" Sarah asked. "Hey, Paul thinks I'm great in bed, so that's where I keep him. Seriously, though, you should try it. It's a lot of fun. Burns calories, too," Samantha said. Sarah sighed again, just wanting to change the subject. "So, what are the sleeping arrangements?" "Well, Paul and I are taking this room, and you and Doug can take the room next door," Samantha said, applying some bright red lipstick. She noticed Sarah's displeased expression. "Don't worry, they're bunk beds." Samantha rubbed her lips together and turned to Sarah. Hey, I don't mean to pressure you. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. Sex is like skydiving. It can be scary at first, and you have to jump without thinking about it. Once you're in, you can't go back, but it's amazing, Samantha explained, leaning against the bathroom counter. Sarah smiled. Thanks, I just don't think Doug would want to do it with a girl like me. Oh, please, he really likes you. I see him look at you the way Paul looks at me. Trust me, he's a guy. He wants it bad. You think so? Sarah's face began to feel hot, and she blushed. Yep, he definitely does. But just let loose and have some fun this weekend, and don't worry about the sex stuff. If you aren't ready, then you aren't ready. She was right, Sarah thought to herself. She would have the time of her life out here. Her and Doug could finally get to have some alone time, and it wouldn't necessarily involve fucking. They could sit on the shore of the lake and talk or go for a hike. It was going to be an amazing weekend, and she needed to stop worrying so much. After all, what was there to worry about? Sex was a lot simpler than people often made it out to be. With anything, there are risks involved, and you should understand those risks and take some responsibility for your actions. Girls like Sam didn't really do that, but who was Sarah to judge? After all, Sam had a lot of sex, but it was at least with Paul and Paul only. She wasn't a homewrecker. There are a lot worse things you can be than someone who enjoys frequent sex, even casual sex. Sarah hated the stigma against it. Maybe her subconscious mind was somehow buying into it. Maybe that's why she hadn't let Doug go there with her. Maybe it was because they just weren't right for each other. But she knew that wasn't it either. Doug was one of the sweetest people she had ever met. It had to be him. If she was going to do it this weekend, it had to be him. It was now or never, she thought. They would be graduating soon, and she didn't want Doug to be the one that got away. Life was too short to not take too many chances. Life was far too short. Mrs. Jarvis took a long, slow sip of her tea, staring out the window at the rental house. All of the lights were on, and she could hear faint music coming from within. There was no telling what they were all doing in there, Mrs. Jarvis thought to herself. But they are just kids. She did some wild things growing up herself, or at least things that were considered wild in her time. How long are you going to keep spying on those kids? Trish asked, curled up on the sofa with a book. Mrs. Jarvis chuckled. I just hope we're going to be able to get some sleep with them partying all night long. Surely they can't stay up much longer, Trish said. Mrs. Jarvis crossed the room and sat in the armchair. Well, I think I'm going to hit the sack, Trish said, standing and heading for the staircase. Good night, sweetie, Mrs. Jarvis said. Trish leaned down to hug her. Are we still on for tomorrow morning? Yep, once around the lake, Trish replied. All right, check on Tommy and make sure he's in bed. Good night, Mrs. Jarvis said as Trish disappeared up the staircase. Mrs. Jarvis shifted position in the armchair, looking down at the remote on the coffee table. Should she watch the news? She'd just end up spooking herself out of her mind, and Tommy and Trish usually could tell when something was bothering her. Then she'd have to tell them all about the murders, and she didn't want Tommy to be upset. Last time he was scared about something, he would come in around 2 a.m. and want to sleep with her in bed, and she never got a wink of sleep those nights. She thought twice and picked up a magazine, leafing through it. Jason was watching her every move as she yawned, tossed the magazine onto the table, stood up, and headed for the staircase. Tommy, are you brushing your teeth? Mrs. Jarvis called, rapping on the bathroom door. Yes, she heard Tommy reply through a mouthful of toothpaste. Okay, I'm going to come tuck you in a few minutes, she said, and walked down the hallway to her bedroom. Tommy spit into the sink, rinsed with a glass of water, and turned off the faucet. He walked out of the bathroom and into his room at the end of the hallway. Tommy's bedroom looked like every sci-fi aficionado's dream. Sci-fi and horror movie posters plastered all over the walls, a few high-tech game consoles next to a computer monitor and processing system on a sturdy desk, action figures lined up in rows on shelves, and about a dozen rubber masks hanging from the ceiling, and about a dozen more displayed on a large wooden bookcase by the door. Tommy crossed the room to his bed, and as he climbed in and started to lay his head on the pillow, he caught a glimpse out the open bedroom window. A smile crept across his face as he realized he could see across the yard into the upstairs bedroom of the rental home. It was the tall, slender brunette of the group, and she was standing in front of a mirror brushing her long hair. Tommy felt his heart racing 100 miles a minute, and his hands began to feel clammy. He moved closer to the window, and he cackled with excitement as the girl pulled off her shirt. What was happening? What was so exciting about this? It was just a girl. That was the thing. It was a girl, and for some reason, not comprehensible to his 12-year-old mind, he was in love. He watched for about a minute, biting his nails in anticipation. Sam was with her, back to the window, watching the door as Paul walked in and they began to kiss. Tommy giggled impishly, struggling to control himself as the adrenaline and other hormones pumped through his system, and blood began to rush to his head and his extremities. He kept watching in silent fascination as Paul reached behind Sam's back and slowly undone her bra. It fell to the ground. Tommy thrashed around in pure delight, kicking his legs up in the air as if he were a wind-up toy, and someone had just wound him up and let him fly. He bounced up and down on the bed with joy and turned back to the window, his eyes wide. Then he heard his mother's footsteps down the hall. In a split second, Tommy dove down onto the bed in a sleeping position and began to make his best fake snoring sound. The bedroom door opened and Mrs. Jarvis crossed the room to the bed where Tommy was curled up under his covers, his eyes tightly shut. She smiled and leaned down to kiss his forehead. She gently tousled his hair and turned to leave when she saw the cracked window. She went to close it, saw the view, and gasped. Mrs. Jarvis glanced back at Tommy, who was still snoring loud as ever with his eyes shut tight, and she shook her head, chuckling to herself. She sighed, closed the window, and shut the curtains. Nice try, Tommy, she thought to herself. She decided to give him the benefit of the doubt that he hadn't been spying on those kids, and just left it alone. After all, she had been spying herself. She admittedly was anxious about all those teenagers. They'd probably be drinking, smoking, having their trash and beer bottles in the yard, and have the whole woods be smelling like dope the next few days. But hey, maybe they were good kids. Maybe Tommy could make some friends and stop being shut in his room making those scary masks, and Trish could meet some friends or maybe a boy. That thought made her even more anxious. It was hard for her to talk about those kinds of things with Trish, but at least she was a girl, and Mrs. Jarvis knew about women. But she didn't know what to say to Tommy, and she didn't feel like admonishing him now. How could she blame him for being curious at that age? Mrs. Jarvis headed for the door, turned out the lights, and left, closing the door behind her. Tommy opened one eye to make sure that she was gone, and sat up quickly in bed looking at the blocked view with disappointment. What was that girl's name again? The one with the black hair that fell around her shoulders. The one with the huge, chest. Sam, Tommy thought. That's her name, Sam. Tommy laid back down and shut his eyes, repeating her name over and over in his mind until he fell asleep. So where is this Crystal Point? Sarah asked, sitting down on the couch beside Doug. My buddy told me all about it. You just take the trail around the lake and it's about half a mile, Paul said, kissing Sam on the neck, who was curled up in his lap in the armchair. The rental house had a bungalow vibe. The main room had 2 sofas and an armchair facing a television set back in a polished mahogany cabinet, a grand piano, and a dozen paintings and knickknacks. The decor gave it a domestic feel, but it was obvious they were just placed there to make it feel like you weren't just staying in a rental and to allow you to suspend reality for at least a little while. In the corner was a turntable with stacks of vintage records adjacent to either side. The main room was divided into an apartment-sized kitchen complete with old-timey pots and pans, racks, and a dining room. It's supposed to be a lot of fun, Paul continued. He said there's an old tire swing, but he wasn't sure if it was there anymore. Wait, are we swimming? I didn't bring my bathing suit, Samantha said. You know what that means, Paul grinned, deviously nuzzling Sam's neck. Skinny dip! Samantha giggled flirtatiously, but stopped when she saw Sarah's eyes grow wide. Don't you think we shouldn't be skinny dipping when there's a family right next door? Sam said, swatting at Paul. They can join in, Paul said, guffawing. Sam rolled her eyes as he kissed her neck playfully. Ted was sitting at the table playing a handheld video game when Jimmy walked into the kitchen, heading to the refrigerator. Have you called Betty? Ted asked. No, Ted, Jimmy sighed with exasperation, grabbing a beer from the bottom shelf. Come on, Jimmy, man, you gotta try to get her back. No, Ted, you know what? I don't, Jimmy retorted, moving towards the table. I've come to realize that you can have a good time without girls. Ted looked up from his game and wagged his finger like a scolding mother. "That's a sin, you dead fuck." Jimmy pushed his finger away. "I really don't want you to call me that anymore." Ted stood up and playfully punched Jimmy in the stomach. "Oh, come on, Jimbo. Can't take a joke?" He patted him on the shoulder. "The computer don't lie." "There is no computer," Jim said. Ted grinned, shaking his head. Jim groaned. "And there's no Betty either." Back in the main room, a fire crackled softly in the fireplace, and Paul took a poker and moved the logs around gently. He sat back in the armchair, cuddled up next to Sam. "That family seemed nice," Doug said, putting his arm around Sarah. "Yeah, that Trish girl was kind of hot," Paul remarked. Sam punched him in the arm. "Hey!" she exclaimed. "What? I wouldn't mind her coming down to hang out with us, that's all." "Maybe we can see if she wants to come with us to the lake tomorrow morning," Sarah chimed in, toying with a strand of her hair. "We can invite her mother, won't that be nice?" Paul joked. Sam hit him again. "You're such a pig," she said. Sarah began to think about the idea of all of them skinny dipping. Maybe she could just sit on the dock and read a book or something, but she didn't want to be the only one not joining in. It wasn't that she was insecure about her body, or maybe it was. She had stared at her naked body in the mirror long and hard on several occasions, just to see if she was sexy or not. She really didn't have anything to compare it to, but she thought she looked okay. Only Doug had never seen it before. What if he didn't like it? What if Sam looked better than her? Surely Doug wasn't that shallow, but isn't that how all guys are? All they care about is how a girl looks? Hopefully Doug didn't find the idea too inviting either, and the two of them could go for a walk. She didn't know what she'd do if they all saw her naked. She hardly knew Paul, Jimmy, or Ted. She could completely freak out if anyone saw her so vulnerable like that. She just might die if that happened. She just might die. Stranger in the woods. It was the start of another early morning at Crystal Lake. Mrs. Jarvis and Trish had already gone on their morning jog on the path around the lake. The birds were singing and the sun was shining its pale yellow gleam down through the canopy, casting shadows on the path. The night had left traces of it all over in dewdrops on the ground, and the moon was barely visible behind the thin, wispy clouds. The 6 teenagers came to a fork in the trail and stopped. "Great! Which do we take?" Samantha asked Paul, her eyes wide with worry. Paul scanned the map he held out in front of him. If I'm reading it right, we take the left," Paul said. He pointed his finger dramatically like an explorer, and the group laughed. They all embarked down the trail, listening to the morning birds singing in the trees and swatting at mosquitoes that were just beginning to come out and feel comfortable in the heat of the day. They were all showered and changed into more comfortable clothes, dressed for an afternoon on the lake shore. The air was just at the right temperature to go swimming, and they had all been stoked to have their little area of the lake all to themselves, to do whatever they wanted without anyone watching. Sam and Paul led the way, with Sarah and Doug not far behind. Jimmy and Ted were the last of the group. Ted had a pair of expensive black headphones on. They were hooked up to an expensive new Walkman. "Hey, Ted," Jimmy said, his hands in his pocket. "Hey, Ted," he said louder, Ted's music drowning out Jimmy's voice. Ted still didn't hear him, and Jimmy started saying what was on his mind anyway. "Ted, I think you're right. I think I'm going to give Betty a call when we get into town." No, calling Betty is definitely a dead fuck thing to do," Ted said, forgetting his music was at the current volume that it was. His voice sounded abnormally louder as a result, and the group turned to stare at him awkwardly. Ted made a dumb face and then pulled off his headphones as the group continued walking down the trail. "You wanted me to call her," Jimmy said. "Sometimes a Ted Meister is wrong, Jimbo. I've been thinking. The first rule of love is never get rejected by the same girl twice. That's useless," Ted explained as Jimmy tried to take him seriously. "You want to make a fool of yourself? Do it with someone new." "I don't know anyone new," Jimmy protested. "Well, sex is a great way to meet them," Ted said, and plugged his headphones back in. Just then they all heard the spinning of wheels coming down the trail behind them, and high-pitched laughing. They all whirled around except Ted, whose head was bobbing to the music coming through his headphones. Jimmy's eyes grew wide, and he spun Ted around, whose jaw dropped, and he let his headphones fall and dangle from his pocket. 2 girls on bicycles came careening down to the trail, and as they saw the 16s, they came to a stop and both hopped off their vehicles. "Wow," Jimmy muttered, more to himself than anyone. Was he seeing double? No. There were 2 of them, and they looked exactly alike. Twins. And they were drop-dead gorgeous. Long, slender legs accentuated by tight spandex running shorts. Their ample chest visible through a tank top and a sports bra, and long chestnut hair falling around their shoulders. "Sorry," one of the girls said. "We almost ran into you guys." "Oh, that's okay," Paul said, cutting through the group and extending his hand. "I'm Paul." He shook both of their hands as they smiled. Sam caught the one on the left winking at him and scowled. "Ted, nice to meet ya," Ted introduced himself. Jimmy just stood there in awe, his mouth watering. "Hi, I'm Tina and this is Terry," the girl on the left said with the pearly white smile. The girl on the right waved. Terry was slightly taller than Tina, with darker, slightly longer hair. Still, it was nearly impossible to tell them apart. But none of the guys in the group seemed to care. You girls live around here?" Jimmy stuttered nervously. They both nodded. "How much further is Crystal Point?" "Hey," Paul asked. "That's where we're going," Tina said. "Yeah, it's a long walk from here," Terry said. "We can take it," Ted said, flashing his millionaire smile. "You want to join us?" Paul asked. The twins looked at each other and smiled. "Sure," they said in unison. "Lead the way," Paul said, ushering them to the front. Jimmy felt his knees buckling. "Twins," he said to Ted, who nodded in agreement, both of their eyes wide and grinning ear to ear. 2 of them. "Yep, and 2 for us." They followed the group eagerly, but Sarah stayed behind, pulling Doug off to the side. "I think I'm going to head back to the car," she said. "Are you sure?" Doug asked. "Yeah, I think I forgot something. I'll meet you guys there," she said, and walked off down the trail. She was sure she left her book that she had planned to read lying on the seat, and she needed something to do down at the lake. God, they were going to be skinny dipping, and she just knew that Sam was going to try to make her jump in. She felt the nervous pit in her gut as she strolled down the trail to the car. Of course, all she had to do was just say no. She didn't feel like swimming anyway. Just tell them your stomach was upset. All she wanted to do was sit on the shore and relax in the summer weather and sunbathe. She didn't care that the others were skinny dipping, but she didn't want to do it. She didn't have to. There were people she didn't know, and they just invited some random strangers to swim with them. No way was she taking her clothes off in front of the Doublemint twins. It just wasn't going to happen. Suddenly she stopped. A twig snapped. Somewhere in the woods on either side of her she turned, slowing down and trying to listen. It was probably just a squirrel. She shot another wary glance at the winding trail behind her and kept walking. There! She heard it again. A rustle in the bushes. She turned again to look behind her and scan the dense underbrush. Someone was there. It was probably just Sam trying to scare her like she always did, or maybe Ted joking around. She stood for a moment, slowly backing away down the trail as she listened, but the woods were all quiet except for the chirping of birds in the trees. Suddenly there was a sharp throbbing pain in her side, and she cried out as she felt the splintered end of the tree branch jam into her rib cage. She spun around and saw what she had backed into, the broken end of a log protruding onto the path. She had backed right into it. She laughed sheepishly. What was wrong with her? Why was she letting the skinny dipping thing get to her? And the sex thing? Worrying about all this is making you go crazy, she told herself. Just relax. Don't do anything you aren't comfortable with doing. It's as simple as that. God, she thought, she could have backed off a cliff or fell off the trail somehow and hurt herself, all because she was hearing noises in the woods. Maybe it was because it was Friday the 13th tomorrow. She remembered what Sam had said on the way up. Friday the 13th. Looks like it won't be such bad luck after all, she had said. And she was starting to think Sam was wrong. Maybe there was something to this Friday the 13th thing, because this weekend was turning out to be a disaster. She didn't even know 2 of these people, and now there were 2 more random people, 2 gorgeous women, who could probably still dug away with one single glance, and now they were all going skinny dipping without her. To make matters worse, she was now almost getting herself impelled and getting nervous over nothing. She couldn't win. She would either have to strip and dip or feel lousy that she was missing out, and it was all her own fault. Why had her parents sheltered her? You couldn't do that to your kids, because eventually they would see the real world for what it truly was and wouldn't know how to handle it. It would be too overwhelming. You have to expose them gradually and eventually let them experience the world fully and immerse themselves in it and learn from it. You couldn't shelter them, or else you risk having a child that is behind all of his or her peers. And now here she was in that exact situation. She had always been the mature one in school, as called by her teachers, but she was starting to realize that it was actually just emotional repression. All of the kids who were acting out were actually dealing with their emotions. Maybe not in healthy ways, but they were still dealing with them. All she did was push her emotions down, and that made her seem quiet and mature. In reality, she just wasn't connecting with anyone. She was just observing silently in her own little world. Her parents hadn't made it any better. They supported the notion that it was bad to want to take risk and live a little dangerously sometimes. How could she blame them? They had also been sheltered. It was 1984, and the internet was just now barely starting to come into the picture, so it was a little easier to expose yourself to information. But in the 40s, when her parents grew up, it was probably that much harder. Low education and ignorance was probably rampant. All human beings want to live a little eventually. You couldn't hold them back for very long, or else they would have to break free or repress it until they hate themselves. This weekend had been a chance for her to live a little and leave all that shit behind her. But it was getting harder and harder to just let loose. Just calm down, she thought. Stop overthinking. Maybe she didn't have to take off her clothes to have a good time. These next few days could be fun and relaxing, and she just had to allow it to happen. Or else she was going to end up ruining everyone's mood by freaking out or scaring herself to death. What could go wrong? "Cannonball!" Paul yelled, pulling back on the tire swing and leaping on, jumping off and curling up his legs just as the tire started to swing back to the shore and landing in the water with a resounding splash. Crystal Point was a small sandy beach on the north side of the lake, marked by a huge boulder jutting out into the middle of the water. A weathered dock stuck out into the lake, and a few old canoes were resting on the shore. A makeshift tire swing hung from the gnarled branch of an oak tree that hung over the shallow part of the lake. Tina was next, leaping onto the tire swing and catapulting off into the water with a huge splash. Terry came after her, and then Sam, who both landed in the water as Paul held up imaginary signs, pretending to judge their dives. Sarah was lying on a towel on the dock beside Doug, and Jimmy and Ted were standing on the shore awkwardly, still in awe of the 2 gorgeous girls they now had at their disposal. "Come on in," Tina called to Ted and Jimmy. Jimmy laughed nervously. No thanks, we haven't got our suits." "Skinny dip!" Paul shouted as he reached down into the water, pulled off his trunks, and threw them onto the shore. Sam squealed with excitement and took off her bikini top and bottoms, tossing them onto the shore. Tina and Terry both did the same. "What the hell are we doing?" Ted said, his face lighting up with excitement. He threw off his shirt and pulled down his pants and shorts simultaneously, running towards the water bearing it all. Paul and Sam both cheered as Ted dove into the water head first. "Come on, Jim," Paul said. Jimmy couldn't believe he was about to do it. Fuck it, he thought. He unbuttoned his shirt and pulled down his pants and shorts, tossed them into a pile beside a stump, and ran into the water. Doug looked at the group splashing and having a blast in the water and frowned. "Hey, I'm going to take a quick dip," he said. He didn't give Sarah time to reply. He cannonballed into the water and exchanged a high five with Paul. Sarah sighed and sat up on the dock, picking up the book she had brought and flipping to her bookmark. "Suit yourself," she said glumly. Samantha dog-paddled through the murky water towards Sarah and raised the upper half of her body onto the dock. "Come on, Sarah, strip and dip," Sam urged. "No," Sarah said uneasily. "Sarah, let's see what you got. Come on." "Sam, I said no." Fine, then I'm going to stay under until you do, Sam said, mock angrily. She pinched her nose and disappeared under the surface of the water. Sarah turned away from her nonchalantly and shrugged. Fine, see you later. It was another one of Sam's stupid ploys to get Sarah to do something she was completely uncomfortable with doing. After a minute or two of being underwater, she would realize that she couldn't hold her breath that long and would be forced to come back to the surface. She was just going to have to stay under there all day because there was no way she was taking her clothes off, especially not in front of all these people she didn't even know. It was just a matter of time before Sam would come up to the surface, groan in annoyance, and swim back to her friends. But 30 seconds had already passed, and then a minute. No sign of Sam, no splashing. Sarah turned around to the spot where Sam went under, and there was no sign of her. No bubbles were rising to the surface. She had disappeared. Sarah shook her head and laughed to herself. How much longer was she going to keep this up, Sarah thought. There was no way she could hold her breath for that long. Then another minute passed, and Sarah bit her lip nervously. She turned back towards the water and scanned the surface for Sam. She was nowhere to be seen. She checked both sides of the dock for her friend, but she was gone. Did she swim back to the group? No, she didn't. Sarah counted for everyone except for Sam. Was she still underwater? What if she got stuck? What if her foot got caught in something and she was running out of air? Sam? Sarah called, her eyes wide with worry. She couldn't hold her breath this long. Something was very wrong. Sam! Sam! Sarah screamed, beginning to panic. Just then, Sam's lifeless form came floating out from underneath the dock. Her eyes had rolled back in her head, and her tongue hung from the side of her mouth. Oh my God, Sarah thought. She's dead. Sam is dead. Just as Sarah began to lose her mind with terror, Samantha came to life and lunged out of the lake, grabbed Sarah by both of her shoulders, and pulled her off the pier into the water with a splash. Sam burst out laughing as Sarah thrashed around in the water. She finally regained her composure, finding her footing on the sandy bottom of the lake. She tossed her wet hair out of her eyes and splashed Sam angrily. You bitch! Sarah exclaimed as Samantha laughed hysterically. The anger didn't last long as Sarah began to laugh along with Sam, who splashed around with her playfully. The teens continued laughing and splashing each other for the next half an hour, not once seeing the man standing in the shelter of the trees just a few yards down the shoreline, watching them, feeling the intense hatred for their youth and their carelessness burn brighter with every laugh, with every shout and cry. He felt it growing stronger. It was Friday the 13th, a new dawn on Crystal Lake, a new nightmare. The massacre at Crystal Lake wasn't over. It continued tonight. Tonight they would see what pain and suffering felt like. They would feel what the man in the tattered worksuit watching them had felt when he drowned in the very lake they were enjoying. They hadn't been watching him. They only wanted to satisfy their own filthy, loathsome needs. It was the same suffering he felt when he watched his own mother, the only one who ever cared about him enough to kill for him, be murdered by one of them. Repulsive teenagers who only sought physical pleasure and rescinded all other priorities. They had to be stopped. They all had to die before anyone else's life could be ruined, ripped from him in an instant. They would all get what's coming to them. What they stole from Jason, they would return with their lives. Jason gripped the knife tighter, the thought of the bloody atonement filling him with immeasurable satisfaction. They would learn why Friday the 13th at Crystal Lake was a day to be feared. Chapter 5. Mom sure has been jumpy lately, Trish said to Tommy, sitting in the passenger seat, as she pulled the station wagon off the paved road onto the narrow dirt road that led to Crystal Lake. The old junkyard scrap of a car sputtered down the road, the sun shining down through the branches, casting shadows that danced across the windshield. Yeah, I guess, Tommy said, petting Gordon, who stuck his head between the two from the back seat. Trish wondered if it was a midlife crisis. She was getting to that age. The age where you look back on life and question every decision you had ever made. and wonder how you ever got to where you were and why you didn't take that one opportunity in college. That age scared the hell out of Trish. She wanted to go off to college and become a nurse, but with being homeschooled for a large part of her life, she feared that it would be too overwhelming being thrown into a huge university with thousands of new people to meet. Maybe she could attend one of those smaller 2-year community colleges and take basic classes and then transfer to a larger 4-year college to get her degree. Then she could come back home until she got a job and made enough money to move out and maybe find someone to settle down with, squeeze out a few kids, and make a life for herself. Was that the life that she wanted? She had no idea. All she knew is that she had to get out of this town. Trish broke out of her thoughts when she heard shouting and joyous cries coming through the open rear window and saw the teenager's car parked on the side of the road. The shouting was coming from the lake. Gordon began to bark excitedly, and as Trish slowed down, squinting to see the lake through the trees, Gordon suddenly bounded through the open car window and disappeared into the woods. "Gordon, wait!" Tommy called. "Oh no, Gordon!" Trish exclaimed, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. Before Trish could think of what to do next, Tommy jumped out of the passenger seat, not closing the door behind him, and ran off into the woods after the dog. "Tommy!" Trish cried, and ran out of the car after him. Gordon bounded down the trail towards the lake, finally coming to a stop on the shore and barking excitedly at the throng of teenagers. "Hey, look, it's Gordon!" Paul shouted. Tommy came next, stumbling down the hillside, and stopped dead in his tracks beside Gordon. He looked out at the lake and his mouth dropped. The first thing he saw was the clothing littered all over the ground. Bras, panties, shirts, shorts, and shoes were scattered everywhere. He'd never heard of such a thing. Swimming naked? He thought that was only something people did in the movies. And then he saw Samantha come rising out of the water just enough to catch a glimpse of her breasts, and he felt his knees turn to jelly and the tingling feeling in his stomach. He had the urge to look away and to shield his eyes, but his 12-year-old boy mind wouldn't let him. "Oh my God," Trish thought, as she came running down the hillside, the realization hitting her. She didn't even know anyone actually skinny dipped. She thought it was just a thing someone talked about doing to sound cool. She was more naive than she had ever thought. Before Tommy could try to say something or pretend like he hadn't seen anything, Trish grabbed him firmly by both shoulders and spun him around. "Tommy, turn around right now!" Tommy tried to twist back towards the lake, but she held him in place. "Turn around," she ordered. "Hey, Trish!" "Come on in, Trish," Paul called, gesturing her towards the water. She laughed nervously, trying to think of an excuse. "No, I think I'm overdressed," she said. It was the best thing she could think of. She didn't want them to see her face glowing bright red. "Bye!" She began to push Tommy back towards the trail, her other hand grabbing Gordon by the collar. "Party tonight, Trish. Hope to see you there," Paul yelled. "Come on, Gordon. We're too young for this," Tommy sighed, walking with Trish towards the trail. Trish couldn't stop blushing the entire walk back to the car. "Some pack of patooties, huh?" Tommy said as they drove down the dirt road towards the house. "Tommy!" Trish said, flashing him a glare. She could just see the look on her mother's face when she told her that the kids next door had been skinny dipping and she caught Tommy looking. That was just it. She wasn't planning on telling her. She may have a firm talk with Tommy herself later tonight about how spying on people was wrong, and maybe have the talk with him about girls. That's one of the reasons she wished her dad was still around. If she told Mrs. Jarvis about the whole ordeal, she would go ballistic. Mr. Jarvis would have calmly set Tommy down and gave him the old birds and the bees talk. Trish certainly wasn't good at relationships and the opposite sex herself. So what could she say? What advice could she possibly give? She hadn't been in a relationship since middle school, and all her mom would do was give Tommy an hour-long lecture and ground him from all of his video games. She remembered the glazed-over look in his eyes when they introduced themselves to those kids last night. Puberty was hitting him like a truck. Had she been that boy crazy when she hit puberty? She didn't think so. All she could remember was learning about her period and about things called tampons and why she would wake up covered in blood every now and then. And Trish was only 17. She was still going through the tail end of puberty as well. She barely knew anything about sex, only what she had managed to read about in magazines and from vague descriptions from her mom. She had no idea what to say to Tommy, so she just decided to keep quiet the rest of the ride home. What could she say? She hadn't even had a boyfriend since the 4th grade, and then it's not anything real. She really hadn't had a real relationship. There was nothing she could say to Tommy to get him to understand, but even she didn't understand it all that well. Plus, if she told her mom they had been skinny dipping, she didn't know how she would take it. She'd probably report them and get them kicked out by the landlord. And then, no party, and Trish wouldn't have even got to meet them all that well. It wouldn't hurt to go over and hang out for at least a little while. What was wrong with trying to be a normal teenager for once? Why couldn't her mother just lighten up? Maybe with Dad gone, she felt pressure to be the strict one and to be the one wearing the pants. Maybe her mom was just lonely and needed to get laid. It wouldn't kill Mom to get out and make some friends, Trish thought. She had been the one to opt to move to Crystal Lake after all, but Trish figured she hadn't anticipated the townsfolk to be so aloof. It was like the land around them was cursed. People gave her funny looks when she mentioned that she lived out on the lake. It was almost like anyone who dared come out to the lake was some kind of lunatic. But of course, it made sense with all the stories she had heard. Awful stuff had happened out here, according to the locals. But then again, small towns always engage in hearsay and rumors that eventually get out of hand. Camp Blood, the locals would say. You actually live out by Camp Blood? Whatever had happened, if it had happened, had really spooked them and turned them into a very superstitious bunch. At least these kids renting the vacation home seemed fairly normal, and it was probably because they weren't from Crystal Lake. Trish was broken out of her thoughts for the second time by the car's engine jolting, sputtering noisily and slowing to a stop. Another raucous clattering came from the engine, and then the car stalled. "Great, what's next?" Trish exclaimed. "I'll take a look," Tommy said, climbing out of the car and walking around to the hood. One of the things their dad did manage to do is teach Tommy all about cars. At 5, he was walking around talking about carburetors and fan belts, and by the time he was 10, he could replace a flat tire. Tommy popped open the hood and stuck his head into the engine compartment. "Can you fix it?" Trish asked after about a minute of silence. Tommy stuck his head from behind the open hood. "I need a screwdriver," he said. "There may be one in the trunk," she replied, handing him the keys. He walked around the trunk, unlocked it, and popped it open, scanning the cluttered interior. No screwdriver," Trish sighed. "Oh, great. Looks like we're walking." "You guys need some help?" said a voice. Trish turned her head to the passenger side window and gasped with fright as she saw a stranger leaning into the car. He was a tall, rugged man in his early 20s with a head of wavy black hair, a young, scrubbed-clean face, and wearing a flannel shirt, jeans, and hiking boots. He carried a big travel duffel bag and a rolled-up sleeping bag that was slung over his right shoulder. He looked like he could be on one of those survivalist shows. "Hi, I'm Rob Dyer. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you," he said with a warm, apologetic expression. Trish stepped out of the car apprehensively and waited for him to walk around to her side. He extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Trish Jarvis, and this is my brother Tommy," she said, hesitant about introducing herself to a random man who approached them in the woods, but he seemed friendly enough. "What seems to be the problem?" he asked. "It won't start," Trish said, gesturing to the car. Rob pulled off his backpack, set it on the roof of the car, and rubbed his hands together. "Let's see what I can do. Get in, give it a crank when I tell you." Trish nodded in response and climbed into the driver's seat. Rob bent down underneath the hood and reached a hand down behind the engine. I think the problem is the celluloid, but we don't have a screwdriver to fix it," Tommy said. Rob whipped out a Bowie knife and gave Tommy a look. He placed it strategically between 2 wires, creating a shower of sparks. "Try it now," he said. Trish twisted the key in the ignition, and the car roared to life. With a relieved sigh, she leaned her head out the window. "You need a lift?" Rob shrugged. "Sure, why not? Where are you headed?" "Back to the house. We live right down the road. You can have dinner with us," Trish said, smiling. Her mother probably wouldn't appreciate a random stranger joining in on their family meal, but after he saved them the good 15-minute walk in the summer heat, it would have been to the house, It was the least she could do. "Sounds fantastic," Rob said and grabbed his backpack. He climbed into the passenger seat as Tommy slid into the back seat beside Gordon, and Trish started off down the road. "I didn't think anyone lived this deep in the woods," Rob said. "We do," Trish replied. "What are you doing out here in our neck of the woods?" "Hunting for bear," he said. "You can't be hunting for bear," Tommy said with a frown. Rob changed the subject hurriedly. Are there any kids around here? Vacationers, people like that?" Rob asked. "Yeah, a bunch of kids moved in yesterday right next door to us." "How far is Crystal Lake from here?" Rob asked. "Oh, we live on the lake." "Really? Great, that's where I'm headed." The trees cleared as the Jarvis house came into view, perched on a small slope. The rental house in view a few hundred yards away, a narrow dirt path between the two. Trish pulled the car to a stop in front of the house and parked. "Here we are," Trish said. "Thanks for the lift," Rob said. "Are you going to come in?" Trish asked. If her mother had a problem with it, she could get over it. Maybe she finally had a friend. "No, I don't think I can," Rob replied, looking towards the lake. "Oh, you gotta come in," Tommy chimed in from the back seat. "There's something real neat I want to show you up in my room." As the three began to walk towards the house, Trish began to grow worried. Should she be taking this complete stranger into her house? She didn't know where he was from or what he was doing out here in the middle of nowhere. After all, he said he was hunting for bear, and there weren't any bears in this part of the country. What could go wrong? He seemed like a nice guy, and he looked like he needed a quick shower and some food. Her mother should be glad to do such a hospitable thing as helping him on his way. It was the least they could do for him, starting up their car for them. Maybe he just didn't know that there weren't any bears in this part of the country. Yeah, that had to be it. Rob, Trish, and Tommy got out of the car and walked up to the front porch as Mrs. Jarvis opened the front door. Her eyebrows furrowed with confusion, and she looked at Trish with a "who the hell is this" look. "Mom, this is Rob," she said, gesturing to Rob. "Rob, this is my mother." Rob extended his hand and gave the best polite smile. "Hi, Rob Dyer. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Jarvis," her mother said, shaking his hand nervously. "Come on, Rob, you gotta see my room," Tommy exclaimed, dragging Rob into the house and up the staircase by the hand like a dog on a leash. Trish stepped into the house, closed the door, and as she turned around she was greeted by the same look from her mother. "Who's your friend?" she asked before Trish could utter a word. "He's a guy we picked up. He fixed our car. I thought he could have dinner with us," she answered. Mrs. Jarvis looked bewildered. "Okay, well, I guess I'll start fixing it," she said, looking nervously towards the staircase and heading for the kitchen. Trish let out a deep breath. She took that surprisingly well. Maybe she was just in a good mood. Normally, she would have pulled her aside and gave her a stern talk and probably forced her guest to leave. Upstairs, Tommy pushed open the door to his room, and Rob's jaw dropped in astonishment at the assortment of masks hanging from the ceiling. The room was some amalgamation of sci-fi conventions and horror movie sets, complete with posters and memorabilia of all different forms. Rob toyed with the one of the action figures on the bookshelf, taking it all in, as Tommy stood in the middle of the room, his hands on his hips, proud of his work. "Cool, huh?" he said. "Amazing," Rob muttered, spinning one of his masks around on its string. Hold on, here's my latest mask," Tommy said, lifting up a large head made of foam. He put it on his head, and his hand operated a remote. It was a Planet of the Apes-esque monkey head replica, complete with an open mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Each time Tommy pushed a varying order of buttons on the remote, the mask would move and contort to resemble realistic facial motions. The mechanisms rippled underneath the leathery layer of artificial skin. "Rawr!" Tommy made the best guttural monster sound he could. "Wait, you made this?" Rob asked, dumbfounded. "Yeah," Tommy replied, taking off the mask. "You're talented, kid," Rob said, studying each of the masks. It was better than anything he could have ever done. They all looked so realistic, so professional, like something right out of a Hollywood studio. "Thanks," Tommy said. As Rob glanced out the window, he saw the rental house on the opposite side of the clearing, and the car sitting out front. It was perfect. He could stay here and keep an eye on those kids at the same time. He was looking for someone, and those kids would lead him straight to that someone that he had been hunting for the past 4 days. Tonight, Rob had business to attend to. Midnight swim. Nighttime had fallen over Crystal Lake. The moon set low in the sky, glowing like a beacon just above the top of the wall of pine trees that surrounded the lake, its reflection shimmering on the surface of the water. It seemed as though nothing could disturb the eerie peace of the slowly approaching darkness. The only other sounds were the chirping of crickets, the soft approach of thunder in the distance, and the faint music coming from inside the rental house. The teenagers' get-together was just kicking off. The guys had gone into town and picked up tons of food and beer while the girls stayed to spruce the place up a bit. The girls all showered and changed into party dresses and more comfortable attire from their time at the lake, and the guys were in their best shirts and slacks. Ted had searched through the stacks of vintage records and picked out a few selections for the music. Love Is a Lie by Lion was blaring through the turntable. Jimmy popped the collar of his blue suede shirt and leaned against the doorframe, watching Doug and Sarah curled up on the sofa, and Sam and Paul making out on the staircase, and sighed heavily. Tina and Terry were on the other sofa, whispering excitedly and giggling at him. Just ask one of them to dance, Jimmy urged himself. He watched nervously, trying and not succeeding to act nonchalant as he paced back and forth around the room, checking his hair in the mirror as he walked by. Damn Ted and his bullshit, he thought. They had made a bet when they were out getting beer that he could get one of the twins in bed before Ted. Jimmy was starting to fear he might lose $20. Damn you, Ted. Damn you for putting this dead fuck thing in my head, he thought. Now he was having all kinds of doubts. What if she laughed in his face? What if everyone would get laid at this party tonight except for him? What if Ted was right? What if he actually was hopeless in bed and truly a dead fuck? He just needed a little confidence, he thought to himself, puffing out his chest suddenly. His dad had always told him as long as you were confident in being yourself, no girl could resist. Maybe it was finally time to start listening to someone else rather than Ted. After all, what the hell did Ted know? He wasn't even dating anyone. He never held down a girl for more than a few weeks at the most. He always claimed that he couldn't be wasting his time being tied down to one girl, that he was always on the move and on the lookout for new sex and for new experiences. Then again, Ted was not the guy to go to for love advice. How to get laid quick? Sure, but not for true advice on love and women. Jimmy eventually wanted something real, and Ted wouldn't know real if it hit him in the face. But now he didn't care about anything real, and he was hornier than ever. He finally took a deep breath and walked casually over towards the couch. "Would either of you care to dance?" he asked the twins, extending his hand. Terry looked at Tina with a coy smile and then back at Jimmy. "To this song?" she asked, hearing the boisterous rock music coming through the turntable in the corner. This is good," Jimmy said. Terry hesitated. "Sure," she said, and took his hand. Jimmy led her to the center of the room, and they both began moving to the beat. Terry couldn't help but snicker at his awkward but endearing dancing. He was honestly kind of cute, but as she glanced over at Doug and Sarah, she felt herself getting sick with envy. Doug could do so much better than her, she thought, yet here she was settling for Jimmy. Then again, the night was still young. If everyone would loosen up a little and maybe get a little hammered, then this party just may get more interesting. Maybe the boys would come to their senses and figure out that they were the only girls worth screwing tonight. God, that was real bitchy of me, Terry thought to herself. She couldn't help it. At Crystal Lake High, her and Tina were always the hottest and most popular girls at any party. And parties in Crystal Lake weren't that hard to come by if you knew just how boring of a town it truly was. At Crystal Lake High, both of them had to swat guys off like flies drawn to flypaper. Everywhere they went, they were always being hit on, either by the football coach or the creepy guy that was always hanging out and asking for money down at the old gas station. And now the two hottest guys at the party were taken by a total sleaze and a flat-chested nobody. The only other two guys to fuck was Jimmy and his spastic dancing, and the total Elvis wannabe who had walked into the living room and was now drooling all over Tina. "Come on, give the old teddy bear a kiss," Ted said into Tina's ear, and she pushed him away. He held up a teddy bear he had grabbed off the curio cabinet and held it up to her, kissing her with it, and then he tossed the teddy bear aside, brought his lips up to hers, and pressed hard. Tina turned her head as his wet lips made their way across her cheek and onto her neck. She managed to push him away, and a tight smile formed across her lips. "I need another drink," she said, her eyes glaring at him. She gave Terry a glance, stood up, and walked into the kitchen, as Ted slumped on the couch rejected. Terry kept dancing to the turntable with Jimmy, who was still thrashing wildly in an attempt to impress her, and it wasn't working all that well. Then again, he was sort of cute, and he wouldn't be the ugliest guy she had had sex with. Maybe I can pull that bimbo off of Paul and take him upstairs and show him what sex with a real woman is like, Terry thought. She hated to think things like that, but she couldn't help herself when Paul looked the way he did. His wavy dark hair and his tan skin was almost too much to bear. He was way hotter than any guys from Crystal Lake. I am such a bitch, she thought again. That was always how hard it had been her entire life. That's how they were known around Crystal Lake High. Tina was the slut, Terry was the bitch. At least Terry got along with her sister for the most part. Terry had always been a mother to Tina, even though she was only about 5 seconds older. She made sure that she was being safe, having sex responsibly, and not risking getting STDs or worse, getting pregnant. Their mom died when they were little, and so all they had was their dad, who just sat around the house for the better part of his day, knocking back bottles of scotch and cigars and cursing at them every chance he got. Sure, maybe she wouldn't be as much of a bitch if she didn't have to deal with all the anger inside at her asshole of a dad, but what could she do? Everybody dealt with their demons in their own way. She dealt with them with bitchiness, and Tina dealt with her frustration by fucking every guy she met. Just then the loud rock music died, and Frank Sinatra's soft jazz rendition of Tangerine began to play. "Hey, why'd you change it?" Jimmy asked Paul, who was switching out the records at the turntable. "Relax, Jimbo. Your girl's gonna love this one," Paul said, and walked over to Samantha, who wrapped her arms around his waist and gently swayed with him, burying her head in his chest. Jimmy glanced awkwardly at Terry and laughed, offering her a slow dance. "Why not?" she said, and wrapped her arms around his neck as they began to slowly sway from side to side. Tina watched broodingly, staring at Paul and Samantha slow dancing by the turntable, and frowned. "I could have him falling all over me," Tina thought. Sam whispered something into Paul's ear and suddenly took off for the kitchen, leaving him alone. Now was her chance. That Selma Hayek wannabe is way over her head, she thought. What he needs is a woman, not a girl. Tina took a quick glance into the mirror on the wall, fixed her hair and checked her teeth, and walked over to Paul seductively, putting on her best sexy look. "You like this stuff?" she asked about the soft jazz humming through the brass phone of the record player. "Yeah," he said. "You like slow dancing?" she asked flirtatiously, pushing up closer to him. Samantha walked back into the room, holding a beer. She saw Tina and Paul by the record player, and her eyes narrowed. What did that bitch think she was doing? Sam thought, seeing the glazed look in her eye as she stared up at Paul. It was the same look she gave Paul whenever she wanted to get it on with him. Samantha made a wry face and hurried over, stepping in front of Tina and throwing her hands around Paul's neck dramatically. "Kiss me, you fool!" she exclaimed, a la Olive Oyl. Paul yanked her into his arms. "Certainly!" he exclaimed, imitating Popeye, and kissed her playfully, resulting in loud, high-pitched laughter from Sam, who snuck Tina a dirty glare out of the corner of her eye. Tina gave her an equally nasty look back and sauntered over to Ted sitting on the couch. "Want to dance?" she asked reluctantly. Maybe seeing her with Ted would make Paul jealous, and he'd finally see what she could do for him. Ted jumped to his feet like a dog hearing his name. "Let Teddy Bear show you how it's done," Ted said. And the night went on, everyone oblivious to the man in the hockey mask right outside the window, watching them. Trish and Rob stepped out of the front door and closed it, embracing the warm brush of the night breeze coming in from the lake and listening to the soft singing of crickets and owls hooting in the trees. "Well, your mother's an amazing cook," Rob said, lifting his backpack higher on his shoulder. "Yeah, since our dad's not around, she had to adapt. She used to hate it," Trish answered, walking down the path towards the road with him. "So it's just the three of you out here?" Rob asked. "Yeah, my parents are separated. You know, middle-aged crazy," Trish sighed. "I kinda hope that they get back together." "I hope so too," Rob said sympathetically. There was a moment of awkward silence as his eyes met hers, and she felt herself blushing. "Say something," Trish prodded herself. "Don't just walk in silence." Looks like another rainy one," she said, staring up at the dark clouds that were beginning to cover the stars. "Nice going," she thought, "real smooth." "Yeah," he replied, glancing at the sky. They both heard the low rumble of thunder approaching and stared out into the night. Trish glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and noticed his hard stare, as if his eyes were transfixed on something out there in the woods, watching them. What was his deal? There had to be something that he wasn't telling her. His gaze was always out of focus, as if his mind was constantly elsewhere, and at the dinner table he had dodged their questions and kept glancing out the window and avoiding eye contact. Something was definitely bothering him, and she wanted to know what. Why did he have to be so alluring? It was something about the years that he had had on her. She had never had a thing for older men, but now she just couldn't help herself with him. She was definitely physically attracted to him. But then again, she also found him psychologically captivating too. He was stoic and mysterious, but she could tell there was probably a much softer side of him in the way that he looked at her. It was like he was trying to tell her something important, but never doing it. What was he hiding? She decided not to pry as she glanced out at the night and then back at Rob. "Listen, if it ever gets too bad out there, or you just need to take a shower, we're always at home, and if we're not, Tommy usually leaves the door open," Trish said. If anything happened out there, she wanted him to know that he had a place to come for help. Rob nodded in understanding. "Just stay on the trail. It leads around the lake," Trish explained, pointing off down the path. "Thanks," he said. Without warning, he leaned down and kissed her on the cheek, and after a soft brush of his hands on hers, he walked off into the night towards the lake. Trish watched him leave, feeling her heart flutter and the flesh of her cheeks turning beet red. He was definitely older than her, probably in his late 20s, but her parents had been 10 years apart, and when did age become some kind of impossible barrier to overcome? As she walked back towards the house, she began to wonder about his body, picturing him naked under those dirty clothes, imagining the feeling of his warm body on hers, moving with her, inside her. "What are you doing, Trish?" she thought. "You picked this guy up on the road in your car, and now you were having fantasies about him?" "You're being ridiculous," she laughed at herself. She was actually fawning over a guy much older than her that she had just met who could be some kind of maniac. "That's what happens, Mom, when you keep your daughter cooped up for so long. She gets so damn horny that she wants to have wild sex with every strange man that she runs into in the woods." But something about him was so mysterious and alluring. She also couldn't stop thinking about why he was out here. He had blatantly lied when he had told Tommy and her that he was hunting bear. At the dinner table, he had also changed his story and said that he was doing a survey of the lake's wildlife, after Tommy hammered him about there being no bears at Crystal Lake. What in the world was he really doing out here? It wasn't often that she saw people camping here, especially with how the locals felt about the lake. Then again, Rob didn't seem like the woodsman type when it came down to it. He was carrying all the right equipment with his thick flannel shirt, jeans, and hiking boots, and his gigantic knapsack, and the knife in the leather sheath on his belt, but his personality didn't fit. He seemed like too much of a city boy. He was probably just out here for a vacation, but why the wild stories about bears? She didn't know, but she had an uneasy feeling about him. Trish walked back inside the house and closed the door. She went through the living room and into the kitchen where Mrs. Jarvis was at the kitchen sink, scrubbing a casserole dish clean. "Well, he was nice," Mrs. Jarvis said, seeing Trish out of the corner of her eye. "But promise me you won't bring home any more strangers." Trish smiled. "I promise." "But he did get the car fixed," she said, sitting on a bar stool. You did a nice thing, but he could have been a maniac, Mrs. Jarvis said. She turned to Trish, hesitated, and then said, I just want you and Tommy to be safe. I know, but Trish started to say. No, just listen, Mrs. Jarvis interrupted, her eyes filled with concern. There's something I haven't told you and Tommy because I didn't want you to be scared, but there's some bad stuff going on. What? Trish asked, her voice sounding worried. Mrs. Jarvis hesitated longer, deciding whether or not to tell her about the murders. Some kids got killed up near the camp, she finally said. Trish's eyes widened. The news said it was bad. They were killed by a psycho living in the woods. You see how unsafe it can be to just let someone into our home? Oh, I'm sorry, I had no idea. Did they catch him? Trish asked. He's dead. They killed him, but it just goes to show that you can't trust people nowadays. Some people are really sick, Mrs. Jarvis said. Had Trish heard her mother right? Killed? As in murdered? She shuddered down to the soles of her feet. Just be careful, all right? Her mother said, interrupting her thoughts. Trish nodded after a pause. I will. How you doing with Terry? Ted asked Jimmy, who was leaning against the kitchen counter. Jimmy didn't answer, pretending to ignore him and staring sadly into his beer. Nowhere, huh? Ted said, shaking his head. She hates me, Ted, Jimmy said morosely. Look, Jimbo, you gotta warm her up first. I don't need any of your advice, Ted, Jimmy rebuffed. Look, just do what I do, Ted started to say. Jimmy watched as Ted stuck his hand in his pants, unzipped his zipper with the other, and stuck his pointer finger through the zipper of his jeans, wagging it at Jimmy. Now don't be such a dead fuck, Ted said, guffawing with laughter at his own joke. Jimmy slammed his hand on the counter. Look, Ted, I told you I didn't like that. Besides, you have the hot one of the two, Jimmy sighed with frustration. His eyes grew wide as Tina stepped into the room. Ted still had his hand in his pants, his finger poking through his open zipper, cracking up at his charade, not noticing Tina standing there with a wry look on her face. Jimmy swatted him and Ted turned to see Tina standing in the doorway. Ted laughed nervously. Hiya, he said, waving with his hand that was poking through his zipper. He thinks that's funny. He thinks that's a funny thing he's doing, Jimmy said. Tina stifled a giggle, grabbed a beer from the counter, and walked back into the living room. Great. Now you've ruined it for me with her, too, Jimmy sighed, walking back into the living room. Ted reached out and grabbed him, pulling him back. Hey, Jimbo, I'm trying to help you out, Ted protested. But Jimmy knocked his hand away and walked out of the room. Back in the main room, the party was livening up as Paul motioned everyone to all gather around. The teens gathered around the living room, Tina and Terry standing in the center of the misshapen circle they had formed. Paul punched a hole through the bottom of 2 cans of Budweiser with the corkscrew, fizz bubbling to his lips as he sipped it up. He handed 1 beer can to Tina and 1 to Terry. All right, the first one to chug wins, Paul said. You ready, girls? Tina and Terry both nodded, giggling with excitement, bringing the cans up to their lips. Okay, on 3, said Paul. 1, 2, 3, the group chanted. Tina and Terry both tilted their head back, guzzling beer as fast as they could, most of it ending up on the floor. The teenagers urged on both girls, laughing and cheering boisterously. After a minute of drinking and chaos, Tina finished and lifted her beer can in the air in victory. Terry fell back into a chair, defeated, laughing hysterically. The winner is Tina, Paul shouted as the group cheered exuberantly, all except for Samantha, who watched as Tina leapt into Paul's arms, hugging him for longer than she was comfortable with. What do I win? Tina said to Paul, biting her lip coyly. What do you want? Paul asked. How about a dance? Paul smiled. Samantha's jaw dropped. Jimbo, put on another record. Paul pointed to the turntable and pulled Tina close. Jimmy picked up a record and put it on the turntable. Stella by Starlight poured into the room softly as Tina draped her arms around Paul's neck and they gently swayed back and forth, Paul's hands on her hips. Tina caught Sam giving Paul an icy stare. "Oh, you don't mind, do you?" Tina asked with a bitchy smirk. Samantha watched as she leaned her head on Paul's shoulder. Her arms were crossed tightly, her eyes staring daggers. "Actually, I'm going to take a swim. It's getting a bit too close in here for me," Sam said coldly, and stormed out of the house, banging the front door closed after her. Sarah moved for the door, concerned. "Sam, wait!" Sarah called after her, but Doug grabbed her hand and pulled her back towards him. Sarah, let's just dance," Doug said. "I don't want to dance," Sarah protested. "Let's just mind our own business," Doug said. "I'll talk to Paul tonight, all right?" Sarah sighed, not taking her eyes off the door. She turned back to Doug. "All right." She gave in and leaned into him, still thinking about how angry Samantha looked. They never should have brought these strangers to this party. Really, Sam and Sarah had talked before the party, and it was actually only the guys' decision to bring them. The girls never got a say in it. Sarah had seen Tina making eyes at Doug the entire night, too. She knew it was a matter of time before something like this happened. But Doug was right. Just let Sam and Paul work this out on their own, she told herself. The teens had much bigger things to worry about. "That bitch," Samantha thought nastily as she walked down the trail towards the lake. "She just shows up at our party with her just as slutty sister and ruins everything. God damn it!" Sam had warned Paul that she didn't have a good feeling about them, but he didn't listen. Men never listen. Sometimes their dick could really get in the way of them actually thinking sensibly. Why even invite total strangers? What can go wrong? Paul had said, and now she knew he had just been after the sex. She stopped and took a deep breath, the burning sensation in her chest slowly fading. That bitch, she thought again. That bitch. She wanted to rip them apart with her bare hands. She wanted to hit her as hard as she could with one of those wine bottles on the wall. But that's how a guy would have done it, and she wasn't about to stoop down to that level. Girls didn't fight like that. They did it all in secret. God, she had been all over him. They almost had to mop up her drool. Wasn't there some kind of secret code for women? If there was, the first rule should be never go after a taken man. It just wasn't right. Shouldn't women look out for each other? Shouldn't women never go after another woman's man? I would never do anything like that, Sam said. Sure, she was promiscuous, but never a homewrecker or a cheater. It just wasn't right. Of course, Tina wasn't the only one to blame. Paul was just letting it happen. She wasn't really as hurt about Tina, but she was more hurt that Paul didn't stop her. Nobody tried to stop her. They just let her practically molest him in there. Paul didn't do a damn thing to stop her or reject her. He had a fucking girlfriend. Why didn't he tell her no? Was it that hard to resist someone's sexual advances for a guy? For her, it was easy. Whenever some creep hit on her at a party, all she did was tell him that she had a man, and that was that. For some reason, guys just couldn't keep it in their pants. All she needed was a nice dip in the lake to just clear her head and cool off. She still felt disgusted seeing them all over each other. She was still sweating and shaking from almost punching that skank. Maybe Paul would come to his senses and join her. Samantha shivered as a cold breeze brushed her bare arm. It was getting colder by the minute. She continued down the winding trail, hugging her arms to her chest, still shaking her head in anger. She still pictured them pressed up against each other. That bitch, she thought again, repeating it over and over again in her head, until in some kind of strange therapeutic way it made her feel better. She knew that something was up when they met the two of them on the trail earlier. Paul had that look in his eye, the same look that he had had when he had come on to her 100 times before. He probably led her on, she thought. He was practically panting like a dog in heat over her. All the guys were. She even caught Doug staring at Tina's ass when they were swimming, but she didn't tell Sarah. Sam could take something like this happening. She was pissed, sure, but Sam had had guys cheat on her before. Sarah? Sarah had only ever dated Doug. She would have been devastated. That slut can take Paul, but If she so much as touches Doug and hurts her best friend, she would have hell to pay. Sam could make out the sign that read Crystal Point through the darkness and stepped onto the sandy shore. The lake looked eerily calm. A white mist hung over the surface of the water like an oppressive cloud. The night was quiet and still, all except for owls and crickets and the gentle lapping of the water onto the shore. She shivered, glancing around, making sure nobody was watching, and stripped down to her underwear and then nude. Just then a twig snapped. She whirled around towards the trail, covering her bare chest with her hands. "Paul?" No response. "I know you're out there, Paul," she called into the darkness. She let her hands fall to her side, revealing her naked body to whoever was out there. "Hey, Paul, this is what you're missing," she yelled bitterly. Still no answer. Just like men to just take everything for granted, she thought. "Fine, screw you, Paul," she cried, and turned back towards the lake. She squinted, barely able to make out an inflatable yellow raft floating out in the middle of the lake. They must have forgotten it on the shore this afternoon, and it got swept out into the water. Samantha stuck her toe in the water, and after deciding that it was bearable, she dove into the water, paddling towards the raft. She grabbed hold of the rubber grips on the side of the raft and pulled her body up onto it, sprawling out on her stomach. How dare Paul be all over some white trash backwoods bitches when he could have all of this? That was the thing with men. When they're trying to get with you, they're sweet and kind and opening doors for you. When they actually get you to go out with them and be their girlfriend and fuck them, they don't want anything else to do with you. And they just want to move on to the next best thing. They were all disgusting. Maybe she'd get back at him and go screw around with Ted or Jimmy. They were kind of cute. Or maybe she would just grab a bottle of tequila and get shit-faced or smoke some of Ted's grass. Either way, Paul was going to have to do a lot of apologizing. He would probably be out here in no time, on his knees begging for forgiveness. Crack. Another twig snapping on shore caught her attention. She looked up towards the dock and thought she saw some bushes moving. "Paul? Paul?" she called. No answer. "I know you're out there, Paul." Still no response. This is what Sam always did when she got pissed, and Paul would always eventually come find her and win her back. It was just a matter of time. "Screw you, Paul," she called out into the darkness. Some fucking graduation, she thought miserably. She sprawled back onto the rubber raft, trying to ignore the cold water seeping through the bottom. And then she heard something else, water splashing, like someone was coming through the water towards her. She didn't have time to look up to see who it was, because just as a huge splash of water came over her, a gigantic, meaty hand clamped down on the back of her head, pinning her to the raft. Sam screamed as loud as she could, trying to fight against the hand on the nape of her neck, but it was too powerful. She twisted her head around underneath the monstrous hand, just enough to see the white goalie mask that the huge man leaning into the raft and pinning her down was wearing. There was a loud thunk and a hiss of air as something penetrated the bottom of the raft, and Sam felt a searing hot pain like nothing she had ever felt before in her abdomen. She felt cold steel rip through her torso, and as she let out a guttural shriek, her life began to slip away. The tip of the hunting knife poked through the tender flesh of her back, crimson rivulets of blood cascading down her bare ass and pooling in the bottom of the raft around her, as her screaming and convulsing came to a sudden stop. Chapter 6. The Hunt Begins. As the thunder approached in the distance, and as the lights from the rental house shone on the surface of the lake, another slow song hummed through the speakers of the gramophone, as Sarah and Doug pressed close to one another in one corner, and Paul and Tina slow danced in the other. Ted and Jimmy sat on the staircase like sad puppy dogs, watching the lovers with dismay. "That asshole, man, I'm gonna kill him," Ted said angrily, glaring at Paul pressing close against Tina. How did Paul manage to do it? He'd only known the twins for a few hours, and he already had them literally taking off their underwear for him. "Actually, Ted, I want to talk to you for a second," Jimmy said. "Not now, dead fuck," Ted said flippantly. "That's what I want to talk to you about," he continued. "I really don't... Do you believe this guy?" Ted interrupted him. "I had her. She was mine." Jimmy let out an annoyed sigh and leaned in close. "Well, you know what, Ted? How about you run that through your little computer?" Ted gave Jimmy a dirty glare as Jimmy smirked evilly and sauntered off into the kitchen. Ted watched him leave with narrowed eyes and then turned his attention to Terry, who was coming his way. Ted jumped to his feet. "Hey, you want to dance?" Terry scoffed, rolling her eyes. "I'm just using the bathroom, teddy bear," she said mockingly, and pushed past him up the staircase. Ted watched her climb up the stairs in disbelief, watching her firm-ass flex in her spandex shorts. He bit his knuckles in frustration and plopped back down on the steps, defeated. "God, I feel like an asshole," Paul thought, as Tina rested her head on his shoulder. But this girl was smoking hot. So was Sam, but sometimes Sam would just be in a weird mood and he'd have to go take a cold shower. He was sick of it. He wanted a simple girl that wouldn't ask questions or get upset over every little thing and would just have sex with him, and there didn't have to be anything weird about it. Not talk about their feelings or their relationship, just sex. He pictured what both of them looked like together, kissing him, kissing each other. It was a dream come true. He knew he was pissing Ted off, but he didn't care. There was something about this girl, something softer than Sam, that he couldn't put his finger on. "Wait, what the hell am I doing?" he thought. He loved Sam. He knew he did. He didn't feel the same about other girls that he did with Sam. Sure, other girls were hot, but there wasn't any emotional connection. He actually had something more with Sam. He didn't know what it was, but she wasn't just a quick lay. She was smart and funny and could be nice when she wanted to be. That's why he decided to go steady with her in the first place, because she was different from the other girls. He could throw it all away right now for some random sleaze from this hick town that he had only known for 3 hours, or commit himself to the one girl who he knew he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. No, fuck this, his mind screamed, but he still found himself pressing into her, smelling her perfume, her long flowing auburn hair soft against his skin, her ample breasts pushed up against his chest. He couldn't tear his hands away from her hips. She was irresistible. "Be strong, damn it," he told himself. "This was some girl you just met. Sam is a girl you will marry. You can't do this." Paul pulled away from Tina, shaking his head. "What's the matter?" Tina asked, dumbfounded. "I'm sorry, I can't go through with this," he said, and with that he hurried out the door. Tina stood there in disbelief, throwing her hands in the air and falling back onto the armchair. Great, just great, she thought to herself. This whole night was ruined. Finally, she had a whole house of out-of-towners with incredibly sexy guys to fuck. She was so sick and tired of the same guys from her school. Most of them are hillbillies or delinquents who spent their time parked in their pickup trucks just outside of town getting wasted, and the few that she and Terry rotated around were the only ones worth anything, but even they were simple farm boys. Tina wanted something new and exciting. How thrilling it would have been to get to have sex with a city boy. She could tell all of her friends at school, and she'd be treated like a goddess. But Paul was too busy being a slave to that slut Sam, and Doug was with Sarah, and now all that was left was Jimmy and Ted. She took one look at Ted, who was holding a small teddy bear and pretending to dance with it, and sneered. What a total dweeb. She looked over at Jimmy, who came in from the kitchen and sat down on the couch. He was kind of cute in a boy-next-door type of way. Definitely wasn't her type, but then again, this weekend had planned to be about getting around and trying something new. It may not be thrilling, but it certainly could be new. What the hell? He would possibly be better in bed than Ted. Sensitive guys can be such a turn-on, but she hoped he wasn't a virgin. Tina stood up reluctantly and ambled nonchalantly over in front of Jimmy. "Do you want to dance?" Jimmy's eyes widened. Dance with me?" Tina nodded, grinning coyly. Sure, Jimmy stammered and jumped to his feet, pulling her into him. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, gently swaying and back and forth to the music. Jimmy laughed nervously. I thought you wanted to be with Paul. Well, now I want to be with you, Tina said, brushing his lips with her fingers and looking into his eyes. Jimmy laughed again in disbelief, seeing the way she was looking at him. Well, I kind of feel bad. I mean, you and Paul were Jimmy continued, but Tina brought a finger to his lips. God, just shut up already. I'm horny as hell, Tina thought. Let's go upstairs, Jimmy. Tina grinned mischievously, running her hand through his hair. Jimmy didn't have time to react. She took him by the shirt collar and tugged him up the staircase. Jimmy gave Ted a look and followed her up the stairs like a kid following candy. Ted looked on in astonishment. Sam! Paul called into the pitch-black darkness as he jogged down the trail towards the lake. He couldn't believe how stupid he had been. He had almost lost a sexy, intelligent bombshell of a girl for some girl that he had just met. A girl who he would probably never see again after they all went home back to their lives. He began to mentally prepare himself to face her, because when she was angry, she would throw, kick, hit, scream, and everything in between. Paul was surprised she hadn't gone totally nuts on Tina back at the house, but it was all that passive-aggressive shit that girls did, hating each other from a distance, and it was vicious. Guys just got it out in the open. If two guys are pissed at each other, they let everyone know. Girls sneak around and give fake compliments and sabotage and never go right at another girl unless she is pushed to her absolute limits. Most of the time, all of the fighting was done behind each other's backs. And when Sam was angry, really angry, there was nothing passive-aggressive about it. What was she even so goddamn angry about? Because he was dancing with another girl? He wouldn't have minded if she started dancing with Ted or Jimmy, as long as they didn't get too handsy. What was the big problem? Sam could be so obsessive sometimes. Was that the price of having that piece of ass? It really started to take a toll on him sometimes. At lots of parties and hangouts they had been to, Sam had done things like this before and ran off without speaking to anyone just because some girl was talking to him. She was crazy jealous. But at school, Paul had to constantly swat guys off of her like flies. So what about that? He never got upset about that. Every time that she interacted with another guy. What was the big deal? Everybody was just having a good time, and now she would probably be mad the rest of the night and totally ruin everything. They'd probably make up with sex, and then she would be fine again. It was really good fucking sex, too, and Paul didn't mind her blow-up so much if it meant having that kind of sex. He figured this time wouldn't be any different. But as he approached the dark, quiet lake shore, he began to wonder if this was the best spot to get it on. He shivered in the frigid night air. Paul squinted through the layer of hazy mist hovering the surface of the lake. He could make out a rubber raft floating not too far out in the middle of the lake, and an arm was draped over the side. "Samantha! Sam!" he called. No response. Was she asleep? "Sam!" he called again. Still no response. Great. Was this his punishment? Having to swim all the way out to her in freezing cold water? That was just the kind of bitchy, passive-aggressive thing Sam would do. Fine, if that's the way she wants it. Paul stripped off his clothes down to his boxer shorts and dove into the water, every muscle in his body tightening in response to the cold. Knifing through the icy water, he raised his head and squinted his eyes, trying to see into the raft, but the thick fog obscured his vision. He stopped to catch his breath. "Sam!" he called. Still no movement from the shape lying in the raft. He swam up to the raft and peeked over the side, and the hair stood up on the back of his neck. It wasn't from the cold. It was from the sight of Sam's corpse, her dead eyes gazing up at him, lying motionless in the bottom of the raft in a murky mixture of lake water and blood. Paul recoiled in shock, screaming and leaping away from the raft, thrashing around in disoriented terror, until he finally found enough composure to start swimming as fast as he could back towards the dock. He felt the wooden slats of the dock above him, and he felt the old jagged wood splintering his hands as he struggled to pull himself onto the dock. As he managed to heave his upper half onto the pier, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure through the wooden slats, coming down the dock towards him. In a split second, the long shaft of a spear gun was thrust out from underneath the pier, plunging into Paul's groin. Paul's entire body writhed in the throes of pain as the spear penetrated deep into his manhood, and a blood-curdling, agonizing scream erupted from the bottom of his soul. Before he knew it, he was lifted into the air. A huge figure withdrew from the darkness underneath the dock, and the two menacing eye holes of a hockey mask met Paul's pained stare. That was the last thing he saw as Jason pulled the trigger, and the spear fired through Paul's pelvis and out through his lower back in a spray of blood, impaling him like a fish on a harpoon. Rob was jolted awake from a restless sleep by a chilling scream. He pulled himself out of his sleeping bag, threw on his flannel shirt, not bothering to button it, and scrambled for his machete in the sheath near the tent flap. He unsheathed the long, rusty blade, grabbed his flashlight, and ran outside the tent he had pitched in a small clearing. He glanced around, the beam of the flashlight bouncing around crazily as he tried to listen for another scream like the one he had just heard. It had come from the lake. Rob sprinted down the trail, running headlong into thick brush, slashing at branches in his way with the machete. "Hello! Do you need help? Where are you?" Rob bellowed, waving the flashlight frantically. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath and find his bearings. Pointing the flashlight around until he found the trail again, he kept moving down it, cutting aside any foliage. "Hello!" he called again loudly. He stopped to listen, but there wasn't an answer to his calls. Maybe he had just dreamt it. No, that couldn't be it. He wasn't even all the way asleep when he heard it. At least he didn't think he was. He had heard something. "Hello, are you out there? Do you need help?" he called again. Still no answer. He made his way through the dark woods listening, trying to hear anything other than his own panicked breathing and the light rainfall that had started to pour. Shining his flashlight in every direction, he couldn't see a thing except for trees and pitch-black darkness. He had to save them. Someone could be in trouble. Someone could be fighting for their life. He couldn't let anyone die tonight. He had come too far not to seek the vengeance he came here for. Rob kept moving towards the lake, wincing as thorns slashed his arms and legs. Finally, he could see the moon glinting off the surface of the water behind some clouds for a brief second. Then he thought he saw the moonlight illuminating someone moving down the shore of the lake and disappearing into the shelter of the trees. "Hello!" he called. "Is someone there?" Then there was a huge crash of underbrush behind him, and Rob spun around to see a huge dark figure dash across the trail. The figure was headed in the direction of Rob's tent. "Hey! Hey!" Rob yelled at the top of his lungs and gave chase, swiping a branch in half with the blade of his machete. He followed the sound of the crashing underbrush, waving his flashlight frantically in one hand and his machete in the other. Damn, he's fast, whoever he is, Rob thought, and just as he saw the tree root in front of him, he tripped on it and toppled over, sending his machete and flashlight flying. He felt a jab of pain shoot up his leg as his knee hit the ground hard, and he cried out in agony. "Shit!" Rob exclaimed, struggling to pull himself to his feet. He found the yellow beam of his flashlight and picked it up off the ground, and shone it around until he found his machete. Using a tree for support, he pulled up his pant leg, shining his flashlight on his leg. A small gash oozed blood just below his knee. Wincing at the throbbing pain shooting up his leg, he rolled back down his pants and started towards his tent. Whoever had just came barreling through here was long gone by now. It was probably just a deer, but he could have sworn it had the shape and build of a man. Rob hobbled up the trail until he reached the clearing where his tent was, and stopped short when he saw something that made his blood run cold. The backside of his tent was ripped to shreds, like someone had torn right through it. "What the hell?" Rob muttered, tightening his grip on his machete and approaching the entrance to the tent. He peered through the opening and froze in horror. "Oh shit," he said. Someone had been inside his tent. His newspapers and magazines were strewn all over the place, and his rifle had been snapped in two like a twig. It had begun to rain and thunder was rumbling in the sky. Lightning flashed and dark clouds obscured the moon, making the night seem even darker and more ominous. "So, have you ever done this before?" Tina asked, as she and Jimmy both sat down on the edge of the bed in the upstairs bedroom. Jimmy ran his hand through his hair nervously and chuckled. Yeah, he stammered. Tina stood up, spun around to face him, and unbuttoned the first few buttons of her blouse, grinning at him seductively. "I think you're pretty neat," she said, and pounced on him, kissing him passionately. They both flopped down on the bed, hands wandering. Jimmy couldn't believe what was happening, but he only registered the shock for a split second. What came over him next was nothing short of pure ecstasy, as her hand slipped inside the front of his slacks. She straddled him, and Jimmy arched his back with pleasure as she sat firmly on his crotch. In 3 seconds she had her top and bra off, and Jimmy was staring at her succulent, ample breast, and they hung down over him as she kissed him again. Her tongue slid inside his mouth and met with his, and his hands found her ass and began to slide off of her shorts. In the next 20 seconds they were under the sheets, inside each other, and moaning with intense pleasure. Terry stared with disgust across the room at Ted, who rifled messily through the contents of a small wicker cabinet, a joint hanging loosely from the corner of his mouth. Doug and the goody two-shoes were over on the couch, snuggling and whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. It made her want to vomit. Tina was getting some, and she was downstairs with the biggest loser at this party. At least Jimmy was kind of cute. Maybe she was just too much of a bitch. This was what she got for it. Stuck downstairs with the rejects while her sister was upstairs screwing a pretty cute guy. If she would have given Jimmy a chance, maybe it would have been her getting laid. Maybe it was what she deserved. Was it the way she walked or talked? The way she carried herself? She knew that her mother would have said. Her mother always said that some guys were just intimidated by confident women. But maybe she really was just a bitch. "What the hell is this?" Ted asked aloud, pulling out a reel of film. "It's film, Teddy. I think I saw a projector in one of the upstairs closets," Doug exclaimed. "Oh, shit!" Ted guffawed with laughter, stoned out of his mind. "Let's see if it works." Ted tried to climb down the stool he was standing on and nearly toppled over the entire cabinet, sending the knickknacks crashing to the floor. He bellowed with boisterous laughter again, cackling in a fit of cannabis-induced hysterics. Terry rolled her eyes. "That's it," she thought. "I can't take much more of this." Terry stood up and headed for the stairs, climbing them 2 at a time and strolling down the hallway, following the moans of passion. She rapped on the door where the moans were the loudest. Tina, I'm ready to go," Terry yelled. No answer, just further passionate moans in the throes of ecstasy. "Tina, let's go." "You go," a voice called from between moans. Terry frowned. "I'm going to leave without you," she exclaimed. After a moment, Tina's voice came through again. "Take an umbrella," she said in a spiteful tone. Terry leaned away from the door, her jaw hanging open. What a bitch, she thought, and to think, Terry was the one with the reputation for being a bitch. "Fine," Terry responded, and stormed down the hallway, downstairs and towards the foyer, where she grabbed a poncho hanging from the coat rack. She didn't care that it wasn't hers at this point. She had to get out of here before she blew up at everyone. Tina with a bloody nose would put a damper on a party, she thought nastily. Putting it on, she ignored Ted, calling her and asking her not to go, and left the house, banging the door shut behind her. Terry began to jog through the pouring rain towards her bike, the one leaning against the kickstand beside Tina's underneath an old overhanging tree. She wanted to kill her, just kill her with her bare hands. She had wanted to break down that door and kill her. But she knew she had to be the bigger sister and act like an adult. So here she was, leaving the party early alone and in the rain. She still couldn't believe it. How could she? Her own sister was letting her go home all alone, at night, in the rain, while she fucked some guy she just met. Of course, that was their goal, was to have sex with some new guys and have a fun time, but aren't sisters supposed to stick together, party together, leave together? Surely there's some sort of girl code that must be even stronger for sisters. Twin sisters, even stronger. One thing was for sure. She wasn't talking to Tina for a week. It was always how she got back at her, and she knew only then would Tina be begging for forgiveness. Every time Tina did something stupid like she always did, she would always come crawling to Terry to get her to fix her mistakes, or to forgive her. They were supposed to be in this together. Well, to hell with that, because her sister was a whore. Terry angrily snapped the kickstand back into place, and just before getting on her bike, she looked up at the brightly lit bedroom window. "Slut!" she screamed through the pouring rain. Terry began to hop onto her bike, when all of a sudden a huge meaty hand clamped down on her shoulder, and another hand plunged a spear into her back. Terry let out a scream that was drowned out by the rain and thunder, and stared down at the metal tip of the spear that protruded from her gut. Jason lifted her into the air, the spear impelled through her abdomen, and hurled her like he was shoveling dirt into the side of the rental house. She hit with a dull thud and fell to the ground, quivering in the throes of death, and feeling the warm blood flowing between her fingers as life drained from her body, along with the rain that ran along the dirt path. 3 down, 5 to go. "Tommy, I'm going to towel off and then I'm going to strangle you," Mrs. Jarvis said, as she stepped inside the darkened cabin, shuddering from the rain she was soaked in. She had told him over and over not to leave the door unlocked. That psycho who murdered those kids at the old camp could just come waltzing right in. She sighed, closed and locked the front door, and trudged through the house into the kitchen. She grabbed a dish rag off the counter and mopped the rain from her face. What a perfect time to decide to go for a nighttime jog right before the bottom fell out, Mrs. Jarvis thought sarcastically. She poured herself a glass of water and glanced around, sipping it plaintively. She glanced around. Where were Trish and Tommy? They should be back from town by now. She had told Trish to take Tommy into town for a haircut before the storm started, and it looked like they were stuck right in the middle of it. She stared out the kitchen window at the rivulets of rain trickling down the glass and the lightning flashing across the sky. Thunder boomed overhead, rattling the walls of the old cabin. "Trish, Tommy, anybody home? Where the hell are you?" she called. She tried to squint through the dark interior of the cabin. "Matter of fact, where the hell am I?" She tried the light switch, but the cabin remained bathed in darkness. "Trish?" she called again. No answer. There must be something wrong with the lights. She hoped they'd be all right out there in the rain at night. The dirt road leading to the house could get slippery, and that old hunk of junk Trish was driving wasn't going to be any help. They would have had to walk home today if not for that guy that Trish found on the side of the road. She shuddered to think about it. What was his name again? Rob, that's right. The stranger Trish had allowed to just come over into their house. What could have happened if she hadn't been home? Would he have taken the chance to rob them? Hurt her children? Try to rape Trish? She shouldn't have thought about it, and she scolded herself for thinking such awful things. But she couldn't help it. Ever since the news of those murders, she had been thinking the worst. Mrs. Jarvis tried the light in the living room, and it didn't work either. Storm must have blown the power out, she thought. She would have to go out to the fuse box and try to fix it. Those poor kids that were murdered, she thought. Some of them were probably right around Trish's age. She heard on the news that only one girl survived, and she was so traumatized she was sent to a mental institution and was inconsolable. She was around Trish's age. It was so bizarre. They moved away from the city to get away from awful things like murder and robbery, only to get to the country and some whack job goes on a killing spree. Well, at least he was dead and gone. Mrs. Jarvis finished the water and set the glass in the sink. Thwack! It was something hitting the side of the house. Mrs. Jarvis moved to the back door and peeked out, but the night and the rain obscured her vision. It was probably Gordon wanting to be let inside. Great, she thought. He was probably covered from nose to paw in mud. She opened the back door and stepped out onto the porch, the wood sagging under her feet. "Gordon! Gordon!" she called through the howling storm. Another thud came from around the corner of the house, and Mrs. Jarvis craned her neck to see, but it was to no avail. The rain was coming down too hard for her to see much of anything. She climbed down the porch steps and hurried out into the storm, the rain stinging her face. "Gordon!" she called again. "Come inside, Gordon! Here, boy!" She ran around the side of the house and came to a screeching halt. There was someone lying on the ground in the mud. It was a girl, and she wasn't moving. Beside her was a bicycle lying on the ground. Mrs. Jarvis had little time to react. Just as she started to open her mouth to scream, she looked up right into the eye holes of a hockey mask, and she saw the terrifyingly huge man wearing it. There was the flash of a blade, and the lightning illuminated the hulking figure towering over her. Her scream was cut short as abruptly as it had begun, as the machete made contact with skull and bit deeply into her cranium with a sickening thud. She was dead before she hit the ground. One by one, the rain drummed down on the roof of the rental house, and the thunder cracked like a gunshot sounding off, drowning out Mrs. Jarvis's choked scream. "I hope Samantha and Paul are all right," Sarah said, looking over her shoulder out the window. Doug wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer on the sofa. "I'm sure they're fine," Doug said. "They probably made up and are shacked up somewhere." Ted had the projector and film screen set up in the living room. The reel of film he found was some kind of stag movie from the 30s. It was black and white and grainy and out of focus. The entire thing consisted mostly of a topless girl dancing around drunkenly, or sitting in a bathtub, or doing other mindless acts, but Ted found it hysterical. Then again, he was high, off of a messily rolled joint dangling from his fingertips. Sarah and Doug couldn't help but snicker as Ted leaned back in the armchair, guffawing with laughter uncontrollably, puffing on the joint. "Is this what Ted always does?" Sarah asked Doug. "Pretty much," Doug said. "So, which bunk are you taking?" Sarah hesitated. "Oh, it doesn't matter, actually. I was thinking you could take the bottom bunk," she said, trying to put on her best sexy face. "Why do you want the top bunk?" Doug asked, confused. Sarah shook her head coyly. Doug's eyes widened with shock. Was she actually making a pass at him? Sarah never wanted to do anything outside of making out, and he understood it. After all, she was a virgin, and virgins were typically scared about their first time. It had been hard the past few months, though. Paul was his best friend, and he'd been getting pussy ever since middle school, and Doug had only had sex once. It was embarrassing. Paul and Sam pretty much had sex at every party they went to, and Sarah never wanted any part of it. What was a guy to do? He would often space out on dates with Sarah, not even hearing what she was saying, just because he was imagining what sex would be like with her. He'd have to fantasize, otherwise he'd go insane. But now Sarah was staring at him, her eyes sexually charged, and Doug grinned from ear to ear. "Do you mean?" Doug started to say, but Sarah put her finger to his lips. "Just give me a few minutes, okay?" she said, and stood to her feet. "Good night, Teddy Bear," she said as she walked past Ted towards the stairs. Ted gave a wave and another cackle of stone laughter, and Sarah climbed the stairs to the second floor, leaving Doug in awe and disbelief. Chapter 7. "Watch it!" Tommy cried out as the sedan hit a pothole, splattering the side of the car with mud. "Sorry, Tommy, I can barely see in this rain," Trish said, squinting through the storm coming down. "Just slow down, the party's going to go on all night," Tommy said, sucking on his lollipop the hairdresser had given him. "You almost made me lose my lollipop." Trish flashed him a look, but he was right. She had thought about sneaking out after her mother had gone to bed and possibly going over to visit those kids and maybe have a drink. And the short, revealing blue dress that was belted at the waist, high-heeled boots, and subtle but effective makeup she was wearing didn't hide her intentions. She had had to wait for Mrs. Jarvis to go jogging so that she could put on the dress. Otherwise, she wouldn't hear the end of it. She could hear her voice. "You shouldn't go over there in that dress. It's way too short. That's too much makeup." Couldn't she have some fun for once? She hated living out here in the middle of nowhere. She didn't have anyone to talk to, and it was driving her nuts. How did her mother stand it? How was she not losing her mind? She knew what else she would have said if she had asked her about going over to hang out at the rental house. Something about how staying out late with a bunch of hooligans, participating in drugs and other illicit activities, just wasn't healthy for a girl like Trish. But Trish would rather have something bad happen than just nothing at all. Like usual. Isn't that how you grow as a person? How you become stronger? You have to experience tough times so you can learn and grow. So what if she went over there and got into some trouble? Did her mother not trust her to be able to get herself out of a tough situation? But then she thought about what her mother had told her about the murders, about that psycho that killed those people up at the old campgrounds. She would lose her mind if she woke up in the middle of the night and discovered Trish was missing. So maybe sneaking out wasn't the best idea. Going next door just to socialize wasn't some huge deal, though. Why did her mother have to worry so much about every little thing? Did her mother not want her to form relationships and be a teenager for once? Wasn't she a teenager herself once? Didn't she ever do anything bad or dangerous? Trish highly doubted it. Trish never even heard her mother swear except on rare occasions, and she definitely didn't drink or smoke. Trish's friends back in the city wrote to her all the time about all the parties they had gone to and the drinking and smoking and late-night games of spin the bottle, and it just killed her inside. Why couldn't she experience that stuff for once? Trish just had to break out somehow. Maybe tonight was the night. Maybe tonight she would go to that party. Maybe tonight she would get wasted or shack up with someone. Just maybe. Maybe she was just being dramatic again. Lots of people don't even get to go to parties or do drugs, but then again, if you have the chance, why not take it? Life was too short. She had to go to that party. She didn't want to end up a widow in a cabin in the middle of nowhere like Mom because she was scared of the world. Then she thought of Rob and how mysterious but somehow still attractive to her. She couldn't pinpoint it, but something about him drove her wild. Maybe it was his muscles or the curly black hair or his eyes, the ruggedness. She couldn't stop thinking about him. She also couldn't stop thinking about how he had lied when he had said he was hunting bear. There's no bear out here. So what in the world was he doing out here? She got another chill. What if... No, Trish, don't be stupid, she thought. But what if he was the guy who killed those kids? Didn't her mother say he was dead, though? Trish chuckled sheepishly to herself. Come on, Trish. Rob, a psychopath? A bloodthirsty lunatic? Get real. This isn't some cheesy horror flick that you paid $25 to go see at the drive-in. Rob was a little mysterious, but he couldn't hurt anyone, could he? He did lie, however. What was he doing here in the woods? She didn't know, but hopefully she'd seen the last of him. Even though a tiny part of her that she wished would shut up wanted to see him again. Trish pulled into the driveway and drove down the winding path, stopping in front of the house. She glanced over and saw that the rental house lights were on. She sighed a breath of relief. Hopefully they'd stay up long enough for her to sneak past her mother. Tommy and Trish huddled close and ran through the rain and the puddles that were scattered around the front yard, scrambled up the porch steps and went into the house, letting the front door close behind them. "Mom, we're home!" Trish called. The house was pitch black and silent. The only sounds were the thunder and the rain falling on the roof. The living room and kitchen were empty. "Where is she?" Trish turned back to Tommy. Tommy shrugged cluelessly. "I don't know," he said. Trish walked further into the house with Tommy behind her, looking for her mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. "Mom!" she called again. Trish tried the light switch, but the house remained dark. "Shit," she thought. "It must be the storm." Trish looked up the darkened staircase, seeing the rain pouring down through the window at the landing. Trish and Tommy climbed the staircase and looked into Mrs. Jarvis's bedroom. Trish's heart sank as she saw the empty room. "She's not here," she said, her eyes growing wide with concern. Trish moved to the open bedroom window to close it, looking out at the rain, scanning for any sign of Mrs. Jarvis. "Maybe she's going jogging," Tommy said. "She's never gone this long, and in the rain?" Trish said, brushing her wet blonde hair out of her face. "I'm going to go down the path to look for her." "Me too," Tommy said eagerly. "No, you stay here in case she comes back," Trish ordered adamantly and moved for the door. "I want to go," Tommy protested, but Trish whipped around firmly. "Stay here and fix the lights," she snapped, and walked down the stairs into the living room. Trish felt a knot slowly forming in her gut. Surely there was nothing wrong, but still something told her otherwise. Her mother couldn't have gone into town if they had the only car, and she wouldn't be out jogging in the rain. Trish made a beeline for the flashlight that they kept hanging on the kitchen wall, grabbed a raincoat, and headed out the front door into the rain. "Mom!" she called through the whistling wind. "Mom!" She started jogging down the trail that they always went down, the one that went around the lake. "Mom!" she called again. It was useless. The storm was shrieking all around her, and it was impossible to hear much of anything. She shined the flashlight around frantically, searching for any sign of her mother. She caught the glimmer of the lake ahead through the trees and stopped. Where the hell was her mother? Trish slowed to a walk, pushing aside branches and stepping over fallen logs, the rain pelting her. As she rounded a corner of the trail, her flashlight caught a glimpse of something else, something yellow through the trees. She squinted through the rain, trying to make out what it was, but realized she had to get closer. Trish pulled aside the foliage and approached whatever it was. It was a tent, a big yellow tent in a small clearing. It must be Rob's doing, she thought. Trish curiously peeled open the flap of the tent and ducked down to see inside. What the hell? She thought as she saw the messy interior. Newspaper clippings were strewn all around the floor. There was a brightly lit lantern shining in the corner, and a broken rifle was lying in front of her. It had been snapped in two like a twig. She crawled further inside the tent and rifled through the newspaper articles. She picked one up and read it. The big bold headline read, "Crystal Lake Massacre." Just as she started to read the tiny print, Trish froze. There were footsteps outside, softly crunching over fallen leaves. Every muscle in her body tensed, and she let the newspaper fall from her hands. The footsteps grew louder and louder, and a man's hulking shadow fell over the tent. Trish's eyes widened as she saw the shadow of a machete rise into the air above her head. Jimmy and Tina were wrapped in sheets, bathing in the afterglow of sex. Tina's head was lying on Jimmy's bare chest, and his hand stroked her soft hair. Jimmy couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that he actually got laid before Ted did tonight, and by a total babe. Fuck you, Ted. Fuck you and your goddamn computer. He did it. He had had sex, and it had been good this time. That's what everyone was talking about. No wonder everyone was crazy about it. It was amazing. The feeling of being inside someone like that and your body moving in rhythm with theirs. It was electrifying. It was stupendous. It was amazing, like nothing he had ever felt before. The climax went even beyond that. It was as if every inch of his body was being touched with some kind of elixir that brought a pleasure too intense to describe. From the nape of his neck to the tips of his toes, he had felt it course through his veins and pump through his blood. How ironic was it, he thought as he lay there beside Tina. Ted was purportedly a ladies' man and was getting laid every weekend, or so he would say in the locker room at Pinehurst High. And now he was actually the one getting laid while Ted was downstairs alone getting high. Everybody else would be pairing off with someone at the end of this wild night, and Ted would have no one. It almost made Jimmy feel guilty, but after all, he felt it was what Ted deserved for that whole dead fuck bit and being so pretentious. Maybe that was why Ted hadn't won over either of the two twins. Maybe he just tried too hard. He probably didn't get laid nearly as often as he said he did, and of course Jimmy understood why. The peer pressure of the other guys at school was strong. Guys were always wanting to know how far you had been with the girl, like it was a contest or something. It made it worse that it was a very rural school, and there wasn't exactly other options like dating someone from town or from a different district. If you hadn't banged someone from their school, it probably meant that you were a virgin. Of course, Jimmy knew there was more to life than that. It must just be a high school thing and a coming-of-age thing. People get sexually repressed themselves and bottle up those emotions and then project them onto others, like plenty of girls did at Pinehurst. The virgin shaming he had heard was even worse among the girls. Often it was the other girls in the locker room who would boast about going down on their boyfriends and then harass the girl who had nothing to say. It was a human thing. If you didn't follow certain social norms, you got ostracized for it. He had felt it himself in the boys' locker rooms. He mostly avoided all conversation about sex, but when the topic came up, he would lie and say that he had fucked some townie or something, just to get the guys off his back. He didn't know how Ted was able to keep his reputation up when in reality, he wasn't all that charismatic and can try way too hard. He guessed it was Ted's sense of humor and laid-back attitude, but even then, when Teddy was laughing, it was usually a crude joke or a joke at someone's expense. In a sense, Jimmy knew it was just his defense mechanism. He knew it was just a way of coping with his own insecurities, but it had really started to get on his nerves tonight. But now it didn't seem to matter because he had done it. He had actually gotten laid tonight, and he knew now Ted was too stoned to care, but in the morning, he relished at rubbing it in his face a little. He pictured them all down at breakfast, and he could walk in sleepily with a half-naked Tina on his arm, their after-sex complexions radiating off of them. But of course, what if Ted had been right? What if he was a dead fuck? He had to know. He felt awkward asking after they had just finished, but he just had to know. Jimmy hesitated and then spoke up. "Hey, Tina?" "Mm-hmm," she replied tiredly. Am I a dead fuck?" Jimmy stammered awkwardly. Tina laughed and then brought her head up to look at Jimmy. "You know what? I think you were incredible." Jimmy let out an elated sigh. "Really?" "Yeah," she said, laughing and kissing him passionately. "Don't you move. I'll be right back," he said. "This calls for a celebration. How about some wine?" Jimmy remembered seeing the wine bottles in the kitchen. If he could find that corkscrew that Paul used for the beer drinking contest, he could pop one open, have a glass, and see if Ted was still up to let him know just how incredible he was. He was going to make Ted eat his words if it killed him. "Sounds fine," she said with a sexy wink, as she watched him put on his boxer shorts and his shirt. She blew him a kiss as he walked to the door, picking up her panties, and stepped out into the hallway. Incredible? Was that what she said? He was incredible? Holy shit. I'm incredible. Jimmy sprawled out, shaking his head in disbelief, unable to stop smiling. He was incredible. He made his way to the stairs, a jubilancy glowing through him, swinging Tina's yellow lace panties on his index finger and whistling a cheerful tune. He came down the stairs into the now darkened living room where Ted was puffing on a joint alone in an armchair and laughing at the film on the projector screen. Jimmy casually sauntered over to the armchair and sat down on the edge of it, plopping Tina's panties on Ted's lap. "Why don't you run those through your little computer, teddy bear?" Jimmy said proudly. Ted was too stoned to be resentful. He laughed uncontrollably, throwing the pennies up in the air. "Hey, congratulations, Jimbo!" Ted said with a laugh, his eyes glowing red. "Why don't we grab a bottle of wine and celebrate?" Jimmy said, and then looked Ted dead in the eyes. "She said I was incredible." Ted laughed hysterically again. "Way to go, Jimbo!" Jimmy strolled into the dark kitchen, grabbed the bottle of wine off the wine rack, and strolled over to the sink. He began to rummage through the drawers, still whistling exuberantly. Ted's laughing and the humming from the video camera drowned out the faint sound of the back door, quietly creaking open. "Hey, Ted, where's that corkscrew? The fancy corkscrew for the wine bottle?" Jimmy called into the living room. No response, just more buzz laughter from Ted. Jimmy was oblivious to footsteps coming softly across the linoleum floor towards him. "Ted, where the hell is the corkscrew?" Jimmy called louder. All of a sudden, the missing corkscrew came out of the darkness at the back of the kitchen, and the blade was driven into Jimmy's hand with immense force, pinning it to the countertop. Jimmy let out a scream of excruciating pain, drowned out by Ted's cackling, and he looked up from his quivering, bleeding hand to see a huge man in a hockey mask and a grungy work suit. With his other hand, the mad killer reached into the kitchen drawer, withdrew a meat cleaver, and swung it into Jimmy's head, burying it right into the middle of his face. The cleaver sliced through Jimmy's nasal cavity and then into his skull with a sickening sound, but Jimmy felt nothing at all. "Jimmy?" she said. No answer. The room was empty as well. He probably just ran into the bathroom in the hall, she thought. Tina glanced around on the floor for the rest of her clothes, seeing her panties were missing. Jimmy probably had run off with them to mess with her or something. God, I hate lying, Tina thought as she lay there nude underneath the covers. Of course, he was really nervous and he needed encouragement. Truthfully, he had just been all right. She had slept with better guys and much, much worse. He was one of those guys that had it in him, that rough, raw masculinity that turned women on. It just needed some coaxing and some polishing. She shouldn't have gotten his hopes up, but she wasn't able to say it to his face, especially after the way his eyes lit up when she had told him he was incredible in bed. He was one of those guys that were probably pressured really hard by all the guys at school. He was likely always one of the quiet, shy guys, kind of smart and sensitive, one of the guys on the sideline standing up for the bullied kid, always bagged on about how they never get laid, called gay, called homo, just totally shit all over just because they actually knew how to treat people with respect. If you're a guy, you're either a stud who fucks every girl or you're gay, pretty much. Tina hated the way guys pressured each other. So what if a guy wants to wait? So what if they're sensitive? She thought it was sweet when a guy was the nervous type. How awkward they could be was sometimes kind of endearing. And that's how it had been with Jimmy. To be honest, she really did like him. He was cute and he actually respected her. He had been so gentle, and that was probably why he hadn't really turned her on, because, then again, it took a lot to turn her on. It took very confident and masculine men to really turn her on. She had gone for Jimmy because at least she knew he wouldn't hurt her or want to do anything crazy or get upset if she couldn't get him to orgasm. Jimmy didn't try hard. He knew how to just be his natural self and not have to put on a front. He had been terrified and hadn't really tried to hide it, and that was attractive to her. It was guys like that that still managed to turn her on enough to at least sleep with them and give them a good night once in a while, because she knew that he was one of the guys that people just loved to ignore and neglect. She had seen the longing look in his eyes when he watched Paul and Sam making out, and had been thinking about asking him to dance but not knowing how. He was so much nicer than any of her past boyfriends. She almost couldn't handle a good guy when she met one because she just wasn't used to it. It terrified her. This time he had been so natural and so real with her, and all of that went away. After all, she had been horny, and what was the problem if she let him have his night for once? She didn't feel bad about lying to him, because honesty was not always the best thing for some people. She had seen the way Ted had been prodding him and belittling him all night and acting like a jerk, and it just made her feel sorry for him. After all, she'd be leaving tomorrow and they would all go back to their worlds and forget about it. She just hoped that he didn't catch feelings for her or anything. She really wasn't feeling the group at all. Tina had seen the look Samantha had given her when she had danced with Paul. It was one dance. What the hell was her problem? If they both loved each other, she should trust him enough to let him have one dance. No wonder they probably had a very unhealthy relationship. She had stormed out of the house off of a dance that meant nothing. Just because you dance with someone at a party doesn't mean you love them. It's a party. She didn't have to get so worked up. But then again, with a foxy guy like Paul, she didn't blame her either. Where were they? She wondered. They had probably had a fight out there in the woods and gotten lost, all because of a stupid little dance. Where was Jimmy? She glanced at the door worriedly. What was everyone doing? Tina slid out of bed, her bare feet touching the cold hardwood floor, and she moved to the window, squinting out through the oncoming rain. There was no sign of Jimmy outside, but she saw 2 bicycles sitting under the tree where she and Terry had left them. Wait, she thought. Didn't Terry leave? Why was her bike still down there? Tina frowned, confused. Maybe she had hooked up with Ted after all, Tina thought. She wouldn't have walked home in this storm. Tina turned back to the window and gasped in horror. A hockey mask was staring right back at her. It was a man standing outside on the ledge. And then 2 hands lunged forward, smashed through the bedroom window from outside, and grabbed her. Before Tina could scream, an immense force yanked her forward, and in a split second she was thrown through the broken shards of glass and was flying through the air. Tina plummeted through the air, landing hard on the top of the '73 Chevy. Her head hit the roof in an impossible way, her neck snapping in 2, and her lifeless body rolled off onto the muddy ground. Trish let out a horrified scream as the machete slashed through the wall of the tent, coming 5 inches away from her. Trish crawled out on her hands and knees towards the tent entrance, but stopped when 2 legs suddenly blocked her way out. Trish looked up in a panic at the man towering above her, and she gasped when she saw who it was. It was Rob, soaking wet, caked with mud and blood, his eyes wide and frenzied, and brandishing the machete high above his head. "What the hell are you doing here?" he bellowed angrily. "What are you trying to do, kill me?" Trish shrieked, her body relaxing. Rob lowered the machete and ducked inside the tent, suddenly becoming serious with her. "Well, somebody is trying to kill me," Rob said, looking precariously out into the darkness. He then zipped up the tent behind him and gave Trish a hard stare. "What, Rob, what is all this?" she asked, bewildered, gesturing to the newspapers strewn about. "Trish, listen to me. I'm not hunting for bear out here," Rob said. "I'm hunting someone." "What?" she asked, still not understanding. "I'm looking for the man who killed my sister. His name is Jason Voorhees," Rob said. He held up a cutout photograph of his sister, a young pretty girl with blonde curly hair of about 16. His eyes began to well with tears. Trish furrowed her brow in confusion. "Jason Voorhees?" she asked. "He's the maniac who's been killing kids up at Crystal Lake," Rob said. Trish immediately remembered what her mother had told her. "Oh, but what about your sister?" Trish asked, staring at the photograph of the young girl. Rob's stare became vacant as he looked to the side, reminiscing. "My sister used to love kids. She wanted to work with them. She was up here at Crystal Lake the other night. Her name was Sandra," Rob went on, Trish listening intently. "She was one of the ones murdered when Jason went on his killing spree." He had remembered warning his little sister Sandra about some horrible murders that had taken place years before at Camp Crystal Lake, and she hadn't listened. She had been part of Paul Holt's counselor training center and had insisted on going. He thought back to the phone call that had made his blood run cold. "They found Sandra. Rob, she's dead," they had said. He had almost broken down at the thought of his kid sister gone, taken from the world so violently. He had gone up to the campgrounds that night and had identified her pale, mangled body as it lay on a steel slab at the county coroner's office. The officers had said they had found her dead, stabbed with a spear, and her boyfriend, Jeff, hung from a bloody bed sheets and impaled on a coat hook. Just casualties in a senseless bloodbath. Rob had tried to understand it, tried to put himself in the killer's mind, and tried to feel a sense of compassion. But the only thing he felt was a rage deep within him, and a voice that screamed at him to kill the bastard that did this to his little sister, and to seek justice for her. He had gone into town, into Crystal Lake, to ask the locals about how to get to the camp, and they hadn't been friendly. He had burst into the city hall asking for the records for Jason Voorhees and poring through them, searching all of the resources that he could find on his childhood, his family, and anything else that he thought was important. But still, it wasn't enough. Knowing about his sister's killer in his sick, twisted mind was only causing the flame to burn brighter, so bright that it threatened to consume him. Jason Voorhees had to die. He had driven the 4-hour drive back home and packed his things, and then to the hardware store to get several knives, a machete, a shotgun, some lanterns, and anything else that he might have needed for a weekend at Camp Blood. The locals weren't doing anything to stop his sister's killer, that was clear, because the killings didn't stop after the training center. There had been more slaughtered bodies of innocent teens, just like Sandra, found on the opposite side of the lake just last night. Jason was still out there. He knew it, and the local forces didn't care. "You should be out there finding this bastard," he had screamed in the sheriff's face after his sister died. He had just sat there and looked at him with a blank expression on his face. "Jason Voorhees is a legend round here," he had said, "a legend that we don't take kindly to. The camp is closed down and there is nobody out there, Mr. Dyer." "People are dying," Rob had said. "My sister is dead, and still all he got were more excuses. The cops weren't going to do a thing until half their town was dead. And not even just people from their town, but people from all over the area that come to Crystal Lake. These murders had been going on for years, ever since back in '79, when he had read about Jason's mother's killing spree. It was as if the whole town knew what was going on but was just complacent in it happening. How many more little kids had to die? She had only been 16. "Oh God, Rob, I'm so sorry," Trish said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Yeah, she was a good kid," he said. "And I've got to stop Jason before he kills anyone else." Trish reached out and touched him. "But isn't that man dead?" Rob shook his head. "No, Jason is alive, look," Rob said, picking up the newspapers and flipping to the front cover. Jason was a young boy who drowned in Crystal Lake. His mother went psycho and killed some counselors at the camp. She was killed by a survivor, but then the killing started again. And the locals said it had to be Jason, and they were right. Jason never drowned, Rob explained. "This is Jason as a child, an artist's conception by a would-be victim." Rob pointed to a sketch of a young boy in a tattered shirt and cut-off jeans. He was missing his hair, except in very sparse patches, on his abnormally shaped head. And he was dirty, very physically deformed and grotesque in appearance. The caption read, "Artist depiction of young Jason Voorhees." "But the man who killed your sister is dead. My mom heard it on the news," Trish said. "No, Trish. Jason's body disappeared from the morgue 2 days ago," Rob said, his eyes huge and foreboding. "Maybe it was stolen," Trish said. Rob scoffed. "Trish, 2 people are missing from the morgue. Coincidence? Plus, I've seen him tonight. Someone was in my tent," Rob said. "Jason is alive, and I think you and your family are in grave danger." The color drained from Trish's face as she realized the horrifying truth. "Oh, God," she muttered, and then she realized something. "Oh, God, Tommy's back at the house by himself." They both exchanged horrified glances. Rob snatched up his machete and dashed out of the tent down the trail, Trish following close behind. Sarah stared at her body in the bathroom mirror and let out a long sigh. She was in nothing but a white bra and matching panties. She was slim enough, and her breasts were of an all-right size. Certainly not the size of Sam's, but decent enough, she decided. She felt the knot twisting tighter in her stomach, and her hands began to get sweaty. Was she actually about to do this to have sex? She was scared out of her mind. Could Doug tell? Would he be able to tell, and would it not be as great because of how scared she was? Would it hurt? What if she chickened out? Would he use a condom? A million questions were racing through her mind. She continued to survey herself, hoping Doug would like what he saw. She grabbed a white, fluffy robe off the hook on the door and slipped it on, tossing her hair behind her shoulders and giving herself another look. "You got this," she consoled herself, feeling the knot screwing even tighter. God, this is terrifying. Even more terrifying than she thought it would be. Sam made it look so easy, but she had the looks to pull it off. Sam could have any guy she wanted. How she wished she was Sam sometimes, to be able to just manipulate any guy to do just about whatever she wanted, and to be able to be sexy and flirty. She just didn't have the same sexy olive complexion that Sam had, or the same hourglass figure. Her stomach stuck out a little bit, and she was lanky and awkward. Her tits weren't that big either, but she knew Doug, and he wasn't that shallow. She remembered what Sam had said about him and braced herself. She took one last look, checked to make sure she didn't have anything in her teeth, and strolled out into the hallway, seeing Doug coming up the stairs, his eyes lustful. "You look amazing," Doug said, wrapping his arms around her waist. Sarah felt her face growing hot as his arms caressed her, and she felt a tingling sensation rush from her head down to her toes. Thanks. Do you want to go to the bottom bunk?" "No, I was thinking about a nice shower," Doug said. Sarah hesitated, a small panic beginning to flutter in her heart. Sarah blocked out that thought. "Just go with it," she told herself. "Sure," she said seductively. They lip-locked in a passionate kiss, filled with a lust that they both didn't see coming, and backed away into the bathroom, closing the door behind them. Ted was officially starting to feel the after effects of the weed hit him, and they hit him like a truck. The THC had settled into the rest of his body, and he was thoroughly zonked, glued to the armchair and staring with a glazed-over look in his eye at the projector screen. He couldn't actually believe Jimmy got laid before he did. "You blew it, Teddy Bear," he thought to himself. "You really fucking blew it." Both of the twins hated his guts, and there were no other girls left to fuck around with. Paul was probably getting action from Sam out at the lake. Doug and Sarah were upstairs getting it on, and Jimmy actually wasn't a dead fuck. He felt the bitter tinge of resentment towards himself. Why did he have to insult people, and why a guy like Jimmy? Just a nice, confused kid looking for love. And he was his friend, one of Ted's only friends, and he treated him like shit. Jimmy had never done anything wrong to him, and still Ted found ways to pick on his lanky gait and general awkwardness. The truth was that it was how Ted dealt with all of his insecurities. But his baked mind couldn't think about that right now. All he could do was half smile and stare dazedly at the screen. Maybe it was because deep down Ted hated himself sometimes, and everyone else saw it in his overly outgoing and macho persona. The girls at Crystal Lake High gave him the nickname Teddy Bear, and not as an affectionate pet name, but as a way to let other girls know he was coming and to get the hell out of Dodge. It was the same way at school. None of the girls actually liked him or fucked him. He just said that he got a lot of pussy to look good. Maybe he was just too forward. What the hell was he doing wrong? He was good looking, had great hair, smooth talking. He was doing everything right. He was doing every single thing right, everything that he read in all of the best dating books out there. Charm them, romance them, tell them how beautiful they are, and nothing worked. Still, he was rejected constantly. Jimmy could at least get a girl, and how? Jimmy was too much of a nice guy. Girls like total sleazes, they just do. It's that whole reverse psychology thing, where women like being treated like shit. It was sort of like a domination thing. If a woman feels insulted by a man, it turns her on and makes her want to please him even more. Ted read all about it in some news article about this guy who got all these chicks simply by telling them straight to their face how worthless they were. Ted didn't take it that far, but he still followed all the other advice he had been given and didn't have any success with any of it. Maybe he didn't need to try so hard. Maybe he could just give up on women. There were so Many that were just so emotional, so needy, and such bitches sometimes. Just look at what happened to Sam and Paul tonight, wherever the hell they are. Good thing he didn't have to deal with any of that. No angry, jealous girlfriends, no birthday and anniversary presents. Ted laughed as the girl on screen danced to a cheesy 30s bebop tune, her breast bouncing. He got to his feet and staggered clumsily up to the projector screen and pretended to talk to the girl on screen. "Hey, don't you want to give Teddy Bear a kiss?" Mwah, mwah, he said, followed by another boisterous explosion of stone laughter. All of a sudden, the projector screen went blank and the camera stopped rolling. The music from the movie slowly died out and was replaced by a broken-up whirring sound. Ted frowned, and he turned to face the projector, shielding his eyes from the bright white light. It happened in a flash. A butcher knife from the kitchen came ripping through the projector screen and plunged into the base of Ted's skull. Blood splattered all across the blank screen as Ted was yanked back through the rip in the screen and into the air like a fish on a hook. Jason yanked the knife out of his head with a sickening squish and let his body crumple to the floor in a heap. He looked towards the stairs and started up, breathing laboriously, feeling the rage build again as he heard the running water and sounds of lovemaking. Chapter 8. The hot, steaming water sprayed down on the nude, love-making couple, ricocheting off of the glass shower walls and forming a pool at their feet. It was happening. It was actually happening, Sarah thought as Doug found his way inside of her. Everything was melting inside of her and mingling together to build a huge wave of pleasure and intense ecstasy that started deep in her pelvis and diffused into the rest of her body. She let out a deep moan of pleasure, the steaming hot water running down her back. Doug pressed her gently against the glass shower door, moving with her. How had she been scared of this? This was fucking amazing, she thought. Just the two of them alone with the steam. It was even better than Sam had described. She understood now why Sam slept around so much, but Sarah didn't want to have sex like Sam did. She was glad she waited until the time was right. And the time had been right. Sarah was so tired of being scared, of saying no, of giving in to her fears and not allowing herself to enjoy things in life. Whether or not it was drugs or sex, she always heard her dad's voice in her mind, warning her that boys only wanted one thing. But after all, what did he know? He didn't understand. Doug was a good guy and waited until Sarah was ready. She felt everything relaxing inside of her. Finally, after all this time being so worried about everything, it all didn't matter. Nothing mattered except for her and Doug, and the hot steam that swirled around them. Doug moved his hips a bit faster and began to voice his pleasure too, until they both crescendoed with the climax of their lovemaking coming to an end. Doug pulled away, kissing Sarah tenderly. Sarah melted into him, her legs weak, still feeling him inside of her. She kissed him harder, her hands finding every nook and cranny of his body, touching him, exploring him. Sarah finally pulled away and stared up at him, mesmerized. They both stood, wrapped in each other's arms for a few minutes, feeling the heat of the water and bathing in the steady flow of spray that misted them from the shower head. What had she been so afraid of? They used protection. It was with someone she loved, and she couldn't wait to do it again. Sarah kissed him again, climbed out of the shower, and wrapped herself in a towel. "Sarah, I think I'm in heaven," Doug said through the running water. Sarah smiled at him, looking back over her shoulder. "I think I'm in love." Doug kissed her again. "I'll meet you in the bottom bunk," Sarah said with a wink, and left the room glowing radiantly. Doug looked up at the steam of the water flowing from the shower head, letting it wet his hair, and run down his back. He began to exuberantly sing Tangerine to himself. He couldn't believe they actually had sex. Was he dreaming? Sarah Williams actually just fucked him. Unbelievable. He remembered in 7th grade when she was known around school as the prude. She was quite a sight, too. Glasses, acne, braces, the works. She looked like a regular geek. But when she hit 9th grade, puberty hit her full force and the boys were noticing, including himself. On the first day of 9th grade, she came to school with her mousy brown hair curled and highlighted and in heels. Paul actually went for Sarah first, but when she wouldn't have sex, he went for Sam. Doug got the rebound, and sure, he was upset that she wouldn't fuck him. But there was something about Sarah that Doug really liked. Something sensitive and really special. Different than the other girls. He meant what he said to her on the trail today. He really did love her. It was a deeper love than anything he'd had with other girls. Something more intimate. He could sit and have a deep conversation with Sarah just about life, family, their problems, their insecurities. It allowed for a much more intimate relationship, and it allowed for them to just have the best sex Doug had ever had. God, he loved those types of girls. The ones that don't give in to sex on the first date. The down-to-earth girls always ended up being the best sex. Probably had something to do with all that sexual frustration. Sarah was one of those girls that you had to get to know them as people first, and deep down, that's what most everyone wants. At least Doug thought. Paul deep down loved those kinds of girls, but he suppressed it with his macho girl-crazy attitude that always fucked him in the end, like tonight with Sam. Sam was that type of girl, but suppressed it with jealousy and bitchiness. They were deep down right for each other, but their egos usually led to big blowouts like tonight. Where the hell were those two? Hell, they were probably screwing their heads off in the woods. God, he loved her. He really did. She was smart and beautiful and liked to just chill out every once in a while and enjoy the silence and really talk about serious shit. Damn, when he told Paul that Sarah had actually let him have sex with her, imagine the look on his face. Yeah, there was something truly special about Sarah, and he was glad that he was her first time. He wanted it to be perfect, and it was. Doug had even thought about marrying her, even though Paul constantly told him never to get tied down to one chick. But Sarah was the type of girl you marry, Doug had said. After all, what was so wrong about settling down? He didn't have to ask Sarah just yet. They could wait until after school was over and when they both got steady jobs and were settled down in the house somewhere. They could move off to the city, have a few kids. He could go to school and study to be a doctor like he always wanted. Sarah could find her a part-time job and they'd be set for life. Doug was snapped out of his thoughts by the bathroom door creaking open and then closing. "Hey, Sarah, did you change your mind?" There was no response. A shadow fell over the glass shower door. The glass was blurred and Doug couldn't see out of it. "Hop back in, Sarah, there's plenty of room. We could sing a duet," he joked. Still no response. The shadow grew larger. "Who is that, Polly? Hey, Polly, is that you?" Doug asked. Still no answer. The shadow moved closer to the shower door. Doug let the bar of soap slip from his hand. "Whoops, dropped my bar of soap, Polly, old buddy. Why don't you get in here and pick it up?" Doug teased, laughing. Then the shadow grew even larger, and Doug realized by the sheer size of whoever it was not Paul. Doug reached for the sliding door when suddenly 2 hands punched through the frosted shower glass, shattering it to bits. Doug had no time to see who it was as the huge, calloused, bloody hand clamped over his face, obscuring his sight. He slid back on the wet shower floor, trying to maintain his balance, just as the other hand grabbed the other side of his head and smashed it against the tile wall of the shower. Doug tried to scream, but it was muffled by the hand. Jason's thumbs and palm began to press down on either side of Doug's head, as Doug screamed in agony. His skull was beginning to cave in with a sickening crunching sound, as the powerful vice-like grip of the mad killer broke through facial bones in Doug's nasal cavity. Warm blood began to cascade down his shoulders and pull at his feet. Through the agonizing pain of his face being smashed like mush, Doug tried to swing his fist frantically, but it was of no use. The hand slammed him back into the wall, put both hands on either side of Doug's head, and pulled him forward, slamming his throat down on the broken edge of the shower door, the glass impaling his neck and ending his life quickly. The blood dripped down the walls and swirled around before disappearing into the drain as Jason heard the soft humming of Sarah in the other room. Sarah hit the off switch on the blow dryer and placed it on the dresser, giving her damp hair a good tassel. She tightened the towel around her nude body and looked at herself proudly in the mirror. You did it, she thought, your first time, and it went perfectly. What had she been so scared of? Would Doug have hurt you? She thought. Now she knew why Sam teased her all the time. That's what everyone was so scared of? It was great, it was fun, it was relaxing, and there was nothing scary about it. Sure, it hurt a little, but after a while it wouldn't hurt at all. Doug had been so gentle with her. He was such a great guy. He had asked her before they started doing it if she was comfortable, if she was ready, and really made sure she wanted to do it beforehand. I'm so lucky, Sarah thought. She couldn't wait to tell Sam and see the look on her face when she found out her best friend just had sex. Sam would be so proud of her, she thought. Sarah primped in the mirror, laughing out loud in jubilancy, feeling like a new person. She started to think about a future with Doug. After all, they had just graduated and some choices were going to have to be made. Where was she going to go? Her parents had started a college fund, but it wasn't much. She wanted to live with Doug now that they'd consummated their relationship, but she didn't think she'd be able to afford rent. Maybe if they both got jobs and had a crappy apartment for a while. But then school was expensive too, and then she didn't know what Doug was even planning after high school. He talked about doing construction, but she hated that it was so dangerous. Maybe they could go to college together if they got jobs as soon as one opened up back in their town, or maybe get a scholarship. She thought about talking to Doug about it, but then again, things were great, and she was totally worry-free. She didn't feel like getting into a serious conversation with him. She finished making up the bottom bunk and walked out into the hallway, stopping outside the closed bathroom door. I came to hear you sing, Sarah said through the door. There was no response. She frowned. Doug? She said. She pushed open the bathroom door and froze. Doug was slumped forward, halfway dangling out of the shower, a jagged shard of frosted glass impaling his throat. There was so much blood all over the shower walls, completely painting the inside of the shower and the floor in front of it. It was something out of one of her worst nightmares, and it was right in front of her. Sarah let out a blood-curdling scream, throwing her hands to her face as adrenaline trip-hammered through her system. Sam! Samantha, oh my God! She shrieked, hurtling herself down the hallway away from the horrible sight and careening down the stairs 2 at a time in a panic. She sprinted through the living room, saw the blood-stained and ripped projector screen, and screamed, Oh my God, Sam! Sam! Sam, somebody help me! Sarah screamed again, throwing herself at the front door. It wouldn't budge. The back door was her only other option. Just as Sarah started to make a run for it, the front door imploded inwards, the wood splintering to give way for the blade of an axe as it lodged itself in Sarah's chest. Sarah was thrown backwards by the force of the blow, hitting the floor, the axe protruding from her chest. She stared incredulously at the blood blossoming, soaking the towel and pulling around her. And eventually, her body stopped trembling, and her panicked breathing came to a stop. Final showdown. Tommy swept the beam of the flashlight down the basement staircase, listening to the storm howling outside and his own heavy breathing. He hated going down into the basement, the smell, the sounds he heard while he was down there, the cobwebs, the rats you could hear scurrying in the wall. It terrified him. Tommy didn't like being scared, even though he could sit in his room for hours and design the most realistic and terrifying masks. It was just that his masks didn't scare him. They were just a manifestation of all his real-life fears, except he was in control. Sure, his 12-year-old mind didn't really grasp it, but still, he could manipulate the mask how he wanted, and make it do exactly what he wanted, but he couldn't control what happened down in the cellar. He couldn't control the cockroaches running under his feet or the spider webs that brushed across his face. He couldn't control the shadows dancing around, and he couldn't control it if something was lurking in the dark down there, waiting to jump out and eat him alive, watching his every move, smelling his fear, waiting to rip him apart limb by limb and devour him. A monster just like from those movies that he watches. Tommy hated not being in control. When they were robbed back in the city, Tommy hadn't been in control. Someone had violated the sanctity of their tiny studio apartment and taken what was rightfully theirs, and it terrified him. Tommy hated that feeling, the feeling of real, raw terror. All he had done when it had happened was hide in the bathroom closet and cry, and wait until someone came home. He hadn't even tried to stop the creep. He had no control in the situation. He was trapped in the horrifying plot and could not escape or change his destiny. When he made his mask, he felt like he was in control again. That's how they came out so detailed. It was amazing to be able to manipulate every single feature of the mask. The shading under the eyes, the wrinkles in the skin, the sickly yellow shades of rot on the fangs that protruded out from the gaping jaws, the white shimmer in the iris of its eye. He just did them for fun mostly, but sometimes he would catch himself dreaming and fantasizing before he went to sleep at night about possibly being on the set of a big Hollywood movie, like Godzilla or Raiders of the Lost Ark, working on the special effects. He wasn't ever scared of the movies that he watched either. He was a huge fan of Indiana Jones and Godzilla, of course, but also Creature of the Black Lagoon, It Came from Beneath the Sea, and King Kong. The movies didn't scare him because in a sense he understood them. He had volume after volume of film encyclopedias that would explain in detail how films worked and how the special effects were set up to make it look so convincingly real. What he couldn't understand was the terror in the real world, what humans do to one another every day. That was the true horror. It was a paralyzing fear that gripped him. It had made him feel like someone was squeezing his heart so tightly that it would burst. It was the fear that had happened that day when the house had been burglarized. He remembered the utter panic of hearing the hinges snap on the front door and heavy footsteps coming down the hall. He couldn't think straight. His mind had screamed at him to get out of the house or to grab a baseball bat. But instead, his body had gone into full flight mode, and he found himself huddling down in the bathroom closet with the door locked. With that kind of fear, there was no reasoning. Reasoning wasn't even an option. He had just gone with his first primal instinct that came to him, to run, to hide, to bury himself down under blankets and never come out, and hope that the horror outside would go away. He could have scared the guy off, but fear overtook him. It made him question every time he laughed at a character in a monster movie making a stupid decision. When you were in a situation like that, you didn't think clearly. He wasn't in control. That's why he hated the basement. That's why he hated the outside world. It was too sporadic for him. He couldn't control it, like he could with his mask and with his monster movies. In Godzilla, he knew what would happen at the end. There were no surprises. But what was outside the cabin door of his family's home, there was no controlling it. Life sometimes just happened, and there wasn't a thing you could do to stop it. That was why he stayed engrossed in his films and his video games and his monster masks. It was a world of his own that he had created, and he could see everything coming. Life wasn't always that way. And now life was happening to him, and he didn't like it at all. The lights were out. Trish was out looking for Mom, and he was in the house all alone, he thought. He was staring precariously down the basement stairs, trying to steady the beam of the flashlight, and trying to muster up his courage. Tommy took a deep breath and stepped on the first step, the wood sagging and squeaking under his feet. The sour smell of mold reached his nostrils, and he grimaced at the sight of a rat moving through the beam of his flashlight, 2 beady little eyes glowing in the dark. He arched the flashlight around his head, illuminating the silvery sheen of cobwebs strung across the beams above him. He reached the bottom of the staircase and moved through the dark and cluttered cellar, trying not to notice the bugs and the spiders, trying to block out the sound of the rats squeaking in the fright and seeking shelter. He pushed open a small crawl-space door, squeezed through, and his flashlight beam came to rest on the fuse box. Every time the lights had gone out before during a storm, Trish and his mom always made him be the one to go down and fix it. Tommy, do this. Tommy, kill this spider. Tommy, go fix the lights. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. It was all they ever said, and it made sense to him. When his dad left, his mom had looked at him and told him with tearful eyes that he was the man of the house now, and it resonated with him. Of course, what did that mean? At first it had meant nothing, just another stray comment from his mother, but now he had started to realize it was sort of his responsibility. Of course, his father had only been in a portion of his life, and he never really taught him how to be a true man. He only taught him how to fix a car and ride a bike and other typical boy stuff, but never how to actually handle situations like a man, like the head of the household should do, and that scared him too. He hadn't been the man of the house when someone had broken in. He'd have to teach himself, but what did being the man of the house even mean? What would he have to do? It seemed like such an overwhelming responsibility to undertake and a huge burden for him to have to be under. Tommy didn't know what he would do in a really bad situation if one were to happen again. To be perfectly honest, they lived out in the country and nothing all that bad happened anyway. What could he do? How could he take up so much responsibility? Just like that. He was 12. He had no idea how to make someone feel better when they were crying, or what to say to calm people down, or what to do in these awful situations that life inevitably brought. And now he felt a tiny seed of raw terror in his gut as he proceeded towards the fuse box. Where was his mom? And where was Trish? Tommy flipped the breaker switch and let out a sigh of relief as he heard the lights flickering on throughout the house. Then a rustling sound came from a dark shadow of the room, and Tommy didn't even turn around to shine his flashlight in the direction. He scrambled back through the crawl-space door, bolted up the staircase, and slammed the basement door shut, fastening the lock. He let out a sigh of relief just as he heard the front door bang open and the storm rumbling outside come rushing into the cabin. Tommy dashed into the foyer as he met Trish, frantically running into the kitchen to meet him. Rob came in shortly behind her, wielding a machete. Both of them were soaked from the rain and wide-eyed with fear. They slammed the cabin door shut and locked it. "Tommy, thank God," she said, hugging him tightly. Tommy could see the panic in her eyes. "Trish, what's going on?" Tommy asked fearfully. "Tommy, is Mom back yet?" "No, not yet," Tommy said. Trish gave Rob a look, her eyes wide with worry, and she made a beeline for the telephone in the kitchen. "I'm going to call for help," Trish said, hurriedly rotating the dial. There was no dial tone when she put the receiver to her ear, and the color drained from her face. "Rob, what's going on?" Tommy asked, fear starting to take over. "The storm must have blown the phone lines down," Rob said. "I'm going to go next door." Jason could be killing them one by one, he thought. He had to stop him. What the trio didn't see was the hulking figure just outside the kitchen door, the broken phone box in his hand, ripped from the wall of the cabin like it was a toy. Trish slammed the phone down in frustration. "I'm going with you." "No," Rob said staunchly. "It isn't safe." Trish stepped closer, looking him in the eyes. "I'm going with you," she said more resolutely. She turned to Tommy and grabbed him by the shoulders. She didn't want to tell him anything and didn't want to scare him any more, so she did her best to convey the seriousness of the situation with her eyes. "Tommy, stay here and lock the doors, okay?" "Hold the fort, Tommy," Rob said, and they both ran for the door, as Tommy stood there flabbergasted and scared out of his mind. He judged from their manic behavior that this was real and it was happening, and he was galvanized into action, running frantically to make sure every door was locked. Trish stopped suddenly before they went out the front door and saw Gordon perched on the couch. She motioned him to follow. They had to get out of there, she thought. They had to somehow get everyone out of the rental house and into the car. But come to think of it, she didn't know where her keys were. She had been holding them when she had gone down the path looking for her mom, but that was the last time she had seen them. God, they were all trapped there with that maniac, my mother that had been talking about, she thought. The reality of the situation was dawning on her slowly as they followed the narrow, muddy path that led to the rental house. The rain came down like tiny bits of hell on the two of them, and lightning cracked across the sky like long, incandescent skeletal fingers as they approached the now quiet vacation home. The lights were out and everything was still. There was no sign of life anymore. Trish began to feel a pang of dread in her gut as she huddled closely behind Rob. They both climbed down the porch stairs and stopped dead in their tracks. There was a huge gaping hole in the front door, and shards of wood were lying all around the floor. Trish cowered behind Rob, feeling her heart begin to race. "He's been here," Rob said, gripping his machete tighter. Gordon all of a sudden began to bark and snarl, baring his teeth like he was possessed. He was looking straight at the house, his hair standing up on end. "What if he still is here?" Trish asked hysterically. "Here, take this," Rob said, holding out his machete. Trish shook her head, intimidated by the huge razor-sharp blade. "Take it!" Trish reluctantly took the machete from his hand and held it out in front of her, like it was a venomous snake, as Rob quietly pushed what was left of the front door open into the house. An eerie, oppressive silence had fallen over the once rambunctious and rowdy vacation home. It was far too quiet, and it was dark except for a bright white light coming from the main room and a loud mechanical whirring. Trish and Rob inched further into the house, seeing the still-running video camera and projector screen set up in the living room. The projector screen was ripped right through the middle and stained with red. Trish felt a chill run down her spine, and she and Rob exchanged looks. It was blood. She knew it. It was blood. This is happening, she thought. Gordon started to whimper, growling menacingly. Trish stroked him behind the ears, hushing him, trying to act like she wasn't scared shitless. She crept through the house behind Rob, gripping the handle of the machete so tightly her knuckles were turning white. "I'm going to the basement to turn on the lights. Stay here with Gordon," Rob said. "No!" Trish protested. "Stay here with Gordon," he demanded firmly. Trish sighed with compliance and handed him the flashlight. "Here," she said. He shone the light into a small alcove at the end of the hall and walked further inside, the beam coming to rest on the half-open basement door. Trish could see the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and his chest heaving. He was trying hard to mask his fear, but she could tell he was scared shitless as well. Rob whipped his Bowie knife out of his pocket, held it out defensively, and tried to keep a steady hand on the wavering beam of light. He nudged open the door and shone the flashlight down into the musty, dark interior of the basement. Trish watched in fearful anticipation as he started down the basement steps, eventually disappearing into the darkness. She felt another chill across her bare arm as she realized she was now alone in the hallway. Where the hell was Gordon? She tightened her grip on the machete, looking all around her for any sign of the dog. God, I know he's here, she thought, her mind racing and fluttering with panicked thoughts. That maniac was here. She just knew something was horribly wrong. It was so quiet in the rental house, a deathly still silence that unnerved her. And then she heard a whimpering. It was Gordon, and he was scared to death. Trish hurried back into the living room towards the sound just in time to see Gordon go sprinting up the staircase to the second floor, whining the whole way, his tail tucked between his legs. "Gordon!" Trish shouted in a strained whisper. "Gordon!" Then there was the sound of breaking glass and silence. Trish glanced at the basement stairs and then back at the upstairs hallway where Gordon had just vanished. She held the machete out in front of her, ready to strike, and inched towards the stairs. Her heart was about to burst through her chest, and her hands were clammy and trembling. Every hair on her body was standing on its end, and she felt the lump in her throat growing to the size of the one in her gut, screwing tighter and tighter, until it felt like someone was hitting her repeatedly in the stomach as hard as they possibly could. "It's all a misunderstanding," she kept telling herself. His body was stolen. Jason's body was stolen, and that's why it's missing. Bodies get stolen all the time. Jason is dead. This was all some joke. She kept picturing all the teenagers jumping out of their hiding spots yelling, "Surprise!" and laughing at their hilarious joke, hoping that her fantasy would come true, but this felt all too real. A voice in the back of her mind kept telling her Rob was right, and she was fighting desperately not to listen. She glanced at the bloody projector screen, trying to convince herself that it wasn't blood. Trish precariously began to climb the staircase, listening to every creak on the floorboards and watching every fleeting shadow. She reached the second-floor hallway and pushed open one of the bedroom doors to reveal an empty room. "Gordon!" she yelled. "Gordon!" She saw another door that stood wide open, and when she looked inside, she gasped at the broken glass littering the floor. Gordon had broken through one of the windows in the bedroom. Trish's blood ran cold. Something or someone spooked the shit out of him. Trish instantaneously felt everything in her body telling her to run and get the hell out of that house. "Get out! Run! He's here! Jason is here!" her mind screamed at her. She started to move for the stairs, and then she froze. From where she was standing, she could see straight into the open bathroom, and she saw the red on the floor, the crimson red staining the tile. Trish didn't know why she didn't run. Something, some kind of primal animalistic curiosity was drawing her towards the slightly ajar bathroom door. She made her way towards the bathroom, pushed open the door, and her stomach sank into her feet at what she saw. It was Sarah, strung up from the bathroom ceiling light like a slab of meat, an axe protruding from her chest. Blood stained the white towel wrapped around her naked body and dribbled down her leg, pulling below her dangling feet. Doug's nude, blood-soaked corpse was propped up in the closet. What was left of his face was twisted in a frozen, soundless scream, a carving knife impaled through his throat. The room was flooded, and the floor was covered in several inches of water mixed with the red of blood that swirled down the drain under Sarah's dangling corpse. Trish let out a horrible, piercing shriek that erupted from her throat, and she instinctively went careening in a blind panic down the staircase. "Rob! Rob, he's here, Rob!" she screamed, panic-stricken and inconsolably hysterical, bolting down the stairs and through the main room, almost tripping on the projector cables. She ran into the hallway and down the basement stairs where Rob met her coming the other way. Trish, what's the matter?" Rob asked, frantically trying to calm her. She was incoherent at this point, a blubbery, sobbing mess. "Rob, he's here, they're all dead. He's killed them all, I know it," Trish stammered hysterically, petrified beyond reality. Rob gave her one horrified look and grabbed her hand, pulling her up the stairs. "Come on, let's get the hell out of here," he said. All of a sudden, there was the sound of splintering wood, and the rickety basement staircase gave way, sending Rob's left foot slamming through and wedging down in the beams below the steps. "Shit, give me a hand!" Rob exclaimed, trying in a desperate attempt to free his foot. Trish yanked on his leg with all of her strength, tears streaming down her face. His foot finally gave way and they started back up the stairs, when Rob suddenly went back down on an impulse. "Wait, my knife," he said. Trish tried to stop him, sobbing with fear. "No!" she shrieked. It was too late. Rob was running back down into the darkened basement. No, Rob, let's just go, Rob!" Trish screamed. She scrambled down the steps just in time to see someone else was in the basement with them. For a split second, Trish saw him, illuminated by the moonlight filtering in through the basement window. She saw the huge man in the tattered work suit and goalie mask lunge at Rob and heave him into a row of shelves, smashing it to bits. Rob cried out in pain as Trish screamed bloody murder. "Trish, run! Run, Trish! Oh, God!" Rob screamed. "Do something!" Trish's mind was yelling at her, but her body wouldn't let her. She was frozen, her body racked with unimaginable horror. All she could do was watch in helpless, paralyzing terror at the bottom of the stairs as Jason grabbed a gardening fork off of a shelf in a wild blur and began to hack at Rob mercilessly. Time seemed to slow down as Trish could see his monstrous arms slashing rapidly and violently, and all the blood, and she heard Rob's cries of agony. She screamed and screamed over and over again until her throat was raw, trying to get Jason's attention, trying to make him stop, but he was savagely swinging at Rob again and again in an unstoppable rage. "He's killing me! Trish, he's killing me! Run! Run! Rob bellowed in pain. Finally, Trish's instincts surged through her body, and she spun around, scrambling up the staircase as fast as she could, and stopping at the top to look back down. Rob's screams had stopped, and there was nothing but an unbearable silence. She began to hyperventilate, her mind racing. She couldn't just leave. She had to do something. She couldn't leave him down there to die. She mustered up every ounce of strength and courage in her and ran back down the basement steps, stopping dead in her tracks halfway down. Trish could barely make out Rob's mangled body on the floor in the moonlight. She saw the bright red blood flowing from the gaping wound in his head and let out a horrified sob. "Rob!" she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. A wave of nausea had begun to hit her at the sight of Rob's mutilated body, and she held back her instinct to gag. Then she felt the terror and panic kick in. That maniac was still down there, and she realized it with such force that she slammed back up the staircase as fast as she could. Just as she reached the top, a filthy hand reached through the hole where Rob's leg had broken through and grabbed her by the ankle. Trish shrieked, looked down, and saw two demented eyes staring at her through the eye holes of the mask. Suddenly, the machete wasn't a poisonous snake anymore, and she swung it as hard as she could, screaming bloody murder, satisfied at the sight of the rusty blade slashing into Jason's wrist and the bloody gashes opening in his disgusting, grimy flesh. Jason growled in pain and released his grip on her ankle, and Trish bolted up the stairs and slammed the basement door shut. "Get the fuck out of here! Get Tommy and get the fuck out of here!" Trish's mind urged, and she ran through the house to the front door, yanking it open. She cupped her hands in her mouth in horror and disgust at what she saw. It was Tina, wet from the rain, sprawled on the doorstep. Her neck was twisted at such an unnatural angle, and her eyes were bugging out of her skull. Trish recoiled with shock and backed away into the living room, stumbling over the projector cables again, the panic of the situation beginning to overtake her. She looked towards the basement door and heard him, thundering up the stairs, and with a look of sheer dread, her instinct snapped her back to reality. Trish sprinted for the kitchen in a panic, threw open the back door, and screamed at the top of her lungs. It was Jimmy, crucified to the doorframe, 4 huge spikes nailed through his hands and feet, a huge gash in the middle of his face. She brought her hands to her face and screamed, hyperventilating, and then, looking frantically for a way out, she saw the kitchen window above the sink. Trish didn't have time to unlock it and open it. Jason was coming through the living room looking for her, smashing things in his path. She snatched up a chair from the table and hurled it at the glass, smashing it on impact. She dropped the chair, climbed up onto the counter, and threw the machete out onto the ground first. Then she dove through the window, picked up the machete, and started running through the pouring rain towards the Jarvis house, just as Jason grabbed at her over the sill. Jason growled in anger as he watched her run, screaming, but then felt the bubbling, seething rage that threatened to consume him subside as he heard her terrified screams. Scream, just like he screamed when no one would come to save him in the lake. Scream just like his mother had screamed. Feel the terror that he felt. Feel the horror and helplessness. Feel the anguish that his mother felt about losing him. Feel the anger and heartbreak. He had watched her see Rob being murdered, just like he watched his mother be decapitated that night on the shore of the lake. She still had to die. Hearing her horrified screaming eased the rage within him, but it was back in a matter of seconds. Jason walked towards the back door and ripped Jimmy from the doorframe, the nails tearing through his hands, and his lifeless body was hurled several feet through the air like it was made of cardboard. He headed straight for the Jarvis house, with the insatiable lust to kill driving him forward. Tommy heard the frantic hammering on the front door and the panic screaming, and ran to open it. Trish scrambled inside, slamming the front door and locking it. She was drenched in rain and hysterical, splattered with the flecks of Rob's blood, still clutching the bloody machete in her trembling hand. "Tommy, are all the doors locked?" "Yes," Tommy replied, his eyes wide. "I need you to get me a hammer and nails right now," Trish ordered firmly, setting the machete down by the door. All of the color drained from Tommy's face when she saw just how terrified Trish was. "Tommy, go get the hammer and nails now," she screamed frantically. They didn't have any time, her mind screamed. He would be here any minute. The keys, she thought. No time. She didn't know where they were. She ran into the living room and began to make her rounds, locking every window and bolting every door. She saw the newspaper clippings and the artist sketch of young Jason Voorhees on the table and realized Tommy knew all about him. Tommy was in and out of the laundry room in 2 seconds, hurrying into the foyer with the hammer and nails. As she saw the look in his eyes, she knew that he had read the articles. Trish took a nail and began driving it into the front door, securing it to the frame, and then started with another. No way she was letting this old door hold Jason by itself. Trish could picture Jason being able to break through it like paper. She tried to focus on securing the door, but she kept seeing the blood and the bodies and Rob's lifeless form just lying there over and over in her head. It was throbbing in her head. "This can't be happening," she thought, as she pounded in the last nail and backed away from the door, shaking with fear. "Trish," Tommy started to say, the inevitable reality of the situation beginning to hit him in one overwhelming rush. "Tommy, it's going to be okay. Just go make sure all the windows are locked," Trish said, trying her best to console him. But even she had a horrible feeling this would probably all be in vain. Jason had killed that entire group of kids and Rob. Trish knew they probably didn't stand a chance. He was going to come for both of them and kill them like he killed all the others. Trish didn't want to think that her own mother was dead, and that soon they might be dead, but she knew the horrible truth all too well. Tommy didn't move. He was standing by the staircase, watching the front door with huge eyes, ravaged with the horror of what he was realizing. They had to get out. They had to run to the main road. They had to get away. All of a sudden, they both leaped out of their skin as the huge picture window in the living room imploded inwards, and Rob's blood-soaked corpse came crashing down on the hardwood floor. The gardening fork was embedded in his skull. Trish screamed as Tommy just stood frozen in shock at the sight. "Rob," Trish said, her eyes wet with tears. She bent down and shook him slightly, a tiny sliver of hope in her that he was still alive. But he didn't budge. Then Trish heard another deafening crash, and she sprang to her feet to see a terrifying sight. Tommy had backed into the other huge window in the room, and Jason was now reaching through the shattered glass, his arms wrapped around Tommy's tiny form and pulling him through the window. "Trish! Trish, he's got me! Trish, let me go!" Tommy screamed at the top of his lungs. Trish screamed a battle cry, snatched up the hammer from the floor, and ran to the window. She looked at Jason dead in his hate-filled eyes through the holes of that hockey mask, and she began to swing the hammer at his head, delivering solid blows, but Jason didn't budge. It barely fazed him. She was bashing him as hard as she could, but he didn't seem to feel a thing. She could smell the acrid body odor and his stinking hot breath through the mask. She saw his eyes again, and she caught the loathing, the hatred. She didn't have time to think about it, because he was reeling back to drag Tommy's comparatively tiny body through the glass. In a last frantic effort, Trish swung the other end of the hammer with all of her might at Jason's head, and the two claws of the hammer buried themselves in the side of Jason's neck, right under his left ear. Jason growled in pain, finally releasing his grip on Tommy and staggering back out into the night. Trish wrapped both of her arms around Tommy and pulled him safely into the house. With 2 hands, Jason ripped the hammer out and began stalking towards the front door. Trish saw him walking towards the door, and in a flash she grabbed Tommy's hand and yanked him towards the staircase. Just as they stopped at the bottom of the stairs, the front door exploded inwards, and Jason came smashing through like a bull. He had just walked right through it. Tommy's jaw dropped as he saw the deranged killer who was now in the living room with them. He was unstoppable. They both watched in disbelief as Jason reared back and hurled the hammer at them. It whistled through the air and impaled itself in the doorframe right beside Trish's head. Then he advanced towards them, his hulking figure looming upon them, his crazed eyes boring into Trish's soul. "Follow me up!" Tommy screamed, running up the staircase with Trish not far behind. She followed Tommy frantically into his room. They heard Jason thundering up the steps after them, and quickly closed the door, bolting it. Trish frantically searched for a way to barricade the door, and then she grabbed Tommy's tall wooden armoire that he used to shelve all of his masks and action figures, sliding it across the floor in front of the door. "Tommy, help me," she said. The two of them managed to heave the enormous dresser in front of the door and backed away from it, crouching down and hugging each other tightly in the middle of the room, waiting to see what would happen. There were a few seconds of agonizing silence, and then the door began to rattle and quake violently. Tommy screamed, tears finding their way down his cheeks as Trish hugged him tighter, trying to keep him calm. She was starting to lose it as well, her heart racing, tears streaming down her face as her mind desperately attempted to figure out what to do. After a few more seconds of Jason shaking and banging on the door, it suddenly got quiet. It was another maddening silence. "God, what is he doing?" Trish wondered aloud, still holding the petrified and trembling Tommy tightly against her chest. She expected something, anything to happen, but nothing did. Everything was quiet. And then out of nowhere, there was the sound of splintering wood and an axe smashing through the door. Tommy screamed in fright, and Trish tried to cover his mouth with her hands, but it was no use. Jason knew exactly where they were. Jason swung the axe again, and all Trish and Tommy could do was watch in horror as the barrier keeping them inside and Jason outside was being destroyed. Seeing Jason start to reach his arm into the room, Trish knew she had to act fast. They were trapped like cage animals. He was going to kill them in this room. She had to knock the bastard out long enough for them to make a fucking run for it. It was their only chance of survival. It had to be something to incapacitate him. There was no going up against him with an axe. Trish scanned the room madly for a weapon. The knife replicas on Tommy's wall weren't sharp enough. There was a baseball bat in the corner, but it was made of foam. Oh, fuck, she thought. Then she turned her head towards Tommy's desk and her eyes lit up madly. Trish ran to the desk and lifted Tommy's computer monitor off the desk and heaved it into the air, carrying it across the room on her shoulder. Jason was shoving the dresser out of the way, reaching his head and arm into the room. He never saw it coming. Trish slammed the monitor down on his head with all of her strength and watched the sparks fly. Jason's body convulsed wildly as smoke began to fill the room. Trish ran back over to Tommy and shielded him from the sparks, putting up her own hands to deflect them from herself. The monitor crashed to the floor and Jason staggered back into the hallway, with a dazed groan crashing to the floor like a fallen tree. Then it was silence again, and Trish and Tommy didn't dare move or make a sound, listening and waiting to see if he was really dead. Jason didn't get up. Smoke still lingered in the air. Trish stood to her feet, gestured for Tommy to stay, and inched towards the door, looking through the gaping hole in the bedroom door. Jason was lying motionless, but Trish could see his chest rising and falling, and his head still reeling from the blow. He was just unconscious. They didn't have much time. She motioned for Tommy to come to the door, and when he came, she grabbed him by the shoulders and looked him dead in the eyes. "Tommy, I'm going to get him out of the house, and when I do, I want you to run like hell. Do you hear me? You run like hell," Trish said, clenching her teeth in a hushed whisper, careful not to wake the unconscious killer sprawled in the hallway just a foot away. He had to make a run for it. It was their only hope. Tommy was faster than her, and if he could make it to the nearest house, he could call the police and send them here. Tommy nodded in response, still shaking like a leaf. Trish quietly opened what was left of the door and stepped out into the hallway. She lifted her foot as quietly as she could and stepped over the hulking killer on the floor in front of her. She held her breath and stepped further over him, creeping around him to finally get to the other side, not daring to make any noise, exchanging tight glances with Tommy. Just as she passed him and started to move for the staircase, Jason shot upright, picked up the dropped axe and swung it at Trish. "Trish!" Tommy cried. The axe embedded itself in the wall, nicking Trish's right shoulder in the process, tearing through the blue cotton dress and ripping her flesh. As Jason struggled to pry the axe from the wall, Trish shrieked and lurched forward down the hallway, grabbing hold of the banister for support as she looked incredulously at the blood beginning to flow from the gash on her arm. Jason gave up on the axe and started to head for Tommy, who backed away in fear, shaking his head, pleading. "No! Tommy!" Trish screamed. "Chase me, you son of a bitch!" she thought. Jason turned to Trish and then back to Tommy, and then back to Trish, as if he were deciding who to go after first. "No, Trish!" Tommy yelled, but Trish kept urging him on. "No!" Trish screamed. "Leave him alone!" Jason complied. He charged at Trish with full force, and Trish screamed, whirling around and running down the staircase, hearing Tommy urging her on above her. Trish bolted for the front door, leaping through what was left of it, and ran out into the pouring rain. She spun around and saw Jason barreling out of the house towards her. "That's right, chase me, you fucker," Trish thought. She had to get him away from the house so Tommy could get out of there. She ran as fast as she could down the muddy path, keeping as much distance as she could between them. Jason was hot on her trail. Trish looked over her shoulder to see Jason coming up on her horrifyingly fast, barreling across the yard like a pro quarterback. She shrieked at the sight of the hockey mask right behind her and ran faster, almost slipping in the mud, making a mad dash towards the only place she knew to go, back down the path towards the rental house. She jumped over Tina's bloodied body lying on the porch, not even registering the sight, and scrambled into the house, not bothering to close the door. Jason was right behind her. She stopped at the foot of the stairs and turned around, seeing Jason standing there in the doorway, his huge form blocking out the light from the moon outside. His shoulders were heaving. He was fuming, his eyes glaring at her with that insatiable lust to kill, full of blazing fury that threatened to explode out of him at any moment. She bolted up the stairs, because it happened so fast. The next thing Trish knew, Jason was running at her again, and she screamed. Jason, just an arm's reach behind her, growling as she ran down the hallway, coming to the end and turning around to see the madman at the top of the stairs, those demented, unblinking eyes still staring at her. It was a standoff. Trish stared back, hyperventilating and sobbing, pleading with him. She wanted to try to evoke any kind of sympathy that she could out of this maniac, but she knew it was no use. He was an unstoppable monster, and there was nothing she could do. He kept staring her down, his eyes devoid of any empathetic response or emotion. She was trapped at the end of the hallway like a caged animal, awaiting slaughter. Shrinking back into the corner with fear, Trish backed away, shaking her head. "God, please just leave us alone. Please don't hurt Tommy," she thought. Jason didn't flinch. He charged at her. Trish instinctively turned, looking for a place to run, and she saw the large picture window at the end of the hall. It was her only shot. With a scream and a quick split second to brace herself, she ran towards the window, made a flying leap, and threw herself at the glass. Fortunately, the glass smashed through on impact, and Trish went flying through the window and through the air, hitting the porch roof, smashing through the wooden balcony railing, and landing hard on her back in the mud. Jason leaned through the shattered window and looked down at Trish, lying on her back on the muddy ground, motionless. Trish struggled to breathe for a moment, the wind knocked out of her, squinting through the rain falling down on her face. She could barely see him staring down at her from the window, and she held her breath tightly, hoping he would think she was dead. The second she saw him disappear into the rental house, Trish slowly started to pull herself to her feet as fast as she could and started running back towards home. She could feel the pain in her right leg that was shooting all the way up towards her thigh, but she ignored it, the adrenaline rush completely blocking all other sensations out. She could see the blood on her arms from where the glass had cut her, but she didn't care. She had to get back to the house and try to get away. She saw the car sitting under the tree in its usual spot. Maybe Tommy wasn't too far ahead and she could catch up with him in the car. That is, if he made it out of the house. It probably wouldn't even work, but she had to try. The keys had to be hanging in the kitchen. Trish clambered up the front porch steps of their log cabin, dragging her pained ankle behind her, and hobbled into the front room, staring down at what was left of the front door. "Tommy!" she called into the quiet house. She heard his voice call out from upstairs. "God damn it," Trish thought. "Tommy, you were supposed to leave!" Trish screamed hysterically through tears. What the hell was he doing up there? Suddenly, out of the corner of her eyes, she saw it. Jason coming through the front door behind her. She could hear his boots thudding softly across the floor, and she smelled him, that awful stench of sweat and filth, and heard the deep, labored breathing. He was in the house. Trish froze, searching her surroundings for a weapon. Rob's machete was leaning against the wall by the door. She discreetly grabbed for the machete, and just as Jason reached out to grab her, Trish swung around, the machete blade slicing through the air and just missing his head, cutting into the door frame. Trish yanked the machete out of the wooden frame and backed into the dining room, Jason advancing menacingly towards her. His eyes were wide. He was angrier than ever. She swung the machete again and missed, smashing a picture frame on the wall. She swung again, and Jason jumped back to avoid the blade. "Stay away from me!" Trish screamed, swinging at him again. He reached for her, arms outstretched. Trish swung, and this time she made contact. The blade sliced into his left hand, right between the knuckles of Jason's middle and ring finger. Jason growled in pain and yanked his arm back instinctively. He held up his hand, staring with his head tilted psychotically at the blood spurting from the gaping wound that had almost split his hand in half. Trish looked on in horror, shock, and relief that she had actually hit him, but that soon faded. The wound hardly fazed him. He lunged at her again, and Trish screamed, looping around the dining room table and running into the living room. "Tommy, get the hell out of here!" Trish screamed up the staircase and leaped back to avoid another grab from Jason. "No!" she screamed. She swung the machete and missed. Jason kept coming, completely unafraid of the razor-sharp blade slashing at him. "You son of a bitch, I'll give you something to remember us by," Trish said through clenched teeth, her fear quickly bubbling up into anger. She reared back like a slugger and swung the machete like a baseball bat. The blade lodged deep in Jason's chest. He didn't flinch. Jason snarled with rage, and with a single swipe of his hand knocked Trish to the floor. She screamed as Jason lunged at her, climbing on top of her and pinning her to the floor. Trish hysterically began to fight with everything in her. She kicked, screamed, clawed, but to no avail. He was huge and he was too powerful. The stench of his body odor was making her gag. His hands were grabbing for her throat. He straddled her and she started punching him in his mask, hammering the tough plastic with all of the strength she had left in her. It was no use. It was not affecting him. He was going to kill her right there on her own living room floor, leaving her bloodied, mangled body there for Tommy to see and have that image of his sister ingrained in his brain forever. "God, you bastard, just please spare Tommy. Please don't hurt him," she thought, her life flashing through her eyes. Time seemed to slow down as she began to picture all the things he could do to her. Would he do other things to her, torture her, rape her? No, Trish thought in horror. She saw the look in his demented eyes and knew exactly what he was planning to do. He took both of his hands and wrapped them around Trish's throat, clamping down and strangling the life out of her. He was going to kill her plain and simple. Trish couldn't scream, and she felt her body going weak from the loss of oxygen. She clawed at his hands, tried to pry them free from her neck, but it was hopeless. And then, almost by godsend, a voice rang out loud and clear. "Jason! Jason!" the voice bellowed. It was inhuman, it was filled with anger, but still held the youthfulness of a child. It was Tommy's voice, Trish realized, but something was different. "Jason!" the voice continued, until finally Jason stopped strangling Trish and looked up at the staircase. Trish glanced up as well and saw her brother standing there, his head almost completely shaved. Tommy stared at Jason in the eyes, through the holes in the hockey mask. "Jason, remember me?" Tommy asked, walking closer to Jason, talking in a soothing, hypnotic voice. "God, no, Tommy, what the hell are you doing? Get the hell out of here!" Trish's mind screamed. Run! Save yourself! She tried to signal to him with her eyes to run and get the fuck out, but Tommy's eyes were transfixed on Jason. What was he doing? She scrunched up her face in bewilderment. Then she realized what he was doing, and she was in awe. He looked just like the artist's sketch in the newspaper of Jason as a little boy. It was almost as if he recreated the sketch to a T. He had put foundation on to make his face look deathly and pale, and made dark circles around his eyes. He had shaved his head, but not completely, leaving sparse patches of hair, like in the photo. He had cut his jeans off at the knee, like the shorts the little boy was wearing. It was almost like he was creating one of his masks or one of his action figures. He was young Jason Voorhees. Trish tried to say something, but Tommy gave her a knowing look. She knew exactly what he was doing. She saw Tommy's eyes flicker over towards the machete discarded on the rug, and Trish's mind clicked into place. It was a distraction, and it was working. Jason was either confused or intrigued and was just kneeling motionless, cocking his head to the side like some kind of confused and curious animal, staring at Tommy, staring at what looked like himself as a child in a silent daze. "Trish, this is your chance," her mind screamed. Jason rose to his feet and stared at Tommy, almost in a trance. "Jason, remember what you were, Jason, don't you remember?" Tommy said, drawing Jason closer and closer until they were an arm's reach apart. It was working. My God, it was working, Trish thought excitedly. It was putting the bastard in some kind of trance. It was working. Trish had to act fast before Jason realized their plan. She quietly but quickly snatched the machete up from the floor and crept behind Jason, slowly bringing the machete back over her shoulder. She wasn't fast enough as he heard her quiet and furtive footsteps and spun around, snapping out of it and leering at her. Trish panicked as she saw the utter loathing in those eyes and swung the machete at his head with all of her might. Her panicking had caused her to miss her mark, but the machete grazed Jason's mask, knocking it off his head and sending it flying. What was under the mask made Trish recoil in pure, unadulterated repulsion and terror, and the machete fell from her hands onto the wooden floor. He didn't even look human. His features were distorted and grotesque. His skin was graying and decayed, covered in oozing sores. It was 10 times more horrifying than any of Tommy's masks. This wasn't made of rubber. This was all too real. He was a monster. Trish cupped her hands to her mouth in sheer shock and disgust and fell backwards onto the floor, scuttling backwards and shaking her head, pleading as Jason advanced towards her. All she could do was watch helplessly. His mouth opened, revealing a set of broken and rotting teeth. It was something out of a nightmare. What happened next, Trish didn't see coming. She heard Tommy's voice scream Jason's name with the fury that she didn't know Tommy had in him. When Jason turned to face Tommy, Tommy swung the machete at the side of Jason's head like a pro batter. This time, it didn't miss. It buried deep into the side of Jason's skull, slicing through his deformed flesh all the way up to the hilt and cutting through the side of his left eye. Blood squirted out and dribbled down Jason's cheek. Tommy stared on in shock as Trish stood with her hands at her face, crying hysterically and hyperventilating. They both watched in terror and hopeful anticipation as Jason fell to his knees and pitched forward, landing on the machete protruding from his eye and burying the blade deeper into his skull. The grotesque abnormalities of his face were twitching and moving around, and his body began convulsing. A white foam formed at his mouth as the machete was driven even deeper through his head and out at the base of his skull, dark blood and brain matter beginning to pool around him. Jason finally hit the floor, the machete going all the way through, and laid there motionless. Trish was inconsolable, and as she saw that he was finally dead, her body began to gradually stop trembling violently, and her hyperventilating had started to slow down. She stared at Tommy in disbelief with bloodshot eyes. Tommy was frozen in astonishment, a blank, emotionless expression on his face, trying to process what had just happened. It was over. It was all over. The initial shock of it slowly resolved into an overwhelming relief that washed over both of them. Trish sprang to her feet and ran to Tommy, embracing him. Tommy began to cry into Trish's arms, turning from a killer into a scared little boy trembling, all over with fright. She wanted to say something, ask him what came over him, ask him if he was okay, but she was barely able to speak. She just wanted to hold him and tell him everything would be all right. Jason was dead. He was dead and the nightmare was over. Then, without warning, Jason's hand came to life, grabbing Trish's ankle. She let out a bone-chilling scream and yanked her foot away. What happened next was the ultimate shock. She watched as Tommy picked up the machete, and in a split second his tiny body went into a frenzy. He lifted the machete into the air and brought it down on Jason's body. Again and again and again and again. "Tommy! Tommy!" Trish screamed, trying to snap him out of it, but he was in some sort of trance. She didn't even recognize him. His face was contorted in an almost inhuman way. He was screaming madly. "Die! Die! Die! Die!" Trish had never seen anything like it before. She didn't want to believe it. God, Tommy, he's dead. Tommy, he's dead. She wanted to stop it, but she couldn't. The room began to spin. She fell to her knees, her body finally giving in to an exhaustion, and sank down, down into oblivion, into nothingness, into the unconscious, into visions of blood and death, and shades of red and white. Tommy kept hacking away at Jason, over and over, screaming, "Die! Die! Die! Die!" Epilogue. Trish's eyes fluttered open and she came to, realizing she was in the living room of the house. She looked down at her clothes, seeing the blood and mud caked all over her from head to toe. Then she remembered last night, and when she took a few seconds to process everything, she let out a sob. Jason was lying on the floor in front of her, his head nothing but a mass of bloody tissue, the machete still driven through his skull up to the hilt and transfixing his body to the floor. She could see bits of brain and gore through the rotting skin, and she grimaced. The house was quiet. Tommy was nowhere in sight. Trish looked over and saw Rob still lying there on the hardwood floor in a pool of blood and broken glass. It didn't faze her. After all she had seen, after seeing Doug and Sarah and Jimmy's mangled bodies, and seeing her brother hack a madman to death, she had become totally drained of all of her emotions. She slowly pulled herself to her feet, wincing in agony as she dragged her limp ankle over to the window. Bright sunlight was flooding in through the 2 broken windows, and birds were chirping peacefully. Her eyes lit up as she saw the police cars coming down the winding country road. "Tommy! Tommy! Let's get out of here! The police are here!" Trish called, but there was no answer. She looked towards the stairs, no sign of Tommy. "Tommy!" she called again. Still no answer. Trish stepped over Jason's unmoving body and began walking up the stairs. She got to the 2nd floor and rounded the banister, going down to the last door on the right and pushing open what was left of Tommy's bedroom door. His room was empty. The smashed computer monitor was still on the floor. Trish stepped back, confused. Where the hell was he? The sirens outside were growing louder. "Tommy!" Trish started to say, when a noise caught her attention. It was the sound of running water. Then she saw the water flowing out from under the bathroom door. "What the hell?" she muttered, moving to the bathroom door and opening it. The bathroom was flooded. Water was up over Trish's ankles. She gasped in horror at what she saw. The bathtub was filled with blood. Her mother was lying there in the tub of blood, her eyes closed peacefully, motionless. "Mom!" Trish exclaimed in horror, rushing to the side of the bathtub and lifting her nude body out of the water. She cradled her lifeless mother in her arms, sobbing hysterically. All of a sudden her mother came to life, grabbing Trish by the neck and squeezing. Trish tried to scream, but the hands were too strong. They were strangling her. She saw into her mother's eyes, and they opened, revealing nothing but white. Her mother's mouth opened, and a waterfall of blood erupted out. Trish recoiled, pushing her mother's hands away, finally, screaming again and again in pure terror. She sprang to her feet and ran for the bathroom door. Standing there in the bathroom doorway was Tommy, wearing the hockey mask, an axe in his hands. He swung it right at Trish's heart. Trish woke up screaming. Two hands pinned her back down to the bed and her eyes flashed open, a white light blinding her. Trish's body relaxed as she realized she was safe. There was no dead mother, no Tommy with an axe, just a hospital room surrounded by police. She stopped screaming, seeing the concerned faces of the officers. "Mrs. Jarvis, are you all right?" Trish looked around the room, letting it sink in all at once, and she remembered all of it. Rob being murdered, that maniac chasing her and Tommy through the house, Tommy grabbing that machete and going absolutely batshit crazy. It all came back to her and hit her like a truck. She let out a small sob as she looked down and saw the gauze on her ankle, and the gauze wrapped around tightly on her upper arm where Jason had hit her with the axe. "Yes, yeah, I'm okay. Where's my mother? Where's Tommy?" Trish asked. She saw several pained expressions and her heart sank. "Ma'am, your little brother is in the next room. He's fine. But your mother didn't make it," one officer said, stepping closer to the bed. Trish felt tears welling up and a lump forming in her throat. "Is everybody dead?" "Yes. The only ones alive are you and the boy. Tommy did a real number on that guy," another officer remarked. Trish remembered seeing her brother kill the crazed maniac on their living room floor. She shuddered thinking about it. She'd never seen Tommy like that. It just wasn't him. That couldn't have been her brother. Is Tommy okay? He went crazy," Trish said. "Under extreme duress, people can perform extraordinary behavior, feats of strength, and that's what happened when your brother attacked that killer. It was normal for him to protect himself," the first officer explained. "He'll be fine. What you need is some rest." "Can I see him?" Trish asked. "Yes, we'll send him in," said the other officer with hesitation. The four policemen left the room, closing the door, and shortly after Tommy came rushing into the room, his head still shaved completely, his clothes torn and rumpled. "Tommy," Trish said with relief, embracing him. "It's over. It's over." Trish didn't see the look on Tommy's face as he stared blankly at the wall behind her. His eyes were glassed over, his face drained of color, his eyes empty and soulless. Tommy could feel a white-hot intensity bubbling up within him, a rage, a burning rage that threatened to consume him. The end.
Hi, this is Deborah Voorhees from Friday the 13th Part 5 and from 13 Fanboy, and you are listening to 80s Slasher Librarian.
Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning. A fan novel by Landon Turner. Prologue. Trauma can leave an imprint on you. It can follow you long after the trauma has happened, in ways that many people aren't aware of. Most people distract themselves in a myriad of ways. They get wasted or numb out on pain pills or by smoking. They chew their nails to the nub and become raging control freaks. Some behave like absolute narcissists and wreck the lives of everyone they touch. For some brave souls, they face it. Survivors of trauma can always remember the dreams. Sometimes they happen when you're awake. Everything is fine one moment, and then you realize all of a sudden that you're seeing it all happen again in your head. Fractured memories of screaming, blood, and carnage could all come back just with that faint smell of cigarette smoke in the air, the slam of a door. One small change in the environment can send you into a flashback. It can all feel so real as if it were happening all over again. Sometimes, 17-year-old Tommy Jarvis could still smell the metallic odor of blood in the air. Sometimes he could picture himself in an out-of-body experience, imagining himself hacking away at a person with a machete until their screams stopped, or strangling the life out of some innocent bystander. He could feel the bloodlust rising within him, seconds away from erupting out of his chest and out into the world. Nothing he could do to stop it. It was a dark cloud, a force, a feeling so intense it consumed him. The doctors called it manic depression, PTSD, and dissociative disorder. Tommy had begun to believe it was just who he was, some outcast in the dredge of society, too mentally fucked to function. He was turning into the monster who did this to him, and he felt as if every day he was getting closer and closer to going stark, raving mad. Or maybe it was the curse of Crystal Lake. He would be sitting on his bed in his room all alone, staring at his collection of monster masks he had designed himself. They were the one thing that helped him stay sane most of the time. It was something to lose himself in and escape from the unbearable reality he was forced to endure. He would be engrossed in them, having visions of what it would look like on screen, sitting on a prop table at some big movie set in California, only to have it tarnished by visions of steel blades piercing through flesh and sounds of screaming, the kind of screaming that had torn out of his throat, seemingly from nowhere, back when it had happened. He didn't want to feel these things anymore. He was tired all the time from sleepless nights of tossing and turning. He wished he could have gone back in time and begged his mother to take them back to the city, away from that godforsaken place. Tommy had had a quasi-normal childhood, despite his parents' divorce, and had a potential of growing up to be something big one day, full of dreams of finally putting his skills to good use and bringing entertainment to the world. It had all been snuffed out in one night, one horrible night back in 1984 when it all happened, back at Crystal Lake, where a maniacal evil had descended upon his childhood home. It was a tale of pure terror, something that Tommy's young mind could never have even fathomed. 5 years had passed since it had happened. 5 long years of therapy sessions in mental institutions, and weekends of getting high with strangers, or blackout drunk to escape these visions. 5 grueling years of hospital visits for getting in fights with kids at the mini-city schools he was sent to in Chicago. Some punk would saunter over to him at the lunch table and whisper, "Mommy's in heaven." And the next thing Tommy knew, he was pounding the kid's head on the table and couldn't remember doing it. All he could see at the time was red. That was the one that got him sent away. The one that got him kicked out of school the first time. He felt like everyone blamed him instead of the monster who had turned him into one. "But he's dead, Tommy," they all would say. "The person who did this to you is dead." "Don't you understand? He is alive inside my mind," Tommy would always tell them. And he was, every single day of his life after it had happened, alive in his mind, in his thoughts, in his soul. Those demented eyes were all he could see, the last thing he saw before he had to fight for his life. When he had picked up the machete and hacked the monster to death, he had blacked out then too. His eyes had totally misted over, and something had just come over him and overtaken him. He just wanted the monster to die. But now, he was seeing everyone as monsters, even after his monster was dead and gone. They all hated him and judged him. He would picture them saying, "Get a grip, Tommy, he's dead, get over it." Sometimes he wanted to hurt them, his sister, his father, kids at school, anyone who triggered something inside him. That small part of him with a hair-triggered defense mechanism, rage. Unstoppable rage. Nothing his therapist and doctors had told him had helped. Meditation just brought more images and memories back. Hypnotism didn't work either. The meds turned him into a lifeless shell of a person. Through it all, he kept thinking of his older sister Trish and his mother, to pull himself back into reality. Trish had saved and protected him when it had happened, and he was lucky she was alive. The monster had nearly murdered her in a vicious rage. His mother had met a similar fate, except the monster succeeded, taking her from the world in the blink of an eye. Gratitude wasn't enough. Positive thinking wasn't enough. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear Trish's terrified screams of terror ringing in his ears, begging the monster to stop. He could still picture his mother's last moments with the monster. And then once the blackout started, Tommy felt hopeless. It was like he had some dark cloud over his head since it had happened, and had attracted misfortune after misfortune after another, and he was getting nowhere fast. He was losing control. And then his med stopped working, and he was plunged back into a living hell. The dreams were almost every night now, dreams that sent his body into throes of terror and cold sweats. He was plunged forcibly into one now. This time he was back at Crystal Lake, again, at his childhood lakefront home where it had happened. Everything was pitch black and hazy, like he was walking through a cloud of black smoke, and then he was enveloped in foliage. Tommy pushed aside the branches and took a look around. He was deep in the wilderness in the dead of night. Thunder crashed over his head. He looked down at the yellow raincoat he was wearing from his childhood, the same one his mother had always made sure he was wearing when it rained, back when she was alive. The storm was now deafening, and rain pelted him like bullets. Tommy moved underneath a huge pine tree, taking shelter from the storm and trying to gain his bearings. He wiped the rain from his big wire-rimmed glasses. His mind screamed at him to wake up, but he couldn't. He was now being forced to look upon whatever his deranged mind would conjure up. With Tommy's imaginative and creative mind, his dreams were always a little too vivid and surreal. "Wake up!" he muttered to himself. He heard his own high-pitched, prepubescent voice urging himself and realized he was a young lad again. Oh God, he thought. He was reliving it all over again. And then noises around him started cutting through the sound of the storm, and he jerked his head towards the tree line. Guided by seemingly some unseen force, Tommy reluctantly went the other way and trekked off into the dense woods surrounding him on all sides. Now he was being taken wherever his mind wanted to. He moved aside the wet branches, his galoshes that his mother had also bought for him sinking into the thick black mud up past his ankles. Thunder crashed again. And he could see the lightning flash above the canopy of pine trees that towered above him. He could barely make out his hands in front of his face through the sheets of rain that seemed to be able to make it through the canopy. But he kept moving and moving. The woods seemed endless and time felt slow and sluggish. It felt like an eternity, even though he had only been asleep for 30 minutes or so. Finally, the trees cleared and he froze at the side of where he found himself. He was at the open gate of the Crystal Lake Cemetery. "Wake up! Wake the fuck up!" his mind urged him. But as if he were being pulled by an invisible string, Tommy marched on into the cemetery. The tall pine trees that scattered the graveyard whipped around in the wind, and long skinny bolts of lightning reminiscent of gnarled bony fingers flashed across the sky. They were streaks of white incandescent light that illuminated the path ahead of little Tommy Jarvis. A thin white fog weaved in and out the tombstones and between the slats of the rusted, overgrown iron fence that surrounded the perimeter. The obelisk and tombstones seemed to tower above him, surrounding him. They were marks of death, all around him. He kept marching on. What was his mind leading him to? He kept wondering. He didn't want to find out, but it was inevitable that his mind would force him to look upon it. The rain came down even harder, whipping at him. He didn't feel a thing. He was a boy on a mission, weaving in and out, determinedly through the maze of graves. Finally, he stopped at a small clearing at a small, isolated section at the back of the cemetery. Tommy froze with terror as he saw the name written on the shoddy wooden tombstone in front of him. Jason Voorhees. He couldn't tear his eyes away from it. It was the name that had haunted him for so long. It was the name of the monster. His monster. The one who plagued his nightmares. The one who stole his childhood and his adolescence. Then the sound of his own voice came to him, seemingly by the wind, screaming, "Die! Die! Die!" It ricocheted off the inner walls of his mind, pounding at him, until he closed his eyes so tightly he thought they would burst. It wouldn't stop. He opened his eyes again. They were once again locked on the monster's grave. God, please make it stop, he thought. He tried to cover his ears with his hands, but he couldn't move. He just stood and stared in horror at the dirt where his monster was lying a few feet beneath. Die! 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 Those words were what he had screamed over and over again back during that summer at Crystal Lake. They always came back to him, throbbing, pulsating, ringing in his ears. All of a sudden, another voice, an unfamiliar voice, came to him through the storm. "He's got to be around here somewhere," the voice said. Then another unfamiliar voice rang out. "I don't know about this man." Tommy ducked behind a tombstone, moving out of sight of the two men that were carrying shovels as they were coming through the rain and fog towards the grave of the mass murderer. As they got closer, he scurried back into the woods just at the tree line and bent down to get a better look. Grave robbers, he thought. Oh shit! The tall blonde man in a camouflage bucket hat, a gray parka and rain boots turned to his slender dark-haired partner in crime. "You know how much money this could make us?" he said. "This guy's one of the most famous serial killers of all time." The blonde man nudged him with the handle of the shovel in his hand. The dark-haired man looked on nervously, the glowing lantern rattling in his hand. "We gotta keep looking, he's gotta be here." They weaved in and out and between the tombstones, searching for the monster. "I know he's here somewhere," they continued on, shining the lanterns on the face of the tombstones, searching for the one they were after. Tommy stayed, shrunk down in the undergrowth, watching, his heart racing. The two grave robbers suddenly stopped in their tracks when they saw the wooden grave marker jutting out of the dirt underneath a tree. "Look over here!" one of the men exclaimed, pointing. There it was, the grave of the mass murderer Jason Voorhees, placed away from the other graves as if he were an outcast. "This is it," the blonde man said, as the lantern illuminated the scrawled letters on the wooden plank. "Let's get a look at the main man." They set their lanterns down and started digging fervently with the shovels, tossing dirt all around haphazardly, laughing and whooping excitedly. "Come on, dig faster!" "I'm trying." Tommy bit his lip in anticipation, not wanting to watch, but forced to watch by his mind. He wanted to run, but his body would not let him. The grave robbers hit wood with their shovels and looked at each other. "This is it! Come on! Get all the dirt off!" the blonde man urged, as they both hurriedly brushed dirt off the rickety wooden door of the coffin. There it was, only a few feet deep, and Jason's body was inside. Tommy couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes were transfixed on the open grave. The two thieves grabbed each other's shoulders with glee, laughing exuberantly. "This is it! Woohoo! This is it!" the other one shouted, finally losing his nervous twitch and gaining a surge of ecstasy. Slowly, and with anticipation, the two robbers bent down and heaved the wooden lid off of the coffin. They slowly rose erect, staring down in a mix of fear and fascination, their eyes wide, their mouths ajar. Tommy was glad he didn't have to see what was inside. And then the unbelievable happened. A rotting, meaty arm suddenly flashed out from the open grave. Lightning flashed, and the machete that the arm was carrying gleamed in the split second of intensely bright light. The blade plunged into the blond man's stomach, and he doubled over, coughing up blood. Tommy's jaw dropped. His eyes were as wide as saucers. He wiped his glasses again to make sure he saw what he thought he saw. And then, with another flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, another hand shot out of the grave. This time it held a rusted screwdriver. It plunged it into the other grave robber's throat. The two men never knew what hit them. Both men collapsed to the ground. The dark-haired man fell, grasping and clawing at the handle of the screwdriver that protruded from his Adam's apple, choking on the blood that frothed at his lips. His partner was dead on his back, his blood and his life draining away, the machete sticking up into the sky like many of the tombstones around him. Both of them finally lay and stopped squirming as Tommy watched, paralyzed with nauseating terror. The machete and screwdriver were like gravestones atop the two dead men. Lightning flashed again and Tommy winced. Then, a gigantic, dark, shadowy form rose from the grave and up into Tommy's field of vision. His jaw dropped again, and his whole body began to quake. It was Jason Voorhees. The hulking killer was back from the dead, illuminated again by lightning. Maggots had eaten out his eyes, and two empty, soulless pits of black stared back at Tommy through the eye holes of the hockey mask that the mass murderer wore to hide his grotesque appearance. His tattered work suit was covered in dirt, and pieces of flesh that had begun to rot were exposed. Jason lumbered out of the grave and stood to his feet. He was likely a whole 3 foot taller than Tommy, a giant beast of a man. The only thing worse than his appearance was the fact that he had his eyes, or lack thereof, directed straight at Tommy, and pulling the machete out of the slaughtered grave robber, he advanced through the rain. Tommy couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He shook his head. "No, no," he muttered, barely audible through the howling storm. But Jason kept coming, brandishing the blood-stained machete that gleamed in the moonlight. "No! No!" Tommy's voice grew louder and more frightened as Jason closed the gap between them. Tommy still couldn't move. He was paralyzed in a trance. Jason kept coming. He stepped right in front of Tommy and stared down at him menacingly. Tommy let out one final shriek as Jason raised the machete into the air and brought it down in a single swoop. "No!" Tommy felt it slice into him. It cut deep. He felt the excruciating pain that was like getting shot by 1,000 bullets at once. And then everything went black. Chapter 1. "Poor kid, he's been through hell," said Duke Smith as he drove the medical transport wagon for the Unger Institute of Mental Health down the dirt road, whipping past the tree line going 60 in a 45. Duke and his co-worker for the day, Billy McCauley, craned their necks to see their patient in the back seat, separated from them by wire mesh, writhing in the back seat in the throes of a nightmare. "Ah, piss," Billy said scornfully. "So what, some nut job tries to kill him? That's every night at the bar for me." "Why am I not surprised?" Duke retorted with a grin. "Hey, talk to my ex-wife," Billy said. "She's tried to kill me more times than I can count." Both of them didn't really take their jobs seriously, and that was probably a good thing. With all of the stark raving mad lunatics they had in the back of their government-issued transport vehicle ranting about nonsense, they were lucky to still have their sanity. It wasn't like they were worried. The panel of steel mesh kept the patients in the back seat, so there wasn't a risk of harm, except for that one time that a seriously deranged patient had tried to claw his way through. Most of the time they were just plain amusing, and it was fun to push their buttons. The rest of their time was spent driving around, which meant they could hang out in small towns like Pinehurst, pick up chicks, get shit-faced, and be all ready to start it all over again the next shift in the morning. Duke was a father of 2, divorced with his kids in college, getting by with his menial labor job like many other normal middle-aged men. William Billy McCauley was a simple guy that could be pleased by the simple pleasures of life: dope, sex, and beer. Both were horrible at their job. They relished in it. Getting paid so well to take a driving course, do a background check, drive around and talk shit with your buddies, it couldn't have been a better deal. In the back seat, Tommy awoke from his hellish nightmare, his bloodshot eyes darting back and forth frantically like a soldier hearing gunfire outside his bunker, making sure he was safe and that there wasn't any blood anywhere. He glanced down. He had all his limbs. He took in deep gulps of air, his cheeks sucking in as he gasped for a breath. Beads of sweat dripped down his face and onto his cheeks. Just another goddamn dream, he thought. He stared out at the trees passing him by, searching the woods, searching for the monster. No sign of anything, just North American wilderness. Some fresh roadkill lay on the dirt shoulder. The two medics sitting up front didn't notice Tommy waking. Billy flipped through a Playboy and ran a comb through his black bushy mustache and through what little hair he had left on his head. Duke lit a cigarette and puffed it out the window. Tommy didn't know which was worse. He almost would rather deal with Jason than deal with these two clowns. Another day, another unhelpful service by people who he thought he could trust. He thought. Doctors and first responders were the people he trusted the least so far. They couldn't help him. All he could try to do was just forget. Just forget that it had happened. Just erase it from his mind and focus on other things. Take deep breaths. Don't get triggered. Jason was dead. Long dead and gone. Even if he was alive, Pinehurst County was 20 miles from Crystal Lake. Not far enough, he thought. Not far enough. It was still Crystal Lake to him. It was still Crystal Lake to Jason Voorhees. But maybe this would be just what he needed. The space to clear his head and forget for a little while. Work on chores around the place. Fix up his room the way he liked it, with all his masks in full display. Maybe he could play video games with some of the other kids. Focusing on all those other things just might be enough to finally kick this Jason nonsense for good. He was so tired. Tired of living under that monster's thumb. Thinking about those deranged eyes every day after waking up and every day after lying down to go to sleep. As much as he tried to think positively and reluctantly follow his therapist's advice, he just knew in the back of his mind that this would be a long, long summer. A long summer out at Crystal Lake. The white government-authorized transport van with Unger Institute of Mental Health emblazoned on the passenger door almost screeched to a halt and fishtailed onto another narrow dirt road, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The van bumped noisily down the road, which eventually turned into even noisier gravel. A wooden sign overhung the road, displayed on an old arbor covered with vines. Pinehurst Youth Development Center. Private property, the sign read. The van drove past a ramshackle old barn, its red paint now faded to a husky maroon, and a horse stable. The van hit a pothole, and Tommy was jolted out of his disassociative state. And he looked out the window, his eyes directed to the loud sound of machinery. A burly Latino man in work clothes was operating a big, freshly painted yellow bulldozer and scooping up mud from the horse field. The grounds of the halfway house were heavily wooded. Big shade trees lined the road, and Tommy began to grow anxious. Here he was, again, out in the middle of nowhere. What could go wrong, he thought. Lots, he reminded himself. A lot of things could go wrong. They always did for me. The doctors, Trish, and Mr. Jarvis had all thought it best for Tommy to go here. The doctor knew a colleague who worked at Pinehurst and strongly recommended it as a place for troubled teens who don't belong. What a crock. It was probably owned by some asshole who was only in it for the money. Places like this are like snake oil, Tommy thought. It was just like those AA groups where they give you 12 steps and send you on your way. Nothing but a crock. Nothing could save him. Not doctors, not anyone. Billy squinted out the dirt-splattered windshield, chewing on a toothpick intensely. He was staring at the foxy redhead who was standing by the road, whispering excitedly to a chubby boy in a sweatshirt and blue jeans. Her auburn hair fell gently around her shoulders as she smiled, and her fair complexion gleamed in the sunlight. A cherry-red shawl was wrapped around her white blouse, dangling just below her short denim skirt. Billy licked his lips. What was her name again? Rachel? Rebecca? No, Robin. He had been out to Pinehurst before, delivering nuts, as he called them, and had gotten to know all of them pretty well. Robin craned her neck to see into the back seat, checking out the new kid as Tommy avoided her stares. Robin was the one with the eating disorder, Billy thought. She starved herself 1 week to the point of exhaustion and had to be hospitalized. She looks fine to me, Billy thought. What's a girl like that doing starving herself? If she was older, he would absolutely have gotten some, if she wanted it, which usually women did with Billy. His overly sarcastic and blunt attitude was attractive to any girl who was into that sort of thing. The chubby kid, he thought, was mentally slow and autistic. A mess of a family, too. His father moved off somewhere, unwilling to accept his son's difficulties and his burden on the family. And his mother died. He was shipped around from foster home to foster home until finally he wound up at Pinehurst and had been there almost 3 years. Sad, sad case. Violet was a tall, slender brunette, but her hair was dyed blonde with neon purple streaks, and her makeup was thick and black. Yeah, she was one of those chicks. Freaky in bed, but a total controlling bitch. Goth is what they called them now. Back in his day, they were just called freaks and, well, other things. Doctors said she had serious manic depression and suicidal tendencies. They caught her trying to cut her wrist with a piece of broken glass in front of her own sister. That's all nothing but attention-seeking, he thought. All they needed was discipline. Maybe what Violet needed was a good time, he thought, thinking about just how freaky she might be in the sack. Hell, she might lose her mind and cut off my pecker. Total nutcases at Pinehurst, Billy thought. Total fucking lunatics. Jake had anxiety and a stutter, one so bad that the kids could barely get a sentence out whenever he got excited. Then there was the nymphomaniac couple. He had forgotten what their names were, and he frankly didn't give a fuck. One time he went to buy some cigarettes and found them both going at it in the back of his transport car. It took him weeks to scrub the back seat. He couldn't get them to stop, no matter how hard he kept honking the horn and screaming at them. They got pulled into Pinehurst when they were caught fucking in a public bathroom, and some woman and her kid called the cops. That is something I would have liked to have seen, Billy thought. He couldn't believe that they hadn't gone to prison for endangering a child, or at the very least, public indecency. But the judge got paid. The father knew the judge, and the judge agreed to send them to rehabilitation. And now this new kid was getting shuttled in, and the kid looked like he had been through World War III. He had more PTSD than anyone he had ever seen before, and he had seen some fucked up people in the back of the van. Hey, you remember that schizo who tried to saw his own arm off when old Bud was driving one night? Duke flicked his cigarette and smirked. Yeah, that was back in '83? Billy nodded, reminiscing on all the nights in the Unger Institute's private employee lounge, sharing sordid stories of experiences dealing with nuts and loonies. There was old Bud, Duke, Billy, and another paramedic named Roy. They'd sit, share beers, and stay after work until the morning. Bud had his eyes off the rear for a split second, and the guy had already cut into the bone, Billy emphasized as Duke grimaced. What did he manage to smuggle in? Was it an old toothbrush handle? Razor blades? I thought it was a switchblade, and the guy had it in his sock, Billy said, his voice trailing off as he glanced back at Tommy, who was wide awake, but staring off into the distance, staring at seemingly nothing, quiet as a mouse. You hear that, new kid? What you think about the other nuts that are going to be here at this place, huh? Billy asked. Tommy didn't answer, or even look at him. Billy frowned and groaned. Well, at least you're not one of the talkative ones. Some of these guys will talk your head off about the most insane shit, Billy said, turning back around to face the front of the cab. Duke chortled and glanced back at Tommy. Be careful with this one, Bill. I heard he slammed a kid's head into a tree. Billy chortled. I'm real scared, he mocked. Kid couldn't hurt a fly. Tommy still said nothing. The van pulled to a stop, did a three-point turn, and backed up right to the front porch of a modest two-story ranch-style home with white clapboard siding, a wraparound porch, and big picture windows in a large clearing. Billy glanced back at Tommy and saw the distant glaze in his eyes and how tightly his jaw was locked. He refused to give Billy any eye contact, seemingly staring into the void. He shook his head and climbed out of the passenger side. He slid open the side door across from Tommy and gestured for him to get out of the van. Tommy didn't move. "Last stop! Everybody out!" Billy said. Tommy still couldn't or didn't want to move or speak. He sat still as a stone, breathing hard and slow. "Tommy!" Billy exclaimed, trying to snap him out of it. He stuck two fingers in his mouth and whistled. Tommy didn't even flinch. Billy hung his head in exasperation. "All right, fine. Sit there then. I don't give a shit." He turned and was met by the glaring eyes of an attractive young woman in slacks and a white blouse, carrying a clipboard and strolling out of the house, who clearly had heard his last remark and was not amused. She gave the oafish medic a critical look and then brushed a strand of her long blonde hair out of her face. She tried to ignore his eyes transfixed on her chest. "Hey, how you doing?" Billy said casually, shameless about his behavior. The young woman did not respond and turned her eyes to the strapping young sandy-haired man sitting silently in the van like he was glued to the upholstery. "Tommy Jarvis?" she asked him. Tommy said nothing. The young woman went on, giving Billy a wry look. "Hi, I'm Pam Roberts. I'm the assistant director here at Pinehurst. I'm glad you're here." Tommy was silent. Pam thought she caught him glancing at her behind his glasses, and softened her voice even more, injecting some motherly comfort into her tone. "If you'd like to grab your things, Tommy, I can take you in to meet the doctor, all right?" Tommy stared straight ahead, not moving a muscle or uttering a sound. Pam looked around nervously as the silence grew tense. Then, ever so slowly, Tommy started to get up. He hesitated, then slid across the seat and robotically climbed out of the car, the same dead expression on his face. He reached in and grabbed the leather strap of an army green duffel bag. Pam directed Tommy up the stairs to the front door, thanking the driver reluctantly. She kept staring forward, knowing he was looking at her ass and rolling her eyes. "Anytime, doll," Billy said, his eyes scanning her body lustfully. Pam and Tommy stepped into the front area of the house, and she closed the door behind him, satisfied as she heard the transport van peeling out. "How was the ride?" she asked with a pleasant smile. Tommy tried hard to avoid eye contact, but couldn't help but notice her eyes were a deep shade of blue. Just like Trish and his mother. He still didn't answer, and Pam took the hint gracefully. "Come on, Tommy," she said. Tommy followed her through a few spacious and cozy rooms. The decor of the quaint old house was much like his home back in Crystal Lake. There was a sprawling kitchen and two big living rooms with old plush sofas and armchairs. It definitely wasn't like anywhere he had stayed before. This felt like a home and not a cage. The walls were painted shades of yellow, green, and blue, unlike the somber gray of the last few facilities. The wallpaper also wasn't peeling and the lights weren't flickering. Tommy noticed something else that set him at ease. It was quiet. No screaming, no beeping of medical equipment, no alarm bells, no cars honking. All he heard was the birds singing outside the big picture window in the living room. "Are you okay?" Pam asked over her shoulder as they walked through the kitchen. Tommy didn't respond. He was looking around the house at the quaint knickknacks that were placed in every room and the paintings on the walls. Pam and Tommy walked down a small hallway at the back of the house and stopped at a pair of wooden sliding doors. She knocked. A man in his late 30s who was dressed far too casually for a doctor, in jeans and a collared shirt, opened the door and invited them inside. His hair was dark and wavy. His brow ridge and jawline were masculine and prominent, and his eyes were warm and paternal. "Hi, Tommy," he said. "I'm Dr. Matthew Letter. Have a seat." Tommy ambled inside and sat down in the leather chair across from the doctor's small wooden desk in the corner. Dr. Letter's office was converted from an old laundry space. His diploma from the University of Minnesota was displayed on the wall above him, and around him were various motivational posters, including ones that read, "Destroy a family tradition," and "Family is what matters." Tommy groaned internally. Family? He thought. How does family even matter if they can be gone in the blink of an eye? Great, he thought, just more snake oil. "All right, Tommy," said Dr. Letter, snapping Tommy out of his trance. "What I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about Pinehurst, and then you can go to your room and unpack your things. How does that sound?" Tommy stared at the floor, not making a sound. He absent-mindedly fumbled with the zipper on the duffel bag in his lap. "Tommy?" Matt repeated himself in a more firm tone. "How does that sound?" Tommy avoided eye contact, still toying with his zipper, self-soothing himself so the vicious and callous remarks bottled up inside wouldn't fly out of his mouth and get him kicked out. Finally, he mustered up enough care to mutter, "Yeah, sure," as Matt smiled compassionately. He relaxed back in his swivel chair. Pam stood by, observing and jotting notes on her clipboard. "So, about Pinehurst," Matt went on. "You can see we're different from the state institutions. We don't have any guards here." Tommy's gaze drifted to the window across the room and stared out into the grassy yard, where the redhead, who had looked at him when he was pulling up in the van, was folding clothes and hanging them on a clothesline. "Nobody's going to tell you what you can do and what you can't do. Basically, you're your own boss," Dr. Letter explained. "It's an honor system, Tommy," Pam said. That brought Tommy's attention to her. He couldn't stop staring at her. She almost looked like Trish with her blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. It caught him off guard now that he was fully staring at her, and once he realized, he dropped his gaze back to his zipper. Matt leaned forward. "What you're doing here, Tommy, is preparing yourself to re-enter society and start a new life," he said. Still, Tommy was quiet and despondent. Matt patted his leg affectionately. "So, Pam, do you want to show Tommy to his room?" Pam nodded as Tommy stood up. She pointed towards the staircase near the front of the house. "You go up the stairs, and it's the first room on the left," she said, and closed the door behind Tommy as he ambled towards the stairs with his bag. Pam shut the door and let out a breath. She had been holding it the whole time. The tension with Tommy had been so unbearable and so thick you could cut it with a knife. What exactly had happened to that poor kid, she thought. She was also curious as to why he was here. Certainly not any body issues or sexual deviance like some of the kids here. Tommy seemed much more reserved and absorbed into himself. She peered at the file in Matt's hands curiously and then glanced around, deciding to make conversation and ease the gloom. "So what do you think?" she inquired, sitting on the edge of his desk. Matt chortled. "He's a real talker." "Yeah, I noticed," she said. "How did they diagnose it?" Matt opened Tommy's file and scanned it intently. "Severe trauma at age 12. Brutal self-defense murder of a psychopathic killer," Matt read. Pam's eyebrows lifted as her interest peaked. She gulped. My God, she thought. No wonder the kid looked and acted like someone straight off the battlefield. Dissociative disorder with fits of rage. Trouble sleeping, manic depression. Ugh, Matt sighed. They've given him every treatment they can think of. Matt read on to the next page. It's a wonder his mind isn't fried from all the drugs they've given him, Matt said, as he saw the lengthy medication chart. There were sleeping drugs, mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, and more. Pam shook her head. Jesus, she thought as she pictured what Tommy had had to suffer through. There wouldn't be enough drugs to help me recover from something like that. She remembered all those murders like it was yesterday, and she knew that a young boy had survived that spree, but hadn't known his name until now. Why on God's green earth would they send him back here, she thought. That seemed like the worst idea in the world. Take a traumatized teen and stick him in a halfway house away from his family back where he had experienced the trauma. Crystal Lake was miles from Pinehurst, but she still couldn't fathom why a doctor would think of such a strategy. It might have been the only thing they hadn't tried, she surmised. Desperation can lead people to crazy outcomes. Pam had questioned the idea of working at a halfway house in college when she was studying social work and psychology. Was it really best for kids to be taken away from their families? Sending them out to a house in the middle of nowhere with strangers? She didn't see the usefulness. For any kid who had gone through something horrible, Pam's intuition had told her that family support was all they needed. Someone to make them a warm meal, someone to run them a hot bath. What Pam realized instead, after working with disadvantaged kids, is that many young people don't even have a parent who can stop drinking long enough to take them to school, much less to make them dinner. Once Pam saw the collaborative, nurturing, supportive environment that Matt was trying to create, she could see what he was doing. She had seen the records of many of the kids at Pinehurst and could see why Matt tried to give them a home away from home. This felt more like a home to many of them than their own childhood homes. They had chores to do or not do, and didn't have to worry about food not being on the table. Pinehurst had a long-running cook on staff, George, who made all of their meals and was almost like a grandfather to them. They didn't have to worry about alcohol or drugs because Pinehurst was strictly sober. It was a place that rewarded good behavior and hard work, and made it fun and exciting with the honor system. How could she have turned that down? It was a place for kids with shitty families to run to in times of need. A place that helped them learn how to interact with others and build time management skills and other pursuits worthy of pursuing. It was a home where they could set their real-life worries aside and focus on becoming who they want to be, even if some of them wanted to be strippers or wanted to flip burgers. The one thing with Matt that irked her was that he needed a different approach for different kids. He often pushed them all into going to college or a trade school, but was that really realistic for all kids? Maybe a small accomplishment like getting a minimum wage job was the right thing to help them. That wouldn't be a bad thing to strive for. What about kids like Joey? Joey was one of the patients who struggled the most. His IQ was only about 65 and his reading was at a third grade level, despite being almost 20 years old. Joey's parents were a prime example of the kind of parents that had made Pam realize not every child had a stable, supportive family to care for them. He had been an orphan since he was a child. His father had just walked out on him after his mom passed. He apparently didn't want to bear the burden of a challenged child alone. It was so selfish for people to have kids and not take care of them, Pam thought. How could a father hold his own pain and burden over that of his child? How did his father think Joey felt, being the way that he was, being different? Instead of caring for him and getting him help, he just left. She couldn't imagine her own guilt if she had to make that decision. She could understand how kids like that felt so isolated. She had been a quiet, unassuming kid, once very reserved. And she paid the price for it. Maybe that's why she empathized with Joey the most. Not only did he suffer from being ostracized by the other kids, but he also had suffered the loss of both his caregivers. Even more selfish were Robin's parents, who had enabled her eating disorder, constantly pointing out her weight. Pam shuddered to think about Tina and Eddie's past. She had read that teens who engage in hypersexuality typically face sexual trauma in their early years. Maybe it wasn't true for every person, but something must be wrong if the only way they know how to feel happy and good about themselves is to have sex. Sad, sad cases. It was hard not to dwell on them, and dwell on so many of the mistakes their parents made. Pam guessed that's what the Destroy a Family Tradition poster was about on Matt's wall above his desk. It was claiming that the newfangled socially acceptable tradition was to make your children afraid of you, and by destroying that, you get back to what works. Love, support, hard work, and rules and all that jazz. Teaching them why chores matter instead of scaring it into them. It was honestly kind of corny to Pam, but she could understand why a guy like Matt would subscribe to that kind of philosophy. From a few late-night conversations and dinners in town, Pam had gathered that Matt came from a fairly dysfunctional background and was working to correct the mistakes that his own father and mother made by helping other kids. He had told her his dad was physically abusive and a raging alcoholic, while his mother sat and let it all happen. He argued that this kind of parenting, being too aggressive but also being too passive, is what led to children growing up with all sorts of problems. Problems that Matt himself had struggled through. It was noble of him to want to use his traumatic past to help others. And maybe that's why she signed on. As corny as it sometimes was, she could see his heart was in the right place for every kid here. Of course, she did think he could be too lax. Tina and Eddie had been caught having sex on the grounds multiple times, and still no punishment was brought. "That is not what we stand for here. You're too young," he would say, but they wouldn't listen. Again and again, Joey would run into the office, his face flushed red, barely able to speak.
Tina and Eddie. Tina and Eddie are..."
Joey would manage to say, stammering like a nervous schoolboy. Matt and Pam would know instantly what he was referring to by his blushing and sweating. They'd get another lecture and maybe sent to their rooms, but did he ever talk to them about STDs, pregnancy? No. He would just repeat to them the honor system values. But after all, Pam was only an assistant. She didn't feel it was her place to tell a doctor how to run things. As broken as Matt's past was, she suspected he had a huge ego, and she didn't want to wound it and lose her job. Even when she tried to make small suggestions, he would get flustered and agitated. She learned that her opinion didn't really count to him, and she did resent that fact. But the job brought in money, and she could help the kids under Matt's supervision regardless. Pam figured some sexism from his father had leaked out onto him. Everyone is on their healing journey. But she did hate the fact that her opinion, even though she had a degree in clinical psychology, wasn't counted equally to his at times. "Maybe Joey would be better working at an easy job like fast food," she'd suggest. "Maybe Joey can't handle chopping wood and you should let one of the stronger guys handle it." But every time, Matt blew her down and wanted to do it his way. Nonetheless, she loved her job. She loved being one of the only people to show these kids some compassion in their lives. It was only that kept her there. She felt she had connected personally with each one of these kids. Except for Tommy. He might be the toughest nut to crack. Sure, their kids had been through a hellish childhood with neglect, abuse, and poverty, but being forced to protect your family from a serial killer? Tommy might be too fucked up for Pinehurst. There was something about him, in his brooding silence, that unnerved her. She had never felt nervous around a patient before. His eyes were almost piercing when she caught him looking at her, not in any kind of sexual way like Eddie or that creepy ambulance driver, but in a much different way. It was like he was staring into her soul. His eyes were such sad eyes that told a world of hurt, a tale of terror. That must be what he felt like when it had happened, like he was being plunged into a nightmare, ripped from normality like a hawk snatching a rabbit from the grass with its razor-sharp talons. She didn't know if she could handle a patient like this. That kind of severe trauma can destroy a person. And at 12 years old? Jesus, she thought. Imagine being 12 years old and facing a serial killer after your family. There was also something she liked about him. The bravery. What a brave young man to take on a murderer and save his family, she thought. She felt an emotional groundedness around him, and she felt safe around him, for the most part. It was like she couldn't tell if he wanted to hurt her or not. His eyes were piercing and made it seem that way, but she could tell he had a huge heart. Her intuition told her he was a good person that had just been through an inhumane tragedy. Still, something in the back of her mind kept telling her to watch her back. That look in his eyes had taken her aback, and she wondered, what else was he capable of? Chapter 2. Tommy pushed open the heavy oak door, the first on the left in the upstairs hallway, and set his bags down on the bed. The rooms were small but clean, and at least it was his own room. It seemed he would have a better time than he had at the last facility, where he had had to share a room with a schizophrenic sleepwalker who talked in his sleep through the night. A small cot covered with a dark green wool blanket was against the wall. There was an end table with a lamp, a chair, and a desk and dresser against the opposite wall. A window looked out onto the chicken coop at the rear of the house. It was very basic, but it was comfortable. He could already see all his masks pinned to the walls and decorating the room in his mind. Tommy unzipped his duffel bag and picked up the first thing that was stacked on the top inside the corduroy interior. It was a picture of his mother. Tommy stared at the photo, reminiscing as his eyes misted over and he felt a lump in his throat the size of a golf ball. Her blonde hair was why he had stared at Pam. She almost looked like his mother, despite Pam being 20 years younger. Maybe if I'd stayed at the house and... God, if I'd protected her that night, she'd still be alive, Tommy thought. Then the voices came again. Die! 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 Tommy put the picture away, wiping the tears from his eyes and the voices from his mind. He figured that he couldn't go thinking things like that and wind up starting a spiral in his mind. He rummaged through the duffel bag and his hands brushed against something hard and smooth. He took it out and looked down at the pocket knife in his hand. He flipped it open, eyeing the razor-sharp blade. His father had given it to him as a boy. Tommy knew he wasn't supposed to have sharp objects, but the guards at the clinic didn't have a clue about most things. Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Crystal Lake without protection. He stared at himself in the blade's reflection and sighed. The bags under his eyes were getting worse. He looked so pale, so lifeless. Can't go getting too sentimental, he thought to himself. He closed the knife and put it safely under his mattress. He took out a stack of freshly cleaned and folded collared shirts and opened the closet door. Shit! He swore as something large and black lunged at him from seemingly out of nowhere. Tommy lurched backwards, almost dropping the shirts. Something had fallen down from the top shelf. He moved closer. It was a big, black rubber spider, suspended in the air by string. Then a figure came down from the top shelf and beamed at him, proud of himself and carrying the rubber spider, giggling impishly. Tommy glared at the young 12 or 13-year-old boy who stood in front of him, who wore bright colors and expensive-looking shoes. His afro was freshly trimmed. Definitely not a patient, Tommy thought. "You scared of spiders?" the boy asked, still grinning from ear to ear. Tommy said nothing. He glared at Reggie, trying to remain calm. If he went and hit a child, it would definitely not be good for him. "Well, are you scared of rubber spiders?" said the young boy. There was still a tense silence and a stillness from Tommy. He didn't move. His white-knuckled hands were still clutching the shirts, and he stared at Reggie hatefully. "You scared of rubber spiders on strings?" the boy asked. Tommy did not reply. "Man, you are one scared cat." Tommy gave him another angry look and took his shirts back to his bed. Tommy's silence bothered Reggie for a second, but he pushed past it. "Where I come from, they teach you not to be scared of anything. They call me Reggie the Reckless," the young boy said. Tommy reached into his bag as Reggie went on. "I ain't scared of no spider," he said. In a split second, Tommy whipped around, revealing one of his hideous monster masks that he had put on his head. It was an alien head, its skin pink, its eyes solid gray and bulging. Reggie reeled backwards, his eyes wide. "Yo, man!" he exclaimed, putting his hand on his chest. Tommy took off the mask. A small smirk had developed on his face. Reggie puffed out his chest, trying to hide the fact that his heart had started racing a mile a minute. Tommy walked back to his bed and unzipped his duffel bag, pulling out several more masks equally as detailed and horrifying as the alien head. A gorilla mask adorned with actual hair. A latex zombie mask, so realistic that Reggie began to look on in respect, his eyes wide with awe. Another one was a demon mask, complete with leathery skin, horns, and a forked tongue that protruded from the lips. Reggie sauntered over to the bed, a sorry expression on his face. Tommy had got him good, and he knew it. He sat down and reached for the demon mask. Tommy jerked it away. "Don't!" he commanded firmly, holding it and stroking it in his hand and studying it. Reggie glowered at him indignantly. "You don't have to get all twisted out of shape about it," he said. "You act like you made these things or something." "I did," Tommy said, looking up from his mask. Reggie grinned again. "Solid," he said, still in wonder at how realistic and detailed his masks were. "So you're the new nut?" Tommy scoffed. "Is that what they call us?" he asked scornfully. "Us?" Reggie exclaimed. "I ain't one of you, man," he said. "I'm just visiting." Tommy frowned. Is this what they let happen here? He thought. Random strangers walk into your room and hang out? No security at all? Who was this kid? "My granddaddy works here," Reggie explained. Just then their conversation was broken up by the sound of police sirens, and Reggie gasped with excitement, running to the window. "Oh, got a split. Catch you later. There's action," he said, and ran out the door. Tommy sat for a few minutes processing what was happening, and then went to the window himself. A brand new blue and white police car, sirens blaring, came driving tediously down the unpaved road, pulling up to the front of the halfway house and coming to a stop. Sheriff Cal Tucker opened the driver's side door of his police car, spit, and got out. His once sandy blonde hair was now thin and gray and poked out from underneath his cowboy hat. He took a look in the back seat at Tina McCarthy and Eddie Kelso, who giggled and made faces at him, then at Deputy William Dodd, a lanky man in his early 30s, who climbed out of the passenger seat. All that was on Tucker's mind was, "Oh shit, Ethel's gonna have a cow." It finally happened. Ethel had been right all along. 58-year-old Ethel Hubbard was one of Pinehurst's many eccentric residents. She and her disabled son, Junior, lived down the dirt road just a half a mile from the halfway house in a dilapidated trailer. "I'm not living next to none of those nut jobs," she had shrieked at the town council meeting, her frizzy hair up in curlers, her wild eyes bugging out at everyone in the room. "Mayor Cobb, if any one of those nut jobs come on my property, I am blowing them to smithereens. Y'all hear me? I swear to you." Tucker didn't know what was worse, having to get called out to the halfway house every week or dealing with Ethel. And now, here he was, picking up two nut jobs who had been fucking like animals behind Ethel's shed. There was about to be a huge altercation if he didn't resolve this situation quickly. Hopefully Ethel hadn't seen their police lights from her kitchen window of her trailer. Hopefully she hadn't heard the passionate moans of the two lovers from inside. Hopefully. Ultimately, Pinehurst had needed mental health facilities for years, and the mayor opted for the Pinehurst Center back in '81. And the mayor, the entire police department, and every cashier in town had heard all about Ethel having to live next door to a loony bin every day of the week. The ironic part of it all was that the halfway house was made for people like Ethel, who went years untreated and ended up poor and a little unhinged. She'd come barreling into town on Junior's Harley motorcycle, revving the engine like a madwoman, and marching into the police station. "Sheriff, I know those kids are screwing around on my property. God knows what they're doing. Probably drugs. They're up at night screaming and I can't sleep. You gotta shut that place down and now. Are you listening to me, damn it?" she had screamed at Tucker. Tucker had told her again and again that the mayor had made his decision, and she wouldn't listen. She wouldn't move. Too poor to move. Junior had Social Security, but it was barely enough to make ends meet. Ethel sold vegetables out of her garden at the market, but that was their only other income. He tried to stay away from her as best he could, but with the halfway house kids getting into trouble and arresting Junior for speeding on his motorcycle, it was no use. Ethel was going to be his problem no matter what he did. Here come the looky-loos, he thought, seeing all of the residents of Pinehurst Center gathering around excitedly. George, an older man in his 70s who was the cook for the center, held his grandson Reggie back as he desperately tried to get a closer look at the action. Pam and Dr. Matt stepped forward as the sheriff approached them, eyeing Matt sheepishly. The awkwardness was palpable as Matt saw who was being escorted out of the back of the police car. He shifted his weight uncomfortably and decided to play dumb and act like he was in control. "Hey, Sheriff," he said nonchalantly. "What's up?" The sheriff cleared his throat. "Well, Matt, it's just like we talked about. You got some neighbors who aren't too happy with this place," he explained. "And, I respect what you're doing here, I really do. But we found a couple of kids, out at the Hubbard place again." Matt still held his composure, stoically standing with his hands on his hips. Pam couldn't help but hide her laughter with her clipboard, trying not to giggle with the residents who all couldn't contain their laughter. The sheriff hesitated, but then said it straight out with a wry smirk. They were screwing their heads off. Violet and Jake had walked up to the scene, and Violet took off the headphones connected to her Walkman, listening to what was happening. "Now, I think we're pretty lucky this time because Ethel didn't see them," the sheriff said. Tina and Eddie, still wrapped up in each other's arms and laughing, were escorted over behind Matt and Pam by Deputy Dodd with the rest of the residents. The deputy moved their handcuffs, and Eddie kissed Tina's neck and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Damn, I shouldn't have put them in those handcuffs," Tucker thought. "It probably made them even hornier." Matt glanced disapprovingly at Tina and Eddie and then took a deep breath. "I'll take care of it, Sheriff," he said. It wasn't but a split second later. Sheriff Tucker sighed and hung his head in dismay as he heard the telltale sound of Junior's old vintage Harley pulling into the front yard of the halfway house. Junior put the bike on its kickstand and revved the engine aggressively. Off the back, Ethel Hubbard hopped down. Her unkempt hair looked exceptionally crazy. Dirt from her garden covered her hands and face, and her jeans and her flannel shirt. "Morning, Ethel, don't you look lovely?" Sheriff Tucker said. "Horse shit!" Ethel exclaimed. "Now, Sheriff, you had better hear me and hear me good. I want this loony bin closed down. Now, these kids ain't nothing but trouble." She pointed a long, bony finger at the group of patients who still couldn't contain their laughter. First at Tina and Eddie's predicament, and now at Ethel. Her bugging eyes and hillbilly dialect were amusing them greatly. The sheriff also stifled laughing at her. It would only have made her angrier, he decided. "They ain't got no respect for property, and they're all crazy," she shrieked. "You tell them, Ma!" Junior shouted from the motorcycle, revving the engine again and guffawing. He licked his lips, still staring lewdly at Tina and Eddie, revealing the one front tooth he had. Ethel whipped around and glared at Junior with narrowed eyes, and then turned to the sheriff. Tucker took another deep sigh and looked to the sky, thinking of how to resolve the situation. He decided to be on Matt's side for now and let Ethel be none the wiser. Maybe they could convince her that some kids tried to run away and had to be brought back. "Ethel, these kids weren't doing nothing." Ethel didn't want to hear it. "Doing?" she blurted out. "You don't think I know what those perverts were doing in my yard?" She gestured at Tina and Eddie, a look of absolute repulsion on her face. "Say it like you mean it, Ma!" Junior shouted again. Ethel gritted her teeth and spun around to face him, huffing and giving him a look of hatred. "Would you shut the fuck up?" she said. This resulted in a roar of laughter from the patients. Ethel ignored it. Junior sunk down into his seat, pouting. Ethel hunched over and once again pointed out her bony, dirt-caked finger towards the patients, looking like the hillbilly Wicked Witch of the West. "Now I'm gonna tells you, all of you, mark my words. The next little bastard comes near my farm, I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. You hear me?" Oh no!" Tina cried in mock terror as Eddie laughed. "Now, Ethel," Sheriff Tucker said, stepping towards her. Ethel jumped backwards and leered at the sheriff. "Don't you come near me, Sheriff. I got a bomb on me, I swear to you. You make one move towards me and I'm gonna blow us all up." The group of troubled teens again oohed in mock terror. "Start the engines, Junior!" Junior cranked the bike, revving the engine as loud as he could. Ethel hopped on, clinging on to her son tightly, and took one last look at the sheriff, Matt and Pam, all standing there, some of them flabbergasted and others laughing hysterically. "These are my final words!" Ethel screeched. She gave them all the middle finger, and with another rev of the engine, they took off down the dirt road, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The group of troubled teens cheered as Junior's motorcycle faded into the distance, disappearing around the corner of the road and behind some trees. "All right, party's over, let's go," Pam ordered, as the group of teens, still giddy from all the excitement, started to disperse and go about their business. Nobody saw Tommy, standing and watching it all from the second story. Sheriff Tucker stepped up beside Matt and put his hands on his hips in an authoritative stance. They both stared down the road after watching Ethel make her grand exit. "She really is something, ain't she?" Tucker chortled as Matt nodded in agreement. "But really, Matt, I suggest you make an extra effort to keep your kids off her property." "I will," Matt replied earnestly. "By the way," Sheriff Tucker went on, lowering his voice, "I hear you got the Jarvis kid?" "Yeah, he arrived a little while ago," Matt said matter-of-factly. "And?" "And what?" "Well, what's he like?" Tucker asked. Matt hesitated. "He's just like any other kid. He's just been through a lot, that's all." Matt didn't want any rumors spread about this kid or any gossip taking place. "What have you seen working up there?" the residents of Pinehurst would ask whenever Matt went into town. He never granted those questions answered. Why should he be telling these kids business to everyone in town? They had enough problems and didn't need people prying into their lives. "Well, good luck with him," the sheriff said, taking the hint. As the sheriff and Deputy Dodd got back into their police car, Matt caught Tommy staring down from the bedroom. They locked eyes, and Matt felt a chill run down his spine. He had read Pam's expression back in the office and hoped she also had the same feeling he did, one of complete fear of Tommy Jarvis, that is. It was baffling him. Tommy Jarvis may be the first patient to actually make him afraid, and Tommy had barely spoken or moved. All he had to do was stare with those eyes, and you knew something was wrong. It was a deep, primal feeling, a gut feeling, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was trying to communicate. He had dealt with all kinds of messed up youth, eating disorders, panic disorders, autism, but never a young person exposed to such horrendous violence. He hated to doubt himself, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a dark side to Tommy Jarvis, that none of them would see coming. The other patients all stayed away from Victor J. Fadden, except for Joey, that is. Joey's unfortunate flaw was that he was too naive and couldn't recognize the telltale signs that someone wanted to be left alone, or that someone was dangerous. Joey stood at the side door of the halfway house, munching on a chocolate bar that was mostly smeared around his lips and face. Everyone seemed to want to stay away from Joey, too, and for the life of him, he didn't know why. He was always nice and never mean. He always shared his food and his things. He always said please and thank you and tried to carry on conversations, but he was shut down every time. Right when he got to Pinehurst, he had introduced himself to Robin and Violet, who had been hanging clothes on the clothesline. "Leave us alone," Violet had said. Next was Jake, who remained silent in response to Joey stepping up right in Jake's face and saying at an unnecessarily loud volume,
"Hi, I'm Joey."
Next was Eddie and Tina, who laughed at him. Up last was Victor J. Fadden, who had stared at him with his piercing eyes and snarled.
"What the hell do you want?"
If Joey had only been smarter, he'd have seen his clenched teeth and reddening face and his veins bulging. Nobody liked him no matter how hard he tried. But today was a new day. The sun was shining. The birds were singing. It felt like the start of a new life for Joey. Joey walked out through the garden, around the side of the house, and towards Robin and Violet, who were on laundry duty again, hanging up stark white, pressed cotton sheets on the clotheslines. Perfect, Joey thought. Maybe he could make the most out of being here and help others. Joey lumbered across the yard towards the clothesline, as Robin and Violet looked up to see him. They both stifled, rolling their eyes and groaning. Violet turned up the volume of the techno music she had blaring on her Walkman headphones.
Hey, girls.
Joey said. Hi, Joey, Robin said, not turning around and hanging up a silky red towel.
Hi, Violet.
Joey exclaimed loudly. Violet scrunched up her face and pointed to her headphones. Huh?
Hi.
Joey shouted in response, chocolate-colored spit flying out of his mouth. Robin tried to ignore it out of politeness. Yeah? Violet muttered under her breath and turned up her Walkman volume louder.
What are you guys doing?
Doing laundry, Joey, Robin said so obsequiously as she could. It was easy to hurt Joey's feelings, and she didn't want him to have a meltdown.
Can I help? I'm really good at laundry, you know. Matt never assigns me to it, and I don't know why.
Joey went on, but Robin interrupted him, restraining her annoyance. Look, Joey, we really have to get this finished, okay?
So I'm here to help you. You can count on me, Rob. You too, Vi. You want a chocolate bar?
Joey asked, holding out the partially eaten candy.
I'll give you half, but I need half for later.
Piss off, Violet snapped. Joey was unfazed by the remark, used to it.
Aw, please let me help. It's no problem.
Joey continued pathetically, whining like a schoolboy. He bent down and picked up one of the white sheets with his chocolate-stained fingers. Robin gasped, tearing the sheet out of his hands in exasperation. Joey! Both girls exclaimed. Will you just get out of here? Robin cried. She was fuming, realizing that they would have to wash that sheet all over again, her cheeks turning as red as her hair. Fuck! Violet swore, throwing up her hands.
I'm sorry, you two. I can do laundry great, I promise.
Joey said shamefully.
But, well...
His lips pursed into a miffed pout.
If that's how you feel, then just forget it. I'll go help somebody else then. See you later.
Joey puffed out his chest indignantly and sauntered off towards the chopping block where Victor was swinging an axe furiously and splitting logs. He suddenly turned around.
Listen, if you change your mind, I'll be right over here, okay?
Joey! Both girls cried in unison, staring daggers at him. He knew that look all too well. He had seen it many times before on all types of kids his age. The look that meant he was about to be punched or pushed around. Joey didn't know why everyone was so mean, but he didn't care. He was only trying to be helpful. Before his mom died, that's the one thing he remembered her saying to him. You're a special boy, Joey. You're a light in a dark world. And ever since, that's what Joey tried to be. Joey didn't remember his dad much. He never said a word, and he didn't understand that either. Joey could talk to anyone and everyone. Didn't matter who they were or how annoyed they were by him. He understood few social cues, and as a result, didn't understand why everyone seemed to not want him around. Victor J. Fadden understood lots of things. He understood lots of things well. He swung the axe with a grunt as it wedged itself into the block of wood. It didn't slice all the way through, and that made him angry. Incredibly angry. Angry enough to swing harder and harder and even harder on the next swing. Joey appeared in his field of vision. His chubby, pallid face and his white tee under his sweatshirt was stained with confectionery. Vic swung harder.
Hi, Vic,
Joey said in his unnecessarily loud tone.
What the hell do you want?
Vic replied, swinging and splitting another log.
Aw, come on, Vic, don't be like that. I can help you with the wood today.
He reached into his pocket discreetly and pulled out another chocolate bar.
And anyway, I got 2 chocolate bars today. Don't tell the girl.
He whispered. Robin and Violet were now watching and giggling, waiting to see what would happen.
You know, Vic, before I came here, I never had anything to do. Me being an orphan and all, and people always tease me about sitting around here and being a pig. But it's different here, Vic. I can help others.
Joey explained cheerfully. Vic swung again.
You know, I really love it here.
Joey said.
I hate it.
Vic replied bitterly. He swung again. Joey still didn't catch on. He didn't say the way his veins were bulging out of his forehead.
I never really chopped wood before, and it certainly looks like fun,
Joey said. Vic swung again so hard it rattled the ground.
Leave me alone.
Vic snarled through clenched teeth. He ripped the axe out and held it in both hands, breathing in and out, in and out. His eyes said it all.
Hey, Vic, you want a bite?
Joey asked, holding out his second chocolate bar.
I'll just put this over here, and lady, when you're hungry, you can have it.
Joey set the chocolate bar down on the wood, only to have it split by another swing of the axe. Joey's face finally lost all of its friendliness, and he scowled.
If that's the way you feel, then forget it, Vic.
He snapped.
Just forget it. But I think you're really out of line.
Joey heard Vic's breathing intensifying behind him as he turned to walk away. He heard Vic's footsteps approaching. Joey still never would have guessed what was about to happen. Vic swung the axe, this time into Joey, and then harder, and harder, and even harder. Robin screamed a blood-curdling scream. It mingled with the sound of screams of pure agony and terror. A crow landed on a branch nearby, and Joey's anguished screaming stopped. The curse of Crystal Lake had claimed another victim. The police sirens had broken the peaceful natural stillness for the second time that summer day at Pinehurst. "We got a homicide? Tell me what you got on Victor J. Fadden, F-A-D-E-N, a tall, portly officer said into his radar. The teenagers were once again gathered around to see the action. Only this time there wasn't much action and they weren't laughing. Robin clung to Pam, sobbing into a tissue, pulling nervously at her red shawl and holding it close to her chest. A bloody sheet lay across Joey's mangled body. Sheriff Tucker had had more than enough excitement for one day. He had taken his hat off in respect and stood solemnly beside Matt over the bloody sheet, hoping to block the view for the other patients. "Is there someone we should notify?" the sheriff asked. Matt took a second, processing everything and not able to tear his eyes away from the body. "As far as I know, there's no immediate family," he said. "Mother died, and I don't know what the hell happened to the father. Took off somewhere, I guess." Robin tried to stop crying, but it just kept coming in buckets. Pam held her, comforting her. "It's okay. Don't look, it's okay," she said to her. Matt cleared his throat. "He was shuffled around from home to home until he came here," Matt explained. He took another dramatic moment of silence, shaking his head. "He was a good kid." Duke, his sandy blonde hair combed and gelled back, came strolling over carrying a body bag alongside another paramedic, whose name tag read Roy Burns. A lit cigarette dangled from Duke's lips, and he adjusted his sunglasses as he surveyed the scene. "Well, what do we got here?" Duke said with a careless smirk. He bent down and lifted the sheet, revealing Joey's mutilated body lying on his face. Vic had lopped off both his arms and split his stomach and his neck wide open. His entrails lay in a pile beneath him. Steam rose off the body and flies were beginning to gather. The smell in the hot sun was overpowering. Duke looked up at Roy, a grin on his face, unfazed by the grisly sight. Roy stood, not making a sound, staring down at the body. Robin cried out as she saw the ghastly remains and buried her face into Pam's chest. Tina buried her face in her hands, falling into Eddie's arms as he embraced her, a pained expression on his face. Violet sat and stared into the void, trying to numb it all out. "Bunch of pussies," Duke said. He blew a bubble out of his chewing gum and it popped as he grinned, still exhilarated and amused by the reactions of the patients. Roy glared at him, not moving. "Come on, Roy, get your hands dirty," Duke said. Roy looked back at the body in disbelief, not able to come to terms with what was in front of him. He was deader than dead, hacked to pieces, butchered. The bloody axe was slid into an evidence bag. The blood was everywhere. So much blood. Vic sat in the back seat of the police car, handcuffed, staring straight ahead and not saying a word, or shedding a tear. The woods of Pinehurst County were quiet in the dead of night. It was an eerie, oppressive stillness that could be disorienting. And now, with the news of the murder at the Nut House spreading across the town, the wilderness felt even spookier. About 5 miles from Crystal Lake in a remote area, 18-year-old Vincent Manalo, or as his friends called him, Vinny, looked around at the woods surrounding him and shivered in the cold. Vinny had had his whole future ahead of him. His dad had just bought him a 1970s AMC hardtop, a real beauty painted blue, and he felt like he could finally go anywhere he wanted whenever he wanted. But that could only happen if the car actually worked. Now here he was in the dead of night after some loony hacked up another loony at the halfway house, stranded, out just a few miles from the place, he thought. He shuddered to think of what exactly had happened. Had one of the patients just gone stark fucking mad? He wished he could have been there to see that. Finally, some excitement in this dull town. With an axe, he thought. A fucking axe. Chopped him into pieces. It must have been so gnarly. It was straight out of one of those slasher flicks he watched at the drive-in. He knew it was just a matter of time before one of those nuts hurt someone. And of all weekends, it was the week of Friday the 13th. What if the guy who did it had escaped from the police car on the way back to the station and was on his way here right now? He was dead meat stranded on the side of the road. "I'm gonna fucking kill you, Dad," he thought. "Why give your son a car when it doesn't even work?" His dad owned an auto shop. He should have known if it was a piece of shit. First, it would die on him going down the highway cruising for a good time. Next, it was the battery. Then the roof leaked. Now it wouldn't start again, and he was out on a narrow dirt road on the outskirts of town. Just great. Fucking fantastic, he thought. This is what I get for working at your damn family business. Vinny slammed his hand on the hood, then collected himself and reached down into the trunk for some tools. "I'm telling you, Pete, this is bullshit. This really sucks," Vinny said to his best friend, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the hardtop. "Just do it, man. Fix it, man. Those cunts aren't gonna wait all night," Pete said. Vinny walked around the car and threw open the hood, scanning the interior. "Oh, fuck, this is a mess." He scanned his flashlight across the series of wires, compartments, and engine components. The guys back at the shop had wired the battery all wrong. Or it could have been Pete who juiced up the engine with something that he learned God knows where. It was all fucked. His car was absolutely fucked. He peered over the hood at Pete, who was combing his hair in the rearview mirror. Vinny rolled his eyes and started toying with the wiring of the battery. Zap! Vinny jumped back at the shower of sparks. "No fucking way," Vinny said. "I refuse to do this. You're the one who keeps fucking around with the thing, so get off your ass and you fix it. Silence from Pete. You understand, Pete? Vinny jumped back again as the horn blared. And he heard Pete's raucous laughter. He stuck his head out the open window, a shit-eating grin on his face. Right then, Vinny wished he had gone back in time and never met Pete. Wished he had never started working with him at the auto shop under his dad's supervision. He wished he didn't live in the middle of nowhere where you could get stuck miles away from the nearest auto shop. He wished he wouldn't have invited Pete on this road trip to meet some chicks. He was having to do all the work while Pete sat on his ass and played with his hair. And then he could see them getting to the girl's house and Pete totally screwing it up somehow, just like he always did. He'd say something really embarrassing about Vinny or just awkward in general. He'd laugh at inappropriate times just for the attention and to try to be the class clown like he always did in high school. He could never take a damn thing serious, just like now. They were stranded and all Pete could care about was his hair. "You're an asshole," Vinny remarked, and stuck his hands back under the engine, messing with the wiring. "Aw, what's the matter, Vinny?" Pete said in a playful sing-song voice from inside the car. "You scared of the dark? You all creeped out by the murder at the nut house?" "Oh yeah, sure, Vinny said sarcastically. "As far as I'm concerned, all those loonies should be killed off one by one." Vinny flipped another switch and then stood erect. "Can you try it now?" Vinny asked. Pete cranked the car. Nothing. It grinded and screeched, trying to catch, but failing. Pete punched the dash, exasperated. "Jesus, Vinny, can't you do anything right?" he said. "Stop screwing around." Vinny didn't even respond. He just leaned against the front of the car, too angry to speak. Pete climbed out of the car, twirling the keys on his finger. "You better have it fixed by the time I get back. I gotta take a crap." Vinny looked at him in disbelief. "Crap my ass," he shouted at Pete, who was disappearing down a trail into the woods. "Just do it," he called over his shoulder, and then he was gone. Vinny couldn't believe it. Now he was alone and stranded on the side of the road. He peeled off his leather jacket, not wanting to get it covered in smoke or oil, and bent back down under the hood. "Fucking assholes," he said to himself. Why did he have to make a friend like Pete, he thought. He never helped anyone out. He only cared about himself. He was always late to work and to everything. The guy was totally reckless and dumb as a post. Nothing was important to him. Not a job, not his future, and not even the fact that they were stranded out in the middle of nowhere. He thought about walking to the nut house and seeing if they could help. Maybe drive them to an auto shop. But then he thought twice. No way was he going up to that freaky place in the dead of night. Who knows, the patients probably didn't even have a curfew up there, and were allowed to wander around from what he had heard. The whole place needed to be shut down, Vinny realized. Instead of a vacation home for troubled teens, how about the fire station for some of the rural counties? More fucking tow companies so he wouldn't be stuck in situations like this. But sure, let's put our taxpayers' money into a hotel for loonies. That'll teach them. Give them a vacation. He couldn't believe the mayor had actually agreed to have that place built. How about a mall? Some more bars? Of course, bars were about the only good time you could have in a town like this. What else could you do? There was nothing else to do in Pinehurst. Drinking and getting laid were about the only activities he could think of for fun. Friday nights in this town. The only other time there was this much excitement in town was when those murders happened a few years ago. The small town had talked about it when it had happened. And the legend said he was a man who allegedly drowned as a boy, who came back to wreak havoc on those who caused him to drown. Of course, small towns tend to exaggerate the truth. Vinny knew that. It still spooked him when he thought about it, and excited him too. It was the first interesting thing to happen in their neck of the woods. Some guy goes crazy and kills a bunch of people in the woods, right out of a slasher movie at the drive-in. They said the maniac had been killed, but some of the locals still said he was out there, roaming the woods around Crystal Lake, and annihilating anyone who went there. Vinny felt a chill as he realized how close they were to Crystal Lake. No more than 5 or 6 miles, depending on which road you took. You follow the highway for about 3 miles, and then you get on Cunningham Road, and it's a straight shot. And then behind him, Vinny heard it. Someone's breathing, and footsteps, light, stealthy footfalls over the leaf litter. And then they stopped. Must be Pete coming back from taking a dump, he thought. He didn't bother getting up from working on the car. He didn't even want to look at Pete at the moment. There was the sudden, unmistakable sound of a flare being lit. The distinctive orange glow blinded him, and he stood up, holding out his hand to shield his eyes. Vinny squinted, peering into the darkness. All he could see was a golden orb of light heading towards him slowly. The smell of the flare hit his nostrils, and he could see the faint outline of a person coming towards him through the smoke. "What are you doing, douchebag?" Vinny asked. The figure kept coming. Closer and closer. The flare burned brighter. "Enough already, you can stop." No response from the figure. "Did you cut it out?" Still silence. "Pete?" And then Vinny's confused expression morphed into one of terror as he could make out the person holding the flare. He saw a brief glimpse of a hockey mask. The flare came at him rapidly, and Vinny had no time to get out of the way. As he opened his mouth to scream, the flare suddenly burned brighter than ever before. He felt the smoke as it burned his eyes. The excruciating pain and the intense heat from the flare filled his throat. Everything was burning. His pain receptors lit up all over his face and the back of his throat as he gagged for air. But all he did was inhale the flare even more. He could feel it burning his insides, singeing the sides of his esophagus all the way down. Blood seeping from the scarred flesh on the inside of his mouth and his esophagus bubbled at his lips. Oxygen was running out. The heat was so powerful, so intense. The white light slowly came over him and everything went dark. As Vinny lay slumped over the engine, he was able to see the man wearing the hockey mask standing over him, just as life became nothing. Pete pulled his jeans back over his bare ass and buttoned them up. He twirled the flashlight in his right hand and pulled his leather jacket closer to his body, shivering in the night air. He shone the flashlight around him at the dark and damp woods on all sides, then wondered how far it would be to the nut house. He could see it now, scaring the bejesus out of them by scratching on their windows. One of them may actually have a heart attack, he thought. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Then he remembered that Vinny was still waiting by the car. He couldn't believe how ungrateful Vinny could be about that car. He was always complaining about it, and especially now that it had broken down. Pete's parents were poor and couldn't even afford to get him a car. That was why he always drove around with Vinny. And here Vinny was complaining about a generous present from his father. Most guys are lucky just to have a car. Always he complained about the car. If it wasn't the car, it was his father. If it wasn't his father, it was his job. Pete guessed Vinny was the kind of guy who didn't enjoy the present moment. It wasn't that bad of a situation. If worse came to worst, and they had to walk to the girls' houses, so what? The girls probably easily could call him a tow truck. But Vinny was behaving as if the night was already ruined beyond repair. He was so negative. It was just the kind of person Vinny was. Always griping, always in a sour mood. It made it hard to hang around Vinny, but they had known each other so long, and it was nice to have a friend with a car. Besides, someone would have to drive him home tonight after getting wasted and having sex with those two hot twins from school. Maybe Vinny could just watch and jerk off. It looked like he wasn't getting any girls tonight with his whiny attitude. Nothing else to do in this town but get wasted and get girls, he thought. Nope, not in Pinehurst. Of course you could always visit the lovely halfway house and meet all the loonies. Bet some of them make for a good time, he thought. All those lonely, depressed girls just looking for a good time, needing a strong, dark-haired man in a leather jacket like Pete to swoop them into his arms. Pete shone his flashlight around as he walked back down the trail. Then there was a rustling in the leaves. He jerked his flashlight to the side, pointing it at a small clearing. The beam of light landed on a small rabbit darting back into the bushes. Pete jumped back and then laughed sheepishly. "You little fuck," he said. Maybe the nut getting chopped up today did set him on edge. He now felt like someone was in the woods, watching him, and he started to quicken his pace. The trail was quiet and dark. The trees were too thick above his head to allow in even the slightest moonlight, and his only source of light was the white beam of the flashlight. It started to spook him, being alone out in the woods at night. Your mind could start to play tricks on you in the woods at night. It could be disorienting, and sometimes you could lose the path and get hopelessly lost. He had seen it many times before. Pete remembered all the times his buddies had been out exploring in the woods, due to that being the only thing you could really do when you were poor and being from a small town, and they had gotten lost. Eventually, just by walking far enough, they'd get to a small country gas station or a road or the train tracks, and they could eventually get back to civilization and to their homes. But at night? No way. The woods could really fuck with your head at night, Pete thought. Pete arrived back at the road and pointed the flashlight at the blue AMC sitting on the shoulder. Vinny was still leaning down under the hood. He started scatting as he strolled jubilantly towards the car. "You better have this thing started or you're a dead man," he said, and climbed into the driver's seat, not registering that the door was now unlocked. He revved up the car. "A rat-a-tat-a-tooey, rat-a-tat-a-tooey," he sang to himself. The car failed to crank. "Car ain't starting, a rat-a-tat-a-tooey, gonna kick your ass. Come on, motherfucker, fix the fucking car." He cranked it again, and still the engine gave the same raucous whining and grinding as before. "Come on, Vinny. Vinny, what are you doing, man?" he shouted. No response. Then he cranked it again, and the car seemingly by magic cranked back to life, and Pete cheered. "Woo-hoo-hoo!" he exclaimed exuberantly. "Vinny, let's go!" In all his excitement, he didn't hear the heavy breathing behind him get louder and more intense. A strong hand suddenly grabbed his forehead and pinned him back to the headrest. He had no time to register what was happening, and that Vinny was lying dead underneath the hood, blood drooling from his lips and down onto the engine. The machete slashed across his throat in a wild blur. Pete's head lifelessly fell on the steering wheel, setting off the horn. But nobody heard a thing. Chapter 3. Early morning dawned over the sleeping residents of Pinehurst, but one resident was wide awake in his bed. "Die! Die! Die! Make it stop!" Tommy thought. "God, please make it stop!" He slammed his hands against his temples, trying in a desperate attempt to squeeze the thoughts and the voices out of his head. They kept coming. He heard Trish's shrill and terrified voice calling to him, begging him to stop. "Tommy!" she had screamed. "Tommy, no!" He could still remember the silver gleam of the machete in the moonlight. It had all been coming back to him in pieces, in broken fragments of morbid images and colors and voices. "Die!" Tommy had screamed until his throat was raw. He didn't know what had overtaken him, but something had. Something deep and primal within him that he couldn't understand. Something that had stuck with him and haunted him. It was eating him alive. All he had known at the moment was that he had to die. He had to die. That thing had to die. He didn't care what it was going to take, but it had to die. All he could hear was Trish's screaming and his own words tearing out of him. "Die! Die!" His eyes darted around his bedroom, trying to find something comforting to distract himself. The morning sun streamed through the window and the birds were singing outside. No use. He could still see it all happening in his head. He could see Jason's grotesque, inhuman appearance flashing in his mind. His rotted, yellow, leathery skin and his mangled teeth. He could smell him, the scent of body odor and blood and death. He could hear the way the machete had sliced into his skull and remember how it felt. How he had felt the vibration up through the handle when he swung it into Jason's head. He had managed to fool the deranged serial killer long enough to get the upper hand, but he had still been alive. It was all coming back to him, hitting him like a truck. He just wouldn't die. He could still see it all, and hear Trish screaming and crying, begging for him to stop, but he couldn't. The monster had to die. All the blood flashed into his mind suddenly. Images of his own living room floor splashed with brilliant scarlet flooded him. The sound of metal cutting into flesh was deafening. He pulled himself out of bed and scrambled to the dresser, rifling through the top drawer. Antipsychotics, where are the antipsychotics? His mind screamed at him. He found the right bottle, dumped out pills frantically on the dresser, and finally grabbed one, swallowing it without water. Tommy took deep gulps of air. In, out, and then, as he looked in the mirror, his blood ran cold at who he saw staring back at him in the reflection. It was Jason, wielding an axe in one hand and Mrs. Jarvis's severed head in another, her mouth open in a silent scream. Jason's hockey mask was stained with blood. Tommy whirled around to face the monster, but there was nothing there. The kitchen and dining room at Pinehurst Center were together in a converted sunroom. An open French door led to the patio, and large floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded it. George was standing at the stove, frying one last serving of eggs for Reggie. It was morning at Pinehurst, and George beamed at his grandson, who stood nearby impatiently waiting for his breakfast. "Be patient, Reggie," he always told him, but he never listened. Reggie was at that age where adults were the most uncool thing ever. George only brought him to work to get him out of his mother's hair for a week. They didn't call him Reggie the Reckless for nothing. He had been one of the bravest kids growing up, learning to ride a bike before other kids, going off on his own when he was 7 to play basketball with kids in the neighborhood, and taking a bus to the city without his parents' knowledge at 10. The kid was a handful. As George had become accustomed to saying, Reggie was 13 going on 30. George tried not to be too hard on the kid. He was now an only child, ever since his older brother moved out of the city and out just a few miles away from Pinehurst. They almost never got to see each other except when George brought Reggie to work, which Matt didn't like happening too often. Now Reggie's mother had told George that he had been getting in with the wrong crowd. At first, that's why George opted to bring Reggie to his job, so he could show him how Matt instilled discipline into the kids. He had thought Reggie could learn a thing or two from that kind of environment. But after yesterday's fiasco, he was questioning that idea. He couldn't believe that had happened to Joey. Sure, Joey could be agitating, but he never expected someone to be pushed to the edge like that. Or maybe he was already on the edge and Joey was what made him finally snap. Vic always did seem on the edge, George thought. Even Matt was apprehensive around him, and he had seen Matt break up plenty of fights and restrain hostile patients. Whenever Vic walked into the room would hush. It was like walking on eggshells being around someone like that, someone who lets their emotions control them, and can flip a switch and turn evil at the drop of a hat at the smallest inconvenience. Vic flipped a switch, all right. George had seen the look on his face as he was taken away in the police car. He was almost smiling, as if he were proud of what he had done. Maybe George's daughter was right. Maybe Reggie was safer back in the city. He at first had begged his daughter to let Reggie stay with him, away from the inner city violence and drugs, but out here there seemed to be some kind of dark curse over the area. George didn't really believe in curses, but it was the only explanation he currently had. It had gone on for years. The town of Crystal Lake had a long, dark history. George remembered it all, and he had to believe that whatever dark force had come to wreak havoc in his neck of the woods was the curse of Crystal Lake. 1957, Camp Crystal Lake was the place. The peace at a cozy campground for kids was shattered one night when a boy drowned in the lake. 1958, Camp Crystal Lake reopened and was struck with another disaster when 2 counselors were found brutally stabbed to death. Then, 20 years later, the camp reopens. A young girl swore she saw a mad killer, Pamela Voorhees, coming after her with a machete, screaming about how the boy who drowned in the lake wasn't properly watched over. It had been her son, Jason, who had drowned in the lake all that time ago. Mrs. Voorhees had killed all the other counselors and also the camp director, Steve Christie. The young girl, she fought Pamela to the death and decapitated her with her own machete. All the locals say Jason is still out there, and seeing his mother be decapitated that warm summer night in '79, he sought his revenge almost 5 years later. Some still said it wasn't Jason but some unidentified madman. But for the 2 young girls who survived Jason's murders, they said it had to have been Jason Voorhees, seemingly back from the dead, never having drowned, looking like some kind of feral, deformed beast. George fully believed in the legend of Jason Voorhees and the toll it was taking on the town. He was sure whatever curse, devil, or force you believed in this world that made Jason and his mother kill was the same one that had made Vic kill. Generational sin, George thought, had to be generational sin. Or maybe it was witchcraft. Some locals said they had seen Pamela performing rituals out in the woods. Maybe that was it, black magic. George wasn't a superstitious man either, but he couldn't think of a better explanation. He had seen Pamela Voorhees around town back before it had happened, and he always noticed she seemed to be wound tighter than an oil drum, and never talked to anyone. It must have been isolating for Mrs. Voorhees to have a mentally impaired son like Jason. No wonder she had lost it. The burden of having a son who wouldn't play with the other children and never spoke must have been damaging. But who could have known she would turn out to be fully deranged? God knows what kind of drugs she was on. Maybe she just went mad. You have to be crazy to do what she did. He remembered seeing all the body bags on the news, and the way it was described, mutilated, posed for shock value. What was wrong with this world, George wondered. Ted Bundy was another series of brutal murders he had heard about on the news, and now in his own area of the United States, you have the murders at Camp Blood. This country is headed for disaster, he thought. They should have never opened that place up again. Camp Crystal Lake was a death trap. Greedy, selfish men of the world, George thought, didn't care about anyone's well-being but their own. The real damage had been inflicted on that poor boy Jason, who died because his caregivers weren't paying attention, and due to the help he didn't receive. He didn't condone the violence, but he could understand how Mrs. Voorhees had gone to that length, all because of her child. As a father, George knew all about protecting your children and your grandchildren. If only grandchildren like Reggie would listen, George thought, as Reggie anxiously groaned. "Come on, Gramps, I'm hungry," Reggie whined. All right, George said, and scooped eggs out of the skillet and onto Reggie's plate. "Gramps, can I go see my brother?" Reggie asked. "He'll be in town tomorrow." George gave him a stern look. "We'll see," he said. George didn't feel right sending Reggie to go hang out with his eldest grandson, Demon. That's what his son-in-law had named him during a previous marriage. George wasn't too religious of a man, but still didn't know why on earth you'd name a child Demon. His name fit what kind of trouble he got into. Drugs, police, drinking, you name it. He had had to drive up to Winston County just to bail him out of the county jail. He didn't want Reggie around that kind of influence. The only job Demon had was playing guitar in a band in backwoods dive bars until 3 in the morning. It was no wonder Demon didn't even have a house and lived out of a converted van in a trailer park. Sure, call him old-fashioned, but George believed in doing things that paid the bills. Lord knows what Demon was getting into out at those bars, he pondered to himself. Pinehurst wasn't exactly a picturesque, family-oriented town. The bars were full of all kinds of creeps and drugs. George's daughter would have a cow if she knew Reggie was getting into all of the things Demon had been exposed to. He couldn't fathom what had happened with Demon. Lazy parenting from that no-good husband that his daughter was with, he figured. He had hoped Reggie would learn things from coming to the halfway house, but boy, had he picked the wrong week. First Tina and Eddie getting pulled in, and then Joey. It had been one hell of a week at Pinehurst, and he hoped Reggie would never have to see anything like that again, and that George himself didn't have to see it either. "You know how I feel about that, Reggie," George replied. "But Gramps," Reggie protested. "I said we'll see." Reggie moaned and threw a mini temper tantrum, slumping down at the table. George couldn't stay mad at the kid. He smiled. "Come here, Reggie the Reckless." Reggie knew it was coming. A big kiss on the forehead. Tina and Violet were setting the table, and he knew they'd make fun of him. He walked reluctantly over to George, who pulled him into his arms and kissed him. Reggie squirmed and wiped his forehead. "Do me a favor, don't kiss me when there's people around, okay?" Reggie said. George chuckled and rubbed his head affectionately. "Go and tell everyone that breakfast is ready." Reggie complied and went to open the French doors. "Yo, breakfast, come and get it!" he shouted. "Well, I could have done that," George scoffed. Robin, a somber look on her face, came strolling in. Her auburn hair was washed and naturally frizzy, and she wore a white jacket over a pink top and a denim skirt. Jake came in behind her, also looking despondent with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders slumped.
"I miss Joey already."
Jake managed to struggle out. "So do I," Robin said. Tina sat down at her place at the table and crossed her hands in front of her. She too was somber and not saying much. The teens had an oppressive cloud hanging over them. Joey's death had hit them all. Violet didn't seem too fazed, or maybe it was her defense mechanism. She plugged in her headphones to her Walkman and disappeared into her music. Robin and Jake both sat down as Pam also entered the room. Her blonde hair pulled back into a long braid and changed into a pink sweater and jeans. "Morning, everybody," Pam said, trying to inject some cheerfulness, albeit artificial, into the current atmosphere. She read their faces and knew instantly they were reeling from what had happened, as she sat down at the head of the table. The group muttered a chorus of deadpan good mornings. As the group started to pass around plates of sausage, bacon, eggs, and grits, Tina suddenly realized something and turned to Violet. "Violet, you set too many places," Tina said. Violet pulled off her headphones and her blaring techno-funk music cut through the palpable awkwardness. "Huh?" "You set too many places," Tina repeated herself. Violet looked around at the placemats on the table. "No, I didn't," she said. Tina cut her eyes to the 2 empty chairs and 2 sets of plates near the end of the table, and Violet looked down sheepishly. I'm sorry," she said defensively, grabbing the plate and giving it to George. "I don't think Vic or Joey will be joining us this morning, Violet," George said. "Or any other morning," Reggie remarked. "Reggie!" George scolded him with a disapproving stare. As Violet started to sit back down, Jake spoke up.
"You don't set a place for a dead person."
Jake cried. His stutter made him less intimidating, but the piercing look in his eyes unnerved everyone. "I said I was sorry," Violet said angrily back at him. The tension was suddenly broken by Matt's authoritative voice. "What's going on here?" The room fell into an awkward silence as Matt stood, hands on his hips stoically. Violet quietly grabbed the plate and silverware mistakenly meant for Vic and brought them over to George. She sat down with the rest of the silent, morose teenagers. Matt walked to his seat at the opposite head of the table from Pam and looked at all of them solemnly. "Look," he said, his voice dropped into an even lower, more serious tone. "I know how you all feel. This thing is not easy. He could see the shock written over all of their faces. One of their own, dead. Robin had seen it happen right in front of her, and she looked the most disturbed. Jake was quiet this morning, but then again he was always quiet. Matt's eyes surveyed him, saw his slumped, dismal posture, and his eyes not making contact with anyone else in the room. He toyed absent-mindedly with his fork, staring down at his lap. He guessed it was just another sad day for Jake, and that he would get over it pretty quickly. He could tell by the way he kept glancing over at Robin that he had taken to her. It was painfully obvious. Robin tried her best to be nice, but he could tell that she knew. If only Jake had the attractive confidence that Robin was drawn to, he might have gotten lucky. Still, he didn't encourage his patients dating each other. He had told Tina and Eddie, but they hadn't listened. As he surveyed the group of kids, he noticed that Tommy and Eddie were missing. Tina was usually bright and vibrant, but this morning she looked like she had tossed and turned all night. Her wavy, thick black hair was disheveled, and there were bags under her eyes. Matt went on. "So let's just have breakfast," he said. "I'm sorry, I was out of line," Tina said. Breakfast commenced and everyone followed proper table etiquette, enforced by Matt, and the process of passing plates of food around began. None of them wanted to eat very much. Jake had his head in his hands stirring his grits, and Robin and Tina both barely nibbled their eggs. They ate in silence for several moments. The effect of Joey's death had shaken them all. This morning wasn't the usual exciting breakfast for the halfway house. Usually Tina and Eddie would run in together, freshly showered and smelling like the strong perfumes and aftershaves that they wore, and would flirt with each other the whole meal. Violet would fake gag and mock them, and Robin would laugh. But not this morning. At one point Matt asked where Eddie was, and Tina said he was upstairs. After that, still more silence. The unnerving silence was broken by slow footsteps coming in through the open French patio door. "Tommy?" Matt called to the figure standing in the doorway. Tommy didn't look up at him. "Would you mind going and telling Eddie breakfast is ready?" Matt asked. Tommy shifted his weight nervously, but didn't respond. Matt immediately caught himself. An overly masculine approach would probably just threaten him, he thought. "Tommy," he said softer, "would you mind?" Tommy unclenched his fist and his jaw and relaxed. "Yeah, all right," he mumbled. As Tommy turned to head back outside and up to the bedrooms, a grotesque figure suddenly lunged at him from just outside the doorway. Tommy jumped backwards instinctively, raising his hands to protect himself. It was Eddie, wearing one of his own masks. Then he heard the laughter. All of them, Robin, Violet, Tina, all laughing at him for being scared. Eddie pulled off the mask, a devilish grin on his face. Tommy could do nothing but glare at him. Eddie tossed the mask at Tommy. Tommy couldn't even catch it. It hit him in the chest and fell to the ground. Tommy didn't even care about his mask lying discarded on the floor. All he felt was the rage building inside him. All he could think about was watching Eddie's head be crushed in his hands. The laughter of everyone in the room. Eddie smiling in his face. It was all pulsating in his mind, ringing in his ears. His face was turning the color of blood, the blood that was boiling inside of him, steaming so hot he could feel it in his cheeks, rising to the surface. It was coming. Another blackout. Eddie took his fist and slammed it into Tommy's chest, smiling at him. "What's wrong, Chief? Can't take a joke? No sense of humor?" Pam and Matt saw it coming. They both flew from their chairs, but they were far too slow. It happened like lightning. The last thing Tommy remembered was lunging at Eddie. Right in front of the teenager's eyes, Eddie was lifted high into the air as Tommy flipped him and slammed him onto an end table, smashing it to bits. The lamp on the table toppled, shattering on the floor. Nobody could do anything. They all just watched in incredulity. Before they could blink, Tommy had Eddie's collar in his fist and was heaving him into the wall again and again and again. "Tommy!" Matt bellowed, but no use. The group of teenagers all pushed away from the table. as the fight suddenly went onto the floor. Eddie screamed and begged him to stop, but Tommy kept pounding at him. He had him on the floor pinned and struck him again and again. All Tommy could think was, "Die! Die! Die!" "I'm gonna chop you into itty-bitty pieces, my friend." Ethel Hubbard was lonely, and it was making her a tad off her rockers. Sometimes it manifested in her talking to inanimate objects. The locals called her crazy. Ethel hadn't given a fuck in years about what the townspeople thought of her and couldn't remember the last time she did. Now she was holding up a dead chicken, freshly picked from her flock, and talking to it. She laughed with glee. "Just like they did to that piggo out at that fucking crazy farm." She brandished a huge razor-sharp meat cleaver and brought it down onto the dead chicken's throat, severing its head. "Hey-ya!" she screeched like a madwoman. Junior sat at the kitchen table, inhaling a hot bowl of vegetable stew, spilling it down the front of his motorcycle grease-stained overalls. He mimicked her, chopping down at his stew with his spoon and splashing it all over the table. Ethel glared at him dismally. "How did I end up here?" she thought. "How did I end up in a trailer overgrown with ivy and weeds, the roof of which was caving in, out in the middle of nowhere? Cheap property, that was why," she remembered. Her last 2 ex-husbands left her with nothing, and now here she was with her fat slob of a son and no help in a run-down house in a run-down town. Her first husband? He held a gun to her head and forced her to drive a getaway car 20 miles down the interstate, and had her stop at a motel to sleep only for her to wake to the sound of 7 police officers ramming down the motel door. Next thing she knew, she was in a cell making a plea deal in exchange for ratting out her husband and testifying. Her second husband beat her and Junior like a sack and never gave her a dime, even though she was financially ruined after her first marriage. And now here she was, on the run from her second ex-husband, living out near a nut house in the middle of bumfuck Egypt, she thought, with her first ex-husband's son, who looks, talks, and acts like him, like a goddamn moron, who rides around on his Harley all day and doesn't clean the house and doesn't have a job. "You big dildo," Ethel spat at him. "Eat your fucking slop." Junior complied as he usually did and went back to slurping the soup noisily. "Ain't I make the best goddamn stew in the whole wide world?" Ethel asked. "Best goddamn stew in the whole wide world, Mama," Junior repeated back to her like a parrot. Ethel was like most residents of the Crystal Lake area. She peaked in high school. She remembered her senior year of high school and getting in the back seat of a cherry red convertible and driving out into the woods to make out with the quarterback sitting next to her. She remembered driving home that night down a country road, the wind in her long curly blonde hair. She remembered all the cigarettes and grass they used to smoke in the girls' bathroom and all of the juicy gossip like it was yesterday. And then the worst thing happened. She got knocked up and married to a thief, and then another thief. And now here she was, in her cramped, overgrown trailer, with her disabled son who reminded her all too well of the bastard crook. Some days she could barely stand to look at him with all his sloppy habits. The way he was slurping his soup made her want to strangle him. It was the way he breathed sometimes. Every day it was like this. She hated the way he talked, the noises that he made, his mannerisms, and all of his socially disgraceful habits. Ethel often wondered how she hadn't ended up in that halfway house herself, but they couldn't make her go to that place. She'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to have to live there with crazy teenagers who do nothing but trespass and fondle each other like wild animals. She still couldn't believe those nuts had been doing the deed on her property. So many times she had thought about grabbing that gun and watching for them, waiting to pull the trigger. Hell, I'd be justified under the law, she thought. They shouldn't have been trespassing, especially not with their repugnant purposes. It obviously needed to be shut down. How could the mayor fund a place where the patients are allowed to run wild, do whatever they want, and screw on others' property? Didn't they punish them at that crazy farm, she wondered? Those kids had it easy. They got to have a summer out screwing in the woods, And when she was a young woman in the nut house after her own traumatic experience, she had her ass grabbed by 3 different guards and watched somebody get stabbed right in front of her. Some days, Ethel thought that living at the nearby nut house might be better than living with Junior. But with her luck, Junior would end up right next to her in a padded room, both of them in straitjackets, and she wouldn't be able to smack him in the head if he annoyed her. That would be the ultimate nightmare, she thought. She would rip her own hair out and be bald before they locked her in a room with Junior. Ethel suddenly turned to face the back door as she heard the telltale sign that something was creeping around her yard. The chickens were all clucking madly, and she could hear them scattering back to the coop. "It's that goddamn coyote again," Ethel said furiously, lunging for the double-barrel shotgun she kept by the door. "He's trying to kill my lot, but I'm going to show that bastard once and for all. You hear me, Junior?" Junior hadn't been listening. He was busy forking cabbage into his mouth, spilling some onto the table. Ethel bit the inside of her cheeks, resisting the urge to tear him a new one. If the chickens died, that meant no food, and that was a lot more important than Junior. Ethel crept to the open back door, holding the shotgun out in front of her. As she approached, a tall, unkempt, scrawny old man in a dirty tank top and work pants came into view from outside. Ethel jumped backwards, gasping, and pointed the gun straight at him. "Holy shit!" she exclaimed. "Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck do you want?" "Haven't got a place to stay," the man said nervously, his eyes directed at the gun aimed for his chest. "Name's Raymond. Ain't eaten in 3 days. I'd like to earn a meal." Ethel lowered the gun suspiciously and narrowed her eyes. "Yeah?" she said. "What can you do?" "Whatever you need done," Raymond replied. Ethel thought for a moment. She didn't want to be desperate enough to hire a man off of the street to do her chores, but it sure beat the hell out of doing them herself, or asking Junior to do it only for him to screw up somehow. The last time she asked him to do anything, it resulted in half the bedroom ceiling caving in. "Go up and fix the leak in my room," she had said, only to see Junior's foot hanging from her bedroom ceiling 10 minutes later. "Okay," she said to the homeless man. "Clean all the chicken shit and dump it behind the shed. Come back here and then I'll fill your stomach." Raymond nodded graciously. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and headed for the shed. He looked like an old gangly scarecrow, Ethel thought as she grimaced. "That is one fucking ugly man that goes there," she said, putting the gun back by the door. Junior repeated her again with his mouth full of stew. "One fucking ugly man, Mama." Ethel spun around to face him, her eyes wide with fury. "Would you shut your trap?" she snapped at him. "You ain't so pretty yourself, you know." Junior was used to his mama's biting words, so he just grinned at her with the few teeth he had and a mouthful of food. "I ain't so pretty myself, I know." Ethel clenched her fist. She needed to hit him, hit something, anything. She saw the meat cleaver still lying on the cutting board. She grabbed it, raised it into the air, and lopped off another chicken head with a loud hi-yah. Sheriff Tucker stepped out of his police cruiser and surveyed the scene. Harper's Road was a long stretch of paved road surrounded by desolate woods and fields. It was the middle of the afternoon and the sun was glaring down, and was slowly cooking the 2 bodies in black body bags that were sprawled out in the road. Tucker got a whiff of decomposition and reached into his shirt pocket, taking out some lotion and rubbing some under his nose. "What do you got, boys?" Deputy Dodd was peering under one of the sheets, squatting beside the bodies, trying hard to breathe through his mouth. "2 homicides, Sheriff. They got done dirty, too," Deputy Dodd replied. "What the hell?" Tucker thought. "First that slow kid at the nut house, and now these 2? The sheriff knelt down and peeled back the sheet. His jaw dropped in horror. Pete was lying on his back, his dead eyes staring straight up at the hot sun. His throat was nothing but a gaping wound. The other body was Vinny, whose eyes were blood red. His face had turned purple and his tongue dangled out of his mouth. Big pink blisters had formed all around his lips. Jesus, Tucker muttered under his breath. The only one who could have done something like this was Victor J. Bagley, Tucker thought, but he was sitting in a holding cell back at the station. A beat-up old AMC hardtop set by the shoulder of the road, the hood propped open. We're guessing these two punks were broken down on the side of the road here, and someone came by and did them off, but we can't find any other tire tracks, Dodd said, scratching his head. The sheriff pointed at two officers who were standing around chatting. I want a full search of the area. Come back with anything you can find, the sheriff ordered. He was hoping they'd come back with the missing axe from the evidence locker at the station. He hoped it wasn't a failed effort by one of his deputies, but he was sure he saw Dodd place the axe in an evidence bag back at the crime scene. Now it was gone and there were two more murders. What was next? The officers nodded in response and walked down a nearby trail. Roy and Duke both walked from the ambulance towards the body bags and started to lift them onto a stretcher. Sheriff Tucker wasn't paying attention. He was deep in thought. Who the hell could be committing murders now? Mrs. Voorhees and her son Jason were long gone, both buried in a cemetery far from Pinehurst. Who was it this time? The thought that the killer could very well be Tommy Jarvis entered his mind. The bodies were both killed in ways similar to the way Jason Voorhees had killed his victims. What if Tommy had finally snapped and decided to be a copycat? Tommy would be the first place to start looking, he thought. He had seen the look on Mac's face when he asked about Tommy the day before, and knew that Tommy had a troubled past. What was the kid truly capable of? Maybe Ethel was right. Maybe that nut house was causing problems for the town. Who was next? First, Joey gets killed at the nut house, then the axe that was used to kill him goes missing, and now two seemingly random murders. What the hell is going on? Tucker said, more to himself than anyone else. You say something, Chief? Roy asked, as he lifted the second body onto another gurney. Nothing, Roy, Sheriff Tucker responded. Deputy Dodd readjusted his hat and walked up behind Sheriff Tucker, his eyes squinting in the sun. Well, Sheriff, it looks like we have a maniac on the loose. Yeah, the sheriff mumbled, his voice trailing off. The sheriff's thoughts were a million miles away, thinking of who could possibly be the killer and what to do. He knew he had to keep this under wraps or the mayor would have his head mounted on the wall. No need in getting the town panicked about a serial killer. One thing he knew for certain, the murders didn't start until Tommy Jarvis arrived in Pinehurst. The headlights of a 1968 Dodge Charger illuminated the narrow stretch of country road. It flew past the tree line going almost 90. Billy McCauley whooped as the car sped up to 100 miles an hour. He was high as a kite and high on life. He had just gotten off of his shift at the Unger Institute and was headed back to town for a good time. And a speed limit certainly wasn't going to impede him. It also wasn't like the hick cops around Pinehurst could catch him. It had been a long day, and all he wanted to do was cope with his usual booze, a little blow, and a foxy girl from town. All he wanted was to be on every kind of drug or substance available to him, and forget reality and his job for a little while. Today he had been on duty cleaning for 6 straight hours. He was going to have a good time tonight if it killed him. He revved the engine, letting it purr as he cruised. The windows were rolled down, and the smoke from a burnt-out cigar sitting in an ashtray was slowly wafting out into the night. I can't believe Joey got chopped into pieces yesterday, Billy thought. Finally, it happened. One of them finally completely lost their marbles. Billy had always had a feeling around Vic, a feeling of dread. He never joked around with Vic. Billy was too smart. Billy liked the blood inside of his body, but poor Joey. Billy knew it was just a matter of time before one of them, one of the nuts, went and did something like this. He figured something like what happened to Joey was bound to happen at a mental hospital that let the patients wander around like they did. Joey's death hadn't really shaken him up, but he might be saying differently if he had been the one working yesterday. Duke had told him all of the gory details with a sneer on his face. He had thought about inviting some of the guys from work, but Bud was at home with his girlfriend, Duke was still on duty, Roy kept to himself, and Billy had nothing else to party with, so he had decided to call an old girlfriend who was working the late shift at a nearby diner. Talk radio suddenly interrupted his blaring rock music. Breaking news for Pinehurst County. 2 young men were found dead in an apparent homicide after their car broke down out on Harper Road. Sources tell us that the murders seem to resemble the old M.O. of the late deranged mass murderer, Jason Voorhees. Jesus, Billy said out loud. First Joey and now 2 more people get the axe? What if there was a killer on the loose? It couldn't be Vic. He was undoubtedly locked away in a holding cell. But he didn't trust those buffoon cops as far as he could throw them. Vic had probably tricked them and escaped and greased those 2 kids out on Harper Road. Holy shit! A killer on the loose? Billy thought. Just like what had happened out at Camp Blood. Camp Blood was a moniker that the locals had used to refer to Camp Crystal Lake. It was only 5 years ago that a maniac named Jason Voorhees slaughtered a bunch of kids there. And now it looked like it was happening here. What if it was that Jarvis kid? He remembered the unnerving silence and the negative energy he exuded, and there was something in Tommy's eyes. The kid sure seemed like the type to go off at the drop of a hat. What if he left his bed in the middle of the night, sneaked out and greased those 2 kids that were killed last night? He had thought maybe Tommy wouldn't hurt a fly, but ever since Tommy had arrived in Pinehurst, the blood kept falling, and people kept dying. It would make sense with Tommy's past. He had read about it in his file at the Unger Institute. The same guy who killed all those kids at Camp Blood was the very same man who fucked up Tommy Jarvis and his family, Billy thought. Jason fucking Voorhees, he said to himself. It was a notorious name around this area. The guy must have been living out in the woods for years, he thought. Billy had heard that one of the ones who survived his killing spree reported that Jason was living out in the woods of Crystal Lake in a crudely made, dilapidated shack. She had said that he kept his mother's severed head on a table with candles, like some kind of deranged shrine, and stored all of his bodies there, posing them around the room like works of art. Another girl said he was a deformed, hideous monster and could barely be seen as human. She was one of the ones who was still locked away in an institution somewhere from all the hell that Jason had put her through. He had killed all of her friends and set them up all along her property for her to find, and then chased her into her family's barn as she screamed for help. But everyone she knew was dead. All of her friends, slaughtered like the others. She finally managed to seemingly kill him with an axe, but he came to life in the hospital, killing a nurse and a morgue technician before escaping and killing another group of teenagers who were renting a house at Crystal Lake. This time, Tommy Jarvis lived next door. It was there he had had to fight Jason to the death. No wonder the kid was mentally fucked in the head. Billy wondered what it had been like to see and face the great Jason Voorhees. But he also didn't know if the stories were true. What if it hadn't even been Jason who committed those murders? Surely the legend and the story had to be exaggerated, and the real story was likely an amalgamation of different versions. How could Jason have survived for 20 long years out in the wilderness unless he had been superhuman? Maybe the rumors about his mother dabbling in black magic were true. Billy didn't believe in all that shit, but sometimes, with the kinds of things he saw every day, he thought there could be dark forces in this world. but for the most part, he liked to stay in reality. That girl who survived Camp Blood probably dreamed that she saw a shrine with Pamela Voorhees' head. After all, a traumatic experience can make your mind go completely unhinged. Maybe they had been making it all up. Billy wasn't afraid of the legend like the other locals were. "Yeah, fuck Jason," he said, as he sped around a bend and honked his horn at a driver who swerved slightly into his lane. "Asshole!" he called out the open driver's side window. As his Dodge Charger whipped around another curve in the rural stretch of road, a flickering neon sign lit up the road suddenly, and Billy left the highway, veering into the parking lot of a small, old-fashioned diner that looked like it was straight out of a 50s beach movie. Billy sped up faster, skidding across the pavement, showing off as he performed donuts around the parking lot. Smoke from his tires filled the air. He finally pulled up to the front doors and stuck his head out the windows. "Lana!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. His rock music was once again blaring from his radio. If this didn't get her attention, nothing would. A young, vivacious blonde in a crisp pink 1950s-style waitress uniform stepped outside and smirked at Billy. "Sorry, Buster," she said playfully. "We're closed." She pointed to the closed sign on the door. "That's all right," Billy said, flirtatiously playing along. He eyed her unzipped blouse. "I just want a takeout order." "You do, huh?" Lana said. "Well, what would you like?" "I would like Lana to go with nothing on it." "Oh?" she said, giggling. "And who wants her?" Billy sighed. Usually he would flirt right back, but it had been a long shift, and he didn't want to play these games. He was horny, a little drunk, exhausted, and pissed off. The pride of the Unger Institute of Mental Health, who has cleaned his last bedpan and wants to party. "Now would you get your ass out here?" he said. Lana looked off into the distance, pretending to think, still teasing him. "Lana, I don't know about that. I'll have to ask her." "Lana," she called into the diner. "Do you want Billy?" "Are you sure?" Billy rolled his eyes into the back of his head. "Okay, Billy, Lana can come play, but you have to wait until she's done inside," Lana finally said, and disappeared into the diner. Billy exclaimed Yahoo, tapping along to the rock music on the steering wheel. It was time to party, and nothing was going to stop him. Not his job, not Jason Voorhees, not anyone. He pulled his sun visor down and retrieved a small mirror, a razor, and a dime bag of cocaine. "There it is," he said. "That's the whole fucking thing right there. That's just what the doctor ordered." He set the mirror down on the console and began laying out the lines of coke. "And the forecast today is cloudy in the mountains, sunny in the valleys, and snow flurries up your nose," he said as he snorted the first line through a tiny brass pipe. His face scrunched up as he felt the burn, and he shook his head. "Good shit," he said, feeling the rush from the narcotics instantly. After a few more minutes, he began to get impatient. "Lana!" he called, sticking his head out the open driver's side window. "Hey, Lana!" The missing axe from the police station came out of nowhere, splitting the back of his head. Billy felt the searing pain that lit his cranium on fire for a split second before his life had ended. The rock music drowned out his pained yelp as his hand reached out in a death spasm, knocking the cocaine into the floorboards. Inside the diner, Lana had finished wiping the tables clean and pushing in all the chairs, and she sighed heavily. Billy suddenly stopped calling her name, and she looked towards the door. All she heard was his rock music. Then suddenly it stopped as well, and she heard his car engine die down. "I'm coming, Billy, don't get your panties in a twist." She had planned on fucking him anyway, ever since the first time he had flirted with her at the bar on Main Avenue downtown. She had told him where she worked and that he could pick her up after her shift ended, and it looked like now was the time that he was taking her up on her offer. The least he could do was wait for her to finish her shift and change out of her uniform. Didn't he want her to look hot and put on some perfume? "Now I'm gonna go party," she exclaimed exuberantly. Lana snatched up her purse and ran into the small private bathroom in the back of the diner. She changed hurriedly into a white lace blouse and jeans and sprayed some perfume into the air and walked through. She applied some pink lipstick and smiled at herself in the mirror. "It's showtime," she said. Just then the sound of shattering glass jolted her out of her primping in the mirror, and she slowly opened the bathroom door and peered out into the empty, dimly lit restaurant. "Billy?" she called. No response. The only sound she heard was the buzzing from the flickering neon light in the window. She shrugged it off and went back into the bathroom, reapplying lipstick in the mirror and then checking herself out. "Girl, you are so hot," she said to her reflection. She could picture Billy's sweaty body glistening and moving with hers. Both of them were stressed about their long workday and ready to relax and really explore each other. And she knew that it would really be a great night, especially if he had some coke like he had promised. Some guys will promise to bring surprises like that and then flake on you, but Billy showed right when he said he would. She hoped he didn't think they were just going to drink. Lana much preferred the harder stuff when it came to sex. It made everything 10 times better. No matter how self-conscious she felt about her body, a good line would make her not care about anything else in the world except for her partner and pleasing them. She would feel instantly hotter and sexier whenever she was high. If a guy supplied, she'd be happy to provide her body. The coke made it easier to forget and way more fun. Billy wasn't even all that cute. Sure, he was balding and kind of old, but she needed a good time. He wasn't a hick like the rest of the townspeople. He had a nice car, and he was older and more mature than half the guys she knew. She hoped he'd be good in bed. They had only gone out, but hadn't had sex yet, despite all of the body language and dropped hints and flirty comments. Lana turned the bathroom light off and left, closing the door behind her. As she walked towards the exit, there was a loud screech and a yowl as a cat leaped from behind the corner into one of the booths, the hair on its back standing straight up. Lana screamed and fell backwards, catching herself on the bar. "Oh my God, Kitty, what are you doing?" she said, catching her breath. The cat had definitely been spooked by something, or someone. She scooped the cat into her arms and let him out the back door, laughing to herself. After locking the back door, Lana strolled to the front and left the diner, locking that door behind her. "Sorry," she called to Billy. No answer. As she approached his Charger, she noticed he wasn't in the car. The driver's side door was wide open. "Billy!" she called into the night. There was no answer, and there was no sign of him either. No cars were coming down the highway. She was all alone in a deserted parking lot at night. There was no sign of Billy. She climbed into the passenger seat of his car and closed the door. A few more moments of silence went by with no sign of Billy anywhere. "Billy, what are you doing? It's cold," Lana called. Still more silence. The night air whipped through the Charger and she shivered. Maybe he was taking a leak in the woods, she thought. Dumb time to do it. He had a sexy piece of ass like herself, and he goes off and leaves her in the cold. "This is so nice," she said sarcastically. "I like this a whole lot." She sighed and stared out the window miserably. Maybe Billy was like the other guys, she thought. Just leaves you out in the cold like the rest of them. This really wasn't looking like the good time he promised. Then she looked into the floorboard and saw the intact mirror sprinkled with white dust. "Oh, Billy, you made a mess," she said. "Oh well, more for me." Maybe it would be a good time after all, she thought, and leaned down, dipping her finger into the cocaine and sniffing it. "Yummy," she said. And then, as the head rush started to kick in, she looked out the open driver's side door and saw something else. Blood staining the pavement. 2 legs attached to heavy workman's boots that were coated with blood. A crimson-stained axe held by a man's hand. A man's blood-soaked hand. Lana then saw the blood on the driver's seat in the moonlight as her eyes adjusted. Her heart started racing even more than the cocaine was already making it race. "Oh my God!" she uttered. She wrenched at the passenger side door. It wouldn't budge. "Billy! Billy!" she screamed, clawing at the door, but it still wouldn't give. The figure carrying the blood-soaked axe slowly began to walk around the car. "Help me!" she shrieked. She finally kicked the door open and she started to run, but she wasn't fast enough. There was a loud whoosh as the axe plunged into her stomach, up to the hilt. Chapter 4. The next morning at the Pinehurst Youth Development Center, Robin was up at 6 a.m. before breakfast to let the chickens out of the coop and into the backyard and spread some feed in the grass. They clucked happily at the food and ruffled their feathers in the early morning sun. Jake and Violet finished breakfast around 8:30 and decided to hang out in the barn during their free time. It was their favorite place to go and talk about their troubles. Jake would talk about how he had been bullied and rejected his whole life, and had never had a girlfriend due to his stutter and his scrawny, awkward nature. Violet would wax dramatically about life, telling Jake all about her many past boyfriends and her asshole of a stepfather who molested her when she was 4. She told him how much she had hated him and how she had run away at 15 to live on her own, and eventually ended up at Pinehurst after being shipped from one foster home to another. The two had a good connection and had become fast friends, although Violet got annoyed by Jake's insecurities and Jake was put off by Violet's insensitive remarks that she played off as jokes. Matt and Pam sat in the living room by the fireplace and chatted. Tina and Eddie came gallivanting cheerfully out of the front door and out into the morning sun hand in hand. She laughed as he chased her, slapping her ass and then pulling at her hair like he was in elementary school. "Stop!" she squealed as she ran around the house towards the chicken coop. Tommy was awake and had been for some time. He managed to get only an hour of sleep before another nightmare had torn him from his peaceful slumber, leaving him sweating and hyperventilating and rushing downstairs to get water at 4 a.m. It had been another horrific and vivid nightmare, and he had been back at Crystal Lake, this time at the lake. He was on the shore of the lake with the kids from the rental house, the ones that Jason slaughtered back in 1984, sitting around a fire. They were all having a good time. For the first part of the dream, it was a pleasant one and Tommy was loosening up and chatting with others. He felt at peace for the first time in a long time, only for it to be shattered like it had been before. Just like the peace at his lakefront childhood home had been shattered that summer night. The peace in his dream melted away. Everyone started to scream when a machete was thrust out from the darkness, plunging into Samantha's back and protruding out between her breasts. Blood sprayed the terrified teens and they ran for cover, but not Tommy. Just like the last nightmare, Tommy had frozen like the ice that had run through his veins at what he saw. It was Jason without his mask, hideously deformed. His skin was rotting. He was dripping wet with algae from the lake, wielding a machete that was coated with bright vermilion, coming towards him. Then he had woken up. Just another one for the archives, he thought, as he stared out his bedroom window. Just another sick fantasy that his mind had conjured for him. He watched as Eddie and Tina ran past the chickens towards the woods, laughing. Their laughter was like chalk scraping across a chalkboard. He shut his eyes, trying to block it out. He hated other people, no matter how hard he tried not to. He hated how happy they seemed to be, so carefree, able to enjoy life instead of walking around like a zombie like him. They were free of their demons, it seemed. It made him bitter, and the resentment welled up in him until it felt like he might die. That's what had been so hard about school, seeing everyone laughing with their friends while inside he was drowning, being pulled deeper into his own thoughts and his own scarred and fractured memories of that night at Crystal Lake. He had tried to tell himself that Jason was dead, but he still jumped at every noise. He was paranoid about every whisper or creak on the stairs, ready to fight at any second, always on edge. Living like that took a toll on your body and your mind. It certainly had for Tommy. If he could just relax, Pinehurst might have been a great place to stay. He didn't know what had come over him when he had attacked Eddie. After he had been restrained by Matt, he had been made to apologize, but Tommy hadn't meant it. He wasn't sorry. That douchebag shouldn't have gone into his room and touched his things. He shouldn't have touched him. Everyone gets what's coming to them. But why me, he thought. What had he done to deserve what had happened to him? Eddie deserved what he got, and Tommy was sure if there was anything he wanted to do in life, it was to give justice. First to Eddie, and to anyone else who had wronged him, and to Jason. Tommy still wasn't convinced he was dead. He had survived in a lake and out in the woods for years, and an axe in his head. There was no telling what that monster could survive. He was dreading the day that his worst fears would come true, and Jason would come back from the dead just like in his dreams. Back to finish what he had started, back for vengeance. It was the perfect place for him to strike. An isolated rural farmhouse, a group of young sex-crazed teenagers, just like the ones who had betrayed him. Just like the counselors who had been careless enough to let him drown. This time Tommy wanted to be ready, but he knew that he wasn't. In his dreams he always froze at the mere sight of Jason Voorhees. He knew he wasn't ready to face him again. If you want me, Jason, come and get me, he thought. You've already ruined my life, you might as well finish me off. That's when Tommy looked back down into the backyard and saw him, wearing his hockey mask and wielding an axe, staring straight at Tommy through the eye holes. Tommy immediately brought his hands to his face in horror, rubbing his eyes frantically, and when he looked again, Jason was gone. The bodies of William McCauley and Lana Fisher were found by the morning crew of the Lakeside Diner off Highway 61. Tucker was now more sure than ever of who the killer was. It had to be Jason Voorhees. Billy had been propped up on the toilet in the employee bathroom, a gaping hole in the back of his head. Blood was smeared all over the bathroom walls like some kind of sick Rorschach. Lana was found hanging above the bar from a light fixture, the missing axe protruding from her torso, her white cotton blouse stained the same color as the pole at her feet, crimson red. The young waitress who had found the bodies wasn't able to stop screaming and had to be taken to the psych ward at the local hospital. Tucker leaned back in his chair at his desk back at the station and puffed on his cigar. Only one man ever committed murders like this, Tucker thought. Jason Voorhees. He had to be back from the dead somehow, unless it was Tommy Jarvis. But Matt had said Tommy almost never left his room. Maybe it was someone trying to kill off the rest of the paramedics. He had tried to warn Duke and Roy, but he couldn't get a hold of them on the phone. That theory didn't explain the two greasers that got nailed, he thought. For all Tucker knew, it could be Ethel, getting revenge against the town for building a nut house near her farm. But he couldn't picture little old Ethel hanging up Lana's body and carrying Billy into the bathroom. There was no one else that fit the profile of the killer. It had to be Jason. He didn't know how. Nobody else was as strong or as brutal as this killer was. It was the only explanation that he had besides Tommy Jarvis. Maybe Tommy had finally lost his entire grip on reality and became the mad killer that had taken his childhood. Could he have snuck out in the middle of the night, stolen the axe from the police station, and made his way to the diner to kill Billy and his girlfriend? It was possible. After all, Tucker wasn't convinced that Matt kept the house under lock and key when Tina and Eddie were always getting caught miles from the Pinehurst Center screwing around. Maybe he had snuck out a window. Who knows what kind of tricks Tommy had up his sleeve, Tucker thought. He had been able to take down a mass murderer. Who knew what else he was capable of? It seemed to make sense, but he didn't want to throw around accusations without any evidence, and Matt had given Tommy an alibi. The thing was, Matt could be saying anything to defend his patients. Maybe he had seen Tommy leave his room in the middle of the night and lied just to cover his own ass. If word got out that one of his patients had escaped and committed several murders, Matt would surely lose the rehab center. That would be a good motive for lying about Tommy's whereabouts, but he still wasn't sure. Damn the tabloids, he thought. He had tried to keep the fact that the murders resembled the murders at Camp Blood secret, but it had leaked anyway, probably due to Deputy Dodd's big mouth and his stupidity. Now the town was surely in a panic, and he was sure the mayor had heard all about it, and was on his way to give Tucker a piece of his mind. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door of the police station. And the stocky, red-faced mayor, Arthur Cobb of Pinehurst County, came barging in without waiting for Deputy Dodd to invite him in. He was dressed for success in a dark pinstripe suit, but his face read differently. His eyes were wide and his cheeks were flushed with stress and irritation. Tucker glanced at the mayor and stayed absolutely relaxed, leaning back in his chair and taking a long drive of his cigar. This made the mayor even more irate. "Morning, Mayor," Deputy Dodd said. The mayor ignored him and pointed the finger at Tucker. "Sheriff," he said, "I elected you for a goddamn good reason. When I went to bed last night, I thought these murders were going to be behind us. Then I wake up this morning and 2 more bodies have been found?" The sheriff didn't respond. The mayor glanced at both of them in disbelief. "So? Do you got a suspect or not?" Tucker glanced at Dodd and then back at the mayor. "The Pinehurst residents were all accounted for last night, Arthur. We just don't got any evidence to make any accusations," the sheriff said. "I don't care if you have to put your fucking mother behind bars," the mayor declared in exasperation. "I mean, what the hell is going on here?" "You see, Pinehurst is supposed to be a small town. You know what that means, Sheriff? That means it's supposed to be safe. Small towns are supposed to be safe." Tucker took another long drag of his cigar, then a smirk developed on his face. "I know who it is," he said resolutely. The mayor's eyes grew even wider. "What?" he said. "I said I know who it is." "Who?" "Jason Voorhees." The sheriff tried to contain his laughter. If the mayor wanted an answer, that was as good of one as he was going to get. "Jason Voorhees!" the mayor exclaimed. He looked at the sheriff dumbfounded. "You're out of your fucking mind! You've been out in the sun too long, Tucker." The sheriff took another long puff of his cigar and made sure the smoke blew into the mayor's face. "Jason Voorhees is dead," the mayor said. "His body was cremated. He's nothing but ash." The sheriff tossed his cigar butt into the ashtray and stood up, leaning close to the mayor's face, almost nose to nose with him. "Really, Mayor? You know that for sure? Were you there? Did you see him cremated?" the sheriff said, getting annoyed. The mayor narrowed his eyes furiously. "I cannot believe this," he said. "Jason Voorhees. Let me tell you something. Here's your Jason Voorhees right here." With that, he picked up the ashtray and dumped it onto the floor. The mayor straightened his suit and stormed off to the door, yanking it open and then turning back to Tucker. "Your ass is on the line here, Tucker. You got that? You go out and get me a goddamn live suspect." His eyes glared at Tucker, and then he left as quickly as he came in, banging the door shut behind him. Tucker wanted to say so many things, but instead, he picked up the glass ashtray and hurled it at the wall. He now realized he had the task of finding the killer before they killed anyone else, and his prime suspect was dead. It was still the early hours of the morning out at the Pinehurst Center. Ethel was in the midst of tending to her garden when she stopped short at the door to her overgrown rickety shed in the backyard. The lock had been broken. "God damn it," she thought. "Must be one of those kids." She listened silently but didn't hear anything from the inside of the shed. What if they were in there stealing from her, or worse, screwing their heads off? They could be in there doing drugs and end up making her whole property reek of reefer for weeks. "This'll be the last time they come on anyone's property," she said under her breath, and she dashed back inside the trailer, grabbing her shotgun by the door. "That'll show 'em," Ethel said. Even just firing a round off would surely scare them into never stepping foot in her yard ever again. But also, they were on her property, and she believed she had every right to bring bodily harm to trespassers. It would serve one of them right, she thought. Underneath her anger was jealousy of them, jealousy of their young age and vibrance. Ethel hadn't figured that out yet, but she also didn't know many things. She didn't know why she had resigned herself to this filthy, squalid hovel that she shared with Junior. She ran back out into the yard, opened the door to the shed, and pointed the gun into the dark, musty interior. It was empty. Nothing but cardboard, rows of shelves and storage containers. Her eyes darted to the tools that were hanging from the walls. One space was empty, the space that held her long, sharp gardening shears. Ethel struck the door with the butt of the gun in anger. "Someone's been stealing," she thought. It had to be Raymond. She had known better than to let some man off the street into her home. God knows what else he had taken from her, and God knows where that man was now. He probably had taken off somewhere with her gardening shears and anything else he could find. "Shit!" she swore loudly, and banged the door to the shed closed. "Just like men to steal," she thought. "They ain't nothing but crooks and thieves." Ethel went back inside the trailer, set her gun down by the door, and stopped again in the kitchen. Her meat cleaver was missing from where it had been lying on the counter. Tina McCarthy couldn't help herself when it came to men. Ever since her dad left when she was 10, it had been that way. It was her way of getting the male attention that she never got as a young girl. At least that's what all her therapists and doctors said. Whenever a man showed her any semblance of kindness, she would fall head over heels and end up getting hurt. But Tina was convinced that with Eddie, things were different. Instead of just sex, Eddie listened to her and what she wanted. Isn't that what sex is supposed to be about? Listening to each other's wants and desires? It wasn't like she was being irresponsible. She was on the pill, and besides, she knew all about pregnancy and STDs. If you're someone who started to have sex at 15 like Tina, you needed to know about these things, and Tina had informed herself. So what was the big deal? Sure, she was coping to fill a void in her life, but who were the doctors to tell her how to cope? Even if there was some psychoanalyzing to be done, Tina truly enjoyed sex and showing off her body, and she hated how society shamed women for being into those things. She wasn't hurting anyone, except for that poor woman and son who had caught them going at it in the bathroom, and that had just been a dumb, drunken mistake. What was so wrong with enjoying sex? Tina was 18 and didn't know how she kept ending up in these types of situations. Sure, maybe she had urges that she couldn't exactly manage, but it was a process. Matt said that she needed time to process her trauma, but she didn't understand what he meant. She didn't want to process her trauma. She was sick and tired of the nightmares and of the memories and of talking about it. She just wanted to pretend that it hadn't happened and continue on like she had been. If society had a problem with it, they could stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Fuck it, she had thought one night after sex with Eddie. Society will call you a slut, but also make fun of you for being a virgin. You couldn't win, no matter what you did. So Tina did whatever she felt like doing and what made her happy, which was usually sex. She was glad that today was laundry day and that she had laundry duty, because right on top of the pile of laundry were her sheets, and if she washed them personally, Pam wouldn't have to do it, and then she wouldn't get in trouble for having sex in the house. As she hung up her dry sheets on the clothesline and stood out in the late morning sun, she thought back to Joey. On one hand, she was glad Joey wouldn't have to encounter her having sex with Eddie anymore, but she also couldn't shake what had happened. There had been so much blood. It had been so shocking. She had been nearby, and Joey's screams of agony were still playing back in her mind. She never expected Vic to lose his mind like that. Never in a million years. Poor Joey. The kid was so sweet and harmless. Even if he could grate at your nerves, he didn't deserve something like that. She couldn't imagine a worse fate, except maybe drowning to death. It had been an exciting few days at Pinehurst, she thought. First, they got caught out by that hillbilly shed. Then Joey is attacked and killed by Vic. And finally, after all of that, Eddie gets attacked by Tommy. Tina had to admit it. Taking one of Tommy's things had been too far. But it had been a harmless prank. She remembered seeing that icy cold glare on Tommy's face when Eddie had walked in wearing that mask. What had happened to him? She had overheard Pam and Matt talking about him like he was some kind of special patient, and talking about how he had been attacked by a serial killer? She hoped Eddie wouldn't be dumb enough to keep provoking him. They had never had someone at Pinehurst like Tommy, and had never had anyone who had been through such a hellish nightmare. Vic was angry, sure, but he had never shown signs of snapping before he had swung that axe at Joey, and they had still steered clear of him. Hopefully Eddie had learned his lesson and would now steer clear of Tommy. Even Tina herself was scared, and she had never been scared of a man before. Men were interesting and alluring to her, but never threatening, at least not yet. And the strangest thing was that everything was seeming to amp up ever since Tommy arrived. Maybe Tommy was just bad luck. Maybe he brought negative energy around wherever he went. It seemed to explain all that had happened. It would explain why Vic had snapped. Her thoughts began to drift, and she suddenly found herself in a daydream as she thought of Eddie, making love to her just like the many times that had happened before, and how much better he was than other guys. With Eddie, she didn't have to close her eyes and pray for it to be over. She didn't have to fake an orgasm and moan loudly just to make the guy feel good. Eddie already knew how sexy and good he was. He didn't have to be reminded all the time, and that was attractive to her. A guy who is confident in himself. There was no need to let him know. There was something in that unabashed confidence of his that drew her to him like a moth to a flame. His smile, his thick head of dark hair, the wavy hair, his muscles rippling underneath his white t-shirt that he had been wearing when she had seen him, all made her weak at the knees. He had been at the grocery store where she worked, and she had seen him coming by and walking past her, so suave and careless and cool, running his hands through his hair absent-mindedly, and she had known right there that she wanted him. Then a series of flirtatious games started, where she would catch him glancing at her, admiring her beauty, and then she would get flowers that he had picked outside left at her cashier stand. He was almost like a little boy trying to win over his crush, and it had been adorable and endearing. Finally, she gave in when she had seen him shirtless, throwing rocks into a small creek. His boyish attitude was too much for her to handle. Then they held each other and balanced on the rocks that stuck out above the water, splashing around and enjoying themselves, and eventually enjoying their first kiss. The first time they had sex, it was like a cherry bomb had gone off. There had been an explosion of ecstasy and passion. After that, they were hooked on each other and each other's bodies. It felt nice that Eddie cared about more than just her body, though. He asked her how things felt when he touched her in certain areas and checked in with her to make sure she was comfortable and relaxed. It was so different than any other sexual experience she had had. Her first time was with one of her uncles. He got her drunk at her 15th birthday party and fucked her after all the guests had gone home. She had never told anyone about that. She guessed that was the start of all of her mental issues. Her sexual encounters continued to scar her emotionally. Next, she was 16 and was forced to give a blowjob to a senior boy, or else he would rat her out for smoking cigarettes in the girls' bathroom. Then at 17, she told a guy to stop, but he kept going, and the trauma kept going on and on. Maybe the reason she had had so much sex is because she was trying to gain control over her sex life. The more sex she had, the more chances she had to get it right. When she had first hooked up with Eddie, she couldn't get enough. It was the only good sexual experience she had ever had, and she wanted more, desperately trying to right what had been wronged. It made sense to her anyway, and she wasn't planning on giving up the intoxicating drug that was Eddie Kelso anytime soon. For the first time in her life, she felt appreciated and cherished by a man and not just used like a piece of meat. Whenever Eddie looked into her eyes, she just knew he was the one. There was no denying it. They had real chemistry. She wished Eddie had been there when Joey was attacked. Eddie was the type of guy to jump in and help him. That's also what she loved about him. He genuinely was a good, light-hearted person. And after dealing with her bitter asshole of a stepfather for years, he was so refreshing. Only problem was, he was another patient, and she had heard all kinds of warnings against dating other patients in rehab. What would happen if Eddie got sent somewhere else? She had thought about it many times over, but ultimately she had decided that she would always remember Eddie and fondly reminisce on their sexual escapades, but that eventually she'd have to let him go. Some guys are like that, she decided. Some guys are only meant to enjoy your company for a little while. They sure as hell had made rehab worth it for the both of them, and had made the most of it. It would be a good one-time love affair that they would both cherish. She'd fantasize about maybe meeting Eddie years down the line, but for now, she was satisfied with it just being an erotic summer fling. She'd have plenty to tell her girlfriends back in the city, all about how many times they had done it in the middle of the woods and how romantic it had been. She'd have them envying her when she told them he had taken her on a picnic by the creek in the woods near Ethel's farm and fucked her under the light of the moon and the stars one night. She hoped that old Bat didn't come out and shoot them, but with Eddie, she just couldn't keep quiet. When he was inside her, it made her want to scream it to the world. Just then, she was snapped out of her thoughts by two strong arms swathing around her waist and lifting her. She squealed with glee and turned to face Eddie, freshly showered and smelling of cologne. He smiled at her lustfully. "You fuck, you really scared me," she said, mock angry at him. "You loved it," Eddie said. He pulled her in close and tugged at the collar of her shirt, unbuttoning the top button. "You want more?" he asked seductively. He gestured towards the entrance to the trail that led up to the creek. Tina looked away nervously. "Eddie, we can't," she protested. "Matt will kill us." "Fuck him," Eddie said. With the look in his eyes, Tina was dazzled and couldn't resist. "Fuck you," she said with a smirk. "Exactly, fuck me," he said, beckoning her playfully to the trail. "Come on," he urged. Tina took one last nervous glance back at the house to make sure nobody was watching, and then followed him giddily down the trail, still carrying one of the sheets she was hanging up. They ran into a clearing, Tina chasing Eddie and then the other way around. It was a very flirty and playful game of cat and mouse. Eddie slipped into a pile of dead leaves by an old pine tree, and Tina went down with him. They got up, throwing leaves at each other like children. Eddie lifted her, spinning her around as she laughed. He dropped her and then ran off, Tina following after. After playfully chasing each other for about a quarter of a mile into the dense woods, they both heard the sound of running water, the perfect background noise to their romantic tryst. They found a wide-open clearing, and as the sun cast shadows that danced around them in the cool morning breeze, they spread out the sheet and embraced, kissing passionately. The leaves falling around them from the canopy of trees, the bubbling of the creek nearby, and the sunlight beaming in through the branches, and casting them in a warm yellow glow made for an idyllic scene. If they had listened closely, they might have noticed the soft footfalls just a few feet away behind a tangle of briars and thorns. They were blissfully unaware. The two lovers stripped, and Eddie thrust his body into Tina's as he fondled her large breast and kissed her. Their moans of passion were louder than the footsteps and the heavy breathing. They might have seen Raymond behind the thicket of foliage at the edge of the clearing if they weren't so preoccupied. He watched them, his eyes narrowed curiously, and then he heard footfalls that weren't his own. Little did he know he was in the terribly wrong place at the terribly wrong time. He turned and watched as the blade of a hunting knife flashed silver, and Raymond felt the cold steel pierce his belly with immense force. He was dead before he hit the ground. A crow squawked above, making its warning call about the dark presence below, but the lovers were oblivious. Tina and Eddie didn't hear his body fall on the soft forest floor or him being dragged away. Their love-making climaxed loudly, and then they both sprawled on the sheet, nestled nude in each other's arms. Their breathing started to slow down as the clouds shielded some of the sun, bathing them in the relief of the shadow. They relaxed in the afterglow for a few more moments, enjoying the crisp air and the birds singing above in the trees. After some more basking, Eddie stood to his feet and pulled on his jeans, fastening them, and then leaned down to Tina and nuzzled her neck. "I'm gonna go wash up," he said, kissing her earlobe. "Okay, sugar," she said. "Hurry back." Eddie walked off towards the sound of the running water, as Tina lay sunbathing on the linens they had spread out on the leaves, her eyes closed. She let out a deep sigh, still able to feel Eddie and his body on top of her, and able to feel the way his hands felt when they were touching her. It was even better than the last time. There was something about doing it in the woods that felt so right. Maybe it was just being out in nature that could make you feel so connected to another person, as if there were nowhere else on earth she wanted to be except right there with him. Or maybe it was him. Maybe he really was that special, even if she had only known him for a few short weeks. But what difference did it make? She wasn't getting attached to him. There was something calmer about being with him. Maybe that's what true love felt like. Her mother had called her a whore at 15 and told her that she didn't know what true love felt like. Well, screw you, Mom, she thought. She now knew exactly what true love felt like. It felt much more grounded and real than any other time she had loved someone. And the sex was fantastic. His body was fantastic. What more could she ask for? Tina loved sex, but wanted something real at the end of the day. Sex should be a bonus to an already great relationship. It should only embellish a healthy relationship, not be the forefront of a couple's life together. It wasn't all that important. Maybe it was just her getting older and realizing there was so much more to life than just sex. Tina hoped their romance and the sex wouldn't have to end, but she feared that once Matt approved Tina and recommended that she had improved her life habits while staying at Pinehurst, she would be sent home to live with her stepfather. And if she could tell you more, she'd tell you that staying at Pinehurst was miles better than being anywhere near that son of a bitch. Maybe she would keep giving in to Eddie's desires and going into the woods to have sex. If Matt kept catching them, he couldn't be so inclined to report that Tina had improved. Then she and Eddie could stay with each other a little while longer. Maybe with what Tina had managed to save up, her and Eddie could get an apartment somewhere, maybe in Pinehurst. She knew that there was cheap land all around the area. Then they could enjoy the wilderness together and have sex in so many different places, and not have to risk being spied on like back in the city. It was the middle of nowhere, and Tina almost liked it better that way. It was easier to have a private life out here, like the one she enjoyed, with plenty of sex with men. She and Eddie really could have something special going on. Tina opened her eyes, gazing dreamily up at the canopy and the blue sky that lay beyond it. She listened to the sound of the birds and the running water, thinking about how much trouble they'd be in if they got caught again. Matt would probably just give them another lecture, Tina thought, and then Eddie would coax her into another sexual tryst. Maybe that was the answer. She wanted as much time with Eddie as possible, so she had to show as little improvement as she could. She closed her eyes again. Then she heard soft footsteps approaching her, slow at first and then rapid. It was probably Eddie, she thought, back from the creek. Tina opened her eyes. Two evil, deranged eyes were staring back at her. They narrowed and then widened with insatiable lust as the man in the hockey mask raised the rusted pair of garden shears into the air. Tina's frenzied scream was cut short. The birds above scattered. One more down. Eddie Kelso tossed a rock into the stream and ran his hands through his hair. What a summer it had been, he thought to himself. Sex with a smoking hot girl with a great body and personality out in the middle of the woods, away from the stress of their dysfunctional lives. It felt like it was just the two of them in the world. All of his problems and other people seemed to disappear whenever he stared into her wistful brown eyes. He wondered if it was only lust he was after, or true love. Tina certainly felt different than his past girlfriends. The sex was certainly better. Tina was obviously experienced and knew what she was doing, and that made for a better time than a nervous, sheltered virgin from the city. She had seen a thing or two and been around the block quite a bit. For some guys, that could be a huge turnoff, but it didn't distract Eddie. How could he turn away a girl like Tina just over the fact that she had a history? He would be giving up the chance of a lifetime, all because of a personal hang-up. Who cares if some other man had been inside her? It was weird for him to think about, but his lust for her body outweighed his personal disgust. It was as if they were completely in sync with each other whenever they made love, as if God was directing the scene himself. He almost didn't want to lose her, but he figured that it would likely come to an end in one way or another. Summer flings always do. He would probably end up back in the city living with his parents, and Tina would be shipped back home to her asshole stepfather. What a bummer end to an erotic summer. Maybe losing a girl like that was worth it, he decided. Maybe she was truly too good to be true. Maybe girls like that only come into your life for a season, just to show you that side of her for a moment, to let you explore her world, and then she's gone. Usually that's how it went for Eddie. He could never quite stay committed to anything. The doctor said it was bipolar disorder. His mania was the reason for his bold and spur-of-the-moment sexual encounters. Eddie didn't know how true any of the shit they said was, but he knew one thing. He loved women, and he loved sex. Maybe if those doctors were getting laid, they wouldn't be so quick to pathologize him, he thought. He didn't know if he loved Tina. Maybe it would take a few more weeks of getting to know her before he could decide. He didn't feel like tying himself down to one girl. The world was full of so many experiences, and he didn't feel the need to commit to one thing. He hoped Tina felt the same way, but he knew women could get attached, and he didn't want their relationship to go down that road. Hopefully he could explain to her before he left that he wasn't the type to get tied down. He definitely didn't want to just leave without saying goodbye. Tina wasn't the type of girl you treated flippantly. She was a once-in-a-lifetime type of relationship, and he didn't want it to be shuffled back in his memory as a one-night stand. It had been real. It wasn't just about getting your rocks off anymore. It was about truly loving someone and everything about them. The way they smelled, the things they said. Eddie threw another rock into the creek and watched plaintively as it skipped across the rushing water. As he stood up, a branch cracked nearby, and he looked towards the sound, but there was nothing there. Shrugging it off, he started the lengthy walk back to the clearing. As the trees cleared, he saw Tina lying on her side facing away from him, her snow-white skin gleaming in the sun. "I'm back," he said. Tina didn't roll over or say a word. "What is this, sleeping?" He kissed the back of her neck, running his hands through her jet-black hair that was fanned out around her head. "Tina?" he said. He rolled her over onto her back, and he gasped. Her brown eyes were now replaced by two bloody eye sockets. Blood was splattered all over the white sheet. Her mouth was open in a silent scream. Eddie couldn't utter a sound. He rose slowly to his feet, not able to pry his eyes away from his mutilated lover. He stumbled backwards, the shock beginning to overtake him. As he backed into a tree, there was the sound of leather snapping, and suddenly Eddie was blinded. A sudden strong force yanked him backwards into the tree, and he cried out as the rough bark embedded in his flesh. The leather belt that was wrapped around his skull was pulled tighter and tighter. His orbital bones began to break as his skull started to cave in from the immense pressure. Suddenly it got even tighter as the assailant slipped a tree branch into the belt loops and began twisting with all of their might. Eddie screamed, but it was no use. Nobody was coming to save him. The belt pulled tighter as blood began to leak out of his eyes and his nose. Snap! The leather belt broke under the pressure, and Eddie suddenly felt nothing. Chapter 5. When Tina and Eddie didn't show up for dinner, Matt went into a frenzy, checking every room. They weren't anywhere in the house. After 2 more hours had passed and night fell over the farmhouse, he got even more concerned and went out to the creek near Ethel's farm, and they weren't there either. Pam and Matt stood outside the front door, scanning the yard for any sign of Tina and Eddie running towards the house. "I just don't understand it," Matt said. "If they weren't in their rooms or out in the woods, where the hell were they? It was about time to have to enforce some stricter rules. Come tomorrow, it was no more Mr. Nice Guy," Matt thought. Little did they know, for some of them tomorrow would never come. "Pam, let's get this show on the road," Reggie called from the passenger seat of Pam's blue pickup truck. She had promised to take Reggie to see his brother at a nearby trailer park, and he was getting more impatient by the minute. George leaned against the hood of the truck and gave him a dirty look. "Wait a minute, Reggie," she ordered. "Now, Reggie," George said. Reggie rolled his eyes, feeling a lecture coming on. "You better be on your best behavior with Pam. She's doing us a great favor." Reggie slumped in the seat. "Yeah, if she ever gets here," Reggie whined. George ignored his impatient remarks. "And don't you get into any trouble with Demon," George said. All right, Reggie moaned. "Yo, Pam, come on!" "I'm coming," Pam shouted back at him. There was no use. He wouldn't shut up unless she drove him to see his brother. She turned to Matt, trying to ease his worries. "I'm sure Tina and Eddie will show up when they get hungry," Pam said reassuringly. "So stop worrying." Matt chuckled and shoved his hands in his pockets. His eyes still looked everywhere for his missing patients. "I'm not worried anymore. I'm just pissed," he said. "They missed dinner. Tina didn't finish laundry. What am I doing here?" "Stop it," Pam chided him. As Pam started to walk towards the truck, she glanced over a large oak tree near the front porch and saw Tommy leaning against it. Matt noticed him and leaned closer to Pam, whispering, "Why don't you take Tommy with you? It'll probably do him good to get him out of here for a while." "Yeah, that's a good idea," Pam replied. "Hey, Tommy," Matt called in a kind voice. "Pam's taking Reggie to see his brother tonight. Why don't you ride along with them?" "Yeah, great idea. Now let's go," Reggie chimed in, as he was met with another stern look from George. "Well, go see what you can do," Matt said. Pam took a deep breath. This may be her chance to prove herself to Matt, and to herself, she thought. Maybe she could finally crack him and get him to open up. Tommy still hadn't responded to Matt's question. "Hey, Tommy," she said politely, and began to approach him. He didn't respond, and kept his back turned. "Tommy," she said, and gingerly touched him. Tommy reluctantly turned around to face Pam, awkwardly glancing around and not making eye contact. "Come on, it'll be fun," she said, and smiled at him. After a few nervous seconds of shifting his weight uncomfortably, Tommy nodded. "Good," Pam said. Tommy slowly shuffled over to the truck where George held the door as he slid into the passenger seat beside Reggie, who sat in the middle. George and Matt watched as Pam climbed into the driver's seat and the blue pickup disappeared down the long, winding road, past the barn, and then hit the main road where Pam sped up to the speed limit. As they drove, Pam was trying to focus on Tommy, trying to find the right words to say to him, but nothing would come out. She had never had this happen. Why did he instill so much fear in her? He was a 17-year-old boy, she thought. It shouldn't be this hard to communicate with him. But the whole ride, she was biting her tongue, wanting to say something but not saying anything. Tommy stayed silent, staring out the window and watching the never-ending reel of moving trees. Pam decided it was just best to shut up and enjoy the ride for now. Maybe he just needed to settle in. Once she worked with a patient who did nothing but sleep for days. Once they were accustomed to the environment and the social atmosphere, little by little they would open up, start smiling and socializing with other kids again. Pushing him too hard this early into his treatment may not be the most effective way to go about it. She scanned the road, looking for Tina and Eddie to come popping out of the woods somewhere, or having sex on the shoulder for the world to see. Pam hoped that they were all right. Had Ethel meant what she said during her diatribe? Pam thought back to exactly what she had said. I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. Had she really meant that? What if they were lying dead in the woods from shotgun blast, Pam wondered. She had known Ethel was crazy, but not that crazy. Not crazy enough to kill. Or maybe she was, just like Pamela Voorhees. Back at the house before Tina and Eddie went missing, Pam had ducked into Matt's office and read Tommy's file more in depth. The name Jason Voorhees had intrigued her, and she had remembered reading about the whole story. She wanted to know more. If she knew more about Tommy's past, she could figure out how to reach him. She read that Pamela Voorhees, bereaved from the grief of losing her son in a drowning accident, went on a mad killing spree back in 1979, leaving a sole survivor. The remote summer camp where she worked as a cook and where her son Jason had drowned became the perfect place for a massacre that lasted for some 20 years. The survivor's name was Alice. Pamela slaughtered all of Alice's fellow counselors that summer night at Camp Crystal Lake, posing all their bodies for Alice to find. Alice had finally managed to gain the upper hand on the mad killer and decapitated her with her own machete. Dear God, the trauma that poor girl had been through, Pam thought. Her mind had actually become so disengaged with reality that she made up this story about being snatched out of a canoe the next morning by none other than Jason Voorhees, the boy who had drowned in the lake. She had sworn that it was Jason, that she saw the rotting figure in the flesh in all of its grotesqueness, rotting from all those years spent at the bottom of Crystal Lake. But of course, Pam knew that such a thing wasn't possible. There's no way Jason could have survived. It was probably just a hallucination that she had in her sleep when she was lying in the canoe. Pam knew all about sleep. She did several sleep studies to help pay for her textbooks in college. People can imagine and believe they saw all kinds of things. People have claimed to have been abducted and sucked into the sky by aliens, little green men that would do horrific things and experiment on you. There is even a phenomenon known as sleep paralysis, where a person can be sleeping but totally aware of their surroundings. During this aware period, they may see things in their bedrooms such as apparitions or demons or shadowy figures. The brain was very complicated, and she knew that usually there is always a scientific explanation for most things. Plus, Alice's brain had experienced so much stress that it was understandable that it probably had stopped working correctly in order to aid her survival. Pam had seen scans of people's brains when they are under stress, and the emotional side of your brain completely flares up. The point being, you can't always trust your senses. Maybe when the police had grabbed her from the canoe, she thought they were Jason pulling her down into the depths. But what really piqued her interest was that just a few months after Alice's nightmare at Crystal Lake, the police found her ransacked, blood-splattered, empty apartment, but no sign of Alice. And then more murders happened. Picture it. A small counselor training center on the shore of Crystal Lake and a young group of college co-eds. Evil struck again as more bodies began to fall. Was it Jason back from the dead to avenge his mother? How could it be his mother? She was long since dead. This time the survivor of the murders swore that it was Jason. She swore that she had seen him fully unmasked and that he was barely a human creature living out in the woods in his shack and eating animals to survive. A few days later, another group of kids is attacked. The survivor said the same thing, that it was a hideously deformed man in a hockey mask that had been after her and had killed all of her friends. Then, disaster struck again, and the same hockey mask maniac ended up meeting his match with Tommy. Pam had been shocked at reading the dark history of Crystal Lake. She was almost resentful at Matt for not warning her, for taking her out in the middle of nowhere so close to a place where many murders had happened. If she would have known all about the history of Camp Blood, as they called it, she never would have accepted the job offer, and she'd be back curled up by the fire in her apartment in the city and drinking tea. She wondered how much of the story was true. Had it been Jason or someone else? The police said the body was Jason Voorhees, but there was still room for doubt. There certainly would have been no way to identify him. Small towns can pass around stories until the story is a totally different version of the truth. Kind of like the telephone game. If you pass on even a single phrase to someone, it can get distorted the more and more times that it's passed on. Eventually, you end up with a completely different phrase. Maybe there was a Jason, and maybe his mother did seek her revenge. But there was no way for a young boy like Jason to survive out in the wilderness for that long. Was there? Maybe it was someone else. That meant that whoever had killed all those kids at Crystal Lake was still out there, watching and waiting, like another Ted Bundy. She shivered all over. Don't go freaking yourself out, she told herself. No need to go scaring herself into a frenzy. Tina and Eddie were probably at the police station being held for trespassing. They'd be brought up in the morning as usual. There was nothing to worry about. As the dark blue pickup truck took a left at a flickering neon sign that read 24-hour trailer park, thunder rumbled overhead in the distance. The truck pulled to a stop just outside a maroon van parked near the entrance. Pam shut off the truck and climbed out, as Reggie shoved past her and ran towards the van. Tommy slid out in the same direction and stepped out, leaning against the truck. His head hung somberly. Pam noticed him withdrawing again, and she nudged him. Come on, come meet some new people, Tommy, she encouraged him. Tommy shook his head. I'll just wait here, he said softly. Come on, Pam said. No, it's fine, I'm okay, he replied. Pam resolved to just let him be and walked towards the van, telling herself that he had to make the decision to engage with life again on his own. Reggie rapped on the back doors of the van. Yo, Demon! Reggie shouted. From inside the van, a young man's voice called out. Is that the big bad wolf rapping at my door? The voice said. Yeah, it's me, bro. Open up. Is that you, Reckless? Open up the door! The van door swung wide open to reveal an interior straight out of an 80s disco bar. Posters of Michael Jackson and ZZ Top were posted on the walls of the big, converted living space Demon had renovated in the van. Shag carpet lined the floor, and a lava lamp glowed on a table in the corner. A foxy young girl in her early 20s was smoking a joint and lounging on a couch. Pam's eyes grew wide as she saw the bong and smelled the skunky aroma of marijuana. She now understood why George was hesitant to let Reggie visit. Demon was a tall, skinny man in his early 20s with big, styled dark curls. He looked the part of a musician, Pam decided, as she saw his leather jacket and matching skin-tight leather pants. Oh my God, Demon said, seeing his younger brother. Get your ass in here, boy. They hugged and Demon playfully rubbed his head. Good to see you, dude, Demon said. Damn, you look good. I know, Reggie said, grinning from ear to ear. It was really sweet to Pam. They must not have been able to see each other very often, she thought, seeing the way Reggie's face was lit up with joy. It seemed like Reggie really looked up to him. Hey, you had any dinner? Demon asked. He reached for a takeout tray sitting on the coffee table. Here, have an enchilada. Reggie took the takeout tray in his hands and was about to dig in when he noticed the silver rows of jewelry across Demon's knuckles. Wow, man, where'd you get those bad rings? Reggie asked, admiring his bling. If you've been around the world as long as your older brother has, you get things, Demon said. Then Reggie's eyes directed towards the girl lying back on the comfortable-looking couch. Freaking A, where'd you get that? Reggie asked, stunned by her beauty. Her jet black hair was styled up high and big, fitting for an 80s rock band. She looked like she had just done a show and was probably one of his background singers, Pam thought. She wore a shiny blue top and leather pants, and her makeup was dramatic but tasteful. Her skin was like smooth caramel, and her eyes were emerald green. Hey, calm down, dude. Say hello to Anita. She's my girlfriend. Reggie couldn't take his eyes off of her. She took a drag off the joint and smiled at him. Hello, beautiful, he said with boyish charm. "Hey, little brother, what's happening?" she said. "I want all of y'all to meet somebody," Reggie declared. "Pam, come here." He motioned for Pam to come inside the van, and Pam poked her head in nervously. "Hi," she said, trying not to crinkle her nose at the thick smoke that clouded the interior of the van. "This is Pam. This is my girlfriend," Reggie said proudly. Demon surveyed Pam's features and looked on in admiration. "Well, hello, Pam." Back at the truck, Tommy was staring at the flickering lamp that provided a small halo of dim light in the darkened parking area. Socializing required far too much effort, and Tommy hardly had any energy. His dreams had kept him up again. They wouldn't stop coming. Bits of memories were coming back piece by piece. Parts of his life that were lost due to his disassociation and his blackouts. He remembered hiding up in his bedroom, huddled with Trish, watching fearfully as Jason hacked at his bedroom door with an axe. He remembered being up in his bedroom, shaving his head bare, trying to resemble a photo he had seen of Jason as a child, in an attempt to confuse him. Then he had called Jason's name as Jason was strangling the life out of Trish on the living room floor. Jason had turned to look at him and was suddenly caught in some kind of trance. That's when Trish picked up the machete and swung at him, but it missed, knocking off his hockey mask. What was underneath had made Trish start to cry with sheer horror. He was a true monster, not like in one of Tommy's favorite movies, a real one, hideously deformed. A bulbous, yellow, leathery head with piercing eyes that were ravenous for blood. A terrifying, snaggle-toothed sneer attached to a massive body that smelled of death and filth. He remembered the way the blood had profusely oozed out the gaping wound in Jason's skull, and how he had fallen like a pine tree and lay dead on their living room floor. But he came alive again, twitching on the floor in a death spasm. That's the last thing Tommy remembered. The police had said he had gone into a savage rampage, hacking Jason repeatedly with the machete. Tommy didn't remember a thing. It was all a blur, just a tortured, fractured, and hazy memory when he was awake. But in his dreams, they came back vivid and surreal as ever. And the worst part of it all was that he knew the dream had been real. It really happened. Jason Voorhees actually had been alive and standing in front of him. When would he finally be rid of his past? When would he be able to be okay with what had happened? It had been 5 years. Why couldn't he just get over it, he thought? What was wrong with him? It was as if Jason's darkness had somehow gotten into him and seeped into his bones. Maybe it was the curse of Crystal Lake. Maybe it was just that town. That goddamn town. Maybe something was in the water supply, and it made people crazy and turned them into serial killers. First, Jason's mother loses her mind, and her son Jason turns out to be just as deranged. The only problem was, the curse had followed him home from Crystal Lake, and ruined his life back in the city, with his older sister and his father. It had to be a curse, and the curse was Jason. Tommy looked up into the neon blue glow of the trailer park sign, and he almost became transfixed on it. As he tried to shut out terrible memories and voices, he stared into the light. He stared past the light into oblivion, his mind racing, his stomach wrenching in knots, his mind begging whatever powers to be to stop the projector reel that played repeatedly in his head. Die! Die! He heard the voices beckoning again. Suddenly another light hit him in the face. Flash! He heard the raucous and blaringly loud revving of an engine, and Tommy held out his hands in defense of the bright light that was flying towards him. The tattered, battered Harley motorcycle came to a lurching stop inches away from Tommy's waist. He looked up to see Junior, who had a dopey grin on his face. He guffawed with laughter. "I really got you, didn't I? I really scared you, huh?" Tommy didn't say a word. His lips tightened, his jaw locked, his fist clenched, but he remained calm by the skin of his teeth. "What are you, dumb or something?" Junior mocked Tommy's silence. Slobber dribbled down his chin as he stepped closer to Tommy. Then Junior glanced over at the blue pickup truck, and his laughter stopped. His grin morphed into a nasty sneer. "You're one of those crazies from the loony bin," Junior said angrily. His face twisted into a hateful grimace. His lips curled with rage. "Oh, my mama's gonna chop you up into itty-bitty pieces, my friend," Junior threatened, poking Tommy hard in the shoulder. Tommy stood like a stone and glared at him, trying to breathe in and out. The breathing wasn't working. "You hearing me?" Junior shouted. He pushed Tommy this time, hard. Tommy didn't blink. "I said, you hearing me?" Still no answer. Without warning, Junior reared back and took a wild swing at Tommy's head. "You fucking lunatic!" he bellowed, but Tommy was too fast. He ducked and rose to his feet, delivering a solid left hook to Junior's jaw. Then several more body blows. Junior doubled over in pain and tried to get a hit in, but Tommy dodged faster than lightning and kneed him hard in the midriff. Tommy tried to stop himself and backed away, his head in his hands, losing control fast. But Junior came at him again. His grimy hands went for Tommy's throat and squeezed. Tommy instantly landed a counter move, twisting both of his arms and dashing around behind him, delivering jabs to his ribs. Junior cried out in pain. Tommy kicked at his calves, sending him onto his back. Junior suddenly lurched upwards, grabbing onto Tommy's shirt and pulling himself up. He glared up at Tommy furiously, snot and blood cascading from his nose and mouth. He tried to reach for Tommy's throat, but he was too weak. Tommy hit him again in the belly and he keeled over. Just as Junior went down a second time, Pam came sprinting from the van, seeing what was happening. Tommy grabbed Junior by the collar and reared back his fist, letting out a battle cry. Like a shot had rung out, Tommy suddenly froze as he heard Pam call his name frantically. "Tommy, no!" Just like Trish had begged him to stop, it was happening to him all over again. Except this time, he was the monster. Tommy couldn't believe what he had done. He stood back as the bloodied and dazed Junior fell onto his stomach, moaning with pain. He backed away in disgust and horror as all of a sudden everything was spinning. His heart thumped in his ears, and he tried to get a gasp of air, but he couldn't. The only urge in his body was to run. Pam watched in shock as Tommy suddenly ran across the road and disappeared into the woods. "Reggie, we have to go!" Pam yelled back at the van. With that, Reggie hugged Demon and hurried towards the truck with Pam. "Take care, bro, all right?" Demon called after him. "I will," Reggie said. "Stay cool, baby," Anita said. She took a puff of her joint and waved as Pam and Reggie climbed into the pickup and sped down the road back towards the Pinehurst Center. Tommy was on the run. The woods were quiet and dark. Night was slowly enveloping the backwoods town. A full moon hung in the sky, its hoary glow slowly being obscured by dark storm clouds. The woods were not empty. Someone was out there. It was an evil presence, a hateful presence. But the residents were peacefully in their homes, unaware and blissfully ignorant. Ethel was also ignorant, but far from blissful. She stood anxiously at the open kitchen window, looking out at the long, dark country road leading past her trailer. Junior wasn't home, and it was getting late. Ethel felt like she had been losing her mind. All of her things were disappearing. First, it was her gardening shears. Then her meat cleaver vanished from the kitchen. The only logical explanation was that Raymond had to have taken them, since she hadn't seen or heard from him since yesterday. She knew she shouldn't have trusted him, but she needed some work done around her farm, and he was doing it for no money. Just a warm, hot meal was all he had wanted, and that had made her think he was honest. And now she was going to have to go into town and buy new supplies that she couldn't afford. "Where is that dumb fuck?" Ethel said to herself as she listened for the sound of Junior's motorcycle pulling in, but heard nothing. He probably had gotten lost or had gotten taken in by Sheriff Tucker for driving like a moron on the highway. He could be so ungrateful. The man couldn't even be home in time for dinner. At least her ex-husband had managed to do as much. Junior couldn't even be grateful for all that she did for him. She did his laundry, and that was a lot considering he was an absolute slob and made a complete mess of himself during this day. She cooked meals for him. She stayed out in the hot sun for hours tending her garden so they could have food to put in his monstrous belly. And she didn't see how it paid off for her. Sometimes she even daydreamed of leaving him one day. But how would he take care of himself? He could barely get dressed. She would sometimes fantasize about dropping him off at the nut house and catching a bus to Las Vegas. There she could be free. If her body was in better shape, she considered going and working at a strip club or a bar. It sure beat the hell out of whatever she had going on. Maybe she could get a job at a casino as a waitress or a dealer. She knew how to deal all kinds of card games, from blackjack to poker. Maybe that could be her second peak in life, living out the rest of her days in a place like Vegas, smoking cigarettes by the box, drinking good bourbon and gambling in one of those fancy casinos that line the boulevards. But it looked to her like she'd spend the rest of her life caring for Junior and living in this dead town with nothing to her name. If only she had gotten out a long time ago, she wouldn't be in this mess that was her life. Maybe she could go to Reno and wear sequins and drink scotch on a balcony somewhere. Or maybe somewhere out in the Midwest, somewhere with better kinds of people, and not mentally unwell sex-crazed teenagers and cops who don't do a damn thing about them. A town where the mayor doesn't think of the great idea to take a bunch of crazies and let them wander around willy-nilly. A town where poor people could get a chance. There was no chance in Pinehurst. Sometimes she thought she might lose her mind, just like that Voorhees woman did a few years ago. Maybe if she had the opportunity, she'd just lose it and take an axe to all those loonies, as she called them. She could at the very least relate to Mrs. Voorhees, having to care for her disabled son. But Ethel had a feeling if Junior had somehow drowned in a lake, she wouldn't be that broken up about it. She definitely didn't think she would go to the lengths that the Voorhees woman had gone to. She loved Junior some of the time, but she didn't love him that much. Ethel wished she hadn't gotten knocked up at 18. It left her with a man-child of a son that had no future ahead of him. All he ever did was ride around on his motorcycle, eat, and shit. If she could have told her younger self some advice, it would be to never have kids. Back then, she had been completely against the idea of abortion. But now, after living with Junior for all these years, she was starting to understand the idea. If she only could have had that pregnancy ended back then she could have gone on with her life as she was. Junior had completely changed her trajectory. "I ain't never making that mistake again," she thought. Never would she ever have another kid. They were expensive, needy, and ungrateful. She had been slaving over another serving of her vegetable stew for hours, and Junior wasn't even home to eat. The only good thing it had brought her was a check from the government, and it barely covered her expenses. It wasn't enough for groceries. That's why she had been forced to start gardening just to survive. It was the only thing she knew how to do in order to make money, and it had come in handy, but it was a lot of daily work, and Junior didn't help her one bit. How could he? Anything he did, he fucked up. When he'd try to water her plants for the day, he would always overwater them or underwater them, and eventually kill them. It was like living with a toddler for more than 20 years. It had really started to take a toll on her mind. It was no wonder she had taken out all of her anger at those loonies at the nut house. She simply couldn't believe that this was where she had ended up. High school had been so carefree, so fun. Everything after that had been downhill, and she was surprised she was alive after everything that had happened. She could have been easily killed by her ex-husband. Life really is a bitch, she thought. Her ex-husband's genes must have been bad, real bad. There was no way Ethel believed that Junior's mental disability came from her side of the family. It was all his fault. He just had to go out and have the next best thing and not care about his responsibilities, just like Junior. Sometimes she just wished a tornado would blow through and whisk her entire trailer away. Junior would end up blown away somewhere in a field God knows where, and she could finally start over. She stirred the large pot of soup that sat on the stove inside. The quietness of the woods nearby were suddenly broken by the revving of an engine growing louder and louder. As if on cue, Ethel heard Junior screaming maniacally, driving his motorcycle like a bat out of hell through the gate onto her property. "Ma!" he bellowed. He let out another gut-wrenching cry, raving and yelling like a lunatic. He sped past the kitchen window, speeding around the trailer, through the backyard and around the other side, mud flying, his tires spinning rapidly. Blood was cascading out of his nostrils and his mouth. "He hurt me, Ma!" Junior shouted. "I'm making you dinner, Junior!" Ethel screamed angrily over the sound of the blazing motorcycle engine. Junior didn't hear a thing. In a rage, he did a wheelie and then looped around a tree, careening around the trailer several more times. "They hurt me, Ma! Them fucking loonies hurt me!" he shouted furiously. "Kill them, Ma! Chop them up and kill them!" "Come in here, get off that fucking bike and eat your stew!" Ethel yelled back at him. As Junior sped past the large tree in the front yard, the blade of Ethel's meat cleaver flashed out from behind it. Junior's eyes got wide as he saw the blade of the cleaver held by the man's hands jutting out from behind the tree. But he didn't have any time to stop the bike. The sharpened cleaver sliced straight through Junior's neck. The motorcycle launched forward and crashed into the picket fence. Junior's head hit the ground. His body made a second thud. Now the woods were silent again as the motorcycle's engine died, coming to an abrupt halt. Ethel continued peeling and slicing tomatoes into the stew, shaking her head. There was a creak outside the kitchen window as someone climbed onto the porch. "About time, you fuckwad," Ethel said. "I knew you couldn't pass up on my stew." The footsteps outside the kitchen window got closer. "You hearing me, Junior?" There was just silence now. And then, without warning, the kitchen window imploded inwards, sending shards of glass flying. The blade of her own meat cleaver came smashing through the window, and she felt the cold steel tear into her as it split her forehead clean down the middle. Her eyes opened wide at the unbelievable pain. Her hands squeezed the tomato in the throes of agony, smashing it into mush. She fell face down into the hot pot of stew, but didn't feel it. Ethel was dead by the time the evil was disappearing back into the trees. Surely Tommy couldn't have gotten very far, Pam thought. She steered the pickup truck down the country road as she stared up through the windshield at the lightning that flashed in the distance, and the dark, oppressive storm clouds that were gathering and obscuring the full moon. What if he got caught out in the storm, she thought, starting to panic on the inside. Matt was really going to tear her a new one. She could just hear him now. "How could you have let Tommy out of your sight?" he'd probably say. Then again, it was his idea for Tommy to go along. She didn't think it seemed like a good idea at the time, but Matt usually didn't like it when she tried to go against what he said. Reggie was staring out the passenger window as they both looked for any sign of Tommy. Maybe he was on his way back to the center, she thought. That's what she had to hope for, so she didn't start freaking out. As she pulled into Pinehurst Center, she drove past the barn looking for Tommy everywhere. She reached the main house and got out. Robin, Jake, and Violet, all wearing their pajamas, were coming out of the house as Pam was pulling up, and she met them coming up the walkway to the front porch.
Matt's gone.
Jake stuttered.
George, too.
Reggie, who had also climbed down from the pickup, and Pam both looked at them with concern. "Are you sure?" Pam asked.
I looked everywhere,
Jake said. "Tina and Eddie haven't come back either," Robin said.
Where are they?"
Jake asked. Pam could tell Jake was getting more anxious, and she didn't want him to have an attack. "Look, it's okay. Calm down, Jake," she reassured him. "Let's try and take this slowly. Where did Matt say he was going?" "He didn't say," Violet chimed in. "Yes, he did," Robin corrected her. "He said he was going to go look for Tina and Eddie."
"Well, where's Tommy?"
Jake implored.
I thought he was with you."
"And where's Gramps?" Reggie asked, his eyes wide with worry and confusion. "I don't know, Reggie. Look, all of you go inside and I will go find everyone. Jake, I'm putting you in charge." Jake nodded in understanding. Pam gave Reggie a firm look. "And you, little reckless, I want you asleep before the time I get back," she said. "No problem," Reggie said. Pam got back into the pickup truck and drove away, leaving the four of them, Robin, Violet, Reggie, and Jake, staring after her, wondering what had happened to everyone. First Tina and Eddie, now Matt and George. This Friday the 13th, there would be more that would have to pay the ultimate price. They all had to pay. The trailer park was only lit by the single flickering neon light and a few street lamps. An outhouse made of sheet metal nearby was illuminated by one of them. A few abandoned cars sat in the lot. The wind was picking up, whipping the tops of the pine trees that surrounded the park. Thunder was rumbling in the sky. Evil was afoot. The two lovers nearby were oblivious. The maroon van bounced back and forth, moving to the rhythm of the two young consenting adults inside. Anita straddled Demon on the floor of the van as he pumped hard into her. 80s funk blared from the stereo as they finished. Anita climbed off, gasping for air and moaning. "Oh, baby, you are always so ripe after a show," she said, giggling. "You know it, baby," he said, pulling up his pants. "Here, you want to hit this?" she asked, handing him the burnt-out joint lying in the ashtray. "Yeah," he replied, taking the joint. She lit it for him and then got dressed. "You know, I miss Reggie already," Demon said, puffing on the joint. "He is a cutie pie," Anita said, lying back on the shag couch and bathing in the aftermath of sex. All of a sudden, Demon clutched his stomach in pain. He moaned, doubling over. "Hey, you okay?" Anita said. Demon shook his head in response. His bowels were churning inside him. "Them damn enchiladas!" he remarked, moaning again as he held his stomach in discomfort. Demon threw open the van door and started running for the outhouse as Anita leaned outside. "You gonna be all right?" she called after him. Demon didn't respond for the fear that it all might start coming out right there in the parking lot. He had to be quick and quiet. He threw open the outhouse door, scrambled inside, dropped his pants, sat, and finally felt the huge relief as it washed over him. Everything in his body was returning to normal, and he sighed. The discomfort was almost immediately gone. As he looked at the graffiti on the inside of the outhouse, he saw one that piqued his interest. It said, "Jason Voorhees was alive." Jason Voorhees, he thought. That kid who drowned over 40 years ago? No way he was alive. He knew that was some stupid legend the old people in this hick town made up to scare the younger generations about being out in the woods at night. It was just like the way that his folks had tried to scare him about drugs and sex. And now he was living a more satisfying life than any of them. Demon had been the perfect name for him, ironically. It was his stage name for his band, too. It made perfect sense with the way his parents tried to push their views about religion on him. They said he was living a sinful life, but he didn't care. He didn't know what he believed, except that life should be about having a good time. He embraced being a demon to them. That seemed to be what they thought of him. Every time he was with his parents or his grandfather, they would always try and tell him to grow up and get a real career in passive-aggressive ways. Not fully saying it out loud, but instead subtly talking about a new job opening at some office firm that he knew he would have despised. Who the hell wanted to sit at a desk for 8 hours a day? Not me, he thought. Demon was living the good life while his parents sat around in fear of the world. What was so wrong about doing what he liked to do and making money doing it? They always nitpicked and nagged about every little thing. If it wasn't the fact that he lived in a van, it was the fact that he smoked weed, or that he didn't go to church, or that he didn't have a real job. At least it wasn't boring. At least he didn't have to drag himself to work every morning, dreading every second. At least he got to do what he was passionate about. How could he trust them if all of their warnings against drugs, alcohol, and sex turned out to be lies? They had him convinced that he'd become an alcoholic, that he only drank on the weekends. They had him convinced that weed would ruin his life, but it had made his life better. Weed had helped him write his own songs. It was the only thing that helped him truly express himself. He thought about Reggie and hoped that he would also be able to live his life without fear. But he wasn't Reggie the Reckless for nothing. He wished he had a chance to see him more often, but he couldn't stand being around his parents and being lectured constantly. That's why he moved out to a hick town called Pinehurst in the first place. It had a few great bars that hosted live music, luckily for him. With Anita as his background singer, he was hoping to start selling records. That would show his parents that he could become successful. First, he had to get out of Pinehurst. Maybe somewhere like Nashville would pay musicians what they were worth and have a lot more venues. That, however, might actually require a real job to be able to live there. The only reason he could live in Pinehurst was that the property was so cheap. Renting the trailer park lot cost a decent price, and even apartments were cheaper than bigger cities. Then he could finally feel like he had done something with his life. He would be on his own, paying bills and playing gigs on the weekends to make ends meet. Nashville probably paid way more, considering the town was typically full of tourists. Now he was only making about $200 or $300 a night. But in Nashville, he could probably make up to quadruple digits. That would really show his parents. But then again, they still probably wouldn't respect him. They were all hard-headed and stubborn. Well, guess what, he thought. I'm stubborn too. And he would be damned if he let them or anyone control his life. He was in charge of his destiny. Little did Demon know, someone else was about to quickly alter that destiny. As Demon started to wipe and pull up his pants, the outhouse suddenly began to shake. "Who's there?" he called. There was no answer. It continued to rattle. "Stop it!" He heard familiar giggling. "Oh, you're gonna get it, bitch," Demon said playfully. "Oh, lighten up, Demon. You'll feel a lot better after you shit," she teased. "I'll feel a lot better when I'm out of here. This shitbox is gross," Demon said, grimacing at the horrible smell that hit his nostrils. "Well, you better watch out for those snakes that's gonna crawl up that crapper and bite your ass," Anita said, laughing. She started singing softly. "Ooh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby." Demon recognized it as one of his original songs and started singing back. "Oh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby, hey, baby." Anita repeated another verse. "Ooh, baby, hey, baby, ooh, baby." There was suddenly silence, footsteps, a gasp. Demon stood to his feet, looking puzzled. "Anita, baby, what's up?" The outhouse started to shake again. This time it was incredibly more forceful and violent, like it was being thrown around by a hurricane. "Hey!" Demon shouted. The shaking stopped. "I told you this isn't funny. Now you're gonna get it, bitch," Demon said. He zipped up his pants and pushed on the outhouse door. It barely opened. Something was blocking it. He looked down. Anita was close to dead, lying across the front of the outhouse door, her throat gaping open. She was barely alive, blood gushing out of the gash that ran all the way across her neck. She struggled to breathe, but couldn't get any air. Demon was racked with unimaginable horror. "Anita!" he cried, stumbling back in shock and falling against the outhouse wall. He lunged at the door, trying to heave it open, but it didn't budge. Wham! A long, rusted piece of sharpened rebar launched through the tin walls of the outhouse, narrowly missing him. Demon cried out in disbelief and terror. "Oh my God!" he screamed and threw himself against the opposite wall. The killer was inhumanly fast. He rammed the rebar through the opposite wall, piercing Demon's leather pants and plunging into the meaty part of his thigh. Blood splattered across the inside of the outhouse wall. He screamed again, clutching his hand to the wound. The makeshift spear was pulled out as fast as it was rammed in. Demon was trapped like a caged animal. He climbed on top of the toilet, pressing himself against the back wall. Bright, thick redness oozed out from the puncture wound in his thigh. He tried to listen for footsteps, to see which way the maniac was moving. But he couldn't stop his own panicked breath. Tears were now streaming from his eyes. He knew he was about to die. The worst part was his own stupefaction as to who could be doing this to him. Why, he thought. God, why? Unfortunately for him, Demon had no more time to ask himself any more questions. The metal bar was suddenly thrust through the back wall, spiking Demon straight through the heart. He let out an anguished cry, throwing his head up to the sky, and then staring down in shock at the makeshift metal spear that had harpooned him through his chest. As Demon's body slowly stopped quivering, and as Anita's blood drained away, the full moon came out from behind the clouds and shone down on the man in the hockey mask. Chapter 6. As Demon and Anita's life ended, Pam drove the pickup truck down the muddy highway, heading past the trailer and RV park. She squinted through the rain that had started, trying to see if Tommy had possibly gone back there. There was no sign of him on the road or in the woods. There was no sign of Junior and his motorbike either. She knew that Tommy wouldn't leave his mask behind and just go off on his own. Where had he gone? Was he just out wandering in the woods, she thought? She couldn't imagine how irate Matt would be when he learned that she had lost Tommy. How could she have predicted that Junior would pull up on his motorcycle? How could she have known they were to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? From what she could tell, Tommy had just been defending himself. He seemed to be able to take care of himself pretty well, so maybe he would be all right. As if things couldn't get any worse, Matt and George were gone. She glanced nervously at the sky, praying that the storm would pass over the area. It would just make things worse trying to look for people in the pouring rain. If worse came to worse, she would have to go sleep at the clinic and call the sheriff in the morning. She didn't know what else to do. She was really starting to worry, and she could feel the knot of fear and stress churning in her gut. They had 3 patients missing, the doctor was gone, and it was storming. What a night, she thought. What a week. Pam thought back to all the events of that week alone. Joey, his body hacked almost limb from limb. Vic, not showing any remorse for it and being taken away willingly by the police. The way he had looked at her flashed into her mind. It was as if he was trying to impress her. Tina and Eddie got hauled in a police car. Now 3 patients and the doctor are missing. And today was Friday the 13th. I guess the legend about Friday the 13th in this town is true, she thought. She wasn't superstitious, but the fact that it was Friday the 13th, and the fact that it was a stormy night, and the fact that so many strange things were going on all had her spooked. Something else was bothering her too. Everything seemed to go wrong ever since Tommy had arrived at Pinehurst. Maybe he just brought gloom and doom everywhere he went. It was understandable given what he went through. He had actually seen Jason Voorhees, at least if you believe the legend. What if he really was out there? She thought back to her psychology courses. What if there had been a Jason? What if he really did survive after all those years and murder those innocent people? What would have happened to his mind out in the woods, feasting on roadkill and running off of pure survival instinct? Had it rotted his brain to the extent that he became just a killing machine or some kind of wild animal? He was clearly able to feel things, since he was killing for his mother and clearly loved her. It was easy to empathize with Jason. He would have been a good fit for Pinehurst, considering all he had was his mother. And look how she turned out to be. He probably didn't have any friends. Pamela's love for him had driven her crazy. A special needs child like Jason allegedly could do that to you. It can make parents extremely overprotective of the child. That's what Pam learned in her parenting courses. Sometimes parents end up totally babying their special needs child and underestimating their abilities. They also overestimate sometimes and end up pushing their children into doing things they aren't ready for. Pam sometimes dreamed of one day becoming a parent, but she didn't know if she could handle it. Some days, she still felt like she was barely an adult herself. Maybe Mrs. Voorhees had tried for so long to keep Jason safe from the other kids that it must have felt like her heart had been ripped out and stomped on when he drowned. The guilt must have been too much to bear and to cope with. She blamed the counselors. Those counselors should have been watching Jason, and none of the murders would have ever happened. The whole thing was started by people mistreating a special needs child. And the pattern still continued today, she thought. Just look at how Ethel behaved. She had called the patients all crazy and threatened their lives. There was definitely a societal stigma against mentally ill and disabled people, and she worried that if it didn't stop soon, more people would end up just like Jason. More people would end up just like Jason's mother and take revenge on the people who harmed their child. It was only inevitable. She couldn't imagine the pain Mrs. Voorhees must have felt, knowing that the people she entrusted with her son's life let her down and didn't keep him safe. Her thoughts drifted back to Tommy, and she started thinking of where he might go to feel safe. He'd probably go and touch his masks, she thought. That's where he was probably going, back to the center. She started to think more about Tommy. Maybe he snapped. What if he was way more messed up than they realized? What if he became Jason? What if in his mind he felt himself turning into a monster? And what if he eventually started to believe those feelings? Could Tommy have been responsible for the murders at Camp Blood? Sure, Tommy and his sister both said they saw Jason, but did they? No, that was nonsense. How could a 12-year-old boy slaughter a bunch of 17-year-olds? Then again, Tommy's story didn't make sense either. How could Jason have survived all those years? None of it made any sense, and if she kept thinking about these morbid legends and ghost stories, she was going to scare herself to death. She decided to just focus on finding Tommy for now. As she started to turn the truck around to head back to the center, it suddenly sputtered and stalled. Fuck, she thought. She cranked it. Nothing. Just great, she said to herself, annoyed. Pam climbed out of the truck and started the long walk back to the center, and miserably thought to herself, happy fucking Friday the 13th. At the Pinehurst Center, it was dead quiet except for the howling wind that made the old farmhouse creak and groan. Thunder rumbled. Sheets of rain fell, dripping off the tin roof and the eaves of the old home. Robin's red hair was gleaming in the light of the roaring fire in the fireplace. Jake sat next to her on the couch, anxiously biting his nails. Robin was engrossed in an old movie, munching on a bowl of popcorn, wearing nothing but a short, revealing blue robe. They were all not supposed to watch TV in the living room after 7, but since Matt was nowhere to be found, the teens decided to have some fun. Violet was dancing up in her room, her outlet for all her pent-up emotions, even though she was supposed to do dishes after dinner. Jake opened his mouth trying to say something, but his nerves were taking over. Finally, he managed to force it out.
Robin?
He stammered. She leaned over to him. Jake went on.
We've been here nearly 8 months now, right?
Uh-huh, she said, still not taking her eyes off the TV.
That's a long time to, get to know each other, don't you think?
Robin shushed him, trying to hear the movie. Jake, please, she said. A Place in the Sun, a black and white film from the 50s, was playing on the small television set, and Robin was enthralled. The woman on screen looked dreamily at her lover. We could get the biggest house in the world, only I'd like to live in a little house with room enough for just the two of us, the woman on screen said to him. Jake thought about having a house big enough for just the two of them. Him and Robin, that is. How nice would that be? Their own place to make their own rules. They could support each other and tell each other about their day at work. They could spruce up the house with curtains and knickknacks and could make it feel lived in. They could light a fire in the fireplace on a cold night, and he'd press his lips against hers, tasting her lip gloss, smelling her shampoo, and then slowly they'd take all their clothes off and make love right in front of the fire. They could get a dog or a cat. Jake was allergic to dogs. They could even invite friends over and let them crash on the couch. It all sounded like some distant ideal fantasy that was playing in his mind. But tonight, he wanted it to feel like a reality. He couldn't stop staring at her long red locks and the way her bathrobe fit tightly around her long, slender legs.
Robin, I like you a lot.
He managed to stammer out. He hoped she didn't notice that his hands were getting clammy, and beads of sweat had started to roll down his forehead. I like you too, Jake, she said flippantly, not able to pull her eyes away from the TV screen.
You do? A lot?
He asked. He smiled. Ecstasy was surging through him. What are you talking about, Jake? She asked, popping another popcorn kernel into her mouth and staring at the screen intently. Jake licked his lips nervously and swallowed. He tried to get out his next words, mustering up his courage.
I wanna be with you.
Jake said.
I really do wanna be with you.
Robin continued watching the movie.
I wanna make love to you.
Robin's eyes grew wide. She turned to him, and then a smile broke across her face, and she laughed, and then giggled some more. She tried to stop, but couldn't. It was flowing profusely out of her, and she couldn't stop. Jake's smile turned into a hurt expression. He tried to fight the knot in his stomach that was slowly twisting tighter and tighter. The lump in his throat could have been the size of his fist.
I didn't mean it,
he said. Robin laughed harder.
I said I didn't mean it.
Jake cried, flustered. He rose to his feet and stormed off. Robin's laughter faded when she realized he had gotten really upset. Jake climbed the stairs 2 at a time. He wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. More than that, he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Jake watched the upstairs hallway and slumped against the wall, trying to collect himself. He took deep breaths in and out, just like Matt showed him. He bit the inside of his cheeks, feeling the tears welling up in his eyes. How could I be so stupid, he thought. How could I be so goddamn stupid? Just ask her if she wants to make love right out front. What have you been thinking? He had just wanted to get it out there before it ate him alive. Ever since he met Robin 8 months ago, he had become enamored with her. The way she smelled, the way her gorgeous crimson hair gleamed in the sun, the way that she looked away slyly whenever he would compliment her. Even the way she had giggled at him just now had been irresistibly sexy. He couldn't help himself. Whenever he came upon someone he liked, he got so attached. He would usually freeze and not say too much, but when he did open his mouth, he always managed to say the worst things possible. Matt said it was just his social anxiety, but it had to be more than that. Maybe he was just a freak and nobody would ever love him. Despite being 17, Jake felt he had lived a lifetime of loneliness. He had always been painfully shy around the other kids his age. In school, there were some classes where he couldn't say a word to anyone or would refuse to read if the teacher called on him. And now, it was his first time trying to be intimate with a girl, and she laughed in his face, literally. What was he going to do? He felt like becoming a hermit like Ethel Hubbard, just to live away from civilization and not have to deal with people any longer. It was hard enough to socialize with nice people for Jake. At least he saw the hard truth. Robin was a cold-hearted bitch. At least that was his way of making himself feel better. Since he had been to rehab, he had barely said 2 words to Robin, much less flirted with her. Something about her made her seem so intimidating. She was far prettier than any girl at his school. And she laughed at him. Why was that her response? Was he that pathetic to her? Was he nothing but a joke? He felt so stupid. He even planned for her to watch that stupid romantic movie to try and get her in the mood, and it hadn't worked. And of course, his stutter didn't help it either. He was probably just cute to her and not sexy. He didn't want to be cute. He wanted to be sexy to women. He wanted to be like Eddie. That guy could have anyone he wanted, he thought. Any girl looks at him and their panties would fly off for him. It made Jake increasingly bitter the more he thought. Fuck him, Jake thought. He was glad Tommy had whooped his ass the other day. What Jake really felt was deep jealousy towards him and his masculine bravado that could hook women like a fish. It was easier to be angry at him. Hopefully he and Tina both had been arrested. Thunder suddenly rumbled outside and Jake jumped at the sound. Looking towards the window in the hallway, there was a loud thwack. The wind was picking up, blowing the trees against the window. God, what had actually happened to Tina and Eddie, he thought, staring out the window, and Matt? They were all gone and it was storming. He wondered about what Ethel had said the other day. She had threatened to kill them all. What if she really did come here in the middle of the night and hack us up? What if Tina and Eddie are lying dead in the woods? As Jake wiped away a tear that fell, he went to his bedroom door and leaned against it, his thoughts drifting back to Robin. Maybe he just needed to talk to someone. Since Matt was missing, he would have to see if Violet could console him, although he didn't expect her to oblige. She wasn't the best during times of need, but it was his only option. Jake rapped on her door that was across from his. It was the door with loud techno-funk emanating from it.
Vi?
He said. When the door didn't open, he pushed it open. Violet's bedroom screamed angsty teenager. Ripped magazine pages and posters hung all over the walls. She moved her hips back and forth to the funk music, looking up when she saw Jake's silhouette out of the corner of her eye.
Vi!
Jake yelled over the music. Huh? She said.
I need to talk.
Can it wait? She yelled back. Jake sighed defeatedly, and his shoulders sunk.
No,
he said, and quietly left the room, leaving Violet to her late-night hobby. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it. Now it was either go to sleep or back downstairs and give Robin a piece of his mind. Why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he march right down and tell her how he felt and that he didn't care about her anymore because all she is a bitch? It would serve her right. He wanted an apology. She didn't have to laugh at him. A simple, "No thanks, I'm tired," would have sufficed. Thunder boomed again, shaking the old farmhouse. There was a creak on the stairs. Jake didn't hear it. He was lost in his racing thoughts. The thoughts screamed at him about how much of a loser he was. It had only been his first try. Did she have to laugh at him? What a cold, heartless bitch, he thought. Or maybe he really was unlikable. Nobody liked him no matter how hard he tried in school, so why would it be any different here at Pinehurst? He just didn't care anymore. If Robin was going to treat him that way, she deserved to lose him as a friend, and she had to know how he felt. He had to tell her how he felt, how hurt he was, how wronged he felt. Jake mustered up his courage again and moved for the stairs. Another creak on the stairs, and Jake heard it this time. He turned the corner to go downstairs when an arm flashed out. Lightning struck, and Ethel's meat cleaver gleamed in the bright light as it whistled down through the air. As Jake's body slumped to the floor upstairs, Robin jerked her head at the sound. When the house returned to silence, she resumed watching the television. It was probably Violet, punching a hole in the wall, she thought. Or it had just been the storm. Poor Jake, she thought. She really didn't mean to laugh. It was the only thing she knew how to do when men made sexual advances towards her. Now she had gone and hurt his feelings. Why had he come on to her like that in the first place? He had barely talked to her before, and now they were getting to know each other. He decides to ask to fuck? That interaction had just as much been his fault as it was hers. Maybe get to know me first, she thought. Maybe see me as a person. With her body issues, she felt insecure constantly, and the only thing she knew to do was laugh when guys came on to her. She never knew what to say or do. Really, he had been sweet and endearing up until tonight. Now he was playing creepy, and she was dreading breakfast tomorrow and how awkward it would be. Didn't guys ever care more about a girl than just her body? Is that how they want to start relationships? Robin thought that was so backwards. She always felt used, like a spare hole for someone to fill to get their rocks off and then toss her aside like a discarded rag. In the past, her relationships were all abusive. For years, all she was a piece of meat, and it made her body issues worse. Now, with Jake coming on to her so blatantly like that, she was getting flashbacks to her exes and how they treated her. She really hadn't expected Jake to be so forward like that, but she surmised that he was just like other guys deep down, always wanting to fuck. Then again, Jake had asked her to make love, not fuck. Making love was a very different thing than fucking, she thought. Maybe he was sweet and did care for her. Maybe he was just socially unaware. His stutter really didn't bother her all that much. There were never any awkward pauses. Still, he wasn't her type. He was a nice guy. He was a good person. Most guys wouldn't have even asked like he had. Robin seemed to only fall in love with the toxic ones. Matt said it was all because of her relationship with her parents. Her mother had constantly called her fat. She remembered sitting on Halloween wanting candy like the other kids, and her mother refusing because she didn't want her daughter to grow up being a chubby girl. That word, that damn word, started it all. She hated that word. She hated that word and the word fat. She hated being fat. Anytime Robin gained a pound, she would violently throw up to force it out. Sometimes she would gorge herself with delicious cakes and sweets, only for it to feel like poison running through her veins afterwards. Then the cycle would repeat. She remembered her mother constantly teaching her about counting calories and weight restricting. It had really taken a toll on her self-worth. Anytime she craved sweets, she would beat herself up. Anytime she binged on sweets, she would start a spiral of intense self-hatred that would completely consume her. That's how she ended up at Pinehurst, and she felt like she was going to have to stay here forever. But maybe not. Matt had taught her a few things. Maybe she could face her demons once and for all. She had thought many times about bringing it up to her mother about how she had given her an eating disorder. The trouble was, she knew that they wouldn't even listen. Her mother would likely make excuses for it. Matt called her mother a narcissist. Maybe that's why she had laughed in Jake's face. It had all been her own trauma. Maybe she was a narcissist herself. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as they always say. Tomorrow she would have to apologize to him. Maybe she could tell him how she felt, and that maybe they could just get to know each other first. A relationship like Robin wanted, you had to work on for a while. Robin wanted something special, not just a hookup with a patient at rehab. As the end flashed on the screen, Robin yawned, stood up, and turned off the TV. She heard the rain pattering on the tin roof. Robin walked over to the second couch, where Reggie lay half asleep. She bent down close to him. Reggie, wake up." Reggie moaned and didn't move. "Reggie, it's time to go to bed," she said, trying to pull at his bright red sweatshirt. Reggie pulled his arm away and moaned in protest again. Robin gave up and threw an Afghan down on him. She glanced out the window at the rain coming down on the halfway house. She was really getting worried about everyone. Where was Pam? Was she really driving around in a thunderstorm? Had they found Tina and Eddie? It was a weird night. But then again, it was Friday the 13th. She yawned again and sleepily walked up the stairs and into her room. Her room was more modern with a bunk bed. The bottom bunk was shielded by a curtain. Rain pelted her window. Lightning cracked, illuminating her small bedroom. She jumped and then relaxed. Robin took off her shoes and her robe, wearing nothing but her panties. She gazed into the mirror at her breast and her body. "Jake, I'm sorry," she said to herself. Her eyes went down to her waist and she frowned. She felt the hate rise in her, the hatred of her body fat. Maybe she had laughed at Jake because she didn't feel like she was good enough for a sweet guy like him, even though he was kind of creepy. She didn't think it was meant to be creepy. He was just socially awkward, and it was kind of endearing. And she laughed at him. She couldn't believe herself. "God, Robin, sometimes you can be so stupid," she said to herself in the mirror. Lightning flashed again, and she jumped out of her skin. What would have been so wrong about giving him a fun night for the both of them? Her thoughts continued. It was probably his first time, but anything would be better than getting slapped around like her last boyfriend, she decided. It probably wouldn't be that bad. He was the only one around to hook up with. Vic was in jail, Eddie was taken, and she hadn't got to know Tommy. Boy, was he messed up, she thought. You could see it in his eyes. Something about the way he had looked at her when driving in had spooked her. It had been an icy, distant stare. And then, when he flipped out on Eddie, it had made her even more afraid of him. Tommy must have gone through something really terrible, she thought. Something nightmarish. That icy stare of his reminded her of how Vic had stared after he had killed Joey. Poor Joey, she thought. Now she felt bad about both of them. She had been mean to Joey just seconds before he was... She didn't want to think of his mutilated body again, and she forced those thoughts away. She continued to scan her naked body in the mirror, her eyes attuned to any imperfections that she saw. As she sucked in, she saw the outline of her ribs and side. Maybe she was just naturally skinny. Maybe it was just her metabolism. Or maybe it was just her way of avoiding the fact that she had a problem. Sometimes it was easier to just pretend that she didn't binge and purge every now and again. Matt called it denial, and it told her to focus on radical acceptance. But it all sounded the same to her. They all said the same things, but still she kept purging. She didn't know what it would take to cure her obsession with being fat. It had started to take a toll on her body. Her teeth were not as white as they used to be, and her throat was frequently irritated from all the vomit. And now, as she was staring at herself in the mirror, she saw how thin and unsexy she was and frowned. She knew that it was her mother who had damaged her in this way, but she also knew her mother had to learn from her parents and so on. How could she blame her if she was trying to keep her daughter attractive looking, even if she did have the wrong approach? Or maybe what she needed was for that woman to just die. Then she may finally be free from the disappointment of having her own mother disapprove of her body weight. That's how much it hurt. Every little snide comment about her weight made her resent her mother even more. Why couldn't she change, she thought? Why couldn't she see what she was doing to her own daughter? She would probably laugh in my face if I told her I have an eating disorder, Robin thought. Then again, she had no room to talk. She had been in just as much denial as her mother was about her problem, but at least she recognized it now. At first, she would have a little extra cake at dinner, and then it morphed into binging on entire bags of chips and cookies. She would tell herself it wasn't that much food, but it was, and it all would feel like poison every time she binged. At first, she had only thrown up her dinner once to see what it felt like, and after just once, she was hooked. It felt like purging had become her only refuge. It immediately relieved her anxiety whenever she participated in it. Whenever she'd purge, she'd feel safe again. The guilt over eating a few extra cookies would be completely drowned by the sound of that toilet flushing and the blood running through her veins from all the effort and from all her muscles violently contracting. That's what had reeled her in. It was a coping mechanism to deal with the guilt that came along with choosing to eat a lot of sweets. It was especially harder for women who were always pressured to look good, wear your makeup, and don't get fat. It's not ladylike, her mother would always say. Yeah, some lady you are, Robin thought. As she ran a hairbrush through her thick red hair, lightning flashed again. Robin turned to the window. The only sound was the tree branches tapping against the glass and the howling storm just beyond it. She set the hairbrush back on the dresser and sauntered sleepily over to her bunk bed, climbing up onto the top bunk and sliding underneath the covers. As she stared at the ceiling, she wondered when Pam and the others would come home. Hopefully they were all safe and sound, and she could wake up tomorrow and everything would be back to normal. As she rolled over onto her side, lightning flashed again, and Robin opened her eyes at the sound. Jake was sprawled next to her in the bed. His eyes were open in horror and shock. His face was twisted into a horrified grimace. His mouth hung open lifelessly. His face was split in half diagonally by a huge gaping gash. Blood poiled underneath his head and dribbled out of his mouth, soaking the sheets and the mattress beneath. Robin screamed bloody murder. The storm rumbled, drowning it all out. Robin leaped up and tried to grab for the ladder, but an almost inhumanly strong hand grabbed her by the throat and pinned her down to the bed. A machete came up through the mattress like a shark rising from infested waters, and she felt the cold blade pierce her back and plunge all the way through her abdomen. Blood vaulted into the air like a geyser. Violet yanked off her Walkman headphones, jerking her head to the door. Had she heard something? She lowered the volume on her Walkman and listened. There was nothing but the sound of the rain on the roof. She shrugged and turned back on the funk music, dancing around her room and flipping through a teen magazine. She wondered what Jake had wanted. Maybe he finally talked to Robin about how much he liked her. Violet had seen it on his face when she had arrived. The boy was like a lovesick puppy. It was disgusting to Violet. It was endearing, but definitely not something she was into. Violet liked toxic men, too. Ones with tattoos and chains and motorcycles. She had almost been turned on by that hillbilly's motorcycle the other day when Tina and Eddie got arrested, until she saw his face. She couldn't help herself. Men who could easily kill her if they wanted to were exactly her type. She knew how dangerous it was and didn't care. She had had a death wish since she was 13. She just didn't see the point of life. She had a drug-addicted mom, a jailbird dad, and a creepy uncle who always complimented on her body and touched her in inappropriate ways. She was stuck in a small town as a goth kid and had been bullied her whole life. She had been molested 3 times by 3 different men. First it had been her stepfather, but luckily she had blanked it all out. Then it had been another uncle who invited the family over for a bonfire on the 4th of July when she was only 11. He had brought her out to the backyard while the rest of the family was inside and made his move. From the odor of his breath, she knew he was absolutely plastered out of his mind. That's when he had begun to touch her. That's when the disassociation started. Her entire body had frozen when it had happened. She couldn't move. She had just let it happen. Just like the next time when the Skull janitor copped a fill in the janitor's closet. She had frozen then too and had never told anyone except for Matt and Pam. Pam was a good listener and was the only one she felt like she could trust. Now, anytime she tried to be intimate, she would freeze just like when she had been assaulted. That was why Violet was always in a bad mood. She couldn't experience true human connections. So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a honey badger. She truly didn't understand someone like Jake, who had these fantasies about Robin that he had told her about. They were long and convoluted fantasies of himself and Robin falling in love with one another and doing other cutesy couple activities like going on a picnic or a romantic walk by the beach. All of that made Violet want to vomit. It felt like poison to her. She wasn't aware that the darkness she had experienced had also seeped into her bones and became her personality. She didn't know why she started wearing black. She also couldn't understand what had made her choose to wear thick, black makeup and pierce herself multiple times. To her, her exterior needed to match her tortured internal world. That was why she was the way she was. All of the fucked up shit eventually became too much for her to bear, and just like that, her good girl personality was gone, and all that was left was a very angry, pissed off, and antisocial, sarcastic 16-year-old. Of course, she had every right to go through her angsty phase. Some have to cope with that kind of attitude. For all the shit Violet had gone through, she was grateful to be alive most days, and grateful when she wasn't cutting. She had started using a knife from the kitchen when she was 13 to make small gashes, not deep enough to cause an issue, on her forearm. She wondered how people would react and began to think the attention would be worth the pain. But soon it spiraled out of control. She started doing it not to get affection and attention, but doing it for the sole pleasure of it. It began to be her refuge. Knowing that she could go home and cut had been her only solace at the time. Her parents didn't listen and didn't believe her story. They said she was just lying for attention. She didn't feel safe anymore, not in school or at home. The only other place where Violet felt safe was music. Pseudo-echoes hit his eyes, blared through her headphones. She had first seen their band at a concert and fell in love with their new wave of electro-funk. The door to her room slowly creaked open. She didn't turn around. Violet swayed back and forth to the rhythm, not hearing the stealthy footsteps approaching. She closed her eyes, feeling the beat pulsating in her ears, moving back and forth. And then lightning flashed. A hand appeared suddenly and meaty fingers wrapped around her throat and slammed her back into the wall. Her magazine and Walkman fell to the floor. She tried to scream, but her assailant's hand squeezed tighter, crushing her larynx. As she looked up, she saw the demented eyes of her killer through the eyes of a hockey mask. She felt the pain of her throat being compressed, but only let out a soft whimper. The hockey mask assailant lifted her into the air, her feet dangling and kicking below as she tried to free herself. It was no use. The machete gleamed in the lightning. It pierced her belly deep and plunged into the plaster behind her. The figure stood and admired his handiwork. Violet hung from the wall like many of her posters. Chapter 7. Reggie awoke to the sound of thunder booming and rattling the farmhouse. He rubbed his eyes and sat up straight on the couch listening. He didn't hear any voices or laughter, nothing but dead silence and the rain. And then he heard the soft sound of something being dragged from upstairs, and then a loud thump. Maybe it was Tommy, he thought. Maybe he had run back to the farmhouse after the incident at the trailer park. What are the nuts up to now? He said to himself. He walked groggily through the living room and slowly he climbed the stairs. Thunder crashed again. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes. As he reached the upstairs hallway, he saw that the door to Tommy's room was open. It was pitch black inside. He stepped into the doorway. "Tommy, you back?" he called into the dark room. There was no response. "Yo, Tommy!" Lightning flashed. The room was illuminated in white light. Violet was lying on Tommy's bed, her head propped up against the wall. Blood drizzled from her lips and from the gash in her torso. Robin was sprawled on top of her. A giant gaping hole was carved through her chest. Jake lay beside Robin, his face split by the missing meat cleaver. Reggie reeled back in absolute shock. He couldn't scream. He was paralyzed. Blood was smeared along the walls and all over the bed. Bright crimson everywhere. The realization hit him. It was Tommy's room. Tommy was a maniac. He backed away slowly out of the doorway and into the hallway. He wanted to run as fast as he could away from the halfway house, but his body wouldn't let him. "Tommy?" he said, his lips quivering. Thunder crashed and the lightning illuminated the room again as Reggie saw the horrible sight again, entrenching it further in his psyche. All of a sudden, a hand grabbed him and he leapt out of his skin and let out a high-pitched shriek. Pam was looking back at him. Her hair was drenched from the rain. She saw the petrified look on Reggie's face. "Reggie, it's Pam. Reggie, what is it? What's wrong?" she implored him. Reggie couldn't get it out. He stammered, his entire body trembling. "What's the matter, Reggie? What is it?" she begged him. Reggie pointed a quivering finger towards the open doorway. "In Tommy's room," he said, his voice breaking. "Okay, you stay here, relax, I'll go look," she said, consoling him. As Reggie froze in his spot on the floor, Pam stepped into the darkened room. The lightning flashed again. All Reggie heard was her terrified scream. Then she ran out of the room, incited with urgency. She stared at Reggie with panic-stricken eyes, and then in a flash, she grabbed him by the hood of his sweatshirt and pulled him fiercely towards the stairs. They ran, scrambling down the stairs 2 at a time. Pam's heartbeat began to race, and her breathing quickened. They ran through the farmhouse as the storm raged outside. Pam dragged Reggie into the kitchen, pulling the door shut and locking it. As they rounded the kitchen island, Reggie fell, bashing his shin against the small stair that led up into the main room. He cried out, grabbing his leg in pain. Pam bent down beside him, trying to pull him to his feet, but he cried out again. He couldn't get up. Pain shot through his right leg like a hypodermic needle. Then the kitchen door began to quake and rattle violently. Wham! It shook again and began to splinter from the weight of whatever or whoever was ramming it. "Get up!" Pam yelled at Reggie frantically. He winced, managing to get himself to his feet just as the kitchen door imploded. Fragments of wood rained down on top of them. Standing there was a tall, monstrous man, wearing a work suit and heavy boots. He also wore a hockey mask. His hands were coated with the blood of the halfway house patients. He glared down at Pam and Reggie with a menacing hatred. Reggie looked on in terror, and Pam screamed. Reggie forgot all about the splitting pain in his leg and ran for the front door, pulling Pam along behind him. The hockey mask killer was in pursuit. Pam grabbed at the front doorknob and tugged at it. The door was wedged shut. "Shit!" she swore, hearing the heavy boots on the linoleum floor slowly and steadily approaching. She kicked at the door hard, knocking it loose. She then managed to heave the heavy oak door open, and Reggie and Pam raced out into the night. Now Reggie was dragging Pam along, his breathing frenetic and quick, his heart pounding, scared out of his mind. The killer's breath was shallow and steady as he marched out the front door and followed after his prey. As the rain came down on both of them, Pam and Reggie ran across the grounds of the halfway house. Reggie was running in a blind panic as Pam held his hand and was pulled alongside him. They ran past the barn and into the woods, heading for the road leading into town. The woods were wet and dark, leaves glistened, the moon was full and shone down, providing their only source of light. They could no longer see the masked maniac. They must have outran him, Pam thought. She was lucky to have even one single cohesive thought. Her mind was racing in one panic stream of frenzied thoughts. Pam wanted Reggie to stop. She couldn't breathe, but he kept running in a hysterical state of mind, trying in a desperate attempt to get as far away from them as possible. The trees suddenly cleared and Pam and Reggie dove from out of the undergrowth, stopping for a minute to finally catch their breath. When they looked up, they saw the road that led past the halfway house in front of them. But they were in the middle of nowhere. They would have to be extremely lucky to have anyone pass by at this time of night. "God damn you, Matt," she thought. "God damn you for bringing me out to this place." Then Reggie pointed at something in the distance. "Look!" he shouted. It was a car parked on the side of the road. "Help us!" Pam instinctively shrieked as loud as she could possibly shriek. They both ran through the pouring rain towards the vehicle. frantically splashing through the thick mud that covered the shoulder of the road. "Help!" she screamed again, waving her arms. As they drew near to the seemingly abandoned car, Pam saw that it was the government-owned transport van that Tommy had arrived in. Her eyes lit up when she saw the Unger Institute's insignia on the side of the van. What was it doing out here, she wondered. But what did it matter? Maybe the keys were still inside. Maybe someone was inside and could help them. Pam and Reggie ran around to the driver's side door and Pam pulled it open. Duke Smith's lifeless corpse fell out into the mud. His throat had been cut from ear to ear. Blood stained his white medic's uniform. Pam screamed a blood-curdling scream. Then, from out of nowhere, the maniac lunged at them from behind the van. Reggie was next to scream. He finally unleashed the power of his lungs, and it was piercing, catching Pam off guard. Then he was gone, racing off back into the woods as fast as the lightning that catapulted across the sky. Now she was alone with the killer. "Reggie!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. He was gone. His red sweatsuit was disappearing into the blackness of the woods. The killer advanced towards Pam. He brandished a long, blood-stained machete, stained with the blood of the patients she had come to know. She had to get back to the pickup. It had to be somewhere on this road. But what about Reggie? She had to catch him and get him out of there. As the killer thrust his machete at her, Pam dodged and ran into the thick woods after Reggie, screaming his name frantically. She flailed wildly at the branches that clawed at her, tearing at the undergrowth, pulling it aside and running, stumbling, half falling through the woods. Rain mixed with petrified tears streamed down her face. Thorns slashed at her skin, drawing blood. "Reggie! Reggie!" she cried, searching for any flash of red in the darkness. Then she finally broke out of the woods and came upon a small creek. She must be near the Hubbard property. There was no way Reggie would run there. He had to be back at the house. She dashed across the stream, but suddenly found herself sinking. She was trapped in the thick black mud at the bottom of the creek. "No!" she screamed as she clawed at the ground, trying with all of her might to pull herself out of the muck, but it was thick and viscous. Finally, she grabbed onto a tree root and managed to heave herself out of the mud. Then she scrambled to her feet, not willing to wait around to see if the maniac was close by. She crashed through the undergrowth blindly and stopped dead in her tracks in front of a gnarled tree. It was Matt. He had been impaled to the tree by a railroad spike that had been driven into his forehead, and his throat was slit so deep he was almost decapitated. His body was racked with stab wounds. A bone-chilling scream erupted from Pam's raw throat. She threw her hands up to her face, aghast at the sight, but also not able to take her eyes off of it. So much blood. She screamed, "No!" The panic started to set in again, and she ran from the awful sight, tripping again in the mud. She struggled to her feet and ran some more, not stopping, hyperventilating. She was hopelessly lost now. The dark woods were disorienting her, and she stopped, her eyes flickering around wildly. "Reggie!" Then, as her eyes adjusted, she could see lights through the trees and realized she was back at the farmhouse. She dashed towards it, clearing the woods and sprinting past the chicken coop, up onto the porch and through the front door, slamming it closed and locking it. "Reggie!" she screamed. The only sound she heard was her own panicked breathing and the thunder outside. Then the lights went out. Lightning flashed, illuminating the interior of the house. Pam caught her breath, using the wall to support herself. "What the fuck am I gonna do?" she thought. Who was wearing that mask? Who had gone and killed everyone? Then she remembered. It had been in Tommy's room where all the bodies had been posed. Tommy was the one who liked masks. And he's also the one who had faced the hockey mask-wearing murderer, Jason Voorhees. Now it was like he had finally snapped and had become Jason. She had been right. Tommy finally lost it, and she sensed it coming. And now she was right in the middle of it. There was no more time to think, she decided. The maniac could be heading for her. He could be here at any minute, waiting to hack her to pieces just like the rest. Just like Matt. Just like Robin, and Violet, and Jake. Oh God, Matt, she thought. Her mind raced and she looked around frantically for any sign of the killer, thinking of what she could do. She had to find Reggie and get out of there. Where had he gone? Where would he go? Then she closed her eyes, trying to think. What could she do? She was trapped out in the middle of nowhere. Weapon, she thought. I need a goddamn weapon. Pam hurried into the kitchen and pulled a long, sharp kitchen knife out of the butcher block. She tried to slow her breathing down and stay quiet, looking around her in all directions. The rain pattered on the roof, keeping a steady rhythm that accompanied the sound of her pounding heart. Thunder crashed again. "Reggie," she whispered. No response. "Reggie!" She called up the stairs. Again, no response. The halfway house was deathly quiet. She made her way cautiously into the dining area, curling her fingers tighter around the knife and holding it high above her head. As lightning flashed and the thunder rang out again, the patio doors suddenly shattered completely and glass sprayed across the room. Pam shielded herself from the glass and reeled backwards, looking back at what had been thrown at her. It was George. Staring back at her were two empty, bloody eye sockets. Pam let out another frenzied scream. A hand suddenly smashed through another kitchen window, grasping at her. It snatched her by the hair, pulling her backwards as she cried out in pain. It was the killer. She glanced back at those deranged eyes, leering at her through the eye holes of the hockey mask. He pulled her towards the window, bringing the machete up to her throat. "No!" she exclaimed, and thrust the knife backwards. She felt it hit flesh and sink into the bone. The killer growled, and Pam let go of the knife when it became buried in his right arm. The deranged murderer released his grip and clawed at the knife handle, stumbling back out of the shattered window. Pam ran, now in full hysterics, through the broken patio doors, out again into the rain. She didn't think to go back for the knife. She didn't care. She was running for her life. "Reggie!" she shouted through the storm. There was no sign of him. Maybe he had gone into the barn and hid in the hay, or searched for a weapon himself. The bulldozer, she thought. They could ride it out of this godforsaken place. With a look of mad determination, she ran towards the barn. "Reggie!" she called again. As she rounded a row of hedges, she suddenly found herself disoriented again, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Her lightheadedness got the best of her. She fell, stumbling forward, plunging straight into a mud pit dug out by the construction workers to build a new stable for the horses. The mud looked like thick black tar in the night. It started enveloping her and sucking her down and down as she screamed, clawing for something to grab onto. There was nothing. And then she saw the killer. She caught him out of her peripheral vision, stalking towards her, machete gleaming. "No!" she cried out. "Reggie!" She finally heaved her way halfway out of the pit, but the ground slid out from beneath her, and she went falling in deeper. The killer was coming closer and closer, moving in on an easy kill. This is how it would end, she thought, stuck in the mud with a machete right through her head, just like Matt with that railroad spike. They would find her propped up in Tommy's room. She could see it all flashing through her mind. The killer was now just a few feet away. and she was hopelessly caught in the mud that had become quicksand in the storm. Then the deafening sound of splintering wood rang out, startling her and the killer. It was the bulldozer. It had driven through the barn walls from the inside at full speed. Its headlights pierced the inky black darkness that shrouded them all. The falling rain glimmered against the dazzling white lights. Reggie was at the wheel, a look of fury and grim determination on his face. He let out a battle cry and pulled his hood over his head. Reggie vaulted the bulldozer forward at full speed. The killer raised his left arm, shielding his eyes from the light, frozen with bewilderment. It was too late now to get out of the way. The sharp metal teeth of the bulldozer's trough rammed into his chest, sending him flying backwards like an acrobat falling. He hit the ground hard and writhed in the throes of pain before finally lying in the mud motionless. Reggie climbed down from the bulldozer and rushed to Pam's aid. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in one giant effort out of the mud. Then they stood next to the unconscious killer. Pam held Reggie tightly as they both looked down in terror, praying that he wouldn't get back up. They had to get out of there. As they started to run for the bulldozer, the masked maniac lurched up from the ground in a wild paroxysm, grabbing madly at them. He managed to grab a hold of Reggie's red sweatsuit and pulled him onto the ground. Pam screamed no. She kicked the killer hard in the mask, and he didn't let go. Reggie was screaming a high-pitched, terrified shriek, clinging onto Pam for dear life. Pam kicked at him again, nailing him square in the face, and he finally relinquished. "Go!" Pam said. She grabbed Reggie and they ran for the bulldozer, climbing it, and they started the engine. It sputtered and then died. "Oh, fuck," Pam thought. "No!" her mind screamed. She started it again. It didn't start. The killer slowly stood to his feet, clutching his bleeding chest. He picked up the razor-sharp, blood-stained machete. He looked dead at them. "Fuck!" Pam yelled in frustration. They climbed out of the bulldozer and they both made a beeline for the barn. There had to be some kind of weapon in there, Pam thought. Their only choice was to fight back. It was their last chance. There was nowhere else to run. He had to die. They ran through the giant hole in the barn wall where Reggie had rammed it with the bulldozer and stopped, searching for places to hide. The killer stalked towards them. He showed zero emotion. He just walked slowly, effortlessly, taking his time. He stopped at the barn doors, not seeing his prey anywhere. He walked slowly across the hay-covered floor, his boots thudding across the hard-packed mud. All was quiet except the rain coming down on the tin roof. The killer gripped the machete tighter, scanning the room. His eyes flickered over to a storage closet, and he tilted his head, studying it. As he started to advance towards it, Pam, a look of fierce valor on her face, came bursting out of the closet. She tugged a string and the chainsaw in her hands revved to life. The wild spinning blades came at the killer and he lurched backwards to avoid them. He held up the machete, deflecting the blades of the chainsaw. A shower of sparks shot out in all directions. "Yeah, Pam, all right!" Reggie cheered her on from the hayloft, where he hid behind a large haystack. Pam lifted the heavy chainsaw into the air and thrust the blades at him again. It made an awful metallic scraping as it made contact with the crimson-soaked blade of the machete. More sparks flew. Pam and the mad killer circled each other like boxers in the ring. It was chainsaw versus machete, and Reggie cheered like a rabid fan. She thrust again, and the killer stepped back, once again deflecting with the machete. She thrust lower, and he still blocked her. "Ah!" she cried out, brandishing the chainsaw at him as it rumbled. Then the killer stumbled and lost his balance. This gave Pam the opportunity of a lifetime. His machete fell down to his side. Pam lunged at her chance. The spinning blades tore into the killer's left arm, giving him a similar gash to the one on his right, where Pam had stabbed him with the knife. She heard him growl underneath his mask, and he fell backwards onto a stack of hay. She raised the chainsaw into the air with all of her might, her eyes wide with determination and rage. "Take that!" Reggie cried. Reggie's smile dropped as the chainsaw suddenly stopped. "Shit!" Pam said as she tugged on the string, revving up the motor. No use. It was out of gas. "Oh, please," she said, revving it again. It still didn't start. She felt the panic rising. The killer slowly stood to his feet and picked up the machete. Pam did the only thing she could think to do and heaved the chainsaw at him. It worked, sending him stumbling back again into the hay. She made a mad dash for the ladder leading up into the hayloft and scrambled up out of the mad killer's grasp. And then a figure suddenly appeared in the hole where the bulldozer had driven through, silhouetted by the moonlight, covered in mud, wet from the rain. It was Tommy. Chapter 8. "Tommy! Tommy!" Reggie screamed. The killer suddenly stopped walking towards the ladder and snapped around to face Tommy. Tommy was instantly frozen with fear, as if someone had injected him with a tranquilizer. He was transfixed on the image of the man wearing a hockey mask covered in blood, oozing from the gash in his chest and on his arm, and wielding a machete. Then the voices came back stronger and louder than ever. "Die! Die! Die!" They grew louder and louder, throbbing like a giant tumor, like some kind of deformed growth in his mind that was growing and pushing on his brain. And all he could see was Jason Voorhees standing before him. The killer and Tommy locked eyes for several moments. The killer wasn't sure what to make of him, Pam thought. It was as if he was deciding whether to kill him or not. Or maybe it really was Jason Voorhees back from the dead to finish Tommy off. If the killer wasn't Tommy, it had to be Jason. They both stared at each other like it was a Western showdown. Tommy was seemingly in a trance. He didn't move or run. "Run, Tommy, run!" Pam screamed. "Run, he'll kill you! Listen to me!" "Jason?" Tommy muttered under his breath. The killer slowly advanced towards him. Tommy still couldn't move. He just watched, mesmerized in total shock. He was oblivious to Pam's urging. He watched as the murderous brute advanced towards him. He was staring off into the distance, replaying the entire night at Crystal Lake in his head. And now it was playing out right in front of him. Again. For all he knew, it could be another dream. It could be another hallucination. It was just like in his dreams, Jason coming towards him and not being able to move. He had no idea that what he was seeing was real, deathly real, more real than he could have ever imagined. He heard Pam screaming his name just like Trish. It had to be a dream. It had to be a terrible dream. He'd wake up in the morning and Jason would be gone. Jason came closer. "Remember, Jason? Don't you remember?" The voices played in his head. It was his own childlike voice. It was the words he had said to Jason on that horrible night. "Die! Die! Die!" All he could feel was the sheer helplessness he had felt as a 12-year-old boy when he had faced him before. Jason raised the machete into the air. Tommy still didn't move. "Tommy!" Reggie shrieked. "Run, Tommy! He'll kill you!" cried Pam. And then the machete came down, and Tommy didn't get out of the way. The fire that burned across his chest suddenly galvanized him, breaking him from his trance. "No!" Pam cried in despair. Tommy fell, suddenly incredulous as he touched his hand to his chest, only to discover his hands were now stained red with blood. There was a gash across his midsection. Jason walked towards him menacingly. "Up here, Tommy! Tommy!" Reggie begged him. Tommy still lay on the floor in shock at the red that blossomed across his chest and blemished his hands. The pain was unbearable. It felt like a hot iron had been slammed down on his ribs. As the killer closed the gap between them, Tommy felt something in his left pocket. It was the pocket knife his father had given him. Now enraged and terrified, finally coming back to his senses, Tommy fished it frantically out of his pocket, flipped it open, and thrust it towards the mad killer's groin. The blade of the knife penetrated deep into the inner part of Jason's thigh. Jason growled, and Pam and Reggie cheered hysterically. The masked murderer went down on all fours, clutching at the knife in agony. Tommy, still bleeding profusely, staggered towards the ladder. "Tommy, up here, come on!" Pam cried. "Hurry up, man!" Reggie exclaimed. Tommy slowly made his way to the ladder, the pain almost knocking him to the ground again. It coursed through his entire body. It was as if 1,000 bullets were ricocheting around inside him. He clutched at the deep, bleeding gash across his belly, trying to fight through the excruciating, stinging sensation that spread across his abdomen. The killer managed to pull the knife out from his thigh, and he hurled it aside. With the help of the adrenaline that was now surging through his veins, Tommy reached the ladder, and with urging from Pam and Reggie, he mustered up all of his strength and started climbing one rung at a time. "Come on, Tommy," he thought. "You need to protect them." Just how he had protected Trish. That was all he could focus on. The sound of Pam's voice calling to him urgently was the only thing keeping him going. Her voice then started to fade in and out of earshot. He was losing blood. He began to feel increasingly lightheaded. He was more than halfway there. Jason staggered to his feet and stalked towards the ladder, taking his time. "Come on, Tommy, you can do it!" Reggie cried. Suddenly, Tommy's foot slipped and he teetered, losing his balance, wincing at the pain that ravaged his body. "Take my hand!" Pam yelled. She extended out her arm towards him, and he reached for it with all the strength he had left in him, and she and Reggie both pulled him up onto the hayloft. Jason started climbing the ladder, one rung at a time, perfectly stealthy and in no hurry. He had plenty of time to catch them. Now they were trapped in the hayloft, nowhere else to go. Jason reached the loft. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room in the incandescent white light. He scanned the loft, searching for them. His breath was slow and calm. Tommy was lying on his stomach. He had lost consciousness. Jason tilted his head and flipped Tommy over onto his back. He lay there motionless. Jason moved away from him and focused on his moving targets. Where were they? He listened, but only heard the rain pattering on the roof of the old barn and the wood sagging and creaking under his heavy boots. Rows of hay bales were stacked against one wall, and the other wall held a shelf of tools. The loft doors were open, creating a precipice that looked down onto an old rusted tractor harrow. Rows of sharp spikes jutted upwards towards the sky. Jason walked, slowly, patiently. The killer knew he had time. His fingers gripped the wooden handle of machete in a talon-like grasp. It was his prey that was running out of time. As he passed by a large bale of hay, he saw a fleeting shadow out of his peripheral vision. Someone ducked back behind the hay. It was too late. Jason had seen Reggie crouching down behind the hay. Reggie slowly stood to his feet, facing the monstrous psychopath. Jason slowly walked towards the young boy, tilting his head, observing him. He tilted his head to the other side like a curious dog. Then he suddenly lunged at Reggie, slamming the machete down on a wooden beam inches from him. Reggie lurched backwards, cornered against the wall. As Jason raised the machete again, he felt the axe handle come down right on his shoulder blade, and he grunted. He spun around to face Pam, who was wielding an old axe that was missing its blade. She swung it again like it was a baseball bat, and Jason effortlessly moved out of the way. He advanced towards her. Pam stumbled back, looking behind her to see where the loft's open doors were. She swung again and missed. Then he countered and swung with the machete, knocking the axe handle out of her hand. She screamed out in terror as she looked behind her to see she was right on the edge of the precipice. 10 rows of spikes lay below her. She cried out in peril again, imagining how it would feel for every one of those spikes to tear into her. There was nowhere to run. Jason was eye to eye with her, cornering her back against the precipice. She teetered, almost losing her balance and plunging to her death, but managed to stay up on the loft. Jason came at her. She tried to run around him, but he blocked her at every move. He raised the machete. "No!" Pam screamed. Hope was almost all lost until Pam looked at Reggie, who was waving his arms to get her attention. They made eye contact, and Reggie motioned for her to get out of the way. All of a sudden, Reggie climbed as fast as he could on top of the bale of hay, and he pounced like a wildcat onto Jason's back. He let go just as Jason went pitching forward from Reggie ramming him. Pam dove to the side, her shoulder slamming into the wall as she cried out in pain. Jason fell, his arms flailing, disappearing down the side of the barn and out the loft doors. The machete hit the floor. Then there was silence. Pam and Reggie caught their breath and listened. There wasn't any noise, not a thud, or the sound of him falling on the spikes, just the rain. Where had he gone? Pam and Reggie both inched towards the open loft doors, searching for the mad killer. Suddenly, he lunged up and grabbed Reggie by the leg and pulled him towards the precipice. "No, Pam!" Reggie shrieked in abject horror. He was being pulled off and down onto the spikes by Jason, who had been holding on to the door frame of the barn doors below. Jason wrapped his meaty fingers around Reggie's ankle and twisted, resulting in the boy being brought to tears as he frantically clung for dear life to Pam. "Reggie!" Pam screamed. "Help me, please help!" Reggie cried. Tommy's head began to move slightly. His eyes fluttered open and then grew wider as he saw what was happening. It was a murderous tug-of-war between Pam and Jason, and Reggie was the rope. "Help!" Reggie screamed and screamed again and again. Tommy lay there still in immense pain. He just wanted to die, to never have to face this world again. Then the voices came. "Die! Die! Die!" This time he felt something different. They were energizing him, and he suddenly felt the same rage that he had felt back in 1984. "Die! Die!" It echoed in his mind. It was as if his whole body felt it. Those words pulsating in his veins. That son of a bitch had to die. With the voices giving him an incredible amount of strength, Tommy slowly dragged himself up onto his feet and lifted up the discarded machete. A surge of power coursed through his veins. It felt like nothing he had ever felt before. He curled his fingers around the wooden handle, feeling the weight of the heavy blade. It felt incredible. And then he was overcome with lust, the lust to kill. He raised the machete into the air like a medieval sword and brought it down, hacking at Jason's hand again and again. Jason released his grip on Reggie, and down he fell, straight onto the spikes with a loud, wet thud. As Tommy passed out from sheer exhaustion, Pam and Reggie hurried to the precipice and looked down. Their jaws dropped in shock. The hockey mask had come off when the killer landed on the spikes. It was the paramedic, Roy Burns. Chapter 9. Pam listened to the hospital's cacophony of grating noises, trying to tune them out as she cradled an exhausted, half-asleep Reggie in her arms. First, she heard the pretty, dark-haired nurse filing her long red nails, then typing at a computer. Then the hospital intercom buzzed. She tuned it all out. All she could hear was the overlay of the horrible night they had had in her mind. She was completely depleted of all emotion, just like Reggie. The roller coaster of a night was taking its toll on both of their bodies. Her legs ached from all the running. Her arm muscles were excruciatingly sore from having to pull frantically at Reggie as the killer was dragging him off the hayloft. The night kept playing again in her head. She heard her own panic screaming and still felt its after effects when she swallowed. She heard the way Reggie had screamed. What got to her was the way that Reggie the Reckless had been shaking like a leaf. Something had finally scared him. This night could have scared anyone, she thought. It felt like a bad dream, as if it hadn't actually happened. But it had. All of the patients and her boss were now dead. She couldn't even care that she was going to have to find a new job. She was just glad that it was finally over. She couldn't believe it had been Roy Burns under that mask, and she couldn't imagine why either. The guy hardly said a word, and was always nice to the patients every time he drove them out to Pinehurst. How could anyone have figured he would turn out to be a psychopath? But maybe it was the quiet ones you have to watch out for. Something had to have made him snap, and she couldn't figure out what it was. She saw Sheriff Tucker making his way towards her down the hospital corridor. He walked up to her, a somber and sympathetic expression on his face. Pam couldn't even move her head to look at him. She stared off into the void, too tired to move an inch. All she could do was gently stroke Reggie as he slept quietly. Her hair was a frizzy, damp mess, and tears stained her cheeks. "How you doing?" Tucker asked. Pam didn't grant that moronic question an answer. How did he think we were doing, she thought. She just stared ahead, softly rubbing Reggie's head. "Quite a brave kid," Tucker said, gazing down at the sleeping Reggie. Pam still didn't respond, too exhausted to speak. Then the sheriff pulled a leather wallet out and showed it to her. "We found this on Roy," he said. As Pam scanned the wallet, she gasped. A picture of Joey stared back at her. "The kid that got axed at the woodpile? He must have been Roy's son. God only knows why Roy kept it hidden all these years," the sheriff explained. Pam was still too tired to even think too much about it. She looked at the wallet again and then stared back off into the distance. "Roy was a real loner, from what I heard," Tucker went on. "He never even talked much to the other paramedics." Pam listened. "I reckon when Roy got to the scene and saw that it was his son who had been hacked to pieces, His voice trailed off. He saw the pained expression on her face and in her eyes and decided to stop while he was ahead. "We also found these," Tucker said, and handed her an old tattered newspaper clipping. "Jason Voorhees Slain," the headline read. A picture of an artist's depiction of Jason was underneath it. A young, deformed boy stared back at Pam. "He must have used the Jason story to cover up his killings," Tucker said. When he finally realized Pam was in no mood to chat, he stood to his feet and sauntered off down the hallway. Pam rested her head on the concrete wall. She took a deep breath, breathing in the stale hospital air. Anywhere was better than being back at Pinehurst, back in that barn fighting for her and Reggie's life. As she tried to shut her thoughts and the memories of the horrible night away, she started to doze off. The night of carnage came back to her as she drifted off into the early stages of sleep. The image of Matt, pinned to the tree like a dead insect on a scientist's corkboard, dried blood caked around his face, his throat slashed, played as if it were playing on a big movie screen in her head. Robin, Jake, and Violet lying in a bloody pile on Tommy's bed. George thrown through a glass door, blood running down his face, his eyes gouged out by someone with inhuman strength. And then the hulking hockey-masked figure of Roy Burns lunged at her through a window as she fought for her life, her hair nearly being ripped at the root, from her hair being yanked by his fist in a talon-like grip. She remembered fighting him with the axe handle and seeing that gleaming machete headed straight for her head. As the machete came down, Pam jolted out of her sleep. Her panic dissuaded when she saw that she was in the hospital, with Reggie sleeping in her lap. The hallway was strangely dim and empty. The dark-haired nurse was gone. The security guard at the end of the hall, watching the door to Tommy's room, was also gone. She stood to her feet, letting Reggie lay down on the row of uncomfortable plastic chairs. Where was the hospital staff? They were nowhere to be found. She walked down the hallway towards Tommy's room, searching in every room and down every corridor that branched off. The hospital was deserted. What the hell? She thought. She glanced at Tommy's room and swallowed hard. A knot twisted in her gut. The door was standing wide open. "Tommy?" she said. There was only a deafening silence. As she entered the room, she saw him there lying in the hospital bed, motionless. His chest moved up and down slowly as he slept. There was the large outline of a bandage across his chest. As she inched closer to the bed, she heard the sound of thunder outside. She turned back to the door. Still, there was no sign of the nurse or the security guard. She came closer. There was a flash of lightning outside the window. Tommy's eyes flew open. "Die!" Tommy snarled viciously. His hand suddenly revealed a long, shining machete. It plunged into Pam's stomach. "No!" She let out a hair-raising shriek. And then Pam was jolted out of her sleep again and started to panic, but then relaxed when she saw everything was back to normal. She was sitting in those awful plastic chairs, still cradling Reggie. The security guard stood like a statue at the end of the hall outside Tommy's room. The nurse was filing her nails again, and the obnoxious sound came to her, bringing her fully back into reality. Her breathing relaxed and her muscles stopped contracting. Everything was okay, she told herself. It was all over. It had all been a dream. Just a hellish dream. She wished she could say that about being attacked by a mass murderer, but it had really happened. All of a sudden, there was the loud shattering of glass. The security guard and Pam both jerked their heads towards the sound. It came from Tommy's room. Pam laid Reggie down on the chairs and ran to Tommy's room, scrambling in behind the security guard. They both stopped dead in their tracks, flabbergasted. The window was broken from the inside. A pile of rumpled sheets lay on the floor. The bed was empty. Tommy was gone. Epilogue. Roy Burns had stared down at the bloody sheet that lay on the grass. He had watched silently as Duke lifted the sheet with a big grin on his face. He was laughing at it, amused by it. It didn't faze him a bit. That's when he knew Duke also had to die. The thought of committing murder hadn't come to him so easily at first. It started with Duke. As his own flesh and blood lay mangled in the back of the Unger Institute ambulance, Roy stayed quiet. Duke had sat in the passenger seat smoking a cigar. The smoke wafted into Roy's face. He hadn't noticed. He also hadn't heard a word that Duke had said. It was all white noise to him. All he could think about was what Joey must have felt in his last moments, the abject terror and helplessness. No one had even tried to help him. Just another life lost at Crystal Lake. Roy Burns first saw the clipping of young Jason Voorhees at the library. He was drawn to it. He didn't know how. He had taken it home to read, and then for the next few days he read some more, and more, and more, until he was staying up all night to research Jason. Jason's name had echoed in his mind ever since he read that newspaper. It played like a broken record as he lay down to get just a few hours of sleep at night, before waking up and driving to work, where he would hear them all snickering and laughing, making jokes about the patients, laughing at them, just like they laughed at Jason, just like they had laughed at Joey. Nuts, they called them. Another day of driving the loonies around, Billy had said. That's when he knew Billy had to die. Then, on the night after Joey's death, on the night of a full moon, Roy drove from his apartment across town, bought a hockey mask at a party store, and drove all the way to Crystal Lake and sat at the edge of the water. He swore he could hear young Jason's voice calling to him, calling for help, sounding just like Joey. That's when the unbearable grief and guilt hit him all at once. That's when he put on the hockey mask. That's when he began to walk. He didn't care where he was going. Something seemed to be pulling him through the night. He just didn't care anymore. All he wanted to do was walk until he died of exhaustion. He had nothing to live for. He had abandoned his only son, only for him to end up with them. The selfish idiots that surrounded him. His co-workers that thought jabbing and jeering at mental patients was funny. The doctors who couldn't help him and refused to protect him. The other patients who excluded him. As he walked wearing the hockey mask, the more he could hear the voices, soft at first, then growing increasingly louder. "Kill for me, Daddy! Kill them all!" It was Joey's voice, calling out to him through the wind. They weren't taking care of you, he had thought, just like they never took care of Jason. This whole God-forsaken area of the world had to die. They let Joey die, just like they had let Jason die. Roy himself had been the one to give Joey up to the people who were supposed to keep him safe. Instead, they belittled him and let him die, just like Jason. The guilt was too much to bear, but he couldn't kill himself. That was not an option. Someone had to pay for what had happened. He couldn't die before knowing that they would all pay for what they had done. That's when he heard them, the two kids stranded on the road. "All those loonies should be killed off one by one," one of them had said. That's when he knew it had to be done. No matter what, no matter how, they had to die. Joey would not die in vain. He had taken a machete from a nearby abandoned tool shed and took a flare from the trunk of the boy's car when he wasn't looking. The boy's screams filled him with the elation of sweet vengeance, and he knew he had to keep killing, and he wouldn't stop until the doctors and all of the patients were dead. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. The sudden urge of ecstasy when he had heard their dying cries was too good to pass up. They all were to blame. They all let it happen. He remembered killing Billy next. It had been so easy. He had hidden in the dark of Billy's Charger with the axe that he stole from the scene of his son's vicious murder when the cops weren't looking. Next was Tina and Eddie. All they cared about was having sex, so they had to die. They hadn't cared about Joey. Nobody cared. He remembered her long, blood-curdling scream as she lay naked on the forest floor basking in the sun. And then she screamed no more. He remembered the way Eddie had fought back at him against the leather strap that looped around his skull. He remembered the satisfying sound of his facial bones shattering under the weight of the immense pressure from his head being smashed against the tree like a grapefruit. That's when he had heard Ethel's voice carrying from inside her trailer. "That better not be you goddamn loonies in my woods. I'll blow your fucking heads off." she had screamed. She, too, had to die. He had felt no compassion or remorse when he buried her own meat cleaver into her skull. He didn't know why he kept killing. The pleasure of inflicting on someone else the same pain that he knew Joey had felt was too great. He wanted everyone to suffer the way Joey had suffered. All he could think was scream the way Joey had screamed as the axe hacked at him. Feel the terror that he must have felt in his last moments. Nothing else mattered. The patients and anyone connected to them had to die next. They treated Joey like nothing. The pain he felt whenever he heard them talk about Joey like he was some kind of alien was only appeased with bloodshed. He had heard it for years. "Hey, did you hear that retard kid freaking out today?" Billy had said. "That retard got the axe today," Duke had said. But all of it was pacified by the sight of red. The rage would be quelled with their screams, but it had always came back, stronger than the last time. It all made sense. He was just trying to do what Pamela Voorhees started. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill all the ones only interested in serving themselves. Heedless of their responsibilities. Careless towards other lives. Make them all pay, he had thought. Make them all pay. Next was Matt. He had seen him walking through the woods behind Ethel's trailer, searching for Tina and Eddie, who were lying dead in the trunk of Roy's car. All he could hear in his mind was, "You never protected Joey, and now nobody will protect you from me. No one will hear your screams." No one heard a thing as the machete slashed across Matt's throat, sending a geyser of blood spraying out. No one heard a thing as Matt choked on his own blood. He had staggered back into a tree, and that's when Roy drove the spike into his head, pinning him to the tree. And then he started plunging the machete into him again, and again, harder with each thrust, feeling better and better with each stab. Then he had ripped the spike out of Matt's head and plunged it into his forehead and hammered it in. He saw George later, taking the trash out. George never saw it coming, and soon he was unable to see anything at all. One death wasn't enough. Every time, he always wanted more. He couldn't stop. And now, Roy Burns felt nothing at all. He was just another lost soul of Crystal Lake. Some people around town swore that the curse of Crystal Lake was all nonsense. But some will tell you straightforward, it was Jason Voorhees that wreaked havoc at the Pinehurst Center that summer. Tommy knew it too. Tommy knew that it was the curse of Crystal Lake, the curse of Jason. It all went back to Jason. And Tommy now knew what he had to do. If he failed, somebody else would be possessed by Jason's curse. It would never end, and more innocent people would die. Unless he had to do it. Somehow, Jason Voorhees had to die. For good. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Friday the 13th, Part 4, the final chapter, the fan novelization by Landon Turner. Gotta say, I really enjoyed this fan novelization, Landon. You did a great job. From beginning to end, I think this was very well written, just as good as Simon Hawke, if I'm being honest. There were a couple, like, inconsistencies with the 80s and technology and stuff, but you know what? It's a book. It's fiction, and I think you did a great job with it. I really enjoyed getting a deeper dive into the characters, a deeper dive into Jason, having certain scenes expanded on from the book, questions that we had watching the movie, getting answered. So yeah, all in all, I really enjoyed this book. I loved the beginning, the middle, the end. I love the way you handled the conclusion. You threw in the deleted scene. You threw in lots of stuff, and you did a great job with that, and I hope everybody who listened to this book enjoyed it as well. I will be doing an episode of the Out of Print Slashers podcast in the future, where me and Sean Campbell will be discussing this book in greater detail. I've also given little mini reviews on each chapter as I've narrated them. You can listen to the playlist version of this book if you're listening to the unabridged version right now, to get those little tidbits where I discuss each chapter a little bit and what I thought of each chapter individually. But yeah, overall, I thought that Landon did an amazing job on this book. I really enjoy Friday the 13th Part 4. It's one of my favorites. It's one of the best in the entire series, and it really did deserve a novelization, and I'm glad that Landon Turner took the time to write this for us to enjoy, and I hope everybody that's listened to it has enjoyed it just as much as I have. If anybody listening wants to write novelizations for Friday the 13th, 5, 6, 7, 8, a novelization for Jason Goes to Hell, go for it, and I will narrate it on this channel. I would love to see more fan novelizations written for the movies that did not get direct official novelizations commissioned back in the 80s and 90s. But yeah, I want to know what everybody else thought of this book. So all of you slashaholics that gave this book a listen, please let me know in the comment section what you thought. Be sure to thank Landon Turner for writing this for us. He did a very great job. I'll be back very soon. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been the prologue of the fan novelization of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, thank you so much for writing these. I'm really looking forward to finishing this one and reading and narrating Part 7 that you're writing, and a lot of us hope that you'll do 8, you'll do Jason Goes to Hell, and Landon, your work has always got a place here. I really, really enjoyed the prologue of this book. I'm looking forward to narrating the rest of it. I'm going to alternate between this book and finishing Freddy vs. Ash. We've got a lot of cool stuff planned. Narrations are going to ramp back up the best I can. It's been slow for a while because of my health problems, but I'm really excited to be back in the saddle, and things are looking really good. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I've been seeing a doctor and getting a certain treatment, and it looks like I might come out of this thing completely 100%, or as close to 100% as I was before I got sick. I'm really enjoying getting into Tommy's head. Getting that prologue from the movie, more detail and everything, was so good, Landon. Really, really good. Please, everybody, be sure to thank Landon for writing these books, because without him, we wouldn't have the audiobooks of Part 4. You know, he wrote Part 4 that I narrated, and it was freaking amazing. We're going to be talking about that on the next Out of Print Slashers podcast, by the way. Also, little thing I've always thought about with this movie and the book, see if any of y'all agree with me. Could Tommy be a little bit psychic? Maybe the dream he had here in the prologue of the book and what he dreamt in the movie, could that be like a premonition of what he's going to do in the future? Because even though it's not him that he was seeing, unless maybe it was him that he was seeing in the movie and in the book here. You know, maybe it was an older version of him and he just didn't know. Anyways, it's so close to what he does in Friday the 13th Part 6, Resurrecting Jason. I just always wondered if maybe the writers of those two movies, I know they weren't really connected and stuff as far as the writers were concerned, very loosely from, you know, story to story, but what if that was a premonition that Tommy was having of what he was going to mess up and do just a few short years later after the events of Part 5? Food for thought. But I'm curious to see where Landon's going to take this, if we're going to get into Tommy's head even more. Because he didn't really talk that much in the movie, but it looked like a lot was going on in there. And you did such a good job, Landon, of describing the trauma and the PTSD. I think we've all had at least one experience in our life, maybe not as rough as Tommy had it, but something that still sticks with us through all the years. I know I've got a couple of those things, and the PTSD is real, you know. So, A couple things that I'm excited about. I want to see if we can, if Landon's gonna delve more into the Roy Burns character and his son. Hope I didn't spoil that for anybody that's not seen the movie that came out like 40 years ago. I'm also curious to see if any of the characters are going to suspect Tommy as a killer more, because I really, as a kid, I thought it was Tommy. I thought we were going to find out at the end it was Tommy, because somebody had told me it wasn't Jason before I watched it, a friend at school. So, yeah, I want to see if anybody's going to suspect Tommy more, or if that's going to get brought up. And there's some great characters in this movie, and I'm hoping that we get more into their head as well. And a couple of the kills that got cut from the movie, I'm curious to see if Landon's going to throw those in. But even if not, it is so entertaining. Just the prologue was so much fun to get through. I cannot wait to see what comes next. Please let me know in the comments section, everybody, what you thought of the prologue. Throw some thanks at Landon, because he's working hard on these fan novelizations for us all to enjoy. And I'll be back very soon with more of Friday the 13th Part 5, the fan novelization by Landon Turner. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 1 of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, buddy, you are great at this. I cannot wait to finish this book and start Part 7, and I really hope you're going to hit Part 8 and 9. Everybody's rooting for it, man, but do it in your own time, and you're just really good at it. I'm really enjoying what you're doing with the characters, diving into even the ambulance drivers, a little bit of Roy's backstory. You know, it was kind of cool having his name thrown up, and, you know, finding out more of how the doctor ticks and how Pam ticks, what's going on in Tommy's head. I think that's what the movie was lacking. You know, we saw the actor playing Tommy, and you could tell there was a lot going on, but there was never really a sense of exactly what it was. So I'm really interested to see how that goes. You did hear a guest voice tonight. That's Willem Piccolo. He had asked to play a character a while back. Things got slow on the channel with my health problems, so he's going to be voicing Joey. And if anybody here right now would like to voice a character, if you're a patron, you can pick any character of the supporting cast here. Get with me, and we'll work something out. Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. Had a lot of character development tonight, setting the story up. We've all seen this movie. We know how it turns out, but I'm really curious to see how Landon's going to handle the landing here. What he's going to do with each of these characters. These are some of the most fleshed out characters in any of the Friday the 13th movies. I'm actually a big fan of Part 5. I know that's a very divisive thing, but kind of like Jason Goes to Hell. It's really good. It's got some of the best kills, some of the best characters. I mean, come on. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I mean, come on, right? So yeah, let me know what you guys think. If you want to join the Patreon for as low as $1 a month, you can do so. The link is on the screen. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 2 of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. Great chapter, guys. Landon, you did great. Also, William Piccolo voiced Joey and Vic tonight. Great job. Thank you so much for helping out on this one. We'll be getting to another book pretty quick, and we'll do some more voice casting, so check it out then, William. Anybody else that's wanting to voice a character, please get with me. A couple people showed interest and said they wanted to, but I had to get the chapter out. So if you want to voice a character, please get with me on Patreon. I will set it up. I will get you the lines and let you know how to send it to me and everything. Usually it's about 3 days between chapters. That's what I'd like to do, 3 or 4 days. So there's plenty of time if you want to jump on. It's not too late. Even if I've already started voicing a character, if it's one of the ones that's up for grabs, I don't mind letting you take over going forward. Gotta say, I liked what Landon did here with the whole Joey scene. It wasn't exactly verbatim, and I like that. I like the changes, little subtle things. And again, I love getting into the heads of the characters. Even Pete and Vinny, you know, getting killed at the end. I had a lot of fun with that, with the sound effects and the music, really trying to set that ambiance for you guys. But yeah, I was just enjoying reading it, you know. I forgot I was even narrating for a minute there. I was just so enthralled with the story. Everybody let me know what you think of the book so far. I love hearing from you guys, discussing your thoughts. I know this is a divisive movie, but I like it. It's got some great kills, and Landon is nailing it so good. Stay tuned right after I quit talking here. I've thrown in a few bloopers from tonight's recording. I think you're going to enjoy them and get some good laughs. Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Plus, there was no way in hell he was staying out at Crystal Lake without protection. Landon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is going to be in the blooper reel. As soon as I said that out loud, all I could think about is all the premarital sex at Crystal Lake. So when it says he wasn't going to stay there without protection. Okay, your writing is amazing. It's fantastic. That was just me. That was the 12-year-old inside me. My 12-year-old brain came out for a second. Back at the top hat, Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 3 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the fan novelization. You know what? No. The novelization by Landon Turner. This thing is so good, Landon. You are doing such an amazing job with these novelizations. I cannot wait to see what you do with 7, 8, and 9. I really hope you do those. This chapter was jam-packed with some great stuff. We got some more Junior and Ethel. And I got to tell you, I have the most fun narrating those parts and doing their voices. I love that we got a little more backstory on Reggie and Demon, and even George. I thought you did a great job voicing Jake. Everybody, that was Landon Turner, the author of the book, who voiced Jake and will be voicing Jake going forward. So I got to tell you, man, you did a good job. Really good job. The kills were great. I hope you guys like the sound effects and the music. I try to really make these a little more cinematic, a little more entertaining, throwing that stuff in there. I really enjoyed the last little bit there. That part of the movie always confused me. I'm not sure why the person who is Jason killed those people. Maybe because of stuff he heard the other paramedics say. I don't know. But still, great kills. Don't do drugs, folks, because if you do coke, you're going to get killed. Let me know what you guys thought. I really enjoyed the chapter. Even the stuff, with Tommy seeing Jason in the mirror, Tommy attacking the bully, at breakfast. That was a lot of fun. And I'm really looking forward to getting more into Tommy's psyche. And I feel like we're going to get a lot of that coming forward. Going forward. This is my first time reading this book. I really prefer to experience these books for the first time, if possible, when I'm narrating them for you guys. So I'm enjoying this and experiencing it at the same speed you are. And I'll be back a lot sooner with more. I've been moving from one town to another for the past couple weeks, so that's why things kind of slowed down, especially in the last several days. But we just got a new Out of Print Slashers podcast out. We got a new Slash Tracks Reviews where we review A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. Check that out. And we got this chapter out tonight, and I'm going to be working on another chapter of Freddy vs. Ash to drop in the next couple days. Yeah, I think that's about it for tonight. I really enjoyed the chapter. It was a nice, long, juicy chapter. We got a lot of backstory on characters. We got in their heads. We advanced the plot. We got another red herring, the old man that comes to get work at Ethel's. I'm looking forward to the scene where Jason, kills Deborah Voorhees' character and stuff, with that old man watching, and then he gets it too. Let me know what you guys thought. I really do love hearing from you guys. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 4 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Another amazing chapter. We got to touch base with Ethel. Too bad Junior wasn't around. We got a little more scenes with Sheriff Tucker, Deputy Dodd, and even the mayor. A little extended scene from the movie. I really enjoyed getting into the sheriff's head a little bit there. But most of all, we did get a little bit with Tommy, and we got to experience a little more of what goes on in his head during the events of this movie/book. The whole nightmare scene, I thought that was great. That would have been awesome in the movie to actually see him having the nightmare play out like that. But, the whole thing with Eddie and Tina, they really dived into their backstories, Landon. That was really cool. You did a really good job there. It might have been a little uncomfortable for a bit, but it really did kind of, flesh out the characters more. No pun intended with the flesh part. But not only that, Raymond is now checked off the list of possible suspects for anybody who has no idea who the killer is. Definitely not Roy. But also, you know, the death scenes for Eddie and Tina. They felt a little more painful, not only because of the descriptions that Landon gave of how they were killed, but because we got those backstories from them. You know, diving into these characters more makes you care for them more. I think this movie had the most kills in it out of all the Jason movies, and because of that, sometimes it just felt cheap and quick. But with this novelization, Landon's doing a great job of making you get to know the characters a little more before they're taken from us. So I think that was very effective. I'm looking forward to seeing what Landon does with the rest of the story. Okay, Slashaholics, I can already see what you're going to say about Chapter 5. Ooh, baby, oh, baby. I'm sure it's coming. Had a lot of fun narrating this chapter, obviously. Really enjoying this book, Landon. Like, really, I look forward to just reading it, let alone narrating it. You're doing a really good job with the story, with the characters. I'm a little bummed out that we're done with Ethel and Junior. I know, it's so sad. I was having so much fun voicing them. Listeners, is that you? I know you like my Ethel Jr. voice. They sure do like your Ethel voice, Ma. Rest in peace, Ethel and Jr. Anyways, great stuff, Landon. Really getting into people's heads like Tommy's and Pam's, even Matt's. Really great stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of it plays out. I was kind of dreading the whole demon scene in the outhouse, honestly, because I knew that song was coming. I thought about just using audio clips from the movie, but then that would take away all the fun comments I'm sure I'm going to see about my rendition of Ooh Baby, Ooh Baby. I like that you talked about sleep paralysis. That is something I've actually suffered from in the past, and I've got my own paranormal ideas about what sleep paralysis might really be. I might actually discuss that sometime. But yeah, it's pretty terrifying when you actually go through it. So, you know, just the fact that Tommy's having to relive these dreams and they feel real to him, the memories, I mean, as dreams, you know, I can see how that would drive somebody crazy. I don't know if I would really be haunted from killing Jason to save me and my sister's lives, but I wasn't in that situation. It's fiction, so who knows. But I hope everybody listening is enjoying this book as much as I am. I cannot wait to come back and do more of it very soon. Another chapter will drop soon. Once again, let's say good job to Landon Turner, voicing Jake. Jake. Thank you, Landon, for not only writing this book, but being a good sport and hopping in and voicing a character in the book. That's a lot of fun. So much good stuff to come. This is where the movie really picks up. I'm excited to see what Landon does with it. I honestly thought Ethel's backstory was quite interesting. That she would like to get like a 20-year post-birth abortion with Junior. I think she would sign up for that if that was the thing. Junior's scene getting beat up by Tommy, knowing what's going through Tommy's head while he's doing it, and feeling like he's Jason, really makes that whole scene make more sense, that he runs off to be by himself. You know, and I know the movie was trying to set it up like Tommy ran off by himself, and all of a sudden these people start dying. Tommy's the killer. But I never thought that once whenever I saw this for the first time. I thought it was Jason, honestly. I didn't know it was a whodunit. Yeah, they talked about Jason's body being cremated or whatever in the movie, but I don't know, I just never felt like it was a copycat killer. You know, they should have done a better job of portraying that in the movie, because then we would have been guessing more, right? Going back and watching it after the fact, I try to look for those little things that would have made me feel like it was a whodunit, and it's just not there. But I do appreciate what Landon's doing with all of the characters. You're making it so much more fun. If there's something from tonight's narration I didn't touch on in my little discussion here, hit me up in the comments. I'd love to hear from you guys. If you got a question for me, what I thought of a certain part that I didn't bring up here in the outro, I will definitely write you back, and we'll talk about it in the comments below. If you're watching this on the premiere, thanks for jumping in and watching it early. I may not be in the chat, but I really appreciate all of you being here. It was probably just a hallucination that she had in her sleep when she was living in the canoe. Posters of Michael Jackson. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 6 of Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. I gotta say, we got a lot more story about these characters that have all been killed off in one chapter than I ever thought we would get. Really made me feel more sympathy for Jake, mostly, and Violet, of course. The kills were great. There's not a whole lot to say about this one. It was just a really fun chapter. I got a couple fun little bloopers for you at the end if you stick around. But yeah, I really did enjoy diving into their heads, knowing what was going on in their minds as these scenes played out. Let's hear it for Landon Turner, not only for writing this book, but tonight was his last guest voice as Jake has left the book. He is definitely gone. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this last act of the book coming up, you know. We got Reggie the Reckless downstairs, Tommy on the run, people missing, Pam on her way back, chaos, blood, death. Cannot wait. Sign me up. Looking forward to it. Let me know what you guys thought of tonight's chapter, if you're enjoying the book so far, and I'll love to hear from you guys. I'll definitely hit you back in the comments if you want to drop one below. Maybe she was a narcissist herself. The apple doesn't fall from the tree, as they... So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a horny badger. I guess a horny badger might be irritable, folks. I don't know. Let's try that again. So she covered up her pain with anger, loud music, and the irritability of a honey badger. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Chapter 5 of... That was the last narration. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. Okay, Slashaholics, this was a very intense Chapter 7. Also shorter. I will say shorter than some of the other chapters, but very intense. Very fun, Chapter 7 of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning by Landon Turner. Landon, you gotta do this for a living, man. You are a great novelist. You're doing an amazing job turning this movie into a spectacular novelization. I think everybody here would agree with that. In fact, I would love to narrate an original horror story if you ever do one, or slasher story. I would love to see what your imagination came up with. As far as this chapter goes, I'm really loving the way that you're having this attack go down. You're really feeling that intensity and that stress and terror, you know, as they're trying to escape, find a place to go. She loses Reggie, has to find him, gets stuck in the mud. The bulldozer won't start back up. Killer's still coming. They think it's Tommy. You know, I really love what you did with that, too. I think everybody might enjoy that you went into more detail on why these characters suspected Tommy. And it makes a lot more sense in this book, even though I already know the outcome. If this was my first introduction to this particular story, then I would agree it was Tommy. And that little bit at the end of the chapter where he appears in the barn, I would have been like, "Whoa, what?" So, great job. Sorry about my what. No real bloopers tonight, guys. I'm sorry. It was a really intense chapter, and I was just really into it, really got into the scene, and I just hammered it out without too many mistakes. But, yeah, very intense. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out in book form, in Landon's words, as we get into the final act of the story. You know, I'm curious to see if any more is given about, you know, when we find out who the killer is. Don't want to do a spoiler for like a 40-year-old movie or anything, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But let me know what you guys thought of tonight's chapter. If you enjoyed this scene a little more than, you know, what happened in the movie. I thought this was way more intense. We really felt Reggie and Pam's panic, fear, terror, anger, sadness, everything The emotions were high, the intensity was high, the stakes were high. Amazing chapter. Just amazing. I don't know what else to say about it. And I cannot wait to get back to you guys with Chapter 8 very, very soon. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been the conclusion of Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the novelization by Landon Turner. That was Chapter 8, Chapter 9, and the epilogue. Before I forget, I just want to say, Landon, thank you for not including Tommy finding the mask with the blue chevrons and holding the knife up. I really like what you did, and I think everybody else listening will like it too. You made it really tie into Part 6. That from this moment on, Tommy escaped and was hell-bent on making sure Jason Voorhees was dead, which leads to Tom Matthews, Tommy Jarvis. A little shout-out at the beginning of the video there you saw from Tom himself. And Tommy's on this mission now to make sure Jason Voorhees is really dead and really stays dead. I really enjoyed the whole scene in the barn. Great stuff there. It played out really well, a lot like the movie, but also getting to really feel that panic and intensity from the characters and getting into Tommy's mind. It's not just him staring at Roy Burns like he did in the movie, but we actually get to know why he's staring, why he doesn't think it's real. It's just another hallucination. The movie made that pretty obvious, but I really enjoyed getting in his head while it's happening. And I love that Tommy played a bigger part in killing Roy Burns. I actually got to hack at him a few times with the machete. Great stuff there. The reveal, everybody, was anybody surprised? It was old man Roy Burns. And he would have got away with it. Anyways, great reveal, great job there. Love the scene at the hospital. Everything that was going through Pam's mind, just enough to... her life's never going to be the same. There was more kills in this movie and book than I think any of the other Jason movies. Unless you count Jason X, where he causes the ship to destroy that city with 1 million people in it, that Dome City. But other than that, she just witnessed so many deaths, co-workers, and all the kids she was taking care of. I'm glad that Tommy got to, it was revealed that he wasn't the killer. When the movie came out, I think that would have ruined things. I really enjoyed all of that stuff in Pam's mind. I enjoyed the fact that Tommy escaped to go on this, mission to stop Jason, which leads us to Part 6. But what I really want to talk about is the epilogue. You did an amazing job there, and I think and hope people will agree with this. The whole thing with Roy Burns and explaining why he became Jason, how it happened, how the bloodlust happened, and tying it to Pamela Voorhees and Jason's death and kind of throwing Joey in there instead of little Jason. It was great. And I hope I did a good job of narrating his thoughts and stuff of him slipping into that insanity, because I could really feel it while reading it. You really showed him slowly giving in to this hatred and anger, and it changing him. And with each kill, he felt less and less until he was just numb to it. In my opinion, if I was him, I would have killed Tommy Jarvis first and hid the body somewhere. That way my scapegoat doesn't come walking into the barn when I'm trying to kill the last two people. That's just me. I'm never going to do that. But that's something that's always bugged me about the story. He wants to frame Tommy, but he let Tommy run around to where Tommy could have an alibi. So, yeah. Other than that, which is not your fault because you didn't write the movie, I really enjoyed the epilogue. I want to hear what people thought of that. So, listeners, let me know what you thought of that epilogue. The whole thing of getting into Roy's head, finding out how he became Jason, why he wanted to kill certain people. Because that's another thing that bugged me in the movie. Why did he kill this character? Why did he kill this character? Now we know. And it was great. And that led us to the end of the epilogue, where we found out that Tommy escaped and he's going to make sure Jason stays dead. Wonderful chapters, wonderful epilogue, amazing book. I cannot wait to discuss this one with Sean on the Out of Print Slashers podcast. I'm going to hold off on my score for the book until then. If you're curious of what I rate this book out of 10, you're going to have to tune in to the Out of Print Slashers podcast when me and Sean discuss this book, probably pretty soon. I'm going to be moving on to finishing Freddy vs. Ash, and also I'll be starting up a fan novelization by Jeremy Terry of Child's Play 1, since there was never a novelization written for it. And exciting news, Matthew Costello, the author of Part 2 and 3, is interested in writing a novelization for Part 1 if it was ever offered to him. So we'll have a fan version and maybe in the future an official version. But let me know what you guys thought of these chapters, what you thought of this book as a whole. I cannot wait to hear from you guys. I hope you're as excited about this completion as I am. It was just a really, really great job, and I cannot wait to start up Landon's novelization of Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. Now, going into The New Blood, Landon, if you're listening, I really hope that you take more of these liberties, creative liberties, because you have complete permission to from the fanhood. If there's something you want to take in your own direction, please do it. Do not be afraid to, take things in a different direction or handle them differently, because that is where you shine. That is where your writing shines. You're great at all of it, writing a novelization version of the movie, but I really love your creative strings, these little strings that come off from the main story that you're creating in the moment. And I'm really hoping to see more of those in Part 7. And we really hope that you'll do a Part 8 and Jason Goes to Hell as well. And I bet even Adam Marcus would give you some notes, the guy that wrote the movie Jason Goes to Hell. Really nice guy. I can even, holler at him for you and see what he says. This has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and always remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. Good night, good luck, and I'll see you soon. It was the paramedic from the old amusement park, Old Man Burns, and he would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling psychopaths. Hey everybody, it's
Late at night I hear a scream, pages turning in my dreams. Josh narrates a killing spree, horror tales set my soul free. In the darkness I reside, face laugh a twisted guide. Jason's mask, no place to hide. In my mind they come alive. The flash of holy cancer fade. Living nightmares set me free. Michael's knife and Chucky's grin. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. All to madness year by year. Josh's words I always hear. Bloody pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from my screen. Josh describes it all of thee. Lost in horrors dark and mean. I'm a flash of all that can't see. Living nightmares set me free. Michael's knife and Chucky's grin. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Death's a newfound fear. Pulled to madness year by year. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. Pulled to madness year by year. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. All to madness year by year. Josh's words I always hear. Lying pain. Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. Pulled to madness year by year. Josh's words I always hear. Bloody pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from my screen. Just distracted, all obscene. Lost in horrors, dark and mean. Many pages, crimson sea. Monsters crawling from my screen. Just distracted, all obscene. Lost in horrors, dark and mean. Slash all and can't you see? Living nightmares set me free. Michael's knife and Chucky's grin. Josh's voice pulls me back in. Final destination's near. Every death's a new found.